Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menges driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
Turn the wheels and go over there, so I guess it's just kind of turn them all around. Still off. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a problem with the timing lane to channel. I don't know if it's one time for the first 2 years.
I had an idea that was going to go wrong.
I think they've got it with the bottle now. I think you can.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome to Shelsley Walsh. What a beautiful day it is here today on the hill, if you're already here. Well done for getting up early and for seeing the first of the action of the day, and also a warm welcome from Shelsley for a very hot Vox Villa commentary box by the start line to all those watching on the live stream as well. For those that can't be here in person today, it's great to have you along as well. So my name is Billy Grace, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. What a beautiful day we have here in the Tean Valley. We've got a fantastic day of action in store today, with the final practice runs of the weekend currently taking place. So that the runs that you are seeing now are not for keeps. They are the final practice run of the weekend before the timed run starts afterwards. So I'm in Vox Villa, down by the start line. We have two other commentary positions here at Shelsley. We have Crossing Box, where I believe Guy will be joining us from. Guy, are you there?
I certainly am. Good morning, everybody.
Do you know, it's like we practiced that.
It's a smooth transition, isn't it?
Yes. Now to our middle of the hill correspondent, Guy. Over to you. Good morning. How are you? All right?
Yeah, very, very well, thank you. It's a gorgeous, scorching hot day today.
It is, isn't it?
We thought it was good yesterday, but the sun has burnt off any remaining vestiges of that little bit of early morning mist. And because I'm old, I will repeat my standard summertime sunny warning at motorsport events. Do put on suntan cream. Do keep your liquid intake up. It's only the second day of summer, and I know we're Brits and we tend to expose as much skin as humanly possible to the big bright orb in the sky, but we don't want anyone needing first aid attention through heat stroke or burning themselves. So
it's very warm
keep
today.
covered if you can.
Well said. And from Top Box, I don't know if we've got from the gods. Have we got Lloyd, or have we got Chris up there, or anybody yet?
We've got Lloyd, and from one god to another. Thank you for that lovely introduction.
Charmer. Good morning, Lloyd.
Cheers.
Good morning, Guy. How are you?
I'm very well stuck in the hinterland between heaven and earth, obviously.
I'm sure somebody will buy you an ice cream, I'm sure.
One day.
Yes.
I live in hope.
And I have to say, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I must say the same thing I say every time. That hill gets no less steep.
It doesn't. Anyway, we're off. We've got another batch on the hill. We've got Zach Zammit on the hill in the Supercharged Empire. He's with you, Guy.
He is, and through crossing, he's giving it a lot, striking sparks, and he's in the bottom S already.
Absolutely, yeah. Zach's been really on top of this car. Big slide out of bottom S, and a big slide out of top S. He's really on top of it. Turbocharged car, lots of power, but Zach knows how to drive it.
Across the line now to record a 25.27. That's quick. He'll be into the 24s this afternoon. This is only practice. Quick time. Next on the line, Richard Alexander, another Supercharged force, this time a PC, already with you, Guy.
Yeah, Richard through Kennel. You were saying yesterday, Lloyd, it was a bit green up there at S's. You'll be able to commentate on that as they come through, but this is a slightly slower climb from Richard to the naked eye.
Absolutely, and what we mean, for those that don't know, when we say green, we mean that the track is still bedding in. It needs to sort of rubber in a little bit, produce its grip. It's still a little bit slippy on top S. We had a couple of spins, nothing major, but we've got Richard across the line, but all okay so far.
29.67, so into the 29. So Richard, next on the line, we've got James Chalmers sharing with Dad John. First full weekend in the car. James getting used to this after competing in an MX-5 before, but this is a turbocharged 400 horsepower monster, and he's with you.
Yeah, quite the leap vertically from an MX-5, but perfect start. His climb is neat, it's tidy. He's taken the inside line, the very sticky racing car line.
Absolutely, it's just into my sight now. It's a lot of anti-lag on this car. You can hear it popping and banging, reminiscent of an old Group 8 rally car. But he's through the S's, no drama, and pops and bangs across the line.
Heads towards the finish. Will he be into the 29s? Yes, he will. 29.59. Good time there from James as he still learns the car. Very sensible run, very good run. We'll wait a car on the line. It should be Bernie Kevil, I believe. So we're just waiting for a white OMS to appear. So this, we've just had, the class we were just seeing is forced induction cars up to 2 litres. Now we've got, coming to the line, this is Bernie Kevil in the OMS 28 with a 2.7 litre V8 in the back. So we're now into the unlimited class, the big class. We'll have the dual-driven cars now, and then they'll all come back down the hill and go again. And then after this, we're going to have some Formula Fords and 1600 and 2 litre cars. But meanwhile, we've got Bernard on the line. lined up, so driver's side right at the start line. He's got the launch control on. He's off the line. Good start. 2.31 second start. He's already into Kennel to you.
Indeed, Bernard takes the fast racing car line, which is to stick to the middle of the road as much as possible and get the cornering work done early. He's through the kink and into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, just knocking down the gears. Nice tight line through bottom S, sticks it to the left-hand side of the track. Just has to get out the throttle slightly, as I think he saw the bank coming towards him, but nicely recovered and feeds it the gears and across the line.
Time for Bernard Campbell, 28.66. Next off the line, Lynn Owen in the family-built OMS 28 with the RPE V8 in the back. To you.
Yes, the engine note varies just imperceptibly. She clips the left-hand side of crossing and clips again the apex at the kink into the bottom S.
Absolutely with me now, and with this reminiscent of a 90s Kawasaki green, just turns it into bottom S, turns it into top S. Nice tight line out of there, slap bang in the middle of the road, feeds it the gears, no issues for Lynn, and away across the line.
I'll give you a time in a second, but Sandra Tomlin on the hill now in the big 4-litre Pilbeam.
Already here, the Pilbeam sticking to the middle of the track. That is the Wings and Slicks line. If you see them too close to the barrier, there's a bit of an issue.
Absolutely, yes, a lovely car. This beautifully prepared, beautiful engine, nice and central in the middle of the S's. Just takes it nice and smooth for this final practice run. Feeds it the gears across the line.
Time for Sandra Tomlin, 29.08, 130 miles an hour across the line. Lynn Owen did a 29.80. Lindsay Summers now off the line in the family DJ Firestorm. To you.
Yes. She's taking a much more tight line, apexing, clipping points right in the back, but takes it wide at crossing and into bottom S.
With me now, yeah, iconic car this shared with her son Alex, who is in with a shout of earning some good points hopefully this afternoon in the runoffs. Lindsay's through the S's, no problem at all, takes it nice and steady, but beautifully smooth and across the line. Wow, the thing fires across the line.
Oh, into the 27s, good time, 27.92, 137 miles an hour across the finish. Right, this is the first car we've seen that really is a pretender for big points this weekend. It's Sean Gould, he's to you.
Yep, Sean takes the wider line out of Kennel, in crossing now, he's in the middle of the road, into the kink and up to bottom S.
Absolutely, 115 into S approach, that's so quick, and then a little waggle of the tail as it exits bottom S. Track control doing its thing to contain 700 brake horsepower. We're across the line already.
It's going to be a quick time, it's 25.06, 142 miles an hour across the line. He was so close to the recticel on the exit of Kennel, by the way, on the kicked up the dust. Nicola Cottrell now, this is not an MPH2, this is Formula Ford, but Nicola's to you.
Yep, Nicola, even for a commentator, it takes a second or two to make the mental adjustment from the phenomenally fast cars. Now, I'm not denigrating what Nicola's doing and seeing, but it is a golfing difference, isn't it?
It is indeed, but yeah, horses for courses. Formula Ford's a nice, pretty car, and yeah, Nicola's through the S's, no problem at all. Central of the road, just through the gears and heading towards the finish.
There was no criticism of the driver.
Oh, absolutely not. No, absolutely
it was
not,
the
no.
batch system. I was left looking for some. Oh, well, yes, I've got a moment to think and collect my thoughts before we have another Formula Ford driver. This is Jimmy Harris. He's taking a very tight line and he's up into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah. These are iconic Formula Ford. Just takes a nice chunk of curve there, but the Formula Ford suspension compliant enough to deal with it, and through top S, no problem.
Heads towards the finish, and as Jimmy crosses the line, we've got Mike Gallery on the hill in the Van Diemen, another Formula Ford with you.
Yep, Van Diemen, a heck of a mark out of Norwich. Ralph Furman Sr., one of the founding partners in Van Diemen, and it's a very smooth climb.
I didn't know that. That's something I've learnt already. Thank you, Guy. I didn't know Ralph Furman was involved. But
Ralph Furman Senior.
Oh.
Senior.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we learned something.
As in the dad of the one you're thinking about.
Right, okay, oh, fair enough then. Again, more education. But Mike makes his way across the line.
To do a 34.99 into the 34s. Well done, Mike. David Owen now on the hill and Little Merlin Formula Ford.
Yes, this is one of the pretty independent sluggers in the class back in the day, and making a very short work of the climb. This will be quick.
Absolutely, yeah. Really pretty car, just nicely placed through top S. Just has to get out the throttle slightly, but again, we're just heading towards the finish. No problems at all.
Do a time in a minute for David. Now Les Buck on the hill in the Pringgett Mistral. He's campaigned for quite some time.
Yeah, and this is the winner of the best name in class category, the Pringgett Mistral. He's
always makes me think of Pringles. I don't know why.
And minstrels. Pringle minstrels.
Pringle minstrels.
Oh,
there's a gap in the market there.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But yeah, not much of a gap between the bank and the car on the left-hand side. She takes a beautiful line out of top S and feeds it the gears across the line.
Now we've got Sarah Bosworth on the hill. She'll be in with a shout of winning this class this weekend in the Van Diemen.
She will. She's so smooth. There's not an ounce of degree of wheel turn missed with her.
Absolutely. And Sarah Bosworth and Caroline Ryder always trading blows with these two Formula 4s. That's a really good little category within their own class. There'll be a hair's breadth to split them, but across the line now.
Time for Sarah Bosworth, 34.03. That's a quick time. It's all about momentum with Formula 4s, especially at Shelsley. They don't have the power. You've got to be smooth and carry the speed. Caroline Ryder next on the hill in the Van Diemen. Another Van Diemen, RF86.
Yep. Caroline, as we said, will be duking it out with Sarah for the class award. Very smooth, as you so rightly say, Billy. A gear change costs you about 0.2 of a second. Change gear 3 times in the wrong place to try and build the revs that you could have kept by keeping it smooth, and you're lost.
Indeed, and yeah, Caroline's gone through the S's, no problems, and looks pretty good. Oh, it's close.
34.31, so that's going to be close this afternoon, isn't it?
Less than 3/10, yes.
And we've also got Jimmy Harris actually leading the class on a 33.47 as well, so it's going to be very close there this afternoon. Next on the line, we've got Mark Schlanker. You might recognise this car as the ex-Einon Price car. Slightly smaller engine this year since Mark's got it, so back into the 1600 class, but he goes very well here indeed, so I expect this to be quick. 2.202 second start to you.
Yes, he runs a little bit wider than comfort would dictate at Kennel, but he's got it all caught up through the kink, kept it hard down, a few sparks, and into bottom S.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just with me now. He takes a tight line, a couple of stabs of the throttle as he exits bottom S, clatters the drain covering out of top S, and just a pop and a bang as he's across towards the finish now.
This might be into the low 27s. It is 27.21. Stephen Potter now on the hill, and they're in the 1600cc class now with an Empire Evo. To you.
Yeah, Stephen keeps it neat and tidy. Middle of the track again. This is the wings and slicks line, as I say.
Absolutely, yeah. Beautiful looking car. This red with the gold wheels. Can't go wrong with that, can you? Beautifully through top S. And heading it now out towards the finish line. Really, really quick there through 8.53 through the S's.
Hold on to your hats. Adam Greenland is now on the hill. This is going to be an impressive run. He's to you.
He kicked the back end out in Kennel. Back end out also at the bottom of crossing. He's very tail happy, but very happy with it.
Yeah, cameras at the ready, guys. The Greenham brothers know how to drive this car, that's for sure. Little flick of opposite lock. Little flick of opposite lock out of top S as well. Really tight and speedy through the S's, and we're, wow, 8.3. 8.03 through the S's.
Ooh,
Quick.
25.48. He'll be pleased with that. We don't seem to have Darren Gumley. I think I heard a car break a chain off the line this morning. It might have been his co-driver. So we've got Robert Capper on the hill in the Wraith.
Yep, the Wraith going nicely. Those green accents make it very easy to identify even at a distance and into bottom S.
Indeed, indeed. Beautiful looking car, these Empire Evos. They've got fantastic aero on them, but through S is no problem at all. Aero working wonders.
Across the line for Robert Capper, 26.93. Next on the line, we've got number 98, which, well, that was Robert Capper. So who have I got on the line here? I'm looking at in front of me. It's Jason Tunnicliffe. This is in a turbocharged. Oh, wow, he had a big moment as he was on the grass as he came past me at the commentary box. He's to you.
That's quite an achievement there. It's very narrow, but he's got it all collected up. He's striking sparks early. I think that might be the issue. The suspension's set a little low.
Yeah, Jason into my sight now, going well. Lots of commitment, nice spread of power through the S's, and big fires the rear tyres up as he exits top S and he's across the line.
29.19, good time. Next on the line, we've got Richard Spedding in the Rapid GWR Raptor. He's with you.
Yep, the Raptor. Taking his own line, he corrected a bit of a slide. He was getting some back end out halfway out through crossing.
Yeah, this never takes long for Richard. He's super quick and super committed. Pops and bangs through the S's. Barely have time to talk about it. It was that quick. 8.29 through this is really, really quick across the line.
Is he into the 24s? Not quite. 25.79. Next on the line, we've got Dave Warburton. He will be the featherest of lifts through Kennel. He will be flat through crossing. So if you're up there, watch this, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be really quick. He's off the line. 2.24 second start.
Yeah, to the merest of lifts, as you say, keeps the power right the way on, all the way through crossing, takes the kink absolutely flat to the boards.
Absolutely, this car is renowned with David and Alan driving it to be super planted. Only the slightest of kicks out of oversteer, a little bit of correction from David. Traction control fluffs as it modulates the power. We're feeding it the gears, we're across the line.
Across the line into the 25.17. Good time for his first run of the morning. Remember, this is only practice. And he'll be into the 24s this afternoon. Well, a little later this morning, I suspect. Now we go to the 2-litre class. This is for 2-litre naturally aspirated cars. Animated furnace on the line in the lovely little Swallow DR14. Off the line into Kennel and to you.
Nice and smooth, takes a later apex than Kennel, which sends her over to the right hand side, but a flatter crossing, and it's paying dividends. She's carrying an awful lot of speed into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, just on the brakes, takes a nice steady entrance into bottom S, quick out of it though, and nice and smooth through top S, through the gears, and it disappears across the horizon to cross the line now.
Cross the line for a 30.89. Now we've got Kevin Creeven on the hill in the lovely MP88 Pillbeam 2-litre with you.
Yeah, Kevin being a little circumspect. There's a lot of lifting going on, both for Kennel and crossing. He changes up a gear for the kink, and then is straight back down as soon as he's in the braking area.
Absolutely, yeah, a couple of prods on the throttle, just mounts the curve slightly as he just enters into bottom S and through it in out of top S. Nice and tidy, actually. Neat and tidy, I think, is the word there. And across the line.
He's across the line with a 29.98. Ian Tucker on the hill in the OMS 28.
Ian went very well yesterday. I've got a star next to him in my programme, and he's pushing on nicely today. Going his own way. This isn't the wings and slicks line.
Absolutely, yeah. Just almost out over brakes into bottom S, and sometimes not expecting it to be as good on the brakes as it is, but through the S's it could just be getting used to the braking on that car, but nicely across the line.
Good practice run of the day for Ian, 30.56. Aaron Colborne on the hill now in the Van Diemen. They're going quicker and quicker in this car. Ooh, little moments, he came through Kennel.
Yeah, very, very, very twitchy. He's throwing his hands on the wheel, working it very hard. There's something loose at the back there.
Absolutely, well, Aaron's certainly been getting the most out of this car. I'm not sure there's much more to come out of this car with Aaron driving it, that's for sure. Rapid through the S's, that's really, really quick through there. I think he's really driving the wheels off that car this weekend across the line.
Impressive run. It's a 27.21, 110 miles an hour across the finish line.
Time on it as well.
Yeah, it's very good indeed. And there's no launch control on that car. That was his foot that did that. Next on the hill, we've got Terry Davis in the lovely little Force TA with his homemade 2-litre V8 in the back.
Yep, that's a motorcycle-based V8, and it sounds and looks great, and the performance is superb from the car.
Absolutely, yeah. Terry and Tricia, they share this car together and both drive it beautifully. Nice product power through the S's. Traction control again doing its thing, fluffing underneath my commentary box to keep that power together and across the line now.
Into the 28, yes, 28.54, 117 miles an hour across the line. Next on the hill, we've got Andy Begord in the Force PT. Comes all the way from the Channel Islands to compete.
Yep, shades of Andy Prio to come over here and dominate hill climbing. He's got a way to go before he reaches the dizzy heights of multiple world championships, but he's a very consistent performer.
Indeed, yeah, the car pops on the overrun into my sight, just clatters the curb slightly, just understeers slightly towards the back, but gathers it all up slightly later on the power than I think he would have liked. The wing almost looks slightly offline there, but we're across the line.
27.22. Another pill beam. It is coming up. Oh, well, we don't have a name, but I can get it for you. This will be Kevin, I believe. We've had Kevin. This will be Mike Dragoning in the MP88 with you.
Yep, through now. Mike takes that late apex at the kink.
Absolutely, yeah, screaming up the hill. You can really hear that engine sing. Just takes a little bit of a wiggle under my commentary box, but no harm done, and heading towards the finish line, and we're across the line now.
He's been expunged from the records.
The time of Dell is what it's saying on the screen. So
Yeah,
I think the time is 27.22. It's what I've got on my timing screen.
I've got Andy at 27.22.
Oh yes, no, that's a good point. So it's okay. He got a run in, and it's only practice,
Yes.
so that's fine. Next on here, we've got Andrew Henson in the lovely Gould Delara with you.
Yes, this is a beautiful little car, so well turned out. Lots of sparks, another suffering from perhaps slightly too much suspension compression at the kink.
Absolutely, yeah, but nicely driven, nice tight line through top S, just gets on the power nice and early as well. That was beautiful through there, in fairness, and we're across the line now.
Across the line to record a 27.71, 116 across the line. Next on the hill, we've got one of one of my favourite cars in the paddock. It's absolutely beautiful packaging. I know it's one of Chris Drewitt's favourites. It's the GWR Predator with one of the Terry Davis built 2-litre V8s in the back. This car sings with Jonathan Varley at the wheel. He's with you.
It surely does. The thing with Chris Drewitt is, of course, he thinks because it's GWR, Isambard Kingdom Brunel designed it. And up it goes now into bottom S.
Indeed, it just turns in, couple of stabs, the throttle just clatters the drain cover out of top S, but beautiful out, straightens the car up, feeds it the gears, lots of power, and we're across the line.
Into the 25s, not quite, 26.07. He'll go quicker this afternoon, I suspect.
And breathe.
And batch.
Well done, batch 5.
Batch end, yeah, that was exciting.
That was quick, wasn't it? That was a quick fire, wasn't it?
Well, it's good, it's fantastic. It's, what time is it? About 10:30, is it?
Not even that, 20
past 10. So we've got, by my reckoning, we've got 2 batches to go so that everyone's had a practice, and they might send batch 1, which is dual-driven cars, and there's only about 4 of them up with batch 7, I suspect. So we are... by 11 o'clock, everyone should have had a practice run, which is fantastic to see.
Well, I was getting excited because I realised we've got another 6 hours of this.
Yes. I know, right?
Isn't that great?
Strap in.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Whilst we have a moment, a few announcements, if I may. Firstly, quick shout out to Mr. Penrose, Wayne Penrose, who's here all the way from Australia in the VW Superbug, going fantastically well. He's over here for, I think, 6 weeks, he said, on a bit of a tour of the UK, and they're going to this big air-cooled VW racing event in Germany, and he thought, well, I'm coming all this way, why not do some hill climbs at the same time? And he's done Harewood, and he's done Gersten, and he's here at Shelsley, and it's fantastic. You think you've come far if you've come from to visit. I thought I'd driven far to be here from Brixton in London, but he's shipped a car from Australia, so he definitely wins on furthest travelled, and it's great to have him here. A couple of other bits to mention. Firstly, if you are, well, of course you're enjoying your day if you're here, why not become a member of the MAC so you can help preserve this wonderful event and hill for the next 120 years? And all you have to do is visit the MAC hut that is on the hill between Kennel and Crossing. You get discounted tickets, you get special areas. There's a grandstand for most MAC members down here near the start. There's also an MAC members section up the hill. You also help to prolong the life of this wonderful hill that we all enjoy, and it's a fantastic thing to do. So if you want to become an MAC member, and it is still financially cheaper to become a member if you're going to come to the rest of the events this year, you'll get your money back on discounted entry fees, so it really is worth it. So do go and speak to the lovely people in the MAC hut, which is halfway up the hill.
Quite. And another quick announcement, we are delighted to welcome our friends from Acorns Children's Hospice here today at the climb. Acorns for the 3 counties, based in Worcester. They do provide vital care, love and laughter to around 250 local children and their families every year. They provide dedicated teams who give specialist clinical care to children and a range of emotional and practical support services for the whole family. The vast majority of the funds that Acorn needs to provide their life-giving care comes from fundraising, donations, income from their charity shops and gifts in wills. Acorn's volunteers are here today raising vital funds and awareness of this crucial care and support. We surely know the difference Acorn's care makes for the life-limited children across Worcester, Herefordshire and Gloucestershire, and can't wait for families who urgently need their support. But it can only continue with our help, those of us here. So please, when you see the bucket collectors, dig deep. You can even donate by card. They've got those clever sum-up machines. So together we're stronger for local families in need. So if you see someone with an Acorns t-shirt, or if they're rattling the bucket, just put your empty change in it before you head home.
A wonderful, wonderful cause, and it's great. Well, thank you for being here today. If you can hear us, the team from Acorns, what a wonderful job you do. So thank you very much for being here. And that was my second announcement, so well done, Guy.
Sorry, Billy.
No, please. That was good. That was the other thing I wanted to get in, so not at all.
I'd like to make an announcement as well.
Sorry, but announcement time is over. Thank you, Lloyd. That's no.
Okay, well, I was going to discuss track condition with you. Would you like
Please
to
do,
track
yes.
condition?
Yes, of course.
Well, Top S was a bit tricky yesterday. I think we were saying earlier, just before the batch started, it was a bit green, and I think it was a traction issue for a few people. trouble leaving top S. I'm pleased to report it looks like it's behaving itself a little better.
Excellent.
It looks like we're hooking up a little better out of top S for a lot of people. Could be better tyres today, because I think we'll probably put the better tyres on for the time runs, but I would say when the better tyres do go on the cars, we should be firing out of top S on all cylinders, I would say.
Good. Well, that is good, because it was very dusty yesterday, as everyone found out.
It was.
Just a quick few things. We didn't have Darren Gumley. Now, I did hear a car break a chain off the line earlier, so that might have been Darren's teammate, so I'll go and have a look into that. We didn't have Olivia Cooper either, and I think Liam had a spin at bottom S, so I'll go and...
He did. He had a. I was stood waiting to cross. He had a quick twitch,
Okay.
and it kind of spat the other way. It went directly nose first in kind of 90 degrees into the bank closest to spectators, but no harm done. It must have been sort of a 10 mile an hour impact, so I would say it's just probably, I mean, I couldn't see any visible damage, to be honest. So
well, I'm going to swap with Mr. Druitt after this batch, and some investigative journalism will happen.
Excellent. A bit of a scoop update. The course car stopped opposite me here, and it looked like the clerk was going to go and have a word with the marshals, but no, he plucked a dandelion from in front of the live stream camera to improve the footage.
That is the quality of stuff. Also, when you said a bit of a scoop, I thought someone brought you an ice cream again.
Oh no, sadly not. No.
Which all commentators here at Shelsley are open to bribes in the shape of vanilla ice cream.
Of course we are. When I was here for the Haggerty Thrill on the Hill, Graham hyphenated Jones was in your position, and he put out the standard ice cream appeal for himself, and someone bought me a 99 up here, which was lovely.
Oh, very nice. One more thing, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see Nicola Mingus compete today. She had a bit of an off at top S yesterday. Car is fixed, which is great, but she tweaked her wrist slightly. It was slightly painful yesterday evening, and if you can't grip a steering wheel in a car like that, it's definitely not sensible to compete. So I don't think we're going to be seeing her today, which is a shame, but it's good that they got the car fixed.
And very wise, discretion, better part of valour, etc.
I can see a white 1600cc Force being pushed to the paddock, so I think we might get Darren Gumley in the next batch, by the way. But in the meantime, we've got Amanda George on the hill in the beautiful Chevron B90.
Yes, this is the car of the meeting from a desire point of view, I think, from the box here, and it's driven so well and so quick. That's why it's on our lanyards. Did you notice that, chaps?
I noticed it yesterday. Yeah, it's on the lanyard. Very pretty car. Nicely done. But yeah, Chevron really nicely through the S's. No risks taken, not needed, and we're heading across towards the finish line now. Nice and neat.
Heading towards the finish. Meanwhile, Joseph Mackerel on the hill in the Tiga.
Yep, indeed. A very distinctive bright yellow Tiga. Up it comes and into bottom S.
Absolutely, almost like 80s Lotus kind of Formula One car-esque looking.
Yes,
isn't
that's
it?
right.
Really pretty car. Nice thin chassis, and across the line in just a moment. No dramas.
Time, by the way, for Amanda George was a 33.14. Time for Joseph Mackerel is a 32.11. Next on the line, we have the Empire again, the 1300cc supercharged Empire Wraith, now with William Luffridge aboard. I think William had a 750cc supercharged version last year, I seem to remember him in, which he's obviously not in now because he's in this one, but I'm going to go and more investigative journalism shall happen at lunchtime. But he's off the line now. It bolts, but he caught it, and it's gone again, so it'll be a slightly slow start, but he is to you now.
He is, yeah, coming through nice and clean. Hopping and cracking quite a bit, and hard over to the right hand side, nearly in the Armco with me.
Absolutely, yeah. William just bouncing the curb, little wiggle on the rear end, just classes that drain cover, pushing slightly wide, but not too bad actually. Central of the road, feeds at the gears, across the line.
Heads up, finishing straight across the line. 26.88, 118 across the line. Next on the hill, we're going to have Pete Tatham. We had Dave earlier in his little 1100cc DJ. This is Pete Tatham, brother Pete, in his 1300cc supercharged OMS 28, quick off the line, 1.98 second start. That's a G to 64 feet.
He's beaten the force of gravity, absolutely, and very, very smooth. Quick grab at the gear change before dropping down to bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, carries beautiful, nice speed into bottom S, little wiggle, beautifully corrected, little correction on the steering wheel to keep it nice and central out of top S, feeds at the gears, we're across the line now.
This is going to be quick. Is it going to be in the 25s?
Wow.
Yes, it is.
Good
well
effort.
done, Pete. 25.91. He should be very pleased with that.
Quick, good
time.
One of only
Super
two
quick.
supercharged cars in this class. Everyone else has gone the turbo route, haven't they?
I think so. Yes, we should have. Yes, I believe the two you've just seen are, and then we've got the Gould is turbocharged. The Ralt is turbocharged.
Alex Coles in his Force TA is the other.
Oh, that's supercharged.
I was thinking of. So,
there's four actually then, because there's also there's two Forces, and there's
the OMS
and the Empire.
Is that in this class?
Yeah, the orange car. It says T. I thought it was S.
Yeah, it's quite.
I think it's S, but
okay.
I'm pretty sure Zach is S.
More journaling required.
Oh, honestly, it's going to be like an episode of Newsnight when I come back after my investigative journalism.
Excellent, Billy.
I think it's supercharged, but that could just be my brain dictionary not quite working there. I'll go and check.
As I'm a human being, I look towards you as you speak, and I notice the car park is absolutely chock-a-blocker.
It is, exactly, and if you are already on the hill, you're now seeing Paul Alexander in the supercharged Force PC with you.
Yep, here he comes. Look to be groping for gears at the entrance to crossing, but he's okay, but I don't think this will be a scintillating time.
Yeah, just takes it nice and smooth through bottom air. It's just a little stab of power. Just corrects the bit of power oversteer as we exit top S, and we're across the line now.
Time for Paul Alexander, 30.53.
Paul was down in the 26s yesterday, so yeah, definitely had a gear selection issue. To slow him.
That's a shame, but that's what practice is for. So hopefully they'll get it sorted.
Make your mistake now.
Exactly. Now we've got on the line John Chalmers, so father of James that you saw in the last batch, in the 1420cc. I know this is definitely turbocharged.
Yes.
Route. Interesting engine this, and I always get it the wrong way around. It's like, I think it's Hayabusa. Or is it Hayabusa head and VW bottom end? It's one way around. I always get it the wrong way around. But a really interesting engine, this, unique and sounds brilliant, and it's with you.
It does, looks great. A bass rumble on the overrun.
It sounds like an old rally car, doesn't it? It's brilliant.
It does, absolutely. This is the thing I love about hill climbing. It's the variety of noises that you hear from these cars as we're really thundering into view. The anti-lag, you can feel it through your stomach because he's under the top S. He's already across the line, to be honest.
Good time there, 27.06. Oh, almost into the 26s. I think he'll get there a little later on. Next on the line, this is Paul Hames, who was quickest in this class yesterday and about 5th or 6th quickest overall. This is going to be a quick run. He's building up the anti-lag on the line. He drops the clutch. Good start, Paul. It is a 2.18 second start. We're pleased with that. He's to you already.
Good and solid. Spears through Kennel. No lifting at the bottom of crossing. Changes up into the kink and into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah. Paul got my driver of the day yesterday. Just makes it look so easy. The car's so flat, he just drives it perfectly. Only a slight correction on oversteer under top S, feeds it the gears, and he's across the line.
This might be into the 24s. Let's see. It is well into the 24s. 24.57, 141 miles an hour over the finish.
Just makes it look so easy. I mean, 7.87 through the S's. Well, just makes it look so easy, doesn't it?
The 59s at high speed, the downforce is quite amazing. Now we've got off the line, we've got Harry Pick in the OMS 28 with an XD Cosworth in the back. Got down a bit off the start, unfortunately, but he's with you now.
He is through and into the kink. A late apex there, drifts to the right hand side as he moves into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, just a nice tight line, big load of oversteer through the bottom S, and then a handful of opposite lock as he exits top S, and no dramas now, we're across the line.
Into the 27s maybe, yes, 27.16, 131 across the line. Next on the line is, this is the AFS P40, by the way, not P4T. I got corrected by Alex on that yesterday. P40. This is the car designed and built by Alex Summers and the Summers family. It's got Dad Richard Summers at the wheel with the lovely sonorous 2.5 litre V6 in the back. He's to you.
He is a very broad back with the cam sport on it there, on the wing, but very planted. Set into bottom S.
Indeed, absolutely, designed by Alex Summers. Beautiful car. Why can't Formula 1 cars look like this? Beautiful, beautiful car. Richard pilots it beautifully through the S's and across the line.
The answer is they used to.
Yes, 27.90 for Richard. Now we've got Paul Crute on the line. Again, this is an interesting car. OMS 28 with a Jag V6 in the back.
Yes, and logoed up to look like that, well, I'm not going to say glorious era, but the era of Jaguar in Formula 1 with Eddie Jordan et al.
Indeed, indeed. It makes a beautiful noise, this car. Nice and smooth through bottom S. Nice and reserved out of top S, but feeds it the power. I tell you what, that car does go well.
Of course, it's Eddie Irvine, not Eddie Jordan. The wrong Irish Eddie.
Eddie Murphy was driving that car, I think.
Oh gosh, yes.
Anyway, off the line in front of me, it's Graham Wynn in the 4-litre Gould GR59. This will be a quick run. He's to you already.
He is very, very smooth. No, his head is absolutely rock solid in the cockpit. Some of the drivers can their head as they come into a bend, but he's totally on it.
Absolutely, yeah, appears into my sight. A little wiggle out of bottom S, no harm done. Just a couple of prods at the throttle, the track control doing its thing, and that car just fires towards the horizon across the line.
This will be quick. 25.41. He should be pleased with that. 138 miles an hour across the line. It says David Wilson on the screen, but it's not. That's not a Lotus Elise. That is a white OMS, I believe, with... it's not Bernie Kevil at the wheel. It will be...
Paul Crouton. Go ahead.
No, you've got Paul. You've had Paul in the Jag. This will be Simon Andrews in the white OMS 28. Did I give you a time for Paul Crouton, by the way? Did a 31.02. So he should be into the 30s this afternoon, which would be great. There is... a little bit of... there was a chock, or there was some... was it? So there's just been a slight pause at the start line because somebody left a wheel cleaning glove on the side pod of the OMS, which one of the marshals spotted and grabbed before they let Simon leave the line. So that's all sorted. He's off the line now. It's a 2.13 second start in the V8 OMS 28. Is to you.
Yep, he's through Kennel, threading it early apex, wide out of the bottom of crossing and into bottom S now, all clean.
Simon Andrews, yeah, with me now. Nice clean white livery on this car, nice and smooth through bottom S, just covers the drain cover as he goes out of top S under my commentary box. Fluff of the traction control again, these cars are so powerful, and across the line.
Time for Simon Andrews, 28.21, 125 across the line. Next on the hill, we've got Steve-O in this time, in the car that bears his name, the OMS 28. 2.7 litre V8 RP engine in the back. Off the start, 2.3 seconds to you.
He's through there, the Kawasaki green-esque colour. Such an aggressive engine though.
Really quick into bottom S, big slide of opposite lock as he probably gets a bit wider than he likes, touches the rear bank, but no harm done. Nice and brave though, that would have been a bit of contact he would have felt, so lots of commitment to carry on, but he did just take a chunk out the bank there. Wow, that was very committed from Steve, that's for sure. He was very committed yesterday as well.
Yes, for those of you listening in, he made it to the top and no harm done from what I could see from the stream, but there will be some sweeping as there's a bit of mud on the exit of top S.
And isn't that not just a great racing driver mentality? I know I've had contact with the bank.
I can see the finish.
I've got contact with the bank. I've got 500 horsepower. Let's just crack on anyway.
We're getting a replay on the stream. I'll just talk the streamers through. He came through bottom S, massive slide, was really far over to the right-hand side when he turned into top S. Tried to carry loads of speed through top S, but it just ran wide on the exit. The rear stepped out and clouted the bank. No harm done apart from a bit of a muddy tyre and a bit of a less bank, but that's the marshals there sweeping away.
Interestingly, his time across the line identical to Simon Andrews, but he's a second and a half faster.
Interesting. So did you see, I think it was I don't know if it's the end of last year or the year before, and this is a NASCAR story, so strap in, and it was the second last round. Sorry?
This is only going left.
It's quite a good story actually. Second last round of the season, last corner of the track, and the driver was in 8th and he had to finish 4th to be within a shout of the championship at the final round. So he on purpose drove right up to the wall and he did a wall of death right round the outside, wrote off the car, overtook 4 cars, finished on 4th place.
Ross Chastain, I believe.
That was it.
It was Ross Chastain.
It was the kind of thing you'd see in
cars.
Yes.
I've done that loads of times.
It was
on
incredible.
PlayStation.
It was what you see on PlayStation.
It was literally, wasn't it? Yeah.
So I think what Steve Owens worked out is to apply that logic to top S.
Yes, and it looks...
And it works.
Yeah, it works. It works.
Pretty tough.
Yes.
Anyway, sweeping done. Well done, marshals. Thank you very much. It's a hot day out there for the marshals, so do keep hydrated, everybody. We've got Darren Gumley on the line, so I think it was a chain before. I heard it go past the commentary box, and as he took second, the revs immediately hit the rev limiter, which tells you he's lost drive, but it's easy to fix now. Off the line in front of me. Let's see how Darren gets on in the 1600cc Force TA with you.
Very smooth through Kennel. Yeah. If there was any red mist, he's channeling it perfectly well. A very, very quick hill climb this.
Absolutely. Let's see if he's in hill climb mode and not drift mode today. Certainly is. Gets a little bit wider than he likes. Just gets a bit too tight to the top edge. Gets a bit too close to the bank on the exit. I don't think he'll be too happy with these S's, but yeah, certainly a lot less wild than it was yesterday.
27.12, 27.12. Jack Cottrell on the hill now, on the start line in the Dallara with the 2.65 litre Cosworth XD in the back. Starting to get really quick in this car. Rick has scored points at Gersten already this year, and I think Harewood as well. So he's in a shout here. He's in a real shout of a number on the front of this car this year. So a top 10 finish, which would be brilliant. Going better and better in this car. I was speaking to him yesterday. He's really getting the hang of it, and it's really working well now. So we can really focus on driving it rather than sort of engineering it, if you know what I mean. Seem to have trouble selecting a gear on the start line, but he's in launch control now. He's off the line. That's perfect. That's a good start from Jack. It sings as it roars past me. 2.25 second start to you.
Back end kicks out of Kennel. Behaves itself at the bottom of crossing and steps out of the kink. He's got to go right out of it.
Jack's really committed, absolutely. Massive load of oversteer as he exits bottom S. Another correction as he exits top S. Rear end waggles as it puts the power down and he's across the line now.
It's going to be quick though. It's a 24.91. Well done, Jack. Into the 24s. 140 across the line. Well done, Jack. Oliver Tomlin off the hill now. Off the start, sorry, in the family Hillbeam MP97 V8 with you.
Yep, threads it into the bottom of crossing, leaning forward against his straps as he strives to force, by sheer force of personality, the car.
Absolutely, yeah. Takes a good, steady approach through bottom S. That's quick. Takes a nice line out of top S. A little wiggle from the back again. Lots of power to try and control, and he's across the line now.
Across the line for a 26.13. Now this is going to be interesting. Dave Uren's on the line in the Gould that they brilliantly managed to fix yesterday after a slight off for Nicola. Dave always goes brilliantly here in this car.
Got a red flag at top S.
We have all the way down the hill, yes.
I'm quite sure why.
Some dust,
Just
maybe?
trying to figure it out.
Sometimes it's a pheasant.
Yes, we had a bit of a wild pheasant chase yesterday.
Okay, I see. So a spectator has gone underneath the ropes and headed towards the barrier, which is not allowed, I'm afraid.
Yes, if you can hear us, sir, you need to stay the other side of the rope, please. He's just making his way back now. Yes. That's one of those don't cross ropes rather than one of those please do cross ropes.
Yes, and the best will in the world, they're doing 160 across there, and if there's a problem, that's big.
So that's all sorted. So we should have flags in momentarily, I suspect. We're getting a view on the stream of the beautiful view that you get from your box, Lloyd.
Indeed, yes. I've got a field of buttercups opposite me. The cows aren't coming to say hello. We've got a field of cows on the left-hand side, which sometimes like to come and spectate. But yes, they're not in sight today. But we've got flags in. Very pretty, nice place to sit this, I must admit.
Anyway, there'll be more from Country File next time we have a red flag, I'm sure, from Top S.
Absolutely. You just keep me in mind. I'll keep my binoculars out.
Excellent. So we've got Dave has fired up the GR55 Nicholson McLaren 3.5 litre V8 in the back of this Gould. He's just adjusting his helmet. He was straight into the 25s on his one and only practice run yesterday. I expect him to be in the 25s or even the 24s. Let's see. Let's go, Dave. Off the line, 2.17 second start to you.
Yep, he's through with a kick of the tail at Kennel. Gets it all straightened up. Fires over the far right-hand side of the course and into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, with me now. He's just locked up the rear wheel slightly, which turned him too soon into bottom S, so he's had to correct that, but really well done. Great car control through the top S across the line.
Up the finishing straight, across the line, he is into the 24s. 24.74, 139 miles an hour across the line. Next on the hill, we've got Trevor Willis, lined up driver's side left on the start line, drops the clutch, launch control kicks in, he's off the line. 2.02 second start, that's good to you.
Noses through, takes the wider line out of Kennel. Sharper apex late at both of crossing and the king.
Indeed, yeah, with me now, Trevor. So he's an instructor on this course, so he knows this place as well as anybody. Beautiful line through the S's, gets up to the left-hand side, but still plenty of grip, and he's across the line now.
This will be quick. 24.46 it is, 133 miles an hour across the line. Next, we've got to the start line. We've got Will Hall in this beautiful, now blue Gould GR59. Looks absolutely immaculate. Second full season with the car this year. He's really starting to get to grips with it. Really enjoying driving it. Third quickest yesterday. So I expect good things from him today. He's building up the revs. He drops the clutch. He's off the line. 1.95 second start. Great start into you.
Astonishingly quick. And now not so.
It's stopping.
Felt like I could hear that. It felt like sounded like an electrical almost, like it had sort of died, isn't it?
Yes.
I
It might be a
think
gear
he's got one
selection
gear.
issue.
From his hand movements inside the cockpit, I think he's only got the one gear now.
Yes. I thought it sounded like he didn't happily take second as it came past me. I didn't know if that was my ears, or I thought it sounded like it wouldn't take second. So maybe stuck in gear.
It was where I'd expect the change from second to third to be, just exiting kennel, that things started to not happen.
I couldn't quite clock his steering wheel, so I couldn't tell you, I'm afraid. But yeah, he's across the line and over the hill now, but it does look like he's stuck in gear.
Just a slight issue, but no flags because he's across the
Perhaps
finish.
a Control-Alt-Delete back in the paddock.
Yes. Isn't that funny? He's done a 43.02 climb, which in this company is almost twice what you'd expect. But some of the cars we're going to see later, they'd be absolutely delighted with that time.
Yes, they would, exactly.
It's all relative. As we got a little bit of a pause, Lloyd and Billy, Nicholson McLaren engine in Dave Uren's car.
Maybe.
Nicholson McLaren used to be the go-to people for DFVs for the Masters and series
For
like
Nick
that.
Mack, yeah, they still do rebuild DFVs.
So is this a 3.5 litre anything to do with that, or is it just something else built by them, or is it their own engine?
The Nick Mack rebuilt. It was in effect built by Nicholson McLaren based on. Oh, come on, William, test your brain. I think it was originally started out as a Cosworth, and then Nick Mack turned it into 3.5 litre V8 that was really good for hill climbing.
Cool. That's exactly what I was going to say. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And
yep.
it was stretched, basically, a stretched X. I want to say IndyCar, but I'll get letters if I get it wrong. So I think it's an ex-IndyCar engine. Just a bit of looking at the start line. Alex seems to be rolling back. It looks like there might have been an issue. The problem is he came to the line and then had to sit there, and that will cook the car. So he might have just had to wait for it to cool again before he runs. So we might be seeing Matt Ryder run before Alex. There's just a bit of car jigsawing to go on.
And Guy, if you do want to know anything about single-seater hill climbs, anything like any technical specification, please direct them towards me, and I'll happily delegate them to Billy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Will do.
We can test that if you want. Guy, ask a question and see how that goes.
The 4 litres that the Goulds and the Pilbeams, the Gould GR59, for example, and Matthew Ryder's car we're about to see, what's that engine? 4 litre exactly.
Lloyd, would you like to take that one?
It is an engine,
yes.
And it has.
Oh,
pistons.
sorry, we didn't work. Try again. You direct it to me.
Yes. So I already know the answer to this, just for everyone listening. So I don't need to prove anything. So I'm just going to say, Billy, over to you.
Oh, thank you for giving me this opportunity to prove myself. That's good. So it's different in the Pilbeams. So the Pilbeams are slightly earlier 4 litre Judd. The ones in the 59s are an ex-Le Mans engine, actually.
Oh, wow.
So they're lighter than the one that Sandra and Oliver Tomlin have. Knocking on the door of 700 horsepower, maybe 650, and were built to do the 24 hours of Le Mans. So
the Lola Judd MG project-ish, they're derived from those engines?
Yes, one of the Judd engines that ran at Le Mans, yes. I think it was in the MG project. No, the MG was actually a turbocharged 2 litre and was very powerful, but never quite worked properly. But these are 4 litre V8s. But anyway, we've got Alex on the hill. He's with you.
He is?
Going very quickly
indeed. Whatever is in the back, it's giving him the shove from behind his knees. Wow.
Yes, Alex is. Wow, that is a fun.
Flashing into sight now, Alex. Just a bit of oversteer. Beautifully controlled stab of power between the S's. Really, really clean and smooth under the top box. And he's firing across towards the finish line now. He's across the line.
Is it going to be into the... Oh, it's well into the 23s. 23.50. Quick time. That looked quick. That was a really, really good run from Alex there. Lays the gauntlet down. I think it's going to be quite a battle between Will, Sean, Alex, Wallace, and the man you see on the line now, Matthew Ryder today. Matthew, championship leader as it stands after 3 wins out of the first 5 runoffs of the year, with a double win at Harewood and a win at Gersten last weekend. He was quick as yesterday. He drops the clutch. He's off the line. 2.02 second start. He's to you already.
He is through kennel. Very, very squirrely. He's working that wheel. Seems to be fighting the car. Loads and loads of sparks as well across it.
Absolutely. He was fighting the car a bit yesterday as well. The rear end tries to overtake itself, but he controls it beautifully between the 2 S's. And my top box already almost can't speak quick enough. That was rapid. Matt's over the line now.
That was quick, and what is it? It's 23.68, 23.68, 10th and a half. Well, 18 behind Alex it was, wasn't it? The car was...
He's fighting the car more than he wants to, I'm sure of that.
Yes, he was indeed. Next on the line, we've got your current and 4-time British Hillclimb champion, Wallace Mingus. Had a bit of a gear selection issue yesterday. Luckily, it was just a electronics thing where the engine and the gearbox weren't talking to each other properly, but that was a Control-Alt-Delete to sort that. He's off the line now. Let's see how Wallace goes. It's a 1.95 second start. That's quick. He's to you.
Very quick in this Ferrari-esque colour scheme. Number 1, proudly on the nose, denoting, as you say, 4 times champion and current into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah. Wallace is with me now. Pops and bangs into sight. Just turns nicely through bottom S, nicely through top S. He's out of top S, and that's 700 brake horsepower. Judd can whack itself across the line.
Across the line with a 25.11. 25.11.
Just the 158 miles an hour, lads.
Oh, is that all across the line? So, cantering. That brings the end to the batch. So that is the last of the practice runs. The next time we see those boys run, it is for keeps. It is the timed runs. It is, yes, I think also Wallace still just tuning the car back in after a mega rebuild by the team after his off at Quick Antler early in the year, which was a big accident. Fortunately, Wallace was perfectly all right, and the car looked after him well, but it did require a big rebuild. So he's still just, I think, tuning that car back in, and still does a 25-second run.
There's a little nugget of information you gave me yesterday, Billy. Was it's an FIA-approved tub, I believe that.
It is
amazing.
crash tested.
Amazing.
Because it was, if you look at if you type in first-gen Formula E demo car into Google, you'll see a white.
I'm doing that right now.
Formula E car that looks a hell of a lot like a GR59, because it is. I'm going to step away, I think, because I think Chris Druitt is going to be joining me in just a second. So I'll just see if he's here, and I will. If not, I'll speak for a little longer. But if he is, I will speak to you a little later.
We shall see. But yeah, so that was an exciting batch, wasn't it, Guy? That was good to see the big boys come up the hill.
Yes, definitely. Wallace. 2 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know the thing about it now, modern hill climbing, is I remember as a kid coming to Shelsley Walsh, and the gap between the grey and white seniors and the big Goulds coming up the hill. I mean, you used to see them doing 140 miles an hour to bottom S, and it was fantastic. And the lower categories weren't quite as quick as that. Still spectacular, but weren't quite as quick. The gap now, the thing that amazes me is how not close, but how the gap has reduced between the big stuff and the supercharged 1100s and 1600s. We're getting quicker across the range, I think.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. And the thing that astonishes me that we talked a bit about yesterday is how they do it.
Yes.
As I go back to being at school, my science teacher, who was also the PE teacher, saying I don't like cricket, but I saw a documentary about Vivian Richards, and wow, and him explaining how your hand-to-eye coordination is not good enough to react to a ball thrown at you by Dennis Lilly the length of a cricket pitch away at 115 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So your instinct takes you there.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
all of these top drivers are driving on instinct. They cannot react fast enough to what's coming towards them. They just know the car, know the hill, and it's guided by pure muscle memory and motor neuron response.
Absolutely. And as I said yesterday, I mean, my respect was massive for these guys anyway, but having talked about the hill many times before, but I only drove up the hill the first time last weekend at the Motul Day that we had here, and I took my car up the hill, road car, Ford Mustang, and I took it up the hill. It was a big enough car, but I thought, well, it's big, it's a road car, it's fine, it's got good tyres on it, it'll be fine. So I went up the hill, and two things that really hit me was, I can't believe how much power feels like has been sapped from your engine, because of the gradient of the hill. It felt like my car had it's normally got 450, but it felt like it had about 200 horsepower coming up the hill, and also the bravery required because you can't see what's around the corner at crossing. So you come through Kennel, there's a little lift there. I mean, these guys are flat out through Kennel, a lot of them. Oh, it's a lift, and I thought, well, I'm not going to be going quick enough to need to lift. Well, Kennel, scary. Carry on, bit more power. Crossing, I thought, well, I'll go flat out to that. No, you can't. It's scary. So yeah, to be doing 140 miles an hour into bottom S is just wild. So my kind of hero status for these chaps has been and ladies has been elevated to kind of like TT rider level of like heroism. I just think they're just so impressive, and the commitment required, as you say, it must all be on muscle memory and just, right, well, I need to brake here, accelerate here, turn here, and hopefully it all comes together. It's remarkable.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning, team. Lloyd.
Good morning.
You don't want to drive a Mustang up here. Try a Formula 2 car. That's fun.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, I did, and it was fine, but it was, yeah. I totally see why you need a single seater up here.
I think that dials into, Lloyd, what you were saying. It is why we often see mishaps and wide runnings when the car isn't running exactly as they expect it to.
Yes.
Because that's a big part of the equation. Knowing the car, it's literal, and Chris will attest to this, there's loads of experiments where they inject local anaesthetic into the backsides of pilots and they fly really badly. You do fly literally by the seat of your pants.
You do.
The feedback is important. So it's the same here. If you know that car is going to do X, Y, Z at XYZ points of the course, that part is on autopilot, and if it suddenly doesn't, that's where things go wrong.
Well, I was talking yesterday about F1 drivers at Monaco. They're not looking at the corner they're in at the moment, just brushing within an inch of the Armco. They're thinking about the next corner. I once asked Mark Webber how much of his brain was spent on actually driving the car and how much was spent thinking about other things. He said about 30% driving the car, 70% working out where can I overtake this guy, when should I go into the box, and so on and so forth. I thought that was amazing.
Yes.
Drive an F1 car with 30% of your brain.
Yes.
And that shows the difference, because I'm sure if you asked Sterling Moss or Mike Hawthorne, it would have been 20% driving the car, 80% recovering from the hangover.
Yes,
absolutely.
Mike Hawthorne had a habit of pouring pints of beer over people's head. He was a sort of school, the big boy at school that you wanted to avoid.
Yes, I mean, I think in his last 2 active seasons, when he had the great good fortune of Peter Collins being his mon ami mate at Ferrari, that tempered him a bit. He calmed him down.
But he was also extremely ill and wasn't going to live much longer. The blue car on the front of, if you're watching the screen, is a really interesting car. It's called an Auspuhr, and they only made half a dozen of them. This one was built as a prototype development car for the DFV Cosworth engine, because it's got a little Ford Anglia engine, like all the early Cosworths were, but it's lying flat on its side, and they had to really work out the lubrication system. And when they got it sorted out on this little car, they transferred it to the big V8 DFV, which was a hugely successful Formula 1 car. So if you're in the paddock, do have a look at this little car. It's technically very interesting. Vernon's come all the way down from Scotland, and it's not very quick, but it's interesting. Guys, just a parish notice, there's a form for you to fill in on the table after the meeting, and it's in your own interest to fill it in and give it to Sarah.
Thank you, Christopher. Is it a master form for all of us?
No, we each have to do our own little bit on it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, it's a master form for all of us.
Brilliant.
Good morning, Guy. Are you at the top?
No, I'm at Crossing. It's Lloyd Hackett, Esquire. Letters on all subjects, hot hat, should be addressed to top box.
Yes.
Time for Vernon was a 45.93. Stephen Palmer in his new car, new to him. He got it from Switzerland. It's really lovely. Ford twin cam, Lotus twin cam in the back, followed by this interesting Cortina. Stephen's time 34.73.
Yes, as you were saying yesterday, it's not a GT, it's not a Lotus Cortina, but it's quite special, isn't it?
It is. It came from South Africa, and the South African cars had a brace across the engine bay under the bonnet because the roads there were so rough. They had to stop it falling to bits if they could.
The Malak Mark III, Jan, going up, and you were saying finding this a much more livable with machine than his former Formula 3 500.
Yes, his Star Ride, which was always in beautiful condition, had a Norton engine unusually for a hill climber, but he sold that and is really enjoying this. This is Simon Taylor in the Stoveboat Special, famous car, the first car which Sterling Moss was paid to drive in a Grand Prix. It was an HWM with an Alta engine. It went to the States. It starred in a film. the outer engine got chucked away, and they squeezed in this 5.7 litre Chevrolet Stoveboat engine. Since then, it's always been called Stoveboat Special, and Simon's had it for 20 plus years, and it never sees a trailer. It's against his religion to put a car in a trailer.
Certainly is. Brian is Serral now into the top half of the hill. Ears are flapping.
Time for Simon, 36.81, quicker than yesterday. Brian is very happy with the Mark 7 Elva. Big competition for the Lotus 23. They sold a lot of these Mark 7s in the States. And she's followed by Martin Jones in the Brabham. I was commenting to Martin yesterday, these early Brabhams were so pretty. I don't know who designed the bodywork, but they were a lovely shape.
Yes, they went from motor racing developments into proper Brabhams. They really were beautiful little jewels of cars.
Yes.
Martin Jones across the line.
33.14. Speed 95. What's the best speed we've had? Wallace did 153.
We've had 158, and I think
158.
Was. I can tell you who that was.
That was Wallace, I think.
Was it Wallace?
Wallace at 158, yes.
Yeah.
Not
just
bad.
158. That's all.
Just warming up nicely. Brian Meddings heads for the finish and records a time of 36.54. He's followed by this gorgeous Chevron B19, which we've seen in the hands of Richard and Amanda George for a long, long time. It's got a almost unique engine. It's a 2-litre. Effectively, it's an FVD. The FVA and the FVC were always 1600cc. This is 2 litres.
Nevertheless, very, very pretty car, and I think you're quite fond of that one, aren't you, Guy?
I am. It's just a beautiful World Championship of Makes era car where you could buy something built in Bolton and take on the world around the tracks of Europe and be successful.
Behind him is Andrew Tippett in the prototype Brabham, which was developed by Brabham for that Formula One when they had the very high, the wings on the end of very long sticks, and he never raced it. It's now got the 3.5 litre Buick engine, which became the Oldsmobile and the Rover. And Andy says the Buick's the one to have. It's the best of the three.
It's quick enough, isn't it?
It is.
114.
Gee whiz, that's pretty good to record a 32.03. Good time too.
Just a little hop over the bank there from Malcolm as he's just clipped it there. Wouldn't want to be any further up the bank there, Malcolm, but he's across the line safely now.
He is indeed. Local resident, Malcolm and Sarah. Sarah, frustrated by not being able to drive today. She hurt her thumb at Prescott last week when her drive shaft went and pitched her into the Armco.
Robin Johnson through the S's now with me. He's across the line, feet in the gears, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and we're over the line now.
Roger Deans in the Lola T142.
Good time from Malcolm Thorne, a 31.3, 104. Robin Johnson, what's he done? A 33.48. Roger Deans in this booming.
They're just not they're not suitable for hill climb.
No.
I'm delighted he's here. But
well, he's driven it in hill climbs for many years. Interesting front brakes out in the wind. Have a look at it in the paddock. Really interesting.
That's to do with unsprung weight and all of that good stuff.
And to keep them cool, I think.
Yeah.
Here's Simon Durling on his way home.
Yep, in the Alpine A110, that and the Chevron are the two cars I'd have to really think hard if someone was kind enough to say pick one.
Guy, I'm going to have to correct you before the people in the comments do. It's Alpine. They call it an Alpine. And I think the people with the Alpines get quite French about that.
And it wasn't built by the Roots Group.
It wasn't, it's true, but in French, to be Alpine, it would have an accent over it.
Would it?
Has no accent in the programme.
No, it wouldn't.
So everyone else is wrong.
No.
Honestly, I hope I've not corrected you.
It's Renault Alpine.
Renault Alpine.
But in the meantime, here's Bill Drysdale. First appearance of the FF Special for nearly 2 years. It got very bent a couple of years ago when a suspension bit broke and pitched Jim into the Armco. But it's been beautifully rebuilt and it's been wrapped in silver foil.
Indeed, sounds great as he's off towards the finish line and he's out of the S's, no problem at all.
Did you work out what the FF stands for, Chris?
I did, but it's not to be spoken over the air because it's a bit rude.
The RS Carrera 2.7, it owns up to being a replica, but it's absolutely accurate as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that's a pretty car. I would quite like to take that home, to be honest.
I should explain that the 904, the silver one, was built by Bill Drysdale in his garage he didn't have any drawings, he just worked it out, and he's been asked to make some more of them. Here's Olivia Cooper, daughter of HillClimb champion Richard Brown.
Yeah, she's obviously back out because Liam had a slight spin in it, so she didn't want to go out in the batch that we just had, I would imagine, as they were just checking the car over or repairing it. But Olivia's one of the best drivers of Shelsley Walsh, in my opinion. Always gets it right, and she's across the line.
It's in the family, you know. 27.28 to be followed by Michael Thompson in the Exige, which I think has a Toyota engine. I wouldn't be sure.
Depends on, is it the yellow car?
Yeah.
55 plates, so that is the switchover point, I think. That's either a K-Series or a Toyota. I'll have to get Billy on the investigative journalism scene.
Yes. I watched a bit of his paddock walk on the telly last night. It was good. Indeed.
In fact, actually, that could be a Toyota engine one, actually, just looking at it. I think that's the TGS. So is it supercharged, that one, or is it just... I think that's Toyota. I'm going to hedge my bets to say it's Toyota, but either way, wild enough through the S's, but nicely controlled, and we're across the line.
With a time of 33.43, Robert Wilson in an Elise with the hood down. Funnily enough, aerodynamically, it's good to put the hood up, but it's a bit hot for that.
Yes, indeed. But yes, Wilson's formerly driving Peugeot 205s, a rapid little red 205. They've recently made the switch to the Elise, and they're both driving it very well.
Here's Mark Lawrence in the Cayman. Time for Robert Wilson, 33.57. Cayman, for me, is the prettiest of the current Porsches. And Robert Lancaster-Gay, who swapped his GT3 for a Cayman, he's now loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the GT4s are a really, really interesting car. Great market. They sound great. This one's a 718, so it's got the 4-cylinder engine, which was controversial, but rapid, absolutely rapid across the line.
Yes, sounds like a crazy Subaru, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Yeah. It's super quick, nevertheless.
Here's Joy Hoyle sharing the car. Joy is a brilliant driver. She's been competing in hill climbs for a long time, lots of experience, and I think this is the second season when she's shared the car.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think this is one of my favourite cars that we see. Joy takes a beautiful line through bottom S, beautiful line through top. It just gets out the throttle slightly. I think Joy's got probably the best overalls in the paddock. I think she's got XBAR Honda overalls. They're very, very cool. And across the line.
Joy's time, 34.4. Who's this? Is it Richard Weaver? Not in the little Force because something went wrong, I think, with the engine. So he went home and swapped it for the Citroen Saxo, which he's driving with great determination.
He is.
Is he sharing it with Tom?
Yeah, they're both in today's running order amended to the Saxo.
Yeah, lots of you will remember Richard from driving the flatbed truck for many years. He was brilliant at scooping up bent cars, but now he, how many years? 4 years ago, he and Tom decided to have a go at the other end of hill climbing, which was driving quickly uphill.
I just took a moment there to just see what Google had to say about the pronunciation issue.
Alpine.
And there was a link from the Renault Alpine website to how to say it in English. And that just really, I shall play it now. Say it in English and it goes...
Alpine.
Renault Alpine.
Mate,
oh no!
Let's do it. I will hold my hands up in the air.
No, that's wrong.
Alpine.
And that's the link from their website.
No, they're wrong.
Renault Alpine are wrong in there.
Guy, for a moment there, I forgot that you were fluent in French. So it's a bit like me teaching David Beckham how to take free kicks for a second there. I'll just get back in my box, shall I?
No, it's fine. I knew I'd heard it somewhere, and a friend of my son's father is the chief development engineer for Renault on the road cars, and he's a proper born and bred Yorkshireman. He calls it an Alpine. It's an Alpine 110.
It's an Alpine 110, that's where I'm from.
Whatever it... Oh, we've got a nice little note from Ed Hoenweg in the Netherlands. Good morning from the Netherlands. Nice weather out there He's absolutely right. It's perfect.
It is. And how did the Dutch say Alpine? I'd like to.
With a lot of flair.
Alpine.
They're returning down the hill now.
Here's a message from the other side of the world. Paul C. Morning from Norfolk.
The land of the Van Diemen.
It is far away, isn't it?
And BRM. Carl Kenny, greetings from Deutschland. Chelsea and the whole event is as beautiful as ever. Thanks. Well, it's a pleasure for us all.
Leicestershire for BRM, please, not Norfolk. Lotus Norfolk.
What?
BRM Leicestershire.
What?
Leicestershire BRM. Born
Lincolnshire.
In Lincolnshire. Definitely not Norfolk.
Chubby 55, who needs to lose weight, is saying he's watching from Plymouth, Devon. Great coverage as almost always.
I'm glad he put the almost in.
Well, the almost was when someone said this Sunbeam Alpine is looking really nice. It was the Alpine. Alan Swinton tuning in from Sydney, Australia. Just got home after a holiday in the UK, where I was lucky to attend Harewood and Gurston Down. Now back watching the amazing stream on YouTube. Alan, what are you doing? It must be in the middle of the night. You should be in bed, tucked up.
That's the commitment to the cause for you, though, that is, isn't it?
It is. Well, if he's still on UK time, having spent an extended stay, we can forgive him having adjustment issues.
Michelle Jones writes in watching from downtown Wollongong. Go Wayne Penrose. Well, Wayne Penrose went well yesterday, having spent the whole week straightening up his car that got rather bent at Gurston Down. And Team WPVW Australia, yes, I think they're having a lot of fun. And then tomorrow they're off to Germany to do a couple of hill climbs in Germany. Andrew Roberts, perfect Sunday, MotoGP on the TV and HillClimb.TV on the laptop. Now, which one are you watching most of?
I have to say MotoGP is very good at the minute, but I can't tear myself away from this, obviously.
MotoGP, you get some overtaking, which
so
in F1 you don't.
So
in hill climbing you don't either.
Not unless something's gone very wrong.
Very, very wrong.
Yes, but MotoGP's fantastic. I mean, they're at Mugello this weekend, and on the back straight, they're doing 225 miles an hour. Get your head around that.
HillClimb.TV is saying, sorry to hear the N24 is delayed, but you're all very welcome here. What does Sir Richard mean by the N24 being
Nürburgring 24-hour race.
Oh, of course. They had rain, didn't they?
And fog as well.
Yes, they were due to start at 7 o'clock.
There was a brilliant story about, I'm going to call Barry Wizzo Williams a local, the late great Barry Wizzo Williams at Bromyard. He was taking part in the Nürburgring 24 hours and the weather came down and he got his stint and he went out and over the radio came his voice, said, at the end of the big straight. Yes, Barry. Is it left or right? And the guys are all diving round. He said, oh, I'm going left. Silence. Yeah, it's left.
He was a great character, and he enjoyed Shelsley on many occasions.
He got to drive some fantastic machines up here, didn't he?
Have we spoken about the watermill?
The fact that it's got an open working day coming up?
Yes, 8th and 9th of June, that's next weekend, 10 till 4, guided tours, demonstrations, refreshments. It's really wonderful to look at the watermill, the only working water-powered corn mill in Worcestershire. All donations will be used in the ongoing restoration. And if you want a bag of flour, you can get one without having to pay any money. However, you are asked to make a donation of whatever a bag of flour costs nowadays. Jordan McMaster, can we get a shout out to Hutt Valley Motorsport Club in Lower Hutt, New Zealand? Yes.
You can?
You can, unless you go through the hedge.
How to lose friends and alienate people, Chris.
Caplet Motorsport. Good night from Brisbane, Australia. Just got back from the Queensland HillClimb Championship.
Hurrah.
Hurrah, as you say. Brisbane's a nice town.
It is.
Hello from another from the other side of the world. Hello from Northampton, says Alfie Price.
Welcome, Alfie. Thanks for tuning in.
Hello again from Brazil, from Alex.
Wow, my Portuguese isn't up to that one. I'm not going to even attempt a Brazilian response.
Jordan McMaster from New Zealand, fellow hill climb racer. We run the Might Evo 3. Nice little hill climb, guys. Looks amazing. It really is amazing. It's been amazing since 1905. The funny thing is, all the photographs of Shelsley, just pre-war and just post-war, it is always raining. Have you noticed?
Yes.
And everyone's wearing Flashers Max and smoking pipes, and that's just the women.
And sitting with their feet just on the edge of the track as
that's
well.
right.
Picnicking on the slopes.
Have you been up the hill here, chaps? Have either of you driven up the hill? I'm sure you have, Chris, surely.
About 400 times.
Yes, I was going to say, yeah. But Guy, have you been up the hill at all? Have you ever?
Never.
No. Interesting. What would you? So, if you could, then, what would you fancy driving up here?
Well, my ambition is still to resurrect my 1948 Connaught and repeat Ken McAlpine's hill climbing activities with it.
Did you have it at Monaco Historic?
I drove a sister car at Monaco Historics.
Was that your Insurgents team?
Before Ewan had even met Rachel, I raced that with its previous owner, and then again for Rachel's father.
So, would you like to know how I will never ever forget the name Connaught?
Go on.
I'll tell you now. My dad used to work with a classic racing team, and they had a Connaught, and all the team said, because I was young and naive, and I want to stand behind the car when it starts up, I want to hear it. And they're like, no, you don't want it because it's in the garage. And I'm like, no, I really want to. They're like, well, all right, don't say we didn't warn you. So they started the car up, and obviously I got a face full of ethanol. And I couldn't see for about 20 minutes. And they said, we did tell you. It's the first time I ever swore in front of my dad.
We were 24.
We've had a message from Denmark saying hi from, I think it's a Dane, but he's at the Nürburgring, and he said the program is coming over at the Nürburgring.
Wonderful.
I wonder if we're on the...
That's cool.
The race must be stopped then.
Guten Tag.
Dann müssen wir auf Deutsch sprechen. Nicht?
Yes.
Gerne. I have to practice my German every now and then. Otherwise, it's Tom Parker. Can you say hi from me to my fellow marshals? Well, we did yesterday. We can do it again, Tom. Hi, fellow marshals. Shout out for you guys. The athletic team. Hello from Benghazi. Now, where is Benghazi?
It's not Benghazi.
No, I think it's the other side of Northampton.
Everything's the other side of Northampton.
Adhima Narendra. Thanks for the message, and you'll have to tell us where Benghazi is.
How do you spell that, Chris? How are we spelling that?
Bekasi.
Bekasi.
Is it somewhere in Africa?
Benghazi. That sounds Turkish almost, doesn't it? Let's have a look.
Indonesia?
Wow.
Watching from Tasmania, Australia. Going to be at Prescott in August. Great. We'll see you there. That's Glenn R. Tasmania is lovely. It's a delight to visit. Hello from Adelaide, Australia. Zap Glue. Zap Glue sticks everything together.
So I just googled what hello in Indonesian is, and it's hello.
Well done.
So,
Mark Beckett says normally there, but on holiday in Zante. Well, Zante is Greece, isn't it?
Zakynthos, yes.
Zakynthos.
The only problem with Tasmania is they can't pronounce the name of their capital city correctly.
Hobart.
Launceston.
Oh, Launceston. Do you realise that the Queen of Denmark comes from Tasmania?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
that sounds like the sort of thing that you would have to answer to win a pub quiz.
It does, yes. The tiebreaker for the meat plate is...
Mary Donaldson. She's lovely, and she met the Crown Prince at Sydney during the Olympics, and a few years later they were married, and now she's the Queen because his mum, Queen Margareta, abdicated
in all
6
a bit
months
of a hurry,
ago.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But and she's very, very popular in Denmark. They think she's great, which she is. And her dad is a university lecturer working in South Korea.
You learn something new every day.
You do.
Well, look on YouTube at his speech at the wedding. It was brilliant. On the line, Graham Manton, car number 758.
I thought you'd been phoned up then for a second. On the line.
I'm waiting for my Danish medal.
Or pastry.
Yeah, well, I've had that. Graham Manton in the Westfield FW. We were debating yesterday what FW. Well, his daughter is sharing this car. We decided it was Fast Woman.
Fair play. Fair play.
No, that would be FP.
Well, either way, through bottom S, through top S, no dramas at all, and we're off towards the finish to record a time coming up very shortly.
Are we still practicing for tomorrow?
No.
We're not. These are serious runs.
Yes.
This is proper. This is the Gulf liveried glorious looking, very rare engine beast with you now, Lloyd.
Yeah, and everything goes a bit quicker when it's in Golf livery, doesn't it?
It does.
It's fantastic. Great looking car, beautifully turned out, nice and smooth through the S's, nice on the power, nice and smooth, neat and tidy.
Yeah, very radical, that car.
He's followed by Sam Nicholson in a very famous Mallock Clubman's car, the Mark 20, that's got a huge hill climbing history.
Yeah, nicely done.
It's quick as well.
Properly manual gearboxes, you can tell, can't you?
Quite a CV that car has.
We've got some times. Graham Manton 36.64, John McQuillan 34.97, Sam Nicholson has finished with a 29.61, and following him is Tom Weaver. We saw Richard in this car a few minutes ago. Tom, much to Richard's annoyance, is getting steadily quicker. It's very annoying when your son borrows your car and beats you. I had it happen.
Well, Tom Weaver is driving a Saxo the only way you should drive a Saxo, and that is absolutely on its door handle. Go on, Tom.
In the French fashion.
Absolutely. Go on, Tom. Yeah, he's going to be across the line, and I think he's going to sneak a sub 40 for sure.
Now, Lloyd, you're going to get excited right now.
37.27 for Tom.
Right, so Clio 172 Cup, 2 litre 16 valve. This is an excellent gateway into hill climbing, people. You are welcome. Go and get yourself a Clio 172 for a couple of grand, shove it up a hill climb and have a load of fun and cross the line.
What's their compression ratio and their back axle ratio?
I'll delegate that to Billy.
Car 16 is Richard Pates in the MG ZR160. These are underappreciated in my book.
Without doubt, yeah. Casey is a super engine. ZR160 is the higher power variant. And I'll tell you what, these things go really well. Again, great way. But they're actually starting to become worth a bit of money now, the ZR160s.
Are they climbing back up?
They are, 4 or 5 grand now you'd need to
Really? Because it used to be 2.5 would get you a good one.
Absolutely, yeah. No, they are starting to appreciate. I think Rover's coming back in fashion, believe it or not.
Michael Thompson in the Exige.
Followed by Zoe Shearman in an Exige as well.
Yeah, this lucid orange, lucid yellow I should say, through the S's beautifully. Sounds great, that car, and crossed the line now.
Zoe puts in a 34.36. We've got Bruce Atkin as competition for the Weaver family in another Saxo. It's a great way to start hill climbing in and lots of our champs have started in a little hot hatch or a Caterham or a Westfield and progressed steadily, but lots of people stick with their first car and enjoy it.
Well, Bruce, I was watching Billy's grid walk yesterday, and Bruce has driven that car from Dover and will drive it home again as well. So
good man.
Round of applause for Bruce.
Yeah. Followed by Stuart Hook in a Clio RS 200. Time for Bruce 39.98. He'll be pleased to be under the 40 mark.
Stuart Hook climbing now.
Yeah, for me, this is an MX-5. This doesn't look like a Clio to me.
It doesn't.
That's okay. That's okay. MX-5 is nice too. Just feeds it through the S's.
But it is Stuart Hook on the screen.
It is indeed. Well, he must have changed his mind.
Yes.
But that's fine. He's across the line anyway.
Yeah, and Stuart puts in a 40.42, followed by David Wilson. What's David driving?
The Elise.
Is it an early one, a Mark
Yes,
one?
it's an S1, usually piloting, well, they've previously piloted a very rapid 1.9 engined 205, which started as a shopping car, but they've moved to the Elise, and they're both driving it brilliantly well.
I was told yesterday that the Elise, Lotus thought the Elise would only sell for a sort of track day car, and so they made it as light as possible.
With no roof.
Yeah, and then they found that they were selling like hotcakes and driving on the road, and so they needed to strengthen them all a bit, and they became quite a lot heavier. So the Mark II is quite a lot heavier than the Mark I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case, but nevertheless, still both great to drive.
And the person who designed them used to hill climb here quite regularly, and his son has won the Pikes Peak Hill Climb for the last 2 years.
Really? Well, I didn't know that. Well, this is a fantastic car. The M3 E92 M3, 4-litre V8, 8,000 RPM, DCT gearbox in this one. Super quick. And Steve's going really well in that car this weekend. 37.5 second run.
That's good.
Another release. Car 24 is Tony Adams.
With the roof on for aerodynamic purposes, and heat preservation.
Absolutely, yes. And this, not to be confused with an Exige, this is an Elise. This is a very high-powered, at least 250 brake horsepower Cup variant. So this is I think it's the Supercharged variant, rapid car, really nice car to be hill climbing in today.
Would that have a K series or a
No, that
Toyota?
was Toyota.
Oh, right.
The Cayman GT threw me. It made the glass in my windows rock.
Absolutely, 981. So this is the proper naturally aspirated derived engine, 3.8 litres, really, really nice. Whereas you'll see Robert Lancaster Gay's car later on, that was conceived to be a turbocharged engine, but it's been de-turboed. So that's why they sound a bit different.
Look at the number plate on Simon's GT3. It's very appropriate.
Yes, GT3. Much quieter. Much quieter, this one.
Yeah, massively collectible though, however. 996 GT3, really 3.6 litre engine, Metzger engine, really famous car. So fair play to Simon to still be hill climbing that car. Fantastic.
We were talking Elises. Now here's a car that was built in the same factory, but it isn't a Lotus and it isn't an Elise. It's a Vauxhall.
The X220.
Yeah, and they were great.
Absolutely, and turbocharged as well. So you've got that extra bit of power. You had the 2.2 litre engine which came out of a Zafira. Nice engine, but when you strap a turbo to him, they do crack on. He's across the line now.
Yes, whisper it, gents, but people in the know tell me that that's a better car than the Lotus.
Yeah.
More comfortable, certainly.
Yeah.
33.6 on. Richard Snow leaves the line, 2.38 from the first 64 feet. We'll explain that shortly.
GT4 Cayman, through it comes.
Listen to that flat six engine, just wonderful.
Sounds great, doesn't it? Absolutely. And Richard Snow and Robert Lancaster Gay are engaged in their own little class battle. So it's Battle of the Caymans. But yeah, Richard Snow just getting the power down as he's off towards the finish line. Flurry of noise, really sonorous engine that across the line.
Talking of whom, here comes Robert in the Cayman. Richard Snow 32.28. What can Robert do?
Robert, a former class record holder in this class, but he was annexed last August by the last man up, Rodney Isles, will be going in his Alfa Romeo 4C.
It's a real battle of the Caymans, isn't it?
It really is, and this one is the later variant. This is the 4 litre. It's just across the line now, and beautiful car, PDK in that gearbox, so slight advantage on gear changes, but really
so a 33.31 for Robert. His fracture is slower than Richard Snow. What can Robbie Birrell do?
Really hot into bottom S. Really hot into bottom S there. Just a spread of power between the S's and straightens it up. He's across the line. Sorry, there, go.
That's fine. I was going to say he's the cat amongst the old guard.
He's quick. He's quicker than the previous two. 31.51.
So their class record.
He's 31.93.
That's not bad.
That's a record. That's a class record, is it not?
31.51. Yes, it is. He's just set a new class record.
Brilliant. Here's Rodney Isles.
I said he was going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. There he goes.
Certainly did. I couldn't help but notice on the side of Robbie Birrell's car it says GTS 500. So Billy, if you're listening, let's go and find out if that is 500 brake horsepower there in Robbie Birrell's car.
Rodney Isles 32.79 in the Alpha, so he's getting close to the Caymans. He was a multiple sprint champion, I think. James Stocks in the selling like a hotcakes Toyota GR Yaris, selling so much like hotcakes that Toyota upped the price by some 12 grand with their latest model. Okay, there are some improvements in it, but they're also determined to make a bit of money on it.
Hasn't turned anyone off them though.
No,
I don't think so. No.
Well, especially when they were developed by Jari-Matti Latvala and Tommy Mäkinen. So as soon as those, 3 electric diffs in those cars, they're super special bits of kit. They really are.
He's followed by Alan Mansfield in a similar car, but he's paid extra to not have it in white. I think it's about £1,000 if you wanted your Yaris blue or red.
Do they still do the GR Yazoo special edition or whatever it was called? Yazoo Racing or...
Yeah, so they've got GR Yaris, and they've just brought out some Ogier editions, Robert Barra editions, and it's all starting to get a bit expensive, I think, in that world.
Alan Mansfield in the second of them, the red one, 37.34. Robert Brodie in the Fisher Fury. Fisher Fury, lots and lots of kits that you could build up into whatever you wanted.
Yeah, bouncing its way through bottom S. Looked quite stiffly sprung, this car, but to the driver's liking, bit of a squirrel out of top S. Did really well to collect that. Feeds it the gears again. It just looks very, very firm, that car, but if that's what he likes.
Yeah, Richard Young ran very wide at Kennel and kicked up a little bit of dust with the right rear, but he's smooth and back into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah. As we've got Richard Young, car just rotated slightly earlier than I'm sure he would have liked into bottom S, and he clips the inside, really tight line through top S, and straightens it up and heads towards the finish.
I think the Fisher Fury's got a very small engine, hasn't it?
I think it's a bike engine.
893cc, yes.
Despite which, 3709, Malcolm Hickey. Where's Malcolm? Caterham 7.
Just gone through through the top S, and he's heading towards the finish line now.
John Pick, this is a strange machine in a good way. It's noteworthy. You know a fair bit about these, don't you, Christopher?
Well, by asking the owner of this car, he said you just buy the Motaya chassis and bodywork, and then go to the scrapyard and pick up as many Impreza bits as you can find, engine, gearbox, suspension, and strap it all on, and you've got yourself a nice little sports car.
Very nice. And Rob Lloyd's Westfield SEW. Pressing, but got on the brakes really, really early for bottom S. He was barely out of the king.
Interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure I overtook this car between Worcester, just near the junction for the M5 on my motorbike last night. I'm pretty sure he's driving that to and from the event. I'll have to confirm. But
you were going too fast.
Possibly.
But couldn't possibly comment.
Where are we?
We are with car 41, John Neary.
Rob Lloyd, car 3464.
John into bottom S.
Yeah, very near with me now, so he's come through to bottom S. Little stab of power as he just turns in under the commentary box, nice and smooth. Little late on the power, but no problem at all. Foot to the boards, on the rev limiter, through the gears, and we're heading across the finish line now.
Steve Garner of Hornchurch in the last of the Westfields in this class. There's a tree of them in the middle there.
Absolutely. This one on paddle shift, you'll hear the pneumatic changes as he changes gear on the paddles. Really serious bit of kit, that one, and fires the gears through, and we're across the line.
Jerry Neary's time 37.28. Steve Garner 31.84. Brilliant time. Richard Price on his way. He's followed by who he will be followed by another
Richard Price in the Caterham 7. He's into bottom S now, very clean.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the rear of the car, just rotating slightly, but straightened up. Lots of power in that one. Big stab of power. Just the bank comes slightly quicker towards him than I think he would have liked, but straightens it up. No problem. No time lost, I'm sure. And we're across the line now.
32.2. Good time. Ray Law sharing the car.
Yeah, he threads it.
Joy Hoyle, yes.
Into bottom S now, Raymond.
He is or was a lecturer at Oxford University. I think he's retired from that now.
Beautiful through the S. It's really nice line through the S. I have to say, I think this will be quite quick. Hell of an intake noise from those big intakes or big carburetors. We're across the line.
Good time, 32.8.
Yep, and that's batch ends, gents.
Yep, it is. Where are we? 11:30-ish. Does anyone know what happened to Will Hall's car? Because he had a very slow creep up the hill.
I'm not sure.
It was going very slowly. Shame.
Well, it says you reckon that it was stuck in gear, didn't you, guys that came past?
Yes.
Oh, did you?
As he got into Kennel, where he'd be changing up from second to third, Billy said he thought he had an issue getting it out of first into second, and that's where, in fact, Billy stuck gear. It was stuck in gear.
It was stuck in gear.
It's an electrical control-alt-delete issue. Billy is confident that it will be back for another run next time it's slotted.
Good. Is there anybody here who doesn't know why we've got a timing beam at 64 feet from the start?
Hold your hands up if you don't know.
Go on, Chris.
Billy says he's no idea, so if you could just explain that to us, Chris.
Two hands have gone up, so that qualifies for an explanation. 64 feet from the start. If you do that in 2 seconds, it's exactly one force of gravity. So it's the acceleration that you get when you jump off the diving board. And I think the best, what have we seen the Manic Beatty do? 1.5, some ridiculously. It's not dragster style, but it's very, very quick. Cars are doing 70 miles an hour by the time they get to Vauxhall, where I'm speaking from now, and by the time they get to the first left-hander at Kennel, they're doing 100 miles an hour. So it gives you an idea of the acceleration available in a top hill climb car. They are quicker than Formula One, up to about 120 miles an hour, because they're smaller, lighter, and they have more downforce and lots of power.
You said there was a little anecdote that you told me, Chris, not so long ago, when Sean Gould did a test on an airfield. What was that? Give me the stats on that again. I've forgotten.
That was 0 to 185 miles an hour in, I think, 7.6 seconds.
I mean, have a day off. That's absolutely. It's just insane, isn't it?
It is insane. And he said it was still accelerating at the end when he had to lift off and stand on the middle pedal.
You almost can't get your head around those kind of figures, can you?
No.
It's bonkers.
I'd like to see one taken to the Catesby Tunnel and tested.
Yes.
Catesby Tunnel is a relic of the great, what was it? The Great Central Line that was meant to go from Liverpool to Paris, but never did, and was closed in the early 20th century. But part of it remains a tunnel underneath Catesby in Northamptonshire, which is 2.7 kilometres long, dead straight and dead flat, and having sort of mouldered around for 100 years or so, someone has bought it, a company has bought it, and spent 2 years converting it into the world's largest aerodynamic testing facility.
Am I right in thinking Top Gear have put some cars through there, including the BRM V16?
Yes, they have.
I mean, the V16. I mean, I'm because I'm hard. I don't often put my fingers in my ears for most noises, but when I saw that V16 start up and fire up the hill at Classic Nostalgia a couple of years ago, I had to put my fingers in my ears. It was so loud, so God only knows what it must be like inside a tunnel.
And the stick, Ben was driving it. I think his ears are still rattling.
I'm not surprised.
Great stream. We got some nice notices. Great stream enjoying from Almeria, which Almeria is Spain, I think, isn't it?
Hola.
Sí, hola, ¿qué tal? Muy bien.
Una cerveza, por favor.
Yeah.
That's Ray and Helen Fowler. Nice to hear from you. Hello from Auckland, New Zealand. Kevin. We were a bit rude about New Zealand just now, but
don't say we. Don't say we.
The royal we.
Yeah.
Don't switch off. Watching from Warwick, Roy Lane territory. Yes, dear old Roy. He was a brilliant driver.
He was.
Never seemed to be going very quickly, and all of a sudden he'd broken the record. Ambient, sight and sound. Thank you for that. Betty, his wife, is here today. Martin Curtis, hello, also from sunny Chepstow. That's in a foreign country. It's looking truly fabulous there in every way it is. Wishing all drivers, spectators, marshals, commentators, video crew and photographers a good day. Watching from Tasmania, Australia. Well, the Queen of Denmark will be back home for a holiday fairly soon. You must go out and give her a wave. She comes from Tasmania, from Hobart.
Back on the 64-foot, Chris.
Yes, sir.
We used to give trophies for the fastest 64-foot time of the season, didn't we?
Did we? I don't remember that.
Yeah, so I've in a different life as an automobilia consultant for a major auction house, we sold a Raymond Mays first 64-foot trophy from here at Shelsley Walsh. It was a lovely Rose Bowl.
My favourite prize is a Bugatti radiator clock, which I got for a class win at Prescott.
Very nice.
And it works, it keeps perfect time.
Fantastic.
Ben Hamer is on the line, car number 776 in the OMS 28. Is this new to Ben? OMS, of course, Steve Owen and Lynn are here. It sounds like a bike engine, so it's not running the V8.
But it's 748cc turbocharged.
Wow, it's quick too, isn't it?
It is. Using all the available track, he's going right out wide and into bottom house.
Absolutely with me now. Rapid amount of speed. Really slams the anchors on, slows it down really quickly. Rapid through the top S. We just had to kind of get out the throttle, but not massively, as he got a bit out of shape. But he's across the line now.
With a 27.77, good time for Ben. Steve Morgan in the Evo 3. They're such effective cars, these Empires, the Empire Wraith, particularly with Willem Toett's aerodynamics. But Steve takes off. up to nearly 100 miles an hour, rounding Kennel.
He's lost drive.
Oh, is that a chain gong?
I think so. Will Towett, he was an aerodynamicist at BAR, wasn't he?
And Ferrari.
And Ferrari had a huge accident at Lowton Park. Massive hill climbing accident 23, 24 years ago.
Really?
You know, proper medics at the scene, putting hand in chest to keep his heart pumping job.
Gosh.
It looks like whatever drive issue we did have seems to have been half sorted.
It's another stuck in gear.
Well, they are complicated beasts, these things. There's a lot of... Let's see, is it going to change gear? Oh, we've got gears again now, so...
Just not through the crucial bit.
Well, I mean, it happened to Matthew Ryder, didn't it, last year?
Yes.
When it's just like the car was it just stopped, didn't it, in the Gould, and it was just a simple Control-Alt-Delete.
Here's a lovely early Mini that is now a Cooper S. My mum had one identical to this, same colour. And we drove it to Barcelona and had great fun duffing up the two CVs and the Renault 4s.
This is back into Class C1, modified series production cars up to 1400cc.
What did Chris Bentley-Jones drive before this? Was he in a single-seater? I don't know. I must ask him. No.
Either way, soaring away at the wheel as the little Mini picks its line through Top S and unleashing all of its power, all of its minerals to head towards the line.
The screen tells us it's... Oh, no, it's corrected. And it tells us that it's followed by Andy Russell, but it's not.
This is Eric Morley.
Yeah, this is a very, very fast imp.
Yep, class record holder from 2017.
Yes, I'm not sure how much imp is left in this, to be honest. It's very, very modified, isn't it? It looks quite softly sprung, kind of bounces through the corners, but wow, I'd love to know what's left in that was original, but across the line.
It was a clever little car, but its reputation was severely damaged by getting a reputation for unreliability early in its life, and it really hit its sails badly.
Now this is Andrew Russell. It is Andrew Russell, so the screen's going to record Andrew Russell from Andrew Russell. But it's very tight into the S's.
The Imp did a 33.31.
Indeed, this little Jeanette is a lovely little car. A really delicious little package this is. It's tiny within its lane, but always driven beautifully by Andrew. It's across the line now.
And 35.68. The great thing is that the Imp engine stuck out the back. It was a very lightweight Coventry Climax-based engine. So if you got it sideways, it wasn't inevitable that you spun or went through the hedge.
And here's a bit of me now, this 205, just really on the limit now. Really driving that beautifully is Tony, and yeah, lots of front-wheel drive, but a hell of an engine in that car, I think. That's probably running an MI16, I would have thought.
34.7, and up comes, to the line comes Steve Mogg, well known in this lovely TVR Griffith, 5 litre plus a lot of modification. It's very quick, and that lovely Rover V8, the song of the Rover V8. I had a 4 litre Griffith for a little while, swapped to racing car.
Going very nicely, hood up of course to keep the sun off and aid aerodynamics. A lot of smoke out the left bank.
And Mr. Mogg is a very unassuming guy. You'd never look at him and think, do you race a 500 horsepower TVR, Shelsley Walsh? She is a bit smoky, perhaps due on a rebuild, who knows, but we're across the line.
Nice loose clearances, 32.57 for Stephen. And we look at 911s again. This is the Porsche.
Just going to throw a quick shout out for the smell of Castrol R.
Oh, yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Need to bottle that.
Why is number 52 Jonathan Williamson stuck on the line? He's not. He's off. Left-hand drive, lots of power. Is this supercharged?
Not so that it owns up to if it's Jonathan Williams.
I think Andrew Norris is a supercharged.
Yeah, Andrew Norris's is blown, definitely. This is the normally aspirated 3.4.
Yeah, into my sight now. Absolute experts, these two cars, at getting up Shelsley Walsh. Really nicely developed and prepared. And DVK 970S heads itself across the finish line now.
So demon competition between these two cars, Andrew Norris and Jonathan. Jonathan recorded a 34.45. What can Andrew do? He's probably got a bit more power.
Yep, 100cc less, but he's got that that supercharger rather bolted on the top.
Exactly, and it's so unusual, isn't it, to hear a Porsche engine supercharged, so the engineering behind it is just fantastic. Front end lifts with the power, obviously so much traction out the back of that 911, the weight over the back, so he can get his power down nicely through the S's, no dramas, and across the line.
With a 32.92, so he leads that duet battle. Jeff Twemlow up from Cornwall in the Impreza that he's had for many a year and developed steadily.
Lots and lots of torque from that flat 4 engine.
Indeed, yeah, we love an Impreza, well I do anyway, very iconic car, nice and stable through bottom S, turns the wheel right, and lots of power, massive power in that car as it fires itself towards the horizon, towards the blue skies, and across the line.
He hastened to tell me yesterday he's not sponsored by Tilly Country Quarries, but they were kind enough to give him some stickers.
Oh, fair enough.
That's all right, isn't it? He records a 35.08, just tops the ton over the line with a 101. Tim Thompson.
Yeah, with me now, just clips the wow, just clips the drain covers on the out of top S, straightens the car up across the line, nice and quick.
28.29. Tim from the famous Thompson hill climbing fraternity.
Yeah, he had an issue earlier recording 48.10, so he's got it sorted.
Paul Howell's Porsche. I like the green, I'm not so sure about the yellow roof. But it's an interesting colour combo.
911 RSR.
I think it was here yesterday, was it?
Yeah.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh, right, I was asleep at the time.
Yes, indeed. So turns in that iconic whale tail, fantastic. Turns in left top S, nice and tidy out of top S, really, really nice. On the power, short ratio gearbox, snaps through the gear, snaps that across the line.
With a 32.29, followed by a famous car, Nigel Elliott's long living. Well, it had a fairly nasty accident, so it's been needed a rebuild, but it's a TR7 with the big Rover V8 in the front.
Feathering the throttle as he moves into bottom S.
TR7 sold quite well in the States, despite its shape.
Indeed, and Nigel Elliott, the only person that I've ever seen sideways over the horizon, as he had a little moment last year, but all sorted and across the line now.
Now watch out, this is Damon Bradley. Could be a record under threat. What's he facing? A 29.03. This car produces some 800 horsepower, four-wheel drive of course, and steadily developed by Damien.
Absolutely, takes a big bite of curve on the bottom S, cuts it into top S, really, really quick, applies all the power, bangs through that sequential gearbox, and he's across the line now.
With a 29.59, the record is 28.18, so a little bit to find. Here's the fast woman, this is Becky Manton in the Westfield FW.
Runs wide at out of the first part of crossing. We've got whistles.
We have. I wonder why.
Flags.
Has Damien had a difficulty stopping?
No, we've no red flags at top S, so we're through top S, and a little slide gets out the power just to correct.
Whatever it is right in front of me. The marshal is on my side, looking into the Armco. He's put his glove on.
Is it a peasant crossing the road?
It's something that came off Becky's car.
Oh.
And he has recovered it.
Good for him.
As it flew off.
Phil Goff is on the line. Becky...
It might be her timing strut.
Oh, could be. Who followed Becky Manton? She did a 34.86.
You'd hope Phil Goff. Does it look like a Caterham-shaped device lining up?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's probably Phil Goff.
Was there somebody following Becky?
No, no one had actually made it onto the hill.
Oh, right, okay. So Phil Goff, car number 59, Caterham with a Hayabusa engine.
Bang, as he...
It's interesting linking the bike engine with a shaft drive transmission into a rear axle, so there's no chain involved.
No. Plenty of bangs and pops as it changes gear, however, into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah. I heard the wastegate chatter there as through all microphones as it takes a nice line through top S and applies all of that turbocharged goodness to head itself across the line.
This is a Ford Fiesta like no other in the hands of Steve Mundy. Phil's time of 32.61.
Yeah, Steve Mundy has got everything. He's got wastegate chatter, he's got four-wheel drive whine, it's all going on in Steve Mundy's Fiesta.
Rapid off the line, it's 1.91 at 64 feet, that's hugely quick. Obviously, this is a rallycross derived car, so acceleration is everything to get yourself to the whole shot in rallycross, but we're across the line now.
With a 33.19 and 99 miles an hour. Yeah, he'll be cross that he didn't get that last mile now, but what a start. 191 is about the quickest we've had all day.
Well, that's a clear smashing of the class record, isn't it? The class record was 40.43.
Wow.
So that's our second record to fall today. Oh, we had John McQuillan scraped the first part of the crossing and it took him to the kink to recover. He was wobbling all over the place.
But the record was in the hands of Steve anyway.
I've got Lyndon Evans.
Have you?
Yeah, Honda Civic R 2000, 40.43 seconds from 5th of May this year in Class E Sports.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. I was looking further down the page. So that's two records have fallen today. On the line, and really interesting and let's say almost unique. There's no such thing, but I think they only built 7 of these mid-engine Mallocs, which were very effective. I don't know why they didn't build a lot of them. And there are only, I think, only 3 in Europe.
Did the class cease?
I don't know, because it wouldn't have been eligible for Clubman's racing.
No.
Well, it's a very sleek car. You'd certainly win in the limbo competition with that one. Beautiful lines through S's and out of top S and feeds at the gears to head over the line.
With a 3102. Nice to see lots more radicals coming in. I mean, a couple of years ago you were lucky to get one. Now how many have we got? 3 or 4. And they are so successful. They're radical racing all around the world. I don't know how many cars Radical have built, but it's a lot.
Rapid into bottom S, really, really quick. Lots of oversteer, really wild actually through the S's, but certainly on top of the performance of that car is Matthew. He's across the line.
To record 29.19, which was a good time. There's another one, an early one in the hands of David Bickley, chasing him.
David Clean out of kennel.
I wonder if radical racing is a stepping stone towards Formula 3 and greater things rather than just karting.
I'm not sure it is these days. I'm not sure it is. It's quite a small grid in the supporter series. I think it's more a track day toy and the occasional race.
Yeah.
Take nothing away from them, obviously.
Very popular out with the UK. There are dedicated radical championships in the near and far east. That
and
do
in
very
the States,
well.
I think.
Yeah.
It's a great success.
Yes, I think you're in Ginettas and F3 if you're getting into Formula 1 these days.
Yes, we were talking to Fraser Corbin of Jedi last weekend and thinking, could his Formula 1000 become a stepping stone into more serious racing? But he doesn't think the team managers watch his races. On the hill now, the Force SR4. We wonder if this is the only Sports Libra Force that they have built, or whether there are more than one.
Good question. Another one for Billy, I'm sure.
Yeah. Billy's researches.
Exactly.
This is Alan McDonald. I think the basis of the car is the PT. Over the line with a 29.63 for Alan. Yes, that record has stood for a long time, hasn't it? Rob Stevens, do you remember him? He was quick. August 2011, 25.74. Then Rob retired. And
retired undefeated.
Retired undefeated, but the car is in somebody else's hands now. It's no longer that lurid purple colour. And it'll take a little while before its new driver is as quick as Rob.
Is that batch ends, gentlemen? It's red flag.
It would be.
It's the end of a batch, and they're all coming down.
I'm going to take the opportunity to answer the call of nature, so I will rejoin you in a moment.
Enjoy. So we have had I've had a text from my father who is with the Gumley car. So I think we found out why the failure this morning. So the clutch push rod bent, and I think that's taking the chain this morning. So yeah, but little technical difficulty over, and fortunately it happened in practice, which is why we have practice, isn't it?
We're heading towards the next class, which is Sports Libre cars over 2 litres, and the record there has stood since 2013. That's Rob Stevens again, so that needs bashing, and it could be bashed by Duncan Barnes in the Norma. The Norma, very successful in European hill climbing in France, Germany and Switzerland and places, because it's massive downforce it produces. This one has a turbocharged Honda engine.
Indeed, in excess of 500 horsepower, and you can you can smell the exotic fuel it runs on as it'll waft past you. You'll see it because it looks like a Le Mans car in its white, green and blue livery, and it's popping and banging with its anti-lag. It's fantastic. However, what I will say is that yes, it's probably not the most suited car for hill climbing, but if you were to take it to exactly as you say, Chris, into Switzerland or Germany, where their roads are a lot faster flowing, more demanding at speed, then yes, I think the goes really well.
They also have a crown in the road, don't they? It didn't suit our lads at all.
It didn't. No, absolutely. Yeah, when we were in Braga, I think Sean Gould fell foul of the crown of the road as he set the ride height so low, and I think the car just kind of skated across the crown of the road and just upset it, and unfortunately Sean fell foul of that. But I have to say though, in Braga, the fans, the Portuguese fans, and all the European fans, they loved our British cars purely just because I don't think they'd seen anything move that quick, because they are so fast. I mean, exactly what you were saying, 0 to 185 miles an hour in 7 seconds. If you come out of a corner at 30, you'll be doing 140 on the flat, especially because there's nowhere near the incline as well at Shelsley Walsh. So the cars were even quicker, you could say.
Also in the next class, in fact, the next car up the hill is Wayne Penrose, who's brought his extraordinary sort of VW, over from Australia, shipped it over. He's going to do some hill climbs. I think he did Harewood and Gurston in it this month, and he's doing Shelsley, and tomorrow they're off to Germany to do a couple of hill climbs in Germany. Ben Tucker says, I was here a couple of weeks back. You're so close to the track you can feel the noise. Highly recommend. Absolutely, it makes your guts quiver a bit, doesn't it? Do the quickest cars have to stamp on the brakes as soon as they cross the line? Yes, they certainly do. Silent Green New Deal, they do. There's not much stopping room from 166 miles an hour. And many cars, there's a bunker up there, and many cars have gone into the sand. So, Soccer for Life says, watching from Australia, track looks pristine. It is indeed, and a great mix of cars. Yes, you're right, Soccer. It's a good name, Soccer for Life.
Yes.
I can imagine the christening ceremony. I name this child Soccer.
Soccer. That's commitment to the sport, isn't it?
It is. I was wrong about it being the VW next, because lining up is a whole bunch of Formula Fords, the first one of which is on its way up to the start. And we've got a good entry of Formula Fords. It's Paul Harris in the Van Diemen. We had an interesting discussion yesterday about Tasmania and Van Diemen and why these cars were called Van Diemens. And the answer was that Ralph Furman, who co-started the company, was from Tasmania, so he decided to call them Van Diemens. Here's Paul Harris. Formula Fords, they're interesting. They look as if they've got an immensely wide track and a very, very narrow fuselage.
Well, they have, haven't they?
They have, yeah.
Nice and smooth. I was saying yesterday, kind of like water boatman, if you're with me.
Yes. I see what you mean. Interesting comparison, yes. Yeah, Paul's with me now, nice and smooth through the S's. Little dab of opposite lock as he modulates the power out of top S, all under control. Feed to the gears and across the line.
And Paul records a 35.43. He's followed by another narrow and wide track Van Diemen in the hands of Kirsten Dodd. This is an RF86, so 1 year younger. Every year Van Diemen produced a new model with a couple of improvements, and everybody flocked to buy them.
I'm guessing the RF stands for Ralph Furman.
That's a good shout, isn't it?
Yes, I think you could be well right.
Senior.
Yes, and Kirsten just through the S's, no dramas, and across the line.
To record a 36.6. We've gone away from Formula 4s. We've got Paul Jones's Force TA, immensely quick.
Absolutely with me now, just turned smoothly into bottom S, dab of power between the S's, clips the drain cover, no problem at all. Underneath top S, releases the power of that car, nice and smooth there, Paul, that was good over the line. 29.11.
Brilliant. These cars are running within the Formula 4s, but of course...
Wow.
God.
Total opposite lot on both of the left-handers. He's really hurling this car up into bottom S.
Hold on to your hats, people. The Grennan brothers really do drive this car properly. Turning in left, turning in right. Big up opposite lock. Massive touch of the bank. How did he get away with that? He's across the line.
I don't know how he got away with Kennel.
I don't know how he got away
Crossing.
with 133 into bottom S.
They never fail to entertain, do they, the Grennan brothers?
Or frighten.
Good grief.
No, either they need new cars or Andy needs a new brain.
I think he's following the Steve Owen line out of top S there.
Yeah.
So wow.
I haven't seen 133 into bottom S, 117 over the line. That's commitment, isn't it?
It is. And you look at that run and you think we're probably going to go 3 seconds quicker than that. Well, hopefully.
Do you think it's a case of I need new tyres? Mr. BMTR.
I bet he's sitting there. If he could hear us, he'd be going, how did I live 17 miles an hour?
Yes.
Where do I find that back?
We can tell him. Just look on the screen, Andy. Oof. Yeah, it's quite a bump, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, there we go. Well, we got through that. That's the Greenans, which have Andy Greenan's run was rather dramatic, but
are they
still
sweeping
quite
up,
quick
Lloyd?
now. We're finished. We're flags in now. Flags in.
That's efficiency for you from the
Yes.
Orange Army.
Well done, Richard, for winding that back. On the line, we've got a Cooper. Not a Cooper car, but a Cooper driver. It'll be Liam in the Force TA. We must talk about tyres when there's a quiet moment, because there was a real worry last year that Avon were stopping and there wouldn't be any hill climb.
Well, they were
tyres.
bought out and eliminated from competition by their competition, weren't they? In effect, that seemed to be what was happening.
Well, the good news is that a new company has taken over. Here's Liam in the
Equally rapid, but much tidier.
and pretty green, pale green Force, the TA. Such an effective car.
Indeed, it is. Flashes into sight. Had a little moment earlier. No such problems this time round. Keeps it nice and neutral through the S's. Takes a nice wide line out of top S. Feeds it the gears, and we're over the line. Nice from Liam.
To record a 27.37. I don't know if Olivia was quicker. That's a family battle. Here's Alan Warburton. This is a father and son combo. David is halfway up, where he's about 9th in the championship at the moment, I think.
Yeah, he was 10th last year overall in the championship standings. This is a good, smooth run.
Absolutely, the Warburtons drive this car beautifully. Alan just wags his tail through bottom S, gets it over to the left, gets it back over to the right. Absolute textbook stuff there from Alan Warburton as he feeds the gears and he's across the line now.
26.18.
I wonder if the office can do us a printout of the current positions in the championship.
There is one on the notice board in the paddock next to the shop. Therefore, they have done, so they should be able to replicate it.
Indeed.
I'm joined by the son of a famous hill climber who is now becoming famous for his interviews and his commentary, i.e. Billy Grace. So I'll hand over to Billy and watch these exciting cars going up the hill. Talk to you later.
Will do, Chris, thank you. Jonathan Evans climbs in a 30.23 in his Pilby. And already behind him, Andrew Colborne in the Van Diemen RF02 FX.
Absolutely, yeah, they've been really getting the most out of this car, really getting to grips with it, driving it more and more aggressively each time. Andrew drives it nice and smoothly and gets through the S's with no such issues and is across the line now.
Hello everybody, time for Aaron Colborne, 30.16, goes to the top of the class so far. Now we've got Trisha Davis on the hill in the V8 Force TA with you.
Through, smoothly fighting it. She really is fighting this. It's a sort of 50p piece cornering.
Absolutely, yeah, takes it fairly reserved into bottom S, but fast out of it. The drain cover just shoves the front of the car over towards the bank slightly, so it just delays the throttle application, but we're across the line now.
Time for Trisha Davis, 30.40, and now we've got Nicola Dearden on the hill in the Gould Dallara. Going well.
Yes, very smooth. Holding it in the lower gear though, out of the kink. She didn't go for that higher gear for a second.
Yeah, absolutely, just keeping it nice and smooth, feeds it through the S's, and no issues at all. Whilst
we're waiting for Nicola to cross the line, we've got Wayne Penrose on the hill in the Superbug, all the way from Australia, using all the road on the exit of Kennel.
He's certainly not waltzing Matilda. For those following, this drops back to G, Sports Libre cars over 2 litre, Volkswagen 1303 Turbo Superbug Sports Sedan.
Absolutely, and if you thought Herbie went bananas, have a look at this one, to coin a phrase from our cameraman beneath us. Fantastic as he goes across the line in a flurry of pops and bangs.
Ooh, 31.06, good time, 112 across the line, and he's remembered to stop for the top, which is good. Hurrah. Next off the line, we've got Graham Lokes in the beautiful Lola with the Porsche engine in the back with you.
The T492. Yes, Graham pushing nicely through. It looks like a little Targa Florio car, does this. Brian Redmond, Joe Cifatira, beautifully turned out.
Yeah, fantastic Porsche engine in the back of that. Sounds absolutely fantastic. The front end rises with a stab of power between the S's and just undoes some steering lock nice and smoothly out of top S, and first, second, third, fourth, and across the line.
Now let's watch this, ladies and gentlemen. It's Duncan Barnes. How close can he get to the record? 1.99 second start. That's fast. He's to you.
He is. He's safely smooth and through the bottom part of crossing. Keeps it over to the right-hand side. Full bodywork, making it a little harder to place.
Absolutely, all 500 brake horsepower being put to good effect. Just goes a little bit wide through S's, but nicely gathered up. Little slither on the exit, just trying to get all that power down. Come on, Duncan, what can you do?
Let's see, he's into the 25s, not quite. 26.53, 26.53, 135 miles an hour across the line. That is very quick indeed. Next off the line, Gary Warren in the Empire Evo. We're back to the 1100cc class.
Keeps it over to the right-hand side, strikes a big bump in the middle of crossing, but gets it all sorted out.
Absolutely, yeah, you can hear him hard on the brakes, turns the car in nicely, nice tight line in the middle of the road, just no problem at all over the drain cover, big dab of opposite lock as he puts the foot to the boards, and he's across the line now.
Next off the line, we've got Richard Matossian in the GWR Raptor. Had engine issues yesterday. How's it sounding today, Guy?
Very clean, very, very clean. I think they've sorted whatever it was that was holding it back yesterday, and it's quick.
Absolutely, I can hear it popping and banging to sight. Really nice looking car this, nice and smooth through bottom S. Pop as we get down the gear change, just had to get out front slightly, but we're now back on the power. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and we're across the line.
Into the 27s, maybe not quite. 28.06, 28.06. Next off the line, it's Will Kerr in the turbocharged Kawasaki engined OMS. I found out the answer to that question finally.
Thank you. It was 27.04 for Gary Warren, Richard at 28.06, and now Will Kerr, very, very smooth, notably so.
Yes, absolutely, turns this car in nicely into bottom S, big pop as he gets onto the throttle, in between the S's, out to top S, really, really quick, through the gears, over the line now.
This is going to be a quick time. It's a 27.46, 102 across the line. 27.46 puts him second in class at the moment. Next on the line, we've got Gavin McLaren. This is in an OMS 2000M, slightly earlier car this, another 1000cc bike engine in the back. To you.
Nicely through it, the bright yellow nose and the flanks of the car with that blue cockpit surround. He's very, very quick. Takes a late apex and into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, turns in, just a couple of bites of the cherry to turn in, just down through the gear once, and then second gear, we're going to straighten the car up, third, fourth. A little bit fluffy, I think, from the engine, so maybe harbouring an issue, but across the line.
Across the line for a 29.79. Next, Richard Walker, OMS CF04, another 1000cc bike engine, all ready to you.
Indeed, takes the right-hand kissing line, which enables a straighter bottom crossing, middle of the track for the kink, and lifts at the change of arm code.
Absolutely, yeah, turns in again, nice little wiggle on entry, but a little wiggle on exit as well at bottom S, but no such dramas, no time lost, I'm sure. Nice line out of top S, through the gears, and across the line.
29.34 for Richard Walker. Next on the line, we have Jonathan Flesher in the OMS 28. Second season in this car, getting quicker and quicker. Could definitely challenge for a podium in class today. 2.17 second start, nicely through Kennel.
Yep, good wide line. Smooth as you like with the early apex at crossing, late apex at the kink, the single-seater wings and slings line.
Screaming into view, just climbs the curb slightly, so takes a good early. Wow, nice and tight to the bank, bit of oversteer, but lots of power, unleashing the car as we go over the line now.
This is going to be quick. Is it into the 26s? Yes, it is. 26.92. Well done, Jonathan. I think there's some more time to come out of him this afternoon as well, but for now, takes the lead in the class. Nigel Pitt on the line in the OMS 3000, so space frame version of the latest OMS. Very nice little car indeed. All ready to you. 2.01 second start. That's quick.
That is a quick start in this class. Goes slightly wide at the bottom of crossing, but that allows him to straight line through.
Yeah, flashing into my sight, we've got this iconic grey and green livery of this car, this full carbon effect, and he wiggles the car out of top S nicely through the S's in total, and we're heading across the line now.
For a 27.77. Richard Brandt on the hill now, sub 2 second start. Well done, Richard. Always wide out of Kennel, but he was okay. He saved it.
He was. It was a big save, but that will have cost him a couple of tenths. Didn't quite get out of it, but he was a bit crossed up.
Richard just tipping it, just takes a couple of bites of the cherry again just to get into bottom S, keeps it nice and tight to the left. Big dab of opposite lock as he exits top S and feeds it the gears now, and we're going to just head over the line now.
As he's going to do, is it into the 28s? 28s, yes, 28.23 for Richard, 28.23. Next on the line we have Tom Morgan in the, there's definitely some forced induction, no, this is just 1100, isn't it? So this is another 1100, this is the Empire Wraith, he's to you.
999cc he's only up to, so down a couple of hundred cc's, but on much of the class, but good solid driving.
Sorry, this is Clive Austin, my fault, sorry.
Absolutely, well he turns nicely into bottom S, nicely out of top S, nothing really much to report, just nice and tidy, and pops and bangs his way as he heads across the line now.
Into the 28s, almost into the 27s, 28.06, identical time to Richard Matossian. Next on the line we've got the two cars that I think will compete for the win in this class this weekend, and the first is Dave Tatham in the Firehawk. He's already to you.
He is. A really late decision to apex, very odd driving style to my eye, but it's effective.
Turns in really, really late, it's like the back end just almost overtook itself, but lots and lots of control there, lots of commitment on the exit of top S, and whatever works for you, across the line.
This is impressive, 25.86 into the 25s, in an 1100, that is impressive. That was a fully committed run on top of the hill.
Rotates the car amazingly.
He does. What can Stuart Bickley do in the Force TA? We won this class here last year. What can he do today? He's with you.
He's through, wide out of Kennel, tight in, middle of the track, late apex at the bottom of crossing, and takes another late apex at the kink, and hard on the brakes into the bottom S.
Really was hard on the brakes, you wouldn't want to brake much later. That's perfect from Stuart, absolutely perfect through the S's. That might be the best I've seen all weekend through the S's so far. What can you do, Stuart?
Is it into the 25s? Yes, 25.81. 5/100ths of a second quicker than Dave Tatham.
Look at the S sector time. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's quick, isn't it?
That's phenomenal.
The S sector time, for those that don't have the screens, is a 7.74. That's the time from the entrance into bottom S and into the exit of top S. If you can do it in under 8 seconds in any car, you've done really well. In 1100, that's really impressive. And he was inch perfect through Kennel. 500ths of a second between them.
Amazing.
So
fine margins.
Yes, indeed, and full commitment from both drivers. Right, who we got now? Now we got Tom Morgan off the line. This is in an Empire Evo 3. Lovely colour scheme on this. He's already to you.
He is. It's great, this colour. I like it a lot. He's through me here. Late apex at crossing. Doesn't make the curve at all, but there he goes.
Absolutely, yeah. Turns in nice line. Bit of oversteer out of the bottom end. Just past the drain cover. Absolutely bouncing the car off the rev limiter. Giving it absolutely the full beans as we're heading towards the finish line and over the line now.
Time for Tom Morgan, 27.57. 27.57 pops himself into 6th in the class. That is the end of the batch. That was exciting, wasn't it?
It was rather.
It wasn't half.
I think, well, I'm going to put my neck out. You're definitely going to have to do a low 25 to qualify for the runoff.
Yep.
Possibly even a 24, but we shall see. But yeah, 5/100ths of a second between Dave Tatham in second in class and Stuart Bickley in first in the 1100 class. That's brilliant. That's
going
really
well, isn't
exciting.
it? That's competitive, isn't it? That's
Yep.
competitive. That's brilliant. I mean, Stuart Brickley's run just then was
Very
that was
smooth.
fantastic. And by total contrast, it's still very quick, but you've got Andy Greenan is just on the absolute edge. But it just shows to show different driving styles and whatever works for you, really. Andy obviously clearly likes to drive on the edge, same as his brother.
Yes.
Yes. And Stuart, really nice and tidy, but still very quick.
And
So.
it's on the edge of everything.
Yes.
It's the edge
Yes.
of adhesion, it's the edge of performance of the vehicle, it's the edge of imagination. It just, there is no quarter even thought about when they climb, is there?
Fantastic car control.
Yeah.
Patrick Falcon has written into the group saying, great time, Stuart. I completely agree. Rupert has sent us a message enjoying from Sydney. Probably jealous of our weather, Rupert. It's all sunny and warm here.
Thank you, Rupert.
And Chad Knight, wow. Well, you thought that was impressive, Chad. They get quicker and quicker. And we've
Yes.
got another 2 batches of even faster cars to come.
And then the top 12 runoff.
And then the top 12 runoff, which is for keeps. Blink and you'll miss them, says David Sargent. You're right, exactly. That's a problem I've had many times in the commentary box, is I blinked and they're gone, which is a bit of a shame. But this is really exciting stuff, isn't it? And they're only going to get quicker. Have we got anybody? How are we doing on times overall at the moment? How are we looking? Well, at the moment, Andy Greenan's quickest on a 25.39. With Stuart Bickley in second on a 25.81 and Dave Tatham on a 25.86 in third. I think, put it this way, if Andy qualifies for the runoff, that means it will have been low 25s to get in, and I think that's what you're going to see, because coming up we've got a lot of pretenders you'd expect to be right in the hunt. We've got Zach Zammit, we've got Sean Gould, we've got Dave Warburton, we've got all the champions. We've got Jonathan Varley, we've got all the key championship runners, Wallace and Matt and Alex and Will and Trev and Davey Wren. Jack Cottrell's driving fantastically well, Graham Wynne goes very well here, Paul Hames, and Alex Coles, if the car is working today, has been going fantastically well.
Yep.
Just to name a few, and I think I named more than 12 drivers there, so it's going to be very, very close to see who qualifies. Whilst we're waiting, I'll give you a quick update on where we are on the championship, just so you know. So for those that follow the championship closely, you'll have known that unfortunately the first meeting at Prescott had to be postponed. The second meeting in Craigantlett had to be cancelled due to weather, and one of the runoffs, unfortunately, at last weekend at Gersten also had to be cancelled due to rain. I'm not going to say anything about the weather today because I'm a commentator and I'd curse it. So, yeah, but that's the thing. When you want to change the topic, you usually talk about the weather. So what are we supposed to talk about when we can't talk about the weather? I'll talk about the cars. Yeah, that's better. So anyway, so Matthew Ryder is currently leading the championship on 48 points after 3 wins and 2 second places. So phenomenal consistency there to start the year. Alex Summers sits in second on 44, and then Will Hall in third on 36 points, followed by Trevor Willis, Dave Uren, Sean Gould, Jack Cottrell, Paul Hames, Wallace Mingus and Dave Warburton to round out the top 10.
Last the cars on their way back through Kennel. The flags are in, just to update.
Brilliant. I've just seen the Stuart Bickley car go back past me. That car's bright on a dark day. And on a sunny day, it's really bright, isn't it? It looks fantastic. I love it. I can hear through somebody's microphone that someone's alarm is going off in the car park.
That must be from yours.
That must be from mine.
Yes.
So we've got flags in down here, which means we are expecting a car to the line. We are looking at the return paddock on the stream, so we can see in the return paddock all the cars with 2 drivers putting their second driver aboard. We're expecting Zach Zammit, I think, next from the main area of the paddock. In fact, I can hear an engine fire. It is a bright orange Empire Wraith with a supercharged 1300cc motorbike engine in the back, or as Paul Hames called this class last time we interviewed him, scooter engines with hairdryers attached, which I loved. He's got one, so he's allowed to say that. But a pretty impressive hairdryer and scooter combo, if this is what they do.
Indeed. And Zach drives the wheels off it as well.
He does, comes all the way from Malta to compete, which is great to have him back. Hasn't competed since September last year, I think he said, at Lowton.
Do you know if his brother ever got the twin-engined car working?
Yeah, it's working.
Is it working? Wow, that's
So,
an amazing thing.
It's it's four-wheel drive. It's got two motorbike engines, one to drive the front wheels and one to drive the rear wheels. Very cool. Competing in Malta, really cool car. Yeah, I think it's working as far as I know. Excellent.
I remember working with the late Speech Mark's great Christopher Lawrence of Lawrence Tune and Morgan fame.
Right.
We restored the twin Mini engines, twin 98 Mini,
cool.
one at each end for Goodwood. Brilliant. About 15 years ago, and he was interviewed by Bruce Jones very earnestly. He said, "Well, what makes the coordination of the engine speed?" And Chris looked at him as if he was a simpleton and said, "The road."
Well, Zach's off the line, by the way. 2.18 seconds. He's to you. This is looking quick already.
This is looking phenomenally quick. Sparks coming off the end plates all over the place as he comes up into bottom S.
Huge speed into bottom S, just rotates the car nicely as he turns left, turns right, and top S. This is really quick from Zach. Keep an eye on the clock, people. This is going to be quick.
He has exited only 19 seconds when he came out of top S, so it's going to be into 24s. It is 24.62, 24.62, 121 miles an hour across the line. I think that will be in. I think we can put that down as qualified.
I think Zach wants it.
He does. Zach has had his breakfast this morning. Next off the line, Richard Alexander in... I think he had a bit of a problem this morning. Let's see how he gets on. He's with you.
He did in the Force PC. This is 1300 turbo. He's having to take many bites at gear changing again.
Yeah, you can hear it's not happy. I can hear it from it. Yeah, okay. So maybe harbouring an issue. We found a gear through the S's. We've just bounced across the. So we've got gears. It seems up to the final straight. So maybe something midway up the hill he's not happy with.
30.94. So it's 30.34.
30.34 and 115 across the line. So it wasn't going quick. It was going quickly up the finishing straight, but yeah, I think harbouring a little issue. Next on the line, we've got James Chalmers in his sort of first full weekend out in this car. It's great to see him upgrading from the MX-5 from last year into this phenomenal turbocharged route Formula 3 chassis, home-built engine. It's a brilliant car, this. It's to you already.
That is evidence of falling in love with hill climbing, isn't it? MX-5 into full-blown Formula car. Going very nicely indeed. He's very smooth. Noticed this yesterday. Very smooth approach.
Absolutely, and again, you can hear the anti-lag just kind of turns in a little bit too early. Had to get out of it, turn back out, turn back in. He won't be happy with that into bottom S. But the anti-lag doing its thing, keeping the turbo spinning up. Big bang there as he changes gear. He's across the line.
Is he under 30 seconds? Yes, he is. 29.35. Getting quick all the time. Well done, James. Next off the line, we've got Bernie Kevell. This is the 2.8 litre V8 OMS 28 with you.
Yep. He's through, just scrapes the bank on the left-hand side, the inside of crossing, and up through the kink smoothly.
Indeed, and smooth we will carry on that theme with through bottom S and then smoothly out of top S. Yes, Bernie very, very smooth, I think you could say, as he feeds the gears again and we head towards the finish. Nice from Bernard.
It's going to be a good time. It is. It's 28.09, 120 miles an hour across the line. Lynn Owen sits in front of me on the line in the green Works OMS 28. Good start from Lynn. It's 2.36 seconds. She's to you.
She's through Kennel. Little bit of hesitation round the apex of Kennel. Nicely in, aggressive. Speed mounts. Gear change look very smooth. Again, into bottom S.
Yeah, indeed, just with me now, just turns the car in, stays nice and tight to the left-hand side, prod of power between the S's, just opens up that steering strength of the car, and now releases the power, and we're going to cross the line quite quickly.
We'll get you a time in a second. We've got Sandra Tomlin on the hill. It was a 29.98 for Lynn. Sandra Tomlin with you.
Sandra through crossing, those silver flames glinting in the sunlight, good contrast with the deep blue of the rest of the car.
Indeed, yeah, beautiful car this, nice little jud in the back. And turns left, turns right, out through the S's, no dramas. And now on the power as we get towards the finish line now.
This will be a quick finish time. It's a 28.53 and it's 130 miles an hour across the line. Sandra drives that car brilliantly well. Next on the hill, Lindsay Summers rockets away from me. 2-second start. Well done, Lindsay. She's to you.
Through now, pulling the revs higher and higher. Good gear changes into the kink and now backing down for bottom S.
Sounds absolutely frantic up the hill, this does, this car. 3.65 litre Cosworth with the DJ engine through the left-hander, through the right-hander, feeds in the gears, across the line, no dramas at all. Brilliant, Lindsay.
To the 26s, well done, Lindsay. 26.88, 26.88, very quick indeed. Next on the line, this is, again, another contender for one of the top points places in the runoff later. It's our record holder, Sean Gore. He's off the line in the GR59. Rockets off the line, 2.07 second start to you.
Yep, Sean just shows you how to thread the needle. Just watch him and listen.
Keep an eye on this chap, so I can hear him popping and banging into bottom S. Just has a wiggle, gets a bit too wide through bottom S. Not ideal for Sean, but he's going to try and relinquish that with some power as he heads across the line now.
He'll still be in the 24s, I expect. Yes, he will. 24.75, 24.75, but he lost a big chunk of time, I think, at bottom S. We return now back down to the Formula Ford classes. We've got Nicola Cottrell on the hill. She's with you.
She is in car 802. This is a circumspect climb, but of course it won't be. She'll be trying. It's all relative, isn't it? But Nicola Cottrell, she'll be looking for low 30s, I'm guessing.
Absolutely. Well, we're just clipping that drain cover as we're central of the road, slap bang in the middle, and second, third, fourth, fifth, and heading towards the finish.
Jimmy Harris on the hill now in his Van Diemen. Lovely story, by the way. Caroline Ryder broke her first gear yesterday, so she's borrowed a spare from Jimmy Harris. Shows the camaraderie in hill climbing, eh?
It certainly does.
Also, this is his first weekend here, and he was straight into the 33s this morning, so
fantastic.
Very impressive.
Good on you. Backs the car in nicely into bottom S. Nice line through there. Nice car control. Typical Formula Ford driving. Never often straight. And the straight now as we're heading up towards the finish line, through the gears and across and finish.
This is a quick time. Is it into the 32? Almost 33.07. Very quick. Takes the lead in the class. Mike Gallery on the hill now in the Van Diemen.
Through he comes. Goes wide. Takes top before he dives into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, just rotates the rear of that car in nicely. Nice tight line through bottom S, nice through top S. Now wait for the car to come onto the cam. Use all that power we can with the long gearing of the Formula Fords. And fourth gear, and we're across the line.
Across the line for a 36.10. David Owen with you.
David Owen, very smooth. And the wide line, the Formula Ford line, that suspension travel helping him all the way.
Absolutely, yeah. They've got quite softly sprung, aren't they? So they can flatter the drain covers and the apexes quite nicely, just as David's done, and he's heading across towards the finish again now.
As we wait for his time, we've got Les Buck on the hill in the lovely Pringgett Mistral.
It is a beautiful little car, this, isn't it? And Les has the mastery of it, pictured in the programme, page 26.
Absolutely, yes, and turns nicely into bottom S, nice and smooth on the power, little lift, flatters the drain cover again, and back on the power. Come on, engine, do your thing, let's get across the line.
We wait for a time. We've got David Owen did a 34.88. Sarah Bosworth's on the hill. Let's see if she can catch Jimmy Harris.
Sarah into bottom S already.
Yeah, wow, she's really, really flying. Nice little twitch through bottom S, nice car control, and again another twitch out of top S, but no time lost. And go on, Sarah, let's get that to the finish and across the line.
It's going to be really close. Is it also going to be into the 33s? It may be. Yes, it is. 33.65. Slots into second place behind Jimmy. 33.65. Let's see what Caroline Ryder can do. She's an instructor here. She knows not many people know their way up Shelsley better than Caroline. She's off the line in 2.34 seconds and she's into kennel.
She was 3 or 4 tenths ahead of Sarah yesterday in time practice. We'll see how she goes today. Looking very determined in the cockpit. Absolute laser focus at the bend ahead of her.
Absolutely, yeah, appears into my sight. Perfect line through bottom S, Caroline. Perfect through top S. Let's hope she can get into the 32s. Come on, let's go. Come on.
It's going to be really close. We wait for a time there. Mark Schlank is off the line in front of me in his Force. It's a 33.59 from Caroline to go second in class. Mark is with you, going very quickly indeed.
Mark is absolutely flying, really muscling the car up through the kink and into bottom S.
Yeah, he is. He's been going well all weekend, so just hops across the curb, doesn't upset the car too much. Rides the drain cover really well, that car. I think it's beautifully set up, pops and bangs its way over the finish.
What is it? Is it into the 25s? Not quite. 26.41. 26.41. This is his first weekend at Shelsley with the car after buying it over the winter, so he's coming on really well indeed. Stephen Potter off the line in the Evo, 1.95 second start. The start line's gripped up, hasn't it?
It clearly has, absolutely. As he noses his way through, keeps it wide at crossing and dives in from the right hand side of the track into bottom S.
Indeed, yeah, nice line through bottom S, gets it over to the left hand side, shoves the car back through top S. This is great from Stephen. He's going to really have a good time on his hands, I think, here.
Could be into the 26s. Let's see, maybe the low 20s. Oh, he is 26.99. Well done, Stephen, into the 26s. Next on the line, we've got Darren Gummers in the repaired Force TA with a little gearbox issue this morning, but he's off the line now. He's with you already.
Arrows through kennel, Now into the bottom of crossing, the light sparkling off his spangly helmet. Design on the crown there.
Yeah, as he bangs back down through the gears, gets a little wiggle on through bottom S, gets the car flicked around, gets a little bit of oversteer, which the traction has to step in and correct, but he's going to use all the power to get across the line now.
26.10, 26.10. Hold on to your hats. Here comes Adam Greenham. He's already through Kennel. Big wiggle.
Yeah, oh, yeah, he turned in rather too early, brushed the bank with the front left at the bottom of crossing.
And we're turning a couple of prods of power as we're just sideways through bottom S, sideways through top S. God, this car is a handful, but these boys know how to drive it. Feeds the gears, across the line.
Finishing straight. It is a 26 seconds dead. 26 seconds dead.
So despite having an extra CC over Andy, he still can't match it.
Ah, they bring that, yeah, they installed that, that's all that in the change at Paddock. Robert Capper off the line, 1.98 seconds start in the Wraith.
Robert's a very, very tidy driver, and of course, as soon as I say that, he has a lovely power slide.
It's a tidy power slide, though.
Oh yeah, it's caught it wonderfully well.
Just gets a little bit wide through bottom S, upsets the car slightly, but I don't think there'll be too much time lost. Recovers it through top S, and heads slap back in the middle of the road over the line.
Time for Robert Capper, 26.90, 26.90. Olivia Cooper on the hill. They had I know they lost a nose cone this morning after a little spin at bottom S, but it's all fixed. And here comes Olivia. She's very committed in this car.
She is. Keeps it really, really straight all the way. She's not wasting a moment.
Absolutely, quite often one of my favourite drivers to watch. She just makes it look so easy, just like Paul Haynes as well. It's flat out through top S, nice and central in the middle of the road.
This is going to be quick. Let's see what it is. It's a 26.94, 26.94 into the 26s. Well done, Olivia. Jason Tunnicliffe storms off the line in front of me and into Kennel.
Yes, indeed. He's into Kennel. He's into the bottom half of crossing. Takes it wide there. Nearly brushes the armcar on the right-hand side. Sparks all the way and into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, into my sight now. Turns the car nice. A little puff of smoke as a small lockup, but nicely through top S. Gets a little bit of a wiggle, and now we're just going to use all the power through the gears and across the line.
Time for Jason Tunnicliffe. It's a 27.57. 27.57. Now here's another competitor that is with their big shout of getting in the runoff. It's Richard Spedding in the 1600cc Raptor 2. Rockets off the line, 1.97 seconds to you.
Through he comes, yeah, over to the left-hand side, swings, darts out as if he's overtaking almost to take the bottom of crossing, but he's very, very quick.
Absolutely, yeah, Richard Spedding really goes well with this car. Turns it beautifully into bottom S, rapid through top S. That was so quick through top S. We're really going to try and fire a good time in, I think, across the line.
Into the 24s. Yes, 24.92, 24.92. That is a quick time.
He was so quick through top S. The transition was fantastic.
So setting on the line now, the last car in the 1600cc class, it's David Warburton in the Gould GR59. Fastest over practice. Regularly qualifies for the runoff here, will be flat through crossing. You watch this, 2.09 second start, he's already into Kennel.
Kennel right on the recticel, brushing department. Keeps it clean, keeps it neat and tidy, through crossing, flat to the boards, as you say.
I can hear no hint of a lift, absolutely, and he's beautiful through the S's. Wow, this is quick, the car's bouncing, he's just been a bit upset by that drain cover, he may have lost a little bit of time. See what the clock says.
Is it into the 24s? Yes, 24.75,
wow.
24.75. That's a quick time, takes the class lead. That, I think, will be a runoff qualifying time, but we shall see. Anna May Furness on the hill now in the Swallow, with you in the 2 litre class now, 2 litre naturally aspirated.
Yep, here she comes. Very distinctive vermilion helmet. Nice and smooth, this run. Very, very smooth.
Absolutely, yeah, beautiful. Just does a little wiggle, little correction of oversteer, turns the car into top S as well. Really nice from Anna. And we're going to go through the gears and head towards the finish.
But she's local. Do you think she takes the opportunity of detouring up and down here whenever she can?
She's very quick, 29.81 into the sub-30 club. That's a great time. Next on the hill, Kevin Greven in the lovely 2 litre Pilbeam MP88.
Kevin pushes it hard into crossing, takes a late apex, and that brings him out straight into bottom.
It does indeed, yeah. It takes a nice smooth flowing line through the S's. Engine sounds great as it sucks in its air to feed that massive set of carburetors, and we're across the line.
Time for Kevin Creven, 29.44. Ian Tucker on the hill now in the Hayabusa-powered OMS 28.
Ian Tucker up from Newquay, keeps it in the middle. It's that wings and slick. Got a bit of tail happiness out of the kink.
Let's see how it looks into nice and smooth into bottom S, and he's been finding out the brakes are very, very good on that car. Brakes nicely though that time, and he's out through the S's and over the line.
Yes, earlier you were saying, Lloyd, he looked like we were shocked how quickly he took the speed off.
Yes, indeed.
He's gone quicker today. 28.99, so sub 29 is good. Aaron Colburn, he's going really well in this car this weekend. He's already with you.
Yep, soaring at the wheel. He was almost into a drift around the bottom of crossing.
Yeah, absolutely. Aaron's been sideways in this car. I don't think there's much more to come out of this car with Aaron driving it. Absolutely committed through the S's. Big double opposite lock on the exit of top S, and we're across the line now.
Be quick, maybe into the 26s. Not quite. 27.21 takes the class lead. Off the line in front of me, Terry Davis in the Force TA with the home built 2-litre V8 in the back.
Yep, pushing nicely, ever so gentle, almost fingertip control. The lightness of touch is impressive.
Absolutely, yeah, nice line into bottom S, just has a little grab of the curve over the drain cover, and we're fluffing with the traction control, fighting the traction in the rear wheels, and we're across the line already.
Time for Terry Davis, 28.61. Andy Bagord off the line now in the Force PT, up from the Channel Islands, another bike-engined Force.
Andy going nicely today, this weekend. He was quick yesterday. Takes the wide line, almost brushing the car on the right-hand side and into bottom S.
So it sounds great up the hill, certainly using all that RPM, points the car dead straight through the S's, turns the car out of top S, and we're going to feed that thing the gears, use all the power and cross the line.
He's across the line, it's 27.19, takes the lead in the class. Next, Mike Tregonning in the Pilbeam.
Yep, Pilbeam through now, Mike. Distinctive arrow decal on the nose of the car. That shows you with Andy Bugard. He looked smooth and not particularly fast, but it takes the class lead.
Absolutely, absolutely. We might have something similar as well with Mike Tregonning. He may not have quite the same power, but the car was beautiful through the S's and across the line.
He's up towards the finish. It's 29.06, 29.06. Andrew Henson on the line. He goes really well here in this car, and it is immaculately prepared. The Gould Delara 2-litre engine in the back. Lovely car indeed. Will be quick through the S's, through crossing.
He was very quick through crossing. Bottom half of loads of sparks at the kink. There's interesting. There's 3 scorch marks developing on the track there at the kink.
I think he just found neutral slightly as he was just changing gear at bottom S. I don't think there's a lot of time lost, but I think he's may have lost a little, but he's over the line.
27.71, 27.71, 116 across the line. Last car in the class, and indeed in the batch, is on the line. It's Jonathan Varley in the Predator with the 2-litre V8 in the back. Sounds great, this car, and he's very quick indeed to you.
He is very quick, and the soundtrack of this, as you say, is wonderful. Clips is, well, literally a clipping point at the bottom of crossing, but through safety to S's.
Sounds very committed. He gets the car turned, almost facing the back the wrong way. He's angled the car that well and then flicks it round through top S, over the line.
This is going to be quick, could be into the 25s. It is 25.23, 25.23. That's a really good time. He was at the 26s this morning. He's found some time. It's a good line through bottom S. He got right over to the left before turning into top S and carried loads of speed up onto the straight. That ends the batch. Breathe.
Yes. Batch 5 is a frantic one, isn't it?
Yep. And they get faster in the next batch.
They do.
Which is going to be
I was just looking for John Cottrell. Do we know what has happened to him?
John Cottrell?
Yes.
Was he going to be...
Car 102?
No. I don't even have it on the... I don't actually have it on the batch list, which would suggest that he didn't even
make it through.
No. So he might not have been running after yesterday. I'll go and find him later. It's going to be an MP82. I don't know. I haven't seen... That's a good question.
Oh, you know
what that's going to be, don't you?
Being yes, it's another reportage moment.
Yeah.
It's just my OCD looking down a lovely line of results and this big gap, literally in the middle of the class.
Yes. So they're just showing on the stream the other events we've got coming up in the year. We've got Classic Nostalgia coming up here at Shelsley. We've got the August meeting, which is fantastic, and they're showing an onboard on the stream actually from Stuart Bickley's car, which was absolutely brilliant. And now Alex Summers's, which through the kink, which is absolutely phenomenal. But yes, it's great to be here in the flesh, isn't it? To see this in the flesh, and the cars are
It's
just brilliant.
I think it's the kind of thing where you need to come and see it for yourself
to believe it.
And I think the great thing is just as a great thank you to all the guys that are sourcing the live stream out. I think Ryan and all the team are doing a great job. Rich and all the team are doing a great job because with these pictures, we were talking about this yesterday. If you see the pictures more accessible to everybody on YouTube, you don't have to pay for it. It's not behind a paywall or anything like that. It's just free to view on YouTube, and you might catch it one day, and you might wake up and think, "Oh, I'll have a little watch of that," and then the next thing you can become hooked, and you might buy yourself a ticket and realise what you're missing out on by not coming in person to Shelsley Walsh, because you really can't compute the speeds of these cars until you're here, stood in front of them, and see them whiz past. It's really quite special.
Yeah. Also, HillClimb.TV is aiming for 12,000 subscribers. We're up to 919. 11. Sorry, they're on 11,919.
Yeah.
So only about 80 to go. So if you are watching, do subscribe. You'll get all the news, and you'll get all the upcoming streams. We're up to 920. Whoever that was, it clearly worked.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Well done.
Hey, welcome, Rich. It's a great way to watch the action if you can't be here in person. But on a beautiful day like today, it's just the best place to be, isn't it?
It is. There's few places better. I said this morning I took a ride out on I arrived here on 2 wheels today, and I said if I do nothing else today, I've still had a lovely day, just having a nice ride out to Shelsley Walsh. But fortunately, I get to sit up here in top box and enjoy the weather and watch these amazing cars go past and chat to you two boys. So very much appreciated.
That's all right. And we're also seeing a stream of the paddock now, the bar, and the bar is open in the paddock, and there is a few people enjoying a light refreshment of the alcoholic nature, which they serve here in the bar. And what a beautiful day it is. Absolutely stunning. It's quite interesting is we're a camera watching the farmyard, at which there's a screen at the end showing the camera watching the farmyard, which of course there's a screen at the end of that. So it just goes on, one of those goes on forever things. Russian doll moment.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Oh, by the way, you know the Will Kerr driven or shared OMS 28 with the turbocharged 750cc engine in it. We've been wondering what it is.
Yes.
It's Kawasaki.
Oh, nice.
So it's the engine's built by Ben Hamer, the co-driver of the car, I believe, and they pretty much build even the turbo themselves. They've built the whole engine themselves. They buy 750cc Kawasaki engine off eBay, and they bolt the turbo to it, and off you go. And it's well over 200 horsepower.
Wow.
And it's going very well indeed today.
Amazing. Is that any relation to James Kerr? Is that son of James Kerr from?
No, I don't think so, because it's 1R.
Ah, okay, fair enough. I just wondered.
Yeah. Maybe he only inherited 1R. I don't know.
But. Maybe so. But we've got an interesting batch to come next, haven't we?
Well, yes.
Another one.
Yeah,
We're being spoiled.
Double interesting. Yes.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. This is at first we'll have the couple of classics dual-driven cars. So Amanda George and Joseph Mackerel will drive, and then we will then have the 2 litre forced induction class, which we've got cars such as Alex Coles and John Chalmers and Paul Hames and Pete Tatham and some really fast cars in there. And then we've got the rest of the unlimited class cars. So this is the fastest cars of the weekend that you'll be seeing coming right up. Many drivers in with a shout of qualifying in the runoff. Currently on the bubble in 12th is Alan Warburton on a 26.18. There are 4 cars in the 24s already who have already gone up, so I think you're going to need a 24 to qualify. Looking at who's coming.
I think you're right. And before we get any pointers from these runs now, where do you think you're going to put your money for the runoff?
Oh, definitely one of the competitors.
Oh, well, okay. That's a very political
100%.
answer. Well done.
Someone we haven't seen yet, I'm going to say.
Yes. Well, that means you're saying it's not going to be Sean Gould. Wow, you've got off the fence. I'm quite happy up here on my fence.
I mean, Sean's going to be in there, but I don't think he's going to win the runoff.
I think Matt Ryder's going to win it, I think. Yeah. Is my bet. But let's see. Anyway, Alex. Anyway, let's see. Amanda George off the line. Chevron B19, 2.48 second start. To you.
Yes, we've waxed lyrical about this car all weekend. It just is such a right-looking thing. Derek Bennick's design team got this absolutely spot on for my money.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, it's just a lovely shade of kind of Merlot red, isn't it? It's beautiful. And yeah, just sweeps through top S, and away we go towards the finish.
More Cabernet Sauvignon.
We were saying yesterday it's impressive to design a car that works at Shelsley Walsh and Le Mans.
Yes.
Anyway, we've got Amanda George does a 33.07. Joseph Mackerel's already with you.
He is, and through me and into bottom S.
Yeah, absolutely, and taking a nice smooth ride through bottom S, through top S, and that gruff engine note, and yeah, we're off towards the finish.
Time for Joseph Mackerel as he crosses the line, 32.08. Next car to come to the line is going to be William Luffridge in the bright orange Empire Wraith with the forced induction 1300cc high booster in the back. Just getting the car ready. Obviously they had Zach had to jump out, William had to jump in, so they just strapped William in. He's just in the pre-start area to warm his tyres. He does one burnout and brings it to the line. Slap bang in the middle of the road, visor down. Marshall's just adjusting the car into place. Those of you watching, that's the you can see the carbon fibre strut timing beam on the front of the car that they line up with the timing beam at the start line, and that breaks the timing beam at the finish. So the car's lined up. We got a thumbs up from the marshals. The revs of the engine build. He's dropped the clutch. He's off. William Luffridge is off, popping and banging as he passes me. 2 second start to you.
Straight through Kennel into the middle of the track. He's sticking to that wings and slicks line that we've been espousing. Lots of sparks on those 3 points, but he's into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, turns in nicely, just slap back in the middle of the road, just glass the drain cover, nice and smooth, and the traction control now doing its thing. He's safely out towards the finish line. What's he going to do?
Maybe in the 25s, let's see. Oh, almost. 26.01, just missed out on a 25. 26.01, but that's a great time from William as he gets to know this car. Next on the line, another car you can debate which shade of wine it reminds you of. It's Pete Tatham in the OMS 28 in the, we're just going to go purple OMS 28. Supercharged, popping and banging as he passes me. He's already to you. He turns left through Kennel.
Yep, very redolent of the gold that James Baxter ran for a couple of seasons, that colour, but nicely clean and into you at bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, turns beautifully and just clips the apex and just sends the car sideways slightly, but certainly not scared of it. Here's Pete, and he turns out of top S and he's across the line already.
This is going to be quick. Is it into the 24s? Not quite. 25.67. 25.67 puts him second in class at the moment behind Zach. Next on the line, we have Paul Alexander. This is the Force PC again. This is the forced induction Force PC. I forgot to ask them yesterday, is this the ex-Tony Hunt car? Because it's the same colour that one was, but I don't know. Anyway, he's off the line, popping and banging in 2.15 second start. Disappears through Kennel to you.
Yeah, cleanly through Kennel a bit. 50p piece, cornering style. We've seen that work very quickly already today. But he just feels off it to me, off the pace.
Just, yeah, sort of rolls into bottom S. Not masses of commitment, as you say, but it's absolutely smooth as you like through the S's, and will pop through the gears and over the line.
Puts the power down, heads up the finishing straight, 30.77. 30.77. Coming to the line now is John Chalmers, father of James Chalmers, who he's sharing the car with. John actually used to have the 2 litre class record here before it was taken by whoever it was taken by. I'm just looking at the programme. It was taken by Jonathan Varley, of course it was, and that Chalmers record had been around quite a long time actually. So he's on the line, he's in position, he selects a gear, he builds up the revs, popping and banging, and he's off the line. Good start, 2.02 second start. He's already into Kennel and disappears from me.
He is round Kennel in the middle line again, right in the middle of the road, late apexing of crossing. Gear change in the middle of the corner, late apex at kink and into bottom S.
Yeah, Ruttles into sight now, just a nice smooth line through bottom S. Anti-lag working away again, using that anti-lag to get the turbo going and fires through the gears across the line.
Is it going to be in the 27s? No, 26s. 26.87. 26.87. Next on the line, we've got Paul Hames, another serious contender for qualification for the runoff and a serious contender for the class win. He builds up the revs in the turbocharged 1300cc Gould GR59. It's a good start. It's 2.03 seconds. That'll do very nicely. He's into Kennel.
He takes the right-hand side of the track, and again, looking something like a JP Montoya era Williams and into bottom S.
Absolutely, Paul is so perfect through bottom S, perfect through top S. That's the best I've seen. Oh, he just had to get out the power slightly. That will cost him a little bit of time.
It's looking quick though, maybe in the 23s, not quite. 24.09, 24.09.
51 miles an hour.
That's phenomenal. That's the quickest.
He'd have been in the 23s if he hadn't had that slight wobble.
I think this afternoon the 23 is on the cards. Let's see. Right, off the line, Harry Pick in the OMS 28 with the big Cosworth XD in the back with you.
Yep. Harry comes through nice and tidy over the right-hand side. Some of the bigger cars favour that line. It's a little bit smoother. They don't bottom as much.
Absolutely, yeah. Big load of opposite lock as it feeds the power through. Big oversteer moment on the exit of top S. May have cost him some time, but he certainly wasn't afraid to commit. Across the line.
He caught it. Oh, 26.02. 26.02. I reckon he'll be in the 25s this afternoon. Let's see. Good time from Harry Pitt. Richard Summers on the line now in the AFS P40, built by the Summers family, and Alex designed it. What a car this is. 2.5 litre V6 in the back with you.
Yes. The middle of the road, the Cam Sport, proudly portrayed on the top of the back wing and into bottom S.
Yeah, absolutely pops into sight. Just has a couple of bites at the cherry to turn in, but still recovered nicely. Nice and tight out of top S. Beautiful line through there, and we're in the middle of the road. Car is going through the gears and over the line.
Across the line for 27.39, 123 across the line. Paul Crute on the hill in the Jaguar V6 powered OMS 28 with you.
I do like this.
It's great, isn't it?
Oh, as you can hear, it's gone poorly. It's coming to a stop. Yep, everything's
Is
switched
he going
off.
to make it to bottom S?
No, he's not.
Keep crawling.
Did that sound a little bit like another electricals kind of like the
sounded
car just turned
completely
off?
like it turned itself off. There were no lights on the dash, nothing.
Yeah, he's waving his arms on the screen, I could see. So, yes, they've turned off. So Graham Wynne was next coming to the line. They've turned the car off. Absolutely no, sort of didn't hit anything or anything. The car just seemed to conk out.
It literally switched off.
If you're going to Google conking out, that's what you'd find.
Yeah.
Yes.
Between Kennel and Bottom Crossing, it just visibly stopped accelerating.
I said earlier, the same thing happened to Matthew Riley, didn't it, last year? With the, it's almost as if some of the cars, with the way they're designed, I don't know whether it's where they go through. Was it through Crossing or King? Was it? Or
it was just as he came out of Kennel onto the short straight before you steel yourself for the blind of crossing. It stopped the urge, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was accelerating. It was silent as it passed me.
Shame.
And he just knocked it out of gear, I guess, and coasted to a halt as far up as he could go. But
Shame.
although the fact that he's out and it's stopped on the hill,
I wonder if it's stuck in gear now.
I think it's stuck in gear now, yes.
By the way, I've just had a message on the stream from Michael Lappenstein. Sorry if I've said that wrong. Good morning. They need one of these in America. Yes, that'd be great. Imagine doing a British Hillclimb Championship road trip to
Pikes Peak.
I was going to say, do they not have one in America that's a bit bigger?
It's a bit different.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a bit wilder.
Yes, it
They've
is.
got more room in America, though, haven't they? Just a little bit more room.
Got a lot of space. By the way, I was just looking at my commentary box thinking, hang on, why is Jack Cottrell stood in front of me, not in his car? They've got a steering column issue, a bolt's come loose, so they've gone to get the spare steering column, so he won't be running now. He should be back out this afternoon.
Oddly, all marshals south of me are on the course walking down.
Oh.
The three marshals from Crossing are examining the surface, and the two marshals who were at Kennel have walked halfway up and down again. Perhaps something is thought to have maybe fallen off the Jaguar.
Or leaked.
Well, there's no sign of any liquid to the naked eye, but they're examining them carefully.
Okay.
Well, you know, better safe than sorry. It's not like we've got any quick cars coming up in a minute, is it? So.
Just a quick question on the stream. I see many cars have blades sticking up from the front wing end plate, mostly on the right-hand side. What is that? That's from Christopher Berenston Torsvik, or Chris, as I'm now going to call him. Hello, Chris. They are the timing beams. So those are the carbon fibre struts that you line up on the start line with the timing beams, and that break the timing beam when you cross the finish line, so that all cars are timed equally. So that's what they're for.
In my time, I have had timing beams made of aluminium, made of wood, also made of cereal packets when I got to the Isle of Man and realised I'd forgotten to put it in the spares kit.
Was that a bit bendy?
No, if you fold over, now imagine a cereal, a Frosties packet sitting in front of you.
Other timing beam manufacturers are available. Yep.
Take out the front panel with whatever picture it is, fold it into 4, and then cover it in gaffer tape.
Oh, right.
It worked for the duration of the Manx Classic.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
I like that. Do send your questions in if you are watching the stream.
As Lloyd will see momentarily, we have the course pickup reversing, towing the Jaguar.
I can just about make that out.
So do you think they might be taking it to... Are the wheels all turning all right?
I can't tell at this distance, but I don't hear a loud squeal of 4 protesting donuts.
Would that have a clutch? Would that have a pedal clutch or a steering wheel mounted clutch?
I think it's a flappy pedal box.
But it probably still has... It might still have a pedal clutch to get it off the line.
Just
Maybe.
stick your foot on the clutch and let's pull you back in there.
So are they going to now push it into...
Yeah, they'll roll
take it all the way back up?
No,
I expect they'll wait at bottom S.
Yeah, and then they'll just clutch in and roll back down when it's time to come back down. Yeah. At least Paul's got a good view of the action to come. So
that's great consolation.
That's the positive. Bless him. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Failures happen, so I'm sure he'll be disappointed.
Shame,
but no great harm done. I'm sure it's only a Control-Alt-Delete. Hopefully.
Hopefully it's fixable this afternoon.
What was the wheel haul issue then? Did you say, Billy? You went and did some investigative journalism.
It was stuck in second gear,
and
it seems to be an electronical problem rather than a mechanical one.
Right, but they've got that sorted, haven't they? It's all.
I hope they hope that's the thing. It seems absolutely fine now, but it's the slightly frustrating thing is you don't really know what the problem is.
That's where Motorsport went wrong, allowing electricity in.
Not in my day.
Yes.
Yes.
Timing by hourglass in my day.
Yes. So they're reversing the Jag powered OMS back into the...
I think we'll be back underway quite quickly.
Yeah, it's rolling fine, so...
Yes, I think it is just a case of the car decided to sulk and switch itself off.
Maybe it just wanted to have a lovely view of bottom S.
Yeah, it wants an ice cream.
It's not the only one.
Yes, yes.
That was a hint for anybody around crossing.
Well caught, Billy, thank you.
If you see a commentator with puppy dog eyes, it's because he wants it looking like the cat from Shrek. It's because he wants someone to bring him an ice cream.
Now, how did you enjoy your break? I saw you and your good lady slapping on the sun cream, which is very wise on the benches here.
Really hot. But it was really good, yeah, it was lovely. Walked up the hill and watched a bit from Kennel and then walked up and watched a bit from crossing, which was good.
Are you going to be doing a lunchtime walk around, are you, Billy?
Yes, I am.
For the live streamers, that is worth staying around and watching if you're having your lunch or if it's your supper or a midnight snack, depending where you are in the world following us. Billy, born and brought up in the paddocks of the hill climbing world, so very much worth tuning in and staying for that.
By the way, we are 4 subscribers off 12,000 subscribers. So since my little plug, we've had 76. God, which is brilliant, isn't it? Well done. Fantastic work from Rich and Elle on getting this stream up and running and the work they do behind the scenes. Rich is here, well, they're both here, all Friday to set it all up, and they probably won't be finished taking everything down till into the darkness hours tonight.
Did the 3 of us subscribe?
I was just.
I need. Well, we could.
I've just done it.
We do it now.
Do it now.
Well, I've just seen 199. Lloyd is called 11997.
That was literally me.
Subscriber 119. We're at 1199. We got one more to go to hit 12,000. At which point, I think it just goes home. The stream goes off. Thank you very much. There's a mic drop. You'll hear. Yeah. Oh, we just lost a subscriber. Who was that? Right down to 998.
Cancelled because of the.
It's not you.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got a car on the line. We've got Graham Wynn in the Gould Jar. We're there! 12,000 subscribers. Woohoo! And now 12,001, so we didn't stay there for long. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much for everybody subscribing on the stream. That's fantastic. It's brilliant. Thanks for all your support. Right, off the line, Graham Wynn in the Gould Jar 59. Another contender for qualification for the runoff. He's going really well this weekend. He's with you.
Definitely. He's got such a well-sorted 4-litre Judd in the back of this car. No sparks. This car is riding exactly right into it.
Absolutely, yeah. Graham's really driving the wheels off this car. Little wiggle as he gets it back. back through top S, really, really nice, and we're going to use all that power. Just keep an eye on this time, guys.
Let's see, it could be to the 24s. I think it will be. Let's see, 24.51. 24.51. Scott Moran in the paddock. We're very pleased with him for that. That is a brilliant run. That's definitely qualifying. Simon Andrews, 2.02 second start with you.
Simon now threading through. Bit hesitant at crossing, but gets back on the power, jumps on it over to the right-hand side into bottom S.
Absolutely, yeah, just rolls it into bottom S, gets nice and central in the road, just struggles that drain cover, gets out of the power slightly, but now we're going to use all of that power. We're going to go through the gears and over the line.
Over the line for 28.06. 28.06 for Simon Andrews. Next on the line is Steve Owen, constructor of all the OMSs. So the S of OMS stands for Steve, the O is Owen. I can't remember his middle name, I'll have to check that. Steve off the line, 2.18 seconds, and to you.
Nicely through Kennel. Takes that middle wings and slicks line hard over to the right-hand side, just kisses the Arco with the right rear, and very happily into bottom S.
And he's been driving the wheels off this car all weekend, big slide. He touched the bank, if you remember earlier, doesn't do that this time, but the traction control fights the car. What's the clock going to do?
Is it going to be into the 26s again? Yes, 26.11, 26.11 off the line. Oliver Tomlin in the big 4-litre Pilbeam MP97. To you.
He's nice and tight in, tight, apexing very close in on the left through all the left-handers at bottom S now. He's doing the same.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, really tight into, yeah, that's the best word to describe it, really close to those apexes, real fine margins, but we're away out of top S and we're going to cross the line.
For a time of 25.72, 25.72. Next on the line, Dave Uren, one of the very few drivers that's in the 23 second club here.
Yeah, Dave, 8th in the championship last season.
Had a problem yesterday. Oh no, he's in the 22 second club. I was right, I shouldn't have doubted myself.
Yeah.
He is one of the very few drivers in the 22 second club. Had an issue yesterday when Nicola was driving at top S. They fixed the car is going well. Dave always goes well here. He's passed me, 2.07 second start.
Decent start into Kennel. Kicking the throttle, bang, bang, bang. Really quick through the kick.
That's it, appears into my sight now, takes a nice tight line through bottom S, just keeps it nice and clips the drain cover out of top S. Really, really quick now. This was nice and tidy from David. What's he going to do?
That's a very neat run. Is it into the 24s? It is 24.78, 24.78. Very neat and tidy run. Still, I think, got a bit in reserve.
I think so too.
I think he has, only 3/10 behind Sean Gould.
They seem to have been battling slight tail happiness issues with that car this weekend, which I've not seen from it before, so interesting. Anyway, off the line, Trevor Willis in the OMS 28. He's with you already, 2.01 second start.
Trevor is nicely over to the right-hand side, bang, bang, just small sparks.
Yeah. Trevor going well again. He's an instructor on this course and knows it really well. Beautiful through the S's as he was earlier. Perfect out of top S. Routine stuff from Trevor across the line.
This is going to be quick. It is 24.32. 24.32 takes the lead in the class. That is well into the runoff. We might actually have well, we've got 4 cars to go. And 4 cars left in the runoff of 25, so I think it's going to be 24 left to be in the runoff. Let's see, Will all off the line. Great start, 1.96 seconds, already with you.
Yeah. Will, nicely tight. Really, the red gear change like flashing on the dashboard.
Yeah, gearbox working fine just now. Nice through bottom S, nice through top S. Now the power feeds in, and we're going to fire now towards the finish line. Keep an eye.
This is a neat and tidy run from Will. It's in the 23s. It's 23.90, fastest in the class so far. Fastest qualifier so far. 23.90. That was really neat and tidy.
It was so smooth. That was such.
Will's always driven that car beautifully well, hasn't he?
153 over the line.
It's a quick car. Right, 3 cars to go, and on the line we've got Alex Summers, another hot favourite for the win today. He's off the line, 1.88 second start. That's rapid, already to Kennel.
Yep, wide at Kennel. Late apexing at the bottom of crossing. Late apexing at the kink, right hand into the.
This is absolutely with me now. I actually fancy Alex for a bit of an upset, I think, in this runoff. I think he's going to be really, really great. Beautiful through the S's across the line.
This is very quick indeed. 23.34, 23.34. Very fast indeed. Fastest qualifier so far.
Ripple of applause here at crossing for that.
Well deserved. I mean, why wouldn't you? 144 miles an hour across the finish. 133 into bottom S.
He's on top of his game at the minute, I think, is Alex.
He used every inch of road available coming through Kennel.
Yeah.
And crossing. Brilliant run. Next on the line, Matthew Ryder. Championship leader at the moment in the 4 litre Gould GR59. Builds up the revs, drops a clutch off the line. 2.0 seconds, 7 seconds starts is slightly slower, but he's already with you.
Yep. Sliding. This car's a bit loose, but very quick. Lots and lots of sparks.
Absolutely, yeah. Matthew's been fighting the car all weekend. Gets the back end out on the entrance to bottom S, and he's fighting the oversteer again on the exit. It looks like a fighty car this weekend. He's driving it really well, though.
Fully committed run, 23.49, 23.49, 10th and a half behind Alex. Slots him into second place at the moment in class, second place in the runoff. 1 car to run. It is our current 4-time British Hillclimb Championship champion, Wallace Mingus, in the 3.3 litre Cosworth engined Gould, so a stretched version of the engine that Alex Summers has, up to 3.3 litres. Sounds absolutely incredible. Car looks brilliant. Tom New watches on from the start line. Revs build, he drops the clutch. Here we go, here comes Wallace. 1.95 second start, already to you.
Through Kennel, keeps it right in the middle of the track. If you drew a line symmetrically, it would be Wallace's line. Fantastic precision.
Never write this man off. This is an amazing car and an amazing driver. Beautiful through bottom S, beautiful through top S. Gets right over to the edge, near the bank, slap bang in the middle of the road. What's he going to do?
Used all the road there. It's going to be a 24. It is 24.69. 24.69. Safely
Speed
in.
across the line.
Was it 162 miles an hour across the finish? Quite incredible. So that we have our runners and riders. I will wait for official confirmation from the timing, but I believe we have Alex Summers. Oh, I know Alex Summers is fastest on 23.34. Second, Matt Ryder on a 23.49. Third, Will Hall on a 23.90. Fourth, Paul Hames on a 24.09, and I think he could be in the 23s. He was only a 10th off it. Brilliant run. Fifth, Trevor Willis, 24.32. Sixth, Graham Wynn on a 24.51. I'm going to check with Scott Moran if that's a PB, because if it isn't, it can't be far off, and that's the furthest up a runoff I've seen Graham qualify here. That's brilliant. He's just looked so confident all weekend.
Looked really hooked up. Really hooked
so
up,
confident all weekend. Seventh, we've got Zach Zammit in the Bussa boosted Empire on a 24.62. Eighth, Wallace Mingus on a 24.69, but I suspect he will go quicker than that in the runoff. Ninth, Dave Warburton on a 24.75. 10th, Sean Gould also on a 24.75, but Dave set the time first, so that he will go second of the two. 11th, Dave Uren on a 24.78. I think he's battling oversteer issues this weekend.
I'd go with that, yes.
I think it just doesn't look the normal planted GR55 that I've seen here before, and we know Dave can go quicker than that. So let's see if they can do a bit more fettling before the runoff. And 12th and final runoff runner will be a 24.92, and that's Richard Spedding. So in the Raptor. So we have Goulds in the runoff. We have DJs. We have a GWR Raptor. We have an Empire. Loads of variety.
So Billy, talk us through what happens now then. What do the guys do that got to the top of the hill? What happens now to prepare them for a runoff?
So now they will come back down the hill. There is one more batch to go, which is some historics to give the runners and riders time to prep their cars. They will need to be cooled and got to the optimum operating temperature for all the engines. They will probably, if they've got one, bolt on a fresh set of boots, fresh set of tyres, refuel, because the fuel tanks are only 4, 5, 6 litres. You don't need to go further than 900 yards, 1,000 yards, sorry. So you don't need more fuel than that, so refueled. And then it's just a case of mentally preparing yourself for what you're about to do.
Indeed.
Which is throw one of these incredible cars up a hill in under 25 seconds, doing, for all of them, over 120 miles an hour at some point.
It's something, isn't it? It really is something. And so we will be up and running very shortly. Wallace has just made his way through bottom S. Flags are in, so not too long we'll be up and running again.
So I'm going to take my leave because I get to do this afternoon's runoff, and Chris Stewart will be taking you through this morning's, or this early afternoon's runoff, should I say. So we've got one more batch to go of some historics, and then I will speak to you again if you're here at the Hill after lunch, if you're watching on the stream during the lunch break. So I'm looking forward to this.
See you,
Speak
Billy.
to you later.
That just gave me enough time to turn to page 44 of my programme and transcribe our top 12 runners into the slot for them. I like to keep my records because I'm an anorak.
Someone's got to do it.
Well, it's useful next year if I'm spared and invited back to compare and contrast how people have done.
Well, indeed, absolutely. So yes, but I was asking Billy, what's your prediction for runoffs then? What do you think, Guy? What's your thoughts?
My prediction now, or I think, Wallace is going to improve. Paul Hames has something in the bag as well. I think
he really does.
But I think you're going to have to be going some to topple Alex.
Do you know what? Before the weekend, I thought there's something about the way Alex is driving at the moment.
Yeah.
It feels like he has momentum, and take nothing away from Matthew. I mean, Matthew's car control is just sublime at the moment, but it does look a little bit fighty that goal this weekend.
We've all noted that.
Fighty.
He's taking it by the scruff of the neck. If that car was behaving in a smooth fashion, to use our word of the day, I think he'd be my tip for the top.
Yes, and this is a power course, Shelsley Walsh. You know, you can trouble, if you're in an 1100 Supercharged, you can trouble the big stuff if you go to a place like Prescott where it's short, turny and twisty, whereas here you need a lot of power to get up the hill quickly.
Yeah, as you were saying earlier, you feel you've lost half your power.
Yes, 100%.
Here, guys, is Vernon Williamson in the Osper with its unique Ford engine, Ford 1-litre engine on its side as a development car for the Cosworth DFB V8 to get the lubrication system working right. It's also got a unique gearbox. It started live as a Renault gearbox with 3 speeds, and somehow they squeezed 5 speeds into it. So if you're in the paddock, do have a look at this car. It's a really interesting concept, and the DFV, which won so many Grand Prix, owes a lot to this. So that's Vernon down from Scotland. Here's Steve Palmer in, for him, a new acquisition. This is the Lotus 69 FB that he brought back from Switzerland and is getting the hang of it and loves it. He's followed by this amazing Mark 1 Ford Cortina. It's actually a Mark 1.5. The test is, you know, the difference between a 1 and a 1.5, because not many people do, and I gave that as a question at Goodwood, and it created a lot of controversy. This one came up from South Africa. We've got a time for Steve Palmer. We had 33.85, and for Vernon Williamson 44.69. And the South African cars had a bracing strut across the engine bay because the roads in South Africa are pretty rough. Here's Jan Nietzsche. We knew very well from his days with the Star Ride Formula 500 Norton-engined Formula 3 car that was always immaculate and well driven, but he sold that and he's invested in this little Mark III Mallock and loves it. And following him is one of the most famous cars here today. This is the famous Stovebolt Special that started life as an HWM Alta Grand Prix car in 1950 and was the first car that Sterling was paid to race in a Grand Prix. It went to the States, it starred in a film with Kirk Douglas, and then Simons had it. They had the Chevrolet engine put in. Simons had it for over 20 years. It has never seen a trailer. And it goes past everything on the road except for a fuel station, because I think it does 12 miles to the gallon or something.
Good effort.
Here's Brownie Serrell. You'll have seen Philip on the telly if you watch Bargain Hunt at lunchtime. Does a great job. Really amusing, and I think he's coming this afternoon. Brownie enjoying this Elva Mark 7, followed by Martin Jones in the very pretty Brabham BT21. I gather the word of the day is smooth, which has taken over from iconic.
Well, you banned us from using words. I think you challenged us last year, Chris, to stop using the words neat and tidy.
Yeah, it hasn't worked. There were about 30 of those yesterday.
It is indeed. Well, you try watching Paul Hames through the S's and try not thinking neat and tidy.
I know.
But yes, you certainly can't apply that to some of the people who are here. Very spectacular driving this weekend.
Yeah, here are some times. Janich in the Malik 37.93, Simon Taylor in Stockport 36.54. He'll be quite pleased with that. Brownie in the Elva 36.12, and Martin Jones in the Brabham 33.08. Brian Meddings has just finished with a 36.03, and we're watching Richard George in the lovely Chevron, which makes us dribble with longing. We want it. Richard, I'll give you £2,000 for this car. No, he says, or Amanda says. That's smoky, and I don't know why. And it's Andy Tippett in the Brabham. We were talking about how brilliant the V8 Buick engine is, which this car has in the back of it, which led, of course, to the Rover V8. But it looks as if we've put the commentator's curse on it, because I can smell. I don't know what I can smell, but I'm afraid I smell maybe a rod through the side.
Really? Is it?
I don't know. It's not happy at all, and it's.
That's not ideal, is it?
No.
Can we see fluid?
No, we can't see.
Which is good.
Well, there's a trail, but it's. I don't know what it is. Whether it's. I don't think it's oil. I hope not.
Is it on the start line, Chris, or is it?
No. It's got as far almost to kennel.
Okay.
But it was smoking like crazy off the start line.
Let's hope it's not dropped anything then, just before the runoff. That would be most disappointing, wouldn't it?
I had a nice chat with Howden Ganley at Prescott last weekend. Ex-Formula One driver, drove a lot of Grand Prix for BRM, for Lotus, for Williams. But he was saying the BRM V12 engine, of which there was an example running at Prescott, was notorious for putting rods through the side, and BRM got very good at welding up the hole in the block and line boring the car to mend it, because they couldn't afford to have a new car. And Howden and Mike Wiles used to battle for the car with the most recent hole in the block, because that was the engine that always revved best.
You learn something new every day.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I assume because we've got no red flags at the top, I assume we're red flags at the bottom.
It's a good moment to read out the runners in our first runoff, and there should be a page at the back of the programme if you would like to write them in.
It's page 44, Chris.
Thank you, there it is. So I'll go through fairly slowly, give you time to put them in, and this is the order in which they will run, which is slightly distorted because one of the cars is double driven. That's Sean Gould and Matthew Ryder, of course. So first one up would be Sean Gould in the Gould GR59 that he and his dad built, qualified with a 24.75. He comes up the hill and then back down again, jumps out. Matthew will jump in. And next car up will be Richard Spedding, 24.92, with that little engine car, a brilliant run. Third to run, amazing after the car was repaired yesterday afternoon, is David Wren, qualified with a 24.78. Interesting, you needed to be in the 24s to qualify. Fourth to run, David Warburton, car number 10, Gould GR59, Hayabusa, 24.75. Fifth up will be Wallace Mingies, who is understandably working his way back in after a horrific accident at Craigantlett a few weeks ago in the pouring rain. The car has been rebuilt incredibly quickly and it's got a few scars, but it's all in one piece and going well. So Wallace runs up fifth, qualified with a 24.69. Following him will be Zach Zammit, over from Malta, and he's in the Empire Wraith, and a good time of 24.62. He's extremely quick. Nice to see Graham win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th up. Graham, who for the last 2 years has shared his car with Scott Moran. This year he's doing it solo and doing fine. Qualified with a 24.51. Following Graham is Trevor Willis. Trevor, how many times has Trevor been Hillclimb champion? 3? And but in the well-known OMS with its V8 engine, but I think Trevor realizes that the more modern cars and more powerful engines make him work really hard to get in a good position in the championship. But Trevor qualified with a 24.32, and he was followed by Paul Hames in the little turbocharged GR59, producing masses of power from a tiny engine, qualified with a 24.09. He runs 9th. 10th will be Will Hall. First run up the hill this morning, got stuck in second gear, which was very annoying for him, but luckily he had a good run, second run in the class runs, recorded a 23.9 to qualify 10th. Qualifying 11th, Matthew Ryder, who's leading the championship at the moment. He won at Harewood, he won at Gurston. He qualified with a 23.49. And fastest qualifier, Alex Summers in the Firestorm, qualified with a 23.34.
Just looking at the live stream repeat, Chris, it looks almost like that car of Andrew Tippett's popped its radiator cap off on the start line.
And is that right?
And I think he came to us, because it's white. You could just see like a bit of a clear fluid coming out the top, and I think he realised and stopped. And I would imagine there was water on the manifold, something like that, or it popped a pipe or something like that.
I hope that's right, because
that would be my guess.
That he hasn't bent the engine. That's great. Here's Malcolm Thorne in a rare car. This is the Formula 2 Lotus 69. I think they only made 3 of these with Lotus twin cam engines, of which this is one. Malcolm lives locally. He drove this car to fastest time of day in the last ever Chateau Impney event, which was a great success. And he's followed by Robin Johnson driving the Tiger SF83. Tiger started by Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley. Howden has written a brilliant book that's very amusing, which he told me last weekend is almost a sellout. Well,
It's only taken it a decade.
Yeah, and 150 quid, so it's probably like Simon Taylor's HWM book, Too Heavy to Lift.
Chateau Impney wasn't that successful. If it had been, it'd still be going, I think.
Well, except it was a deliberate policy by the family to give the chateau some publicity, and now it's going to be a very, very posh building site. Times. Andrew Tippett stopped, we know that. Malcolm Thorne, 31.69. Robin Johnson in the Tiger, 33.52. Here's Roger Deans in the Lola Formula 5000, famous car. Roger's been hill climbing this for a long time. Really interesting to look at the early Formula 5000 cars. They had all sorts of solutions to where to put the brakes. And this one has got very outboard front brakes. He's followed by Simon Durling in the delicious Alpine A110, he says in his perfect franglais.
Absolument, c'est super, mon ami.
Oui.
C'est le Renault Alpine.
What's the disc brake? Frein disc. It has 2 frein discs. Actually, it has 4.
I tell you what, I love the new reimagined. I love the original, but I love the new reimagined A1.
It's the best of those retro cars that every manufacturer's had a go at, and Renault absolutely hit it out the park.
Really want one.
They did.
Really want one.
38.56 for Simon. Here's Bill Drysdale in the Fur Special, which has had an almost 2-year rebuild after a nasty bending moment.
Feels a bit Arkwright, that, doesn't it?
It does. And it was wrapped in silver foil last week and is looking much smarter than it did when it was orange all over.
I do love the Soltar on the nose, though.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, well...
The Curie, of course.
The SNP are very much in favour. Bill Drysdale, 45.11. Simon Durling, 38.56. And Ross McDonald is with you.
He's through and with Lloyd now.
He is indeed, and he's under my commentary box. Little waggle from the tail, little slightly 911-esque, but no harm done, and we're nearly across the line.
To record a 36.24 for Ross. It's all gone quiet. Does that mean we're not having any more in?
No Brian Meddings. We know we have no Sarah because she's got a sore car and body.
Amanda has already run.
Yep.
Richard has run,
I've missed Richard's run.
Andy Tippett.
He did with a 34.48.
Yep. So will we be sending cars back down and then run off, or will we be sending them all up now?
I think they'll come down.
They should come down, I think. They want to clear it.
Yes. So
I have a little factoid for you, chaps, concerning Simon Taylor and the Stove Bolt.
Go on.
This is his 25th birthday of ownership. He bought it in 1999.
Crikey. That's good, isn't it?
And he tore a page out of Road and Track or something similar when he was 11 at boarding school and stuck it on the inside of his lift-up desk, and it was a photo of the Stove Bolt Special.
He wrote 20 years ago a great book about Shelsley, and it's worth buying. It's still available.
There are still copies in the club shop.
Yeah, and in it he says only 2 pairs of brothers have got fastest time of day at Shelsley.
Go on.
The Bolsovers.
Okay.
And the Druids.
Ooh.
I know. Fame at last. Except that was 20 years ago, so it's probably been beaten since then by the Tippett.
20 years ago when he got FTD, or?
No, 20 years ago when the book came out. We both got FTD, I think, the same year, 2000.
Wow.
Rain assisted, of course.
Well, no.
We don't mention.
You didn't need to add that bit.
No.
We were sufficiently impressed.
In the interest of honesty. And the same thing happened at Lowton Park, where I won the runoff, qualified 12th, which meant I was first to go, and I went up in a reasonable time, and then the rains came pouring down. Druitt wins runoff. I wasn't going to argue.
No, definitely not.
Stuart Bickley on board from last year to record a 25.895 on the big screen. I've been watching the big screen down in the courtyard. It's really impressive. The quality of the picture and the sound is first class, and I think it's a terrific addition to the attractions at Shelsley, of which there are many. And while I'm thinking, which is a rare event, let me give you again the runners in our first runoff, in case you missed them last time round. I'll go slightly quicker this time. So first run will be Sean Gould, car number 7. He'll come back down and hop out. Next up will be Richard Spedding, car number 199. Third to run, David Wren in the recently mended, because it had a bit of an accident yesterday, GR55 Gould, car number 8. Fourth to run will be David Warburton, car number 10. Gould GR59 with a Hayabusa. Fifth, Wallace Mingus, working himself back in, getting comfortable after a horrific accident over at Crugantlet. Good to see him in the car in good fettle. Next to run will be over from Malta Zach Zammit, car number 810, qualified with a 24.62. Following him, Graham Wynne, complete with pacemaker, helping him get up the hill quickly. Car number 118.
How do you do what you do to me? Accompanied by pacemaker. What?
Yeah. After Graham will be Trevor Willis, 3-time HillClimb champion, great driver, brilliant precision. Don't let the commentator put the curse on him. Qualified with a 24.32. Ninth to qualify, Paul Hames, incredible time in the little turbocharged Gould, 24.09. Good to see Will Hall doing a really good run to qualify 10th, to qualify 3rd, to run 10th, 23.9. The first car into the 23s. Will, after a frustrating first run this morning with the car stuck in second gear. And then top 2, Matthew Ryder, having a brilliant season. Qualified 2nd with a 23.49. He will run 11th. And then our final runner will be Alex Summers, who's been frustratingly pipped to the post in the last few hill climbs by Matthew, determined to get his revenge, qualified top with a 23.34. So, of all the excitements at Shelsley this weekend, I think we're heading for one of the top ones because the runoffs, first of all, because it's our top 12 cars. Secondly, because they put the best set of tyres they can find on the car just for the runoff. So we wouldn't be at all surprised if we get some times in the 22s. The big challenge is, are we going to threaten the course record, which, as you'll see on page 6 of your programme, stands at 22.37.
It's the right weather for it, isn't it?
It is, and yesterday the track was a bit dusty, from which times suffered a bit. Today it looks, well, looking at the times off the start line for the 64 feet, it's not dusty at all.
It tends to be the August meeting historically, because the track's had a thorough wearing in and drying out.
Yes.
I think whoever, if it were to go, I think it would be a truly heroic effort, because I think Alex typically, I think Alex is probably on top of his game today, but I think he's self-confessed the car's a little too heavy, probably doesn't have enough power. I think Wallace is, as you say, settling back in, and I think also Matthew is kind of fighting the car a little bit, isn't he? So,
is he?
Yeah, it does. It feels like
having
it's
to really
a handful.
Yeah, all arms and elbows.
It looks a handful. I mean, Matthew's a great driver. Do not get me wrong. You know, I'm sure Matthew is probably sat there going, "It's all fine, actually." But I'm sure it's it just, what I can see, it looks a little bit wayward at the back. But we'll see what happens. But if a record does go, it'll be thoroughly deserved today. Really well.
It's good to see Will Hall up there. It's a new car for him. He's had all sorts of difficulties with it. It's a nice colour, painted by the guy who paints the Williams Formula 1 cars, who had a bit of paint left over, and it's I don't normally like matte paint, but it really suits this car. So good luck to Will. Paul Hames, incredible to qualify 4th fastest in the tiny little GR59 with its, is it 1.3 litre or even smaller?
I believe is it a 1.6 turbocharged? Is it, or is it 1.3 turbocharged? You may know.
I'm just looking.
Whatever it is, it's capable of 150 miles an hour over the finish line. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Gee whiz.
150 miles an hour over the finish line. Incredible.
Crumbs.
And also, chaps, just to point out that Bruce McLaren was killed this day in 1970.
Oh, that was so sad. Just incredible bad luck. That, I mean, he was testing a Can-Am car at Goodwood, and the tailgate came flying off, and it spun him off the track just where there was a marshal's post, which they were planning to remove. And poor old Bruce, who was the most delightful character. I only met him once, a long time ago, but he was, he'd never met me before, didn't know who the hell I was. He was as nice as pie.
Interestingly, Chris, you've met a lot of people. Who leaves the most lasting impression on you?
Sterling.
Really?
Of course.
A lot of people say that, don't they?
Yeah. He was fantastic. Always calm and polite. I asked him once, last time I interviewed him, I said, D-Type, DB3S, Mercedes, if you were given the option of driving any of these around Goodwood, which one would you take? Mercedes, boy. Anyone would. That was a brilliant car.
And that's why it's worth, what is that? Is that not the most valuable vehicle on the planet now?
Now it's coupe, one of the two.
Yes, it is. Unhal used to drive that to the ski slopes with skis on the roof. We've got John Gould, of course, on the line, builder of these amazing cars, supplier to Formula 1 teams of quality components. 2.04 off the start.
It's through, out of kennel, into tight left. Tight left is over line, back crossing, and now into bottom S already. Yeah, with me now, just pops into sight now. Really getting on top of that car, actually. Looks like they've changed a couple of settings, but it looks really very close to the back there, but that car looks a lot less lively across the line.
24.35 for Sean. 24.35, bit quicker than his qualifying.
Perhaps Matt's driving it slightly differently to Sean, but it looked a lot more settled than he did.
And our current
Don't forget Sean.
record holder.
Sean is our current
Yes.
record holder. When was that?
2021, wasn't it? There was a famous day, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. So next up will be Richard Spedding after Sean comes down. Richard ought to be called Speeding, shouldn't he?
Yes, and Sean's already on his way back down.
Current company accepted, Lloyd. Who has most impressed you that you've met?
Oh, now you put me on the spot. Most impressive person I've met, other than both of you, clearly. Can I come back to you on that?
You can. You can.
What about you? You go first, and I'll think of something.
Big Daddy Don Garlitz.
Oh, yes.
World champion in drag racing in 1958. The year Mike Hawthorne won the Formula One World Championship, and he's still at it in his late 80s.
I've got it. Richard Petty Sr.
Oh,
because I was at Goodwood Festival of Speed, and I was polishing one of his old IROC NASCARs with the team I was with, and I was 15 years old, and I just got this passport put in front of my face, and I looked down and it said American citizen Richard Petty, and it was it was just the fact, and I looked up, and there he was, didn't say a thing, just closed his passport. His name was on the front of the car, and he was wearing his cowboy hat and his big American smile and his big Texas sunglasses, and I was just like, oh my God, it's a pleasure to meet you, and he just winked at me and walked off, and I was like, you're the coolest man on the planet, instantly.
Last year's big treat at the festival was a joint interview with Nick Mason and Mario Andretti,
So
side by side, and I said, Mario was driving the Lotus 79, and I said, does it still stick like glue? And he just smiled quietly. That was a reference to his first comment after testing the Lotus 79 with its ground effect at Silverstone. He said, boys, it sticks like glue.
So cool.
He was delightful.
So
And
cool.
Nick Mason is always great to have a chat with. Up comes Richard Speeding in this car number 199. So he didn't feature in last year's championship, which will be indicated by numbers from 1 to 12. But he qualified with a 24.92. And 1.95, brilliant start by Richard.
great through kennel. Nice in the middle of the circuit. Hard the apexes at all there at crossing, but he's smooth as you like.
Yeah, Richard with me now. Car pops and bangs into sight. Turns the car beautifully one way then another. Manages the oversteer nicely. Now we're going to use all that power to get across the finish.
25.02, a little bit slower than his qualifying run. 25.02. He was ahead until I think top S, and then the red light came up on the screen.
Now, does everyone in the 12 get a point, or is it just the top 10
top
points?
10.
Right.
You get the honour. If you're 11th and 12th, you get the honour, but not the points.
The bragging rights.
Yes. Up next will be David Renner. I've asked him if the handling is okay after yesterday's bump. He says, well, almost.
It was a hard hit, I must admit.
It was.
It sort of bunny hopped and landed flat on its belly. So they've done an amazing job to get that car fixed and ready.
What did we call that yesterday? Nicholas
Bank.
Nicholas Bank, yes. We must remember that. This car that David is driving is one of the most winning hill climb cars of all, and held the record before Gould came along.
It's what the Americans would call winningest.
It's the wingingest, yes. And David shares it with Nicola Mingus. She is not driving today. I think she didn't do her hands much good bashing Nicola's bank yesterday. Let's see what David can do. He qualified with 24.78. I can't remember what the time was when this car held the record before Sean came along, but it was it in the 23s? I don't know. I can't remember.
You need to ask Lloyd that, I suspect.
Yeah.
And I will delegate that to Billy.
So there we go, that's the system. We've proved it again. I ask you, you delegate.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect example of middle management.
Times, speeds over the line, Sean 142, Richard 119. David 1.97 off the line.
Spears into Kennel, takes the wide line, nearly tabs the rector cell, but gets away with it.
He's up on time at the moment.
He is, he's very, very fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like it handles perfectly neutrally through bottom edge. Beautifully out of top edge. Wow, this is going to be quick. That was very slick through there. Let's see what the time says.
Oof. 23.74.
He's fixed it.
He certainly has.
That's brilliant. 23.74.
So slick through the S's there.
Amazing what those new tyres can do. Now David Warburton in the GR59. This car has extraordinary geometry of the transmission line from a fore and aft bike engine to a differential, a back axle. Goes through all sorts of funny angles. David off the line in exactly 2 seconds.
Nicely. Goes with the wings and slicks, middle route up the course, no sparks struck into bottom S.
Yeah, with me now. David's absolutely glued to the road. The back end just perfectly pivots the car nicely into top S, and he's already out and halfway across the straight. What's it going to be?
It's going to be a 24.75, which is exactly the same as his qualifying run. 24.75.
Consistency is everything.
120 into bottom S. 119 over the line. David 129 into bottom S and 141 over the line.
He's thrown down the gauntlet
that
there,
means
hasn't
David Wren is going to score at least a point.
Yep.
Really has thrown the gauntlet down there.
Wallace, long-time champion, brilliant driver. Watch him off the line if you're in sight of him. Just such a calm start, and yet it's incredibly quick. It's got very sophisticated electronics to control the start, and Wallace makes great use of it. Look at that. 1.88, that's the quickest start we've seen today. Wallace is up already.
Yep, the wide version, nearly brushing the rector cell of Kennel. Flat, absolutely flat through.
Here he's already big bang as he comes down the gears. Perfectly neat through bottom S. Right out of top S. Come on, Wallace, what can you do? All of that power, off we go.
24.19.
Fastest thus far.
Apart from the 23.74 of David Wren.
Yeah. His run on his, his the fastest he's done.
He's done today.
His fastest thus far.
I apologise.
Yeah.
Zach Zammit coming to the line.
Given it's an Airfix car from post-Craig Antlet. He certainly is. He's not taking time to dial himself in, is he? He's pushing every run.
Empire really got the aerodynamics sorted in the Wraith in particular, thanks partly to William Turret. Such a pretty car, and I'm told you get significant downforce at 40 miles an hour. It is just amazing. So Zach, 1.98, another good sub 2 second start.
Here he comes. Engine's only a bit woolly, but certainly got the power. The almost blown diffuser in the back end. Look there.
Zach's driving has been absolutely spectacular. Really, really quick. Wrestles the steering wheel through the S's. Just rapid through there. 7.52 through the S's. What's it going to be over the line?
It's going to be a 24.77 and a speed of 118. 24.77.
Did it sound 100% there?
No. It sounded a bit woolly. Did mention that. Just didn't quite sound as crisp as it has been.
Up will come Graham Wynne, turbocharged by a pacemaker. He's getting on a bit, Graham, but he's belying his 70-odd years by being an extremely quick and precise driver. Got the OBE, I think, for services to traffic management. Well deserved. And a delightful character. what will be his speed over the line, because it was in the 150s this morning, I think.
It was 158 miles now, Graham.
Wow.
Going some?
Just a bit.
Neatly off the line, 2.03.
Yep, he's through. Into crossing, brushes the left-hand side of the track. He's taking a very tight left-hand approach to every left-handed bend.
Absolutely, yeah, and he's continuing that thing through bottom S. Takes a nice line through top S. Graham's going really well. This is the best I've ever seen him drive. He's across the line.
With a 24.77, fraction, just the same time as Zach.
But Zach will take it because he did it first, won't he?
Is that right?
Yes, whoever sets the time first takes precedence.
So Graham, slightly slower than his qualifying run, makes way for Trevor Willis, who's won the championship a number of times in this car, which is, I hesitate to say long in the tooth, but Trevor's been driving this car for a long time. He's got a V8 Paddock engine in the back, which is a nice simple engine to run, but probably only producing 450, 500 horsepower compared with the 600-700 of the XDs and the Judd engines. So he struggles to match their top speeds, but he's got a huge amount of skill to compensate. He was 6th in the championship last year. 1.96.
Safely through, very quick to the naked eye, just brushes the arm cone with the right rear into bottom S now.
Yeah, with me now, flashes into sight, nice line through bottom S, nice line through top S. Trevor, that's a touch of the bank, that might need a sweep.
He's got green lights on, he's ahead at the moment. Second by 200th, can't say it, 23.76. 200ths slower than David.
That's those two brushes of the scenery.
Yeah, it may have cost him a little, but it couldn't have cost him a lot. I mean, he was quickest through the S's, 7.46 through the S. I think that's the quickest I've seen anybody through the S's through the entirety of the weekend thus far. But then he should know how to do it. He's been up here a few times.
Yep, 129 into bottom S, 132 over the line. Graham did 148, so he was 10 miles an hour down on his class runs speed over the line. We've got another runoff this afternoon. But in the meantime, up to the line comes Paul Hames. 24.09 he qualified with. Wouldn't he love to get in the 23s?
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It definitely is on, yes.
And it's a 1300 turbo as well, this car, to confirm.
1300, wow.
Hayabusa turbo, I believe.
And he's got some sophisticated electronics to limit the turbo lag.
He's got this car so dialed in.
He really has. Up, plonked into first gear and the engine died, but he's got an onboard starter, I think. So no one's running up with a battery. And apparently gentle start, 2.08.
Middle of course runner again. Nicely picking up speed, getting faster really on max attack.
Splits are looking good. Wow, he's rapid into bottom S. Come on, Paul, this is fantastic. Out of top S, use all of that power. Can he break a 23-second run? It's going to be close.
No.
24.31, 24.31. It says 154 miles an hour into bottom S, but I think that was an errant pigeon.
That's a fast pigeon.
It was.
Yeah.
24.31, and I've got a distinguished visitor. I ought to stand up, really, but I'm not going to.
Bonsford.
No, Annie. Annie. She's important.
Far more distinguished.
24.31 for Paul. Now, Will, let's hope he has a trouble-free run. Exactly 2 second start, that'll do.
Yes, takes the far exit of Kennels, clips the left-hand side at crossing.
He's up at the moment.
He is, he's with me now, takes a nice line into bottom S, little kick in the tail as he goes out of top S, and he's going to feed it the gears now. We're on the home straight, go on Graham. We're leaving.
23.5. Good improvement. 23.5. Is that our quickest? Yes,
It is.
It's our quickest so
Quickest
far.
so far. It's going well.
Well done, Will. So he'll score at least 12, 11, 10 points, won't he?
It's just so planted. Will's car is ever since for the last year or so, every single time I've seen the car, it is so hooked up and planted and so neutrally driven. It's a great combination of him and the car. Seem to be working very well together.
Yes.
So, what can Matthew Ryder do? Well, he's done a lot already this season. He's leading the championship with a total of 48 points as against Alex's 44.
His qualifying time to get here is 100ths faster than Will Hall's. As in that Will Hall's just done.
Yeah. He's an astonishing young driver. Very calm, very neat.
He's our joint tip for the top, isn't he, Lloyd, really?
Yes, if the car behaves itself,
Yeah.
I think he'll be on for a win. I think.
He's got the car right over on the right-hand side. He's chosen that as the grippiest part of the start line. These GR59s, they are revolutionary. I don't know if David and Sean Gould are still building some. Hope so.
Right, do you want to put your name down?
Yeah, 2 seconds for Matthew off the start.
Yeah, he clips the rector cell again.
He's up by 1800ths.
First of the final runners to strike Lotus Mark.
Into my sight now, little wiggle of the tail, looks tinier than before, much tinier, Matthew. Well done, come on, let's see what you can do. There we go.
Oh, 22.91. 22.91.
It looked so much tidier.
Oh, it did.
So much tidier.
Another round of applause. Thank you to everyone here at Crossing. Very deserved. Our first 22-second bracket climb.
Now then, what can Alex do about that? He's got the Firestorm all fired up. Makes an amazing noise. It's got a sort of screaming exhaust note. It's a Cosworth XD Indianapolis engine without the turbocharger. 1.82. Wow! Gee whiz.
Very, very planted. This looks exactly like a Scalextric car. It's just smooth as you like.
Oh, here we go. Alex is fired into my sight now. That's beautiful through the bottom end. He's on the home straight. Come on, he's got a bit later on the power than I think he would have liked. Let's see what he can do.
20.
Oh, he did it.
22.78. He's got it, topped it. 22.78, and only 2/10 outside.
That deserves a round of applause.
It does.
That
was
indeed.
a brilliant run. I mean, it was not only neat and tidy; it was committed.
Oh,
Good grief, that was incredible. I mean, Matthew laid down a marker there, but for Alex to respond to it like that, I mean, that tells me Alex has got all the momentum at the minute. He really is on top of that car, and wow, incredible, absolutely incredible. 1.82 off the line. That's absolutely none of. Well, he'll put another video, I'm sure, on social media later of laying a sticker on his back wing.
Yeah. Don't forget that the live stream is running all day. When I got home last night, I immediately put it on, and Richard and Al are doing a brilliant job. The camera positions are fantastic. The picture is fantastic. I won't talk about the commentary. Some of that is halfway good. If you would like, I'll just give you the final positions in that runoff. If you'd like to jot them down on page 44, you're very welcome. Might need a bit of help sorting them out, but it looks as if Alex Summers tops the table with a 22.78. to be followed very closely by Matthew Ryder with a 22.91, and then Will Hall with a 23.5. So unusually, our top 3 runners finished 1, 2, 3. Then came a 23.76. No, then came a 23.74 by David Wren, and then a 23.76 by Trevor Willis, who was in the 24s. Wallace was in the 24s with a 24.19.
I think he's next.
Followed by...
We had the 2 on 24.77.
Yes, but we've
got a 24.75 from David Warburton.
Yeah, you're right.
24.35, Sean Gould.
Brilliant. And non-scorers were Zach and... Were they Zach and Graham?
Rich Spedding, 25.02.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So I don't know how they sort out.
Zach and Graham would both be 9th and no 10th, I think.
Oh, so
pushing Rich Spedding out on his own as an
so they get 1 point each.
Yeah.
And then Richard gets pushed out.
That's what I think happens, yes.
But that was a brilliant runoff to watch.
That was fantastic.
I've got a visitor. I will talk to you in a second.
And they're on their way back down the hill, ladies and gentlemen, so do please give them a round of applause. This is a extraordinary display of driving that we're witnessing today. So
can I just add something?
Please do.
You'll see people with buckets wandering around, and they are collecting for a very good cause, which is Acorns Children's Hospice, who do great work with children and their parents, of course, who are suffering terminal illness. So if you see someone with a bucket, chuck something valuable in. Most of it, of course, nowadays is a debit card or a mobile phone, but if you want to chuck your mobile phone in, I'm sure they'll find a good use for it.
They can take card payments and phone payments. They are set up, yes.
Is that right? Oh, that's brilliant. So do please be generous. It's a brilliant organisation and a worthy cause.
Do you know when we will be back from lunch, Chris?
I don't know. What's the time now? I would say
6 minutes to 2.
I would say 14:45.
Well, hello, everybody.
14:45.
But
What
I
do you
might
think
have.
about that? Absolutely brilliant. Such a close runoff. I can't remember a runoff that was so close. I mean, I think 8th, 9th and 10th were separated by 300ths of a second. It's just bonkers. And 2 runners into the 22s. That was fantastic. And watching the pressure, you could feel the tension here in the paddock. The farmyard was absolutely rammed with everybody watching, and Alex has to sit there and watch Matthew Ryder go and do a 22 and go, wow, to win this runoff I've got to go and do a 22. And then he did. Absolutely brilliant. So they're just all coming back down now. In fact, if we turn around, Rich, we can see the cars just returning down into the return road area there. We stood basically on the start line. This is the start line of Shelsley, and it's really gripped up today. I mean, everybody's doing sub 2 second starts, so the start line is really grippy, but then it is really hot here, and so a lot of rubber's gone down. Let's wander through the paddock, see who we can see. We'll get a microphone under people's mouths as soon as we can, and as soon as their heart rate returns down from 1,000, which is probably where it's been. View to the right, we've got the farmyard here, we've got the restaurant going on through there, and we've got, do you know what, let's see if we can stick microphones straight under people's mouths, shall we? Let's see if we can get some instant reaction as they're just pushing their cars back. We might have already missed them. Yeah, I think we might have, but you can see over there, Alex gets out the car, gives the team a massive hug. That well-deserved hug after that. Absolutely brilliant. Big hug for his mate Rich Brandt there. And yeah, that was absolutely mighty. So Matthew just sat in the car in front of him. The problem about this part of the return road is it's quite flat. So oh, thank you very much. So you do need a push. So this is Matthew Ryder, second place. Brilliant run. And an even more incredible run from Alex to manage to get first place. So he looks hot. He looks very hot. And what a run. That was fantastic. Are you going to come have a word? Give me a hug. Wow,
right,
brilliant. That was fantastic.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, didn't think that was on when I saw the 22. I've been saying all weekend I didn't think 22s were there, but yeah, you know, you put your best tyres on. You just find that little bit, you know, at Shelsley, you just dig a bit deeper, and yeah.
It looks on rails.
Didn't feel it. No, the bottom was all right. Do a nice scrub set of fronts, brand new set of rears, 4 big burnouts, job done. And I felt that kick off the line, that sort of sub 2 second. I thought, yeah, okay, this is maybe doable. But then I pulled a few paddles down. I downshifted quite late for bottom S, and it was sort of like, oh god, here we go. This is a bit rally style, but it's a fabulous car. I mean, the DJ's always been superb at high speed, and I think the last couple of years here I've perhaps not been as quick as I'd like to have been. Yeah. We struggled to change from Pirelli to Avons, but I feel like we've worked out how to warm the tyres up, how to prep them, what they want, what pressures they want and stuff. So, you know, amazing for Avon. I really didn't think there was a mid-22 there. So, really pleased and really great for DJ and obviously the family and everything like that. Andy, who comes and helps us, Dell back at the factory, and everyone else. So really pleased. Yeah,
mate, well done. And the atmosphere here, I don't know if you can tell, but the tension, you can feel it in the paddock as the times were getting quicker and quicker. It was a proper Shelsley atmosphere, wasn't it?
As it should be, mate. It's why we love it. It's why we keep coming back. It's why, sometimes it's not so easy to do this sport with a amount of sacrifice, but being here, being at Shelsley with all the friends, the club, marshals, organisers, you guys, everyone like that, it just make it so special. And everyone wants to win here. Every single driver, when they build a car, buy a car, whatever, they dream of that sub 30 at Shelsley. And I think it's no different. It never stops being amazing, and it's really nice. But eyes on the afternoon now. Have a glass of water and a sandwich and try and chill out a bit. But no, it's brilliant. I mean, Matt's driving so well this year. I mean, superb. All that pressure, being at the front, leading the championship's hell on earth. It is horrendous, and you're only looking one way. Whereas when you're behind, you can kind of take a few more risks and so on. So he's doing brilliant. He's definitely a future champion, and it's nice to be running him close. And it's good to see Wallace getting into 24s again. That was really special as well.
Yeah, it was a close run-off. Everyone was within hundredths of seconds.
Yeah. Well, Dave Furen is always a really good litmus test here, and he banged in a good 23. And I thought, okay, track's warmed up, tyres, rubbers have gone down on the track, and you see those people you trust, and you think, okay, well, if they can do that, I can do that. And I saw Matt do a 22, and I thought, oh god,
I've got to do one of those.
2023 all over again. But that's the sport. That's what's lovely about it. And I dare say he'll get the one this afternoon. But I'm happy with the 22.7. I haven't done one of those in a long time, since Pirelli days. So, really good for Avon, Nova, really good for DJ, really good for sport. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Well, mate, congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing what you do this afternoon.
Cheers, buddy. All the best.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Wow, wasn't that great? You just, you can tell the adrenaline that goes through the drivers before they go up the hill. Absolutely brilliant. But I thought we'd get the reaction straight out of the horse's mouth, so to speak, of the winner. So who else can we find? I think we need to go and see if we can ask Matthew a question if he's happy to talk. He'll be a little bit disappointed, but because it was so close, but he should be incredibly proud of what he just did. So, and 22-second run. I think there's, I'll have to check, but there's only about 4 people that have ever done a 22-second run up Shelsley. It's a very, very exclusive list. So to do another one for, I think, the 3rd meeting in a row is just incredible. Let's see if he'll have a quick word. I'll just pop out the back, Rich, and see if I can encourage him into the sunlight. Let's see if he'll have a quick word. I couldn't have 2 minutes, could I? Of course you could. Come out the front, it's sunny. Thanks. Right, we're just going to wiggle our way through the paddock, and we'll come out into the sunshine. We'll do it in front of your car, why not? So just coming back out to the camera. There you are, Rich. Hello. Mate, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What a run-off.
Yeah, really happy with the time. Obviously not quite enough to beat Alex this time, but that's competition for you. So hopefully the sun stays out and we can have another go tomorrow. Later this afternoon, sorry, not tomorrow.
And when did you realise, a 22 might be on here? Did you realise it when you saw the other cars going up, or...?
Not so much, no. I mean, the best times I've done here have been low in the 22s, and you always think, well, how do the runs we're doing compared to my PB? It's been a bit dustier and slightly slower this weekend, but once you put some better boots on and you give it everything you've got, is usually a little bit more to find. So I'm happy with a high 22.
Mate, it was a brilliant run, and what a run off. And what's it like when, just talk us through it at the top? Yep. You've just done that time, you're just waiting for the last time to come in. How does it feel?
You get out, you shake a little bit, your hands don't stand very still. You look at the clock and you think, really hope it's slightly slower. On this occasion, obviously not quite.
Yeah. But it's shaping up to be a titanic battle between you two this year.
Yeah, it's so close. The competition is absolutely fantastic, and what an incredible run. I think the start was 1.82 from Alex, which is just absolutely incredible. So long may that continue for the whole season. I hope we're in for a good year.
I couldn't say it better myself. Well done, mate.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Go well this afternoon.
Cheers.
That was great, isn't it? And he should be happy with that time. I think that's the third meeting in a row he's been in the 22s. I'm also going to ask Will a question. Will, who loves the camera. I know.
I've done that on
I
purpose.
know. I don't run off.
No, you all right?
Yeah, you?
Yeah. All good.
How was that?
There's a little Phoebe on camera.
Oh, hello.
Come here, darling.
Oh, hello.
Have that.
This is Phoebe. Hello, Phoebe.
No.
You saying hello to the world?
No.
Say hello, everybody.
No.
It's a bit scary.
I know.
So how was that?
Talking to you, Billy.
That was me.
No, good, yeah. Would have liked a bit more. Just the two youngsters have destroyed us again, really. So we're going to alter some bits on the car now and try again this afternoon. So
It looked good. It looks planted.
Yeah. No, all pleased. We'll just go. Me, I think. Hold my throttle down a little bit longer.
Well, still, you're third in championship at the moment. That was the third today. It's another good result.
Yeah. I'm pleased. I'm just going to keep on improving. So yeah, thank you.
Well done, Will. Cheers, mate. Well done. He doesn't like being interviewed, but I like interviewing Will, and he's just finished third, so fair play to him. Who else can we quickly talk to? You must be pleased with that. Your car, very up the front.
Very pleased.
That was tense.
Yeah, I was getting nervous the more he goes on.
Well, you've got this, armada of GR59s to compete with, and it must be amazing when you beat them.
It is. It's very good. We had a good weekend last weekend, and this is topping as well. Yeah. So brilliant.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. Part of the team at DJ there who build that incredible car. Dave seems to be doing a little bit of work at the rear of the car, which that was also impressive. Remember, this car got rebuilt yesterday after some contact with the bank, which involved a lot of suspension work. It still doesn't quite look, I don't think, 100% at the rear. So to go and bang in a 23 is quite brilliant. So well done, Dave. Yeah. Do you want to chat, or are you busy? You do the car. We can stay in there. So, he's going to come out. Perfect. Thank you. He's going to come out in a minute. But this car. Well, Dave Uren goes well at Shelsley. We all know that. He always goes well here. But that was fantastic to get into the 23s in this car today is absolutely brilliant. Another fantastic run. And we'll interview Trevor again in a minute. So thank you, Dave. Thanks for coming to talk to us. Well done. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I was quite pleased with that. I was quite shocked because that time run I was really struggling. There wasn't much left in it, to be honest. So we did some really technical things like lowered tyre pressures.
Interesting. It's like the old days.
Yeah, that's it. Westfield, up or lower. So yeah, no, it made a difference. That time run I couldn't have got any more else out of it. So I'm quite pleased with that, really. Bit of that was all right.
And a solid haul of points.
Yeah, no, I'm quite pleased with that. Yeah. There's a few bits maybe, but who knows? Yeah. We'll keep trying. So.
Well, congratulations, and the rear looks a lot better and happier in that run.
That's what I've been struggling with all weekend. It's been a nightmare, so tyre pressures it is. There you go. I can recommend it.
You don't even need a laptop for that.
No, a laptop? What's one of those? I've got an abacus, and I've forgotten how to use that. So,
well done, mate, and we look forward to seeing you go this afternoon. Well done. That's brilliant. Sometimes it's not necessarily the high-tech stuff, playing around with tyre pressures. Who would have known? Let's have a look, by the way, at the front of the Dallara DJ. So this is Jack Cottrell's car. Had a steering column issue today, so they're actually changing the column. I think they went home to get the spare. So let's hope that this car can be out this afternoon, because Jack's been going brilliantly well in this year. He's right in the hunt of getting a number. So for those that don't know, the top 10 finishes in the championship get a number. 1 to 10, everybody else gets a different number every weekend, but the top 10 finishers get a number, and it's quite a privilege to get one. So I think he's in with a big shout this year. I'll quickly ask him a word. How's it going getting the steering rack fixed?
Yeah, we're getting there slowly. Just trying to line some bolts up basically, but be ready for next run, definitely.
Yeah. And did you have to pop home to get it?
Yeah, the old man, he went off home.
Oh, right.
Racing down the roads, but yeah, he got there in the end. But it's a shame I missed that run, really, but we get it ready for next one, definitely.
Yeah, it's looking quick today.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a good time in practice. It just didn't fill me with confidence, sort of thing. The way the steering was so heavy, through the bumps, because it's quite bumpy at the top, it wasn't filling me with confidence. I probably would have been okay in that run, but if you're not confident in something, there's no point of sort of doing it. It's just dangerous, isn't it? So.
Especially here, it's so fast.
Yeah, exactly. You haven't got time to think about those things. If you're going to do a good time, you've got to be committed on the run, not thinking about other things. So we get it sorted. Yeah. Hope.
Well, look forward to see you out this afternoon. Cheers, Jack. Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to quickly ask Graham and Scott a question. Can I quickly poke my microphone under your mouths?
You can.
So we're looking at data here. Graham, well done, by the way. Fantastic run to qualify 6th.
Thank you very much. It was just a shame I couldn't deliver in the runoff, but we're in good territory and good company here. So I'm hoping that we can go a little bit better this afternoon. That's the aim of the game. So we'll see what we can do.
And did I see 300ths off a PB in your qualification?
You did, yeah. So we've got to beat that, haven't we, this afternoon? The conditions are right today, and I think that, good competition, push us on, getting more confidence in the car. Scott's helping me to understand more about what the car's capable of and what we can do. So that'd be good if we can improve on that. That's the aim. Get a personal best this afternoon.
And you've got your driver coach isn't bad at this sport, I hear.
Well, he's coming along. Yeah. A bit of a newbie, but we've all got to start somewhere, haven't we?
Do you think he has a future in it, maybe?
I tell you what, I think this bloke's got a future in whatever he puts his mind to.
Exactly.
He's a natural born driver. Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Well done today. Go well this afternoon.
We'll do our best. Thank you.
Cheers, Scotty.
Yeah, no problem.
So I think Dave's driving. Sorry, I think Graham's driving as well as I've seen him drive all year really. I've not seen him going better in the car. Absolutely brilliant. I'll see if I can quickly grab a word with Paul. Paul, have you got 2 seconds for the stream? Thank you very much. Should we come in the sunshine? Because it's sunny. Firstly, what a qualifying run.
Yes, pleased with that. It was a bit of a surprise actually. Slightly quicker than I thought it was going to be. Made a little bit of a mess of the top S. The car just pushed wide, and you have to wait for what seems like forever to get on the power. And then when you do, there's a whole dose of traction control that kind of holds the engine back. And then eventually you get going. But yeah, so it was quicker than I thought. And then on the actual runoff run, there's so much grip on the line, and you've just with a little 1300 engine, you've got no real, it's not like a V8 where you've got lots of energy and lots of mass moving. This thing, it just bogged down, and then as soon as it bogs, it's going to be difficult. That's a 10th, and then you just carry that all the way to Kennel, and then eventually it picks up and it gets going. So yeah, a few more revs on the line, this afternoon. We'll just dial up to the next notch and have another go. But yeah, very pleased with it. It's great. Yeah.
I mean, it's going. It looks on rails. We've all said it at the top of the hill. It looks on absolute rails here.
Yeah, I think, Sean and David Gould and the team down in Newbury built a brilliant car. I mean, it's getting on a bit now. It's nearly 10 years old.
I can't believe that.
I know, but, it really does. It has wonderful aero, and it's one of the benefits of having the little bike engine. You don't have the gearbox out the back or any of that stuff, so all of that diffuser that really makes the car work, it's starting so much earlier in the chassis, and I think that makes a big difference. So yeah, it is. It's a lovely thing to drive up the middle of the road, just be brave and hang on.
And we saw 140 on the speed trap at the finish.
Yeah, it is. It's pulling 140. It's actually pulling slightly more over the line, as you get off. I see back 147 on the logger, which, who knows what's actually right, but it's...
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is out of a 1300. Yeah, it is an extraordinary thing, but the turbos... it's working well. It's adding what it needs to, that's for sure. So yeah, it's a great little car.
Excellent. We'll go well this afternoon. Cheers. See you later. Right, who else should we go and find? Should we go and find some competitors? I was thinking, Rich, what we can do also is we can hang around here, and surely soon the competitors of the first batch for the afternoon will turn up, so we can interview them. So we'll go and find some other people to talk to, and then we'll come back here and we'll do some interviewing. I think the Zamet car might have had an issue in that runoff. It sounded, I don't know what you could hear on the stream, but it sounded to me in the paddock like it wasn't quite on song. So there seems to be a lot going on. Whilst they're doing that, why don't we go and have a chat with Mr. Penrose, who's come all the way from Australia in his bug, and we spoke to him yesterday. Why don't we speak to him again today? Good afternoon. Have you got a minute for an interview for the stream? Come on. I'm good. How are you getting on?
Really well, thank you. Really well.
Good. Come on into the sunshine, because then
we'll come in.
It's warm. And let's have a look at this. How are you getting on? A good time today?
We love this warm English weather. This is like a winter's day in Australia.
Well, it's nice that you've been able to come over from such a notoriously wet country to a nice dry one here.
Yeah, well, look, we've been told that it's been raining here since September last year.
It has, yeah.
So it's been absolutely beautiful for us to travel around to various hill climb venues and get great weather wherever we go. I think we've only had 2 days of rain in 4 weeks.
Which is rare here.
It's wonderful for us.
Yeah. And how are you getting on with the car?
The car is going amazingly well. I've had 2 runs this morning, my last practice run, and then we went on to do a timed run. In that time run we ran 31:06, which for first time here at Shelsley is a wonderful time. I'm really happy with the car. It's a little bit twitchy in the top of the track, up that last straight.
Tram tracks a bit.
Yeah, tram tracks all over the place. So we've done a minor wheel alignment adjustment just before the lunch break. So we're going to go out and have another run this afternoon and just see how it behaves itself.
And do you think you maybe a 30 on the cards?
There's always that possibility, but we really don't need to. We need to get it on the trailer this afternoon so that we can travel to Germany for our next race next week.
Well, we'll have to start a petition that you have to leave the car here till August and come back for the August meeting.
I wish it was that easy. Yeah, unfortunately, I've had to pay too much in security bond to the Australian Business Chamber to ensure I bring it back to Australia.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so there's quite a lot of money involved.
So it's got to go back on the boat?
It does, yeah. So it'll be shipped back about June 13. I'll drop it back off at the shipping warehouse at Southampton.
Oh, nice. Now, we're live on the stream. You said all your friends will be watching. You got any words for them?
Yeah, g'day to all my mates at the Wollongong Sporting Car Club. Greg Jones, Gary Bridgewater, Thomas Wallace. I hope you're all enjoying the live stream. We got Mick Arts and Joy Arts over here with us, Ben Ford and his wife Cindy, my wife Jill, and we're just having a wonderful time. We've also got Spence Pritchard and his wife up here from his wife Stacey up here from Bristol.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah, Spence owns an old VW workshop like mine in Australia, and he was kind enough to assist me in getting the car into the country.
Oh,
so yeah, Spence picked up the car for me from customs and then stored it for me until Jill and I flew in. And we've had amazing help from so many people.
Well, it's great to see it's going so well. Go well this afternoon, maybe a 30-second run on the cards, you never know.
That's a definite possibility.
Or go well, and thank you.
Thank
Cheers.
you very much, Tom.
Thanks so much. Cheers. He's brilliant. I mean, halfway around the world he's brought that car by ship, and he's here competing. I mean, it's just great. As I said yesterday, I think I've come a long way. In fact, I've come from Brixton, which really is not very far at all. Who else should we talk to? Let's have a look at this TVR, by the way. I love this car. It's brilliant. Look at the size of that. It's just all engine and then a fantastically beautiful exhaust system coming out and underneath as well. But this car, 500 horsepower, big V8 in it. I might see if I can ask him a few questions about your car. Can I have a word? Oh, come on out. Come and show us your car. So I know this is a fan favourite, the car that's here. How's it going today?
Not too bad, going quite well. Yeah, we're doing a 32.57 so far.
Wow, fantastic. And tell us about the car. What's the engine?
It's based Rover 4.5 litre Rover, overboard, and with Wildcat medical cylinder head, special heads and valves on it. Basically, that's it. Producing 420 brake.
Well, that's enough, isn't it, up here?
Just enough.
Yeah. Yeah. And what a beautiful day for it, eh?
Sorry?
What a beautiful day for it here today.
Lovely, yeah. It's not very good in the wet.
No, I've seen you here in the grease and I've thought, that's a brave man.
Yeah, it is brave. Yeah.
Well, go well this afternoon. What did you say you did this morning, a 32?
32.57. I'm hoping to go a bit quicker if we can.
That's the plan. Well, best of luck this afternoon. Thanks for talking to us.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. I love that car. It's brilliant. Really cool. Sounds great on the hill as well, really does. The other car to look at, which is down here, which is great, is this TVR, which is a TR7, but it's been turbocharged for just a ridiculous amount of power, and goes very well indeed. He had a big accident. I can't remember if it was here. It was Lowton, wasn't it? No, it was Lowton. He had a big shunt and had to rebuild it. I think it was on a new chassis, so it's great that he managed to do so, and it's great to have the car here, so that's really good. And yeah, what a cool car. Who else do we think? Should we go and have a quick word with Wallace? We haven't actually spoken to Wallace yet this weekend, so if he's still doing his homework, we might have a quick word before he goes to grab his lunch. How are we doing on time, Rich? We all right? I think we're all right. We seem to have time. I can't see any race cars yet, so that would be a key signal, is if they're here, then we'll know we're ready to go again. And basically we do everything you've just seen again. No more practice runs. Practice runs are done, but all the batches will run again timed, and then we'll have another run off this afternoon. Lots of fettling in the paddock going on, with people sorting out tyres. And I was going to ask, how do you get on with your PB?
Not great. Actually, 7/10 slower in my the one run so far that counts is nearly 8/10 slower than my best practice time yesterday. So it's very frustrating. But I hope to do better this afternoon. I think I was trying too hard.
You can overdrive. It's easy to overdrive, isn't it?
Yes, exactly, and I think that's what I did. It's also getting off the line. Sometimes I think, it's very hard to balance not getting wheel spin but not bogging down. And also with my little standard car, I think sometimes I get overexcited and I should change up before I get anywhere near the rev limiter, because the engine characteristics, if you take it up to the rev limiter, you actually lose.
There's nothing up there, yeah.
No, so it's better to change up at 500 revs lower down. But because you're keyed up,
you're ready to go.
You forget to do that.
Yeah.
So on this second time run this afternoon, I should do my best to just chill and not try so hard.
Well, good luck.
Maybe that will smooth it all out.
Well, hopefully so. Good luck getting that PB.
Thank you.
See you later. We had a word yesterday with him. He drives it's basically a bog standard Citroen Saxo. In fact, Rich, it's there. You can see it through the garages out the other side, and it's bog standard. The only thing he's done to it to go hill climbing is to stick some stickier tyres on it. That is it. It's his road car. He drives it up from Dover, which is about a 4 or 5 hour drive. So it shows that you don't need to have a spaceship to go hill climbing. There is classes for everyone, and half of the competition with hill climbing is against yourself. So if you can improve your PB, then everyone is a winner. Let's see where is Wallace around. Has he gone for his lunch? I think he might have gone for his. Where was he gone? I don't know. He saw me coming, didn't he? Where is he? I don't know. So we might have to speak to Wallace again this afternoon. But they've done an amazing job to get this car ready. You can see a couple of marks on the bodywork where there's repaired the tub, but the car did a great job to look after him, and they've done a great job fixing it. So it's just great that he's here back in the 24s, which is fantastic. So I think Wallace must have gone for lunch. Should we go and have a look in the farmyard as well? Because A, we might find him, and B, it's lovely in there. So let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a wander. Actually, let's see. Lynn, would you have a word? Or are you hiding? Or Steve, would you have a quick word with us on the stream very quickly? Oh, thank you very much.
Right.
Oh, now, question that I've forgotten and I feel really bad. What's the M in OMS stand for? I know the O and the S, but what's the M?
Only Miles Steele.
Miles Steele, is it?
No, it's my initials backwards.
No, I couldn't remember what the M was.
It's Michael.
Michael. Sorry.
How many middle names are there with an M?
That's a good point. I should have. It could have been Martin.
I was going to say something else, but it was too controversial.
Okay. How's it going today? How's you getting on?
It's all right. It's not raining. It's sunny, as you've spotted, and most people are running, so it's great.
Yeah.
After that, what else do you want? It's great.
Yeah. And you had a bit of a save on your practice run, just a little kiss of the bank at top S, but that didn't seem to affect the time.
Well, the trouble is, these days, to get all these compilation videos, you've got to go that extra bit, because you just can't get on with a bit of wheel spin anymore. You've got to put the effort in. Yeah. So I'm expecting to see myself on the compilation.
So you're getting on the greatest hits?
I'm hoping to. I am going as far as to say I think there might be a fee in it.
It could be. Also, how many cars are we up to now? Over 200.
We're hovering on 200, so I'll put an appeal out to all you people watching. Buy a car, get me over 200. I've got them in stock.
Well, there you go. Brilliant. Steve, thanks for talking to us and go well this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Great.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. So, Steve Owen there of OMS. So I knew that the O was Owen and the S was Steve. I didn't know that the M was Michael, and now I know, which is good. Let's see who we've got in the farmyard. It's absolutely beautiful here today. Weather is stunning, and we're just so lucky to have weather like this, aren't we? I know it's the third day of summer, but still. Oh, look, that's me on the screen. So let's see if anyone notices, and everyone can give us a wave, everybody in the farmyard, if you can hear me. Oh, we got a wave. There we go. Excellent. Good. Absolutely packed here. The bar doing great business. The restaurant doing great business. I can't see. I was going to see if Wallace was here. I don't think he is. Can you see him? I can't see him. No. Okay. Well, we'll have to catch Wallace later. But great to see a very busy farmyard. Lots of people have just worked out that, in fact, they can wave at the camera. So that's great. We will carry on, I think, around the paddock. And if we walk sort of down the back of the paddock, we should see people getting ready for their next run as they climb aboard their cars, because lunch break's usually about an hour, and actually we're running pretty well on time. So you can wave at the camera if you turn it around. Wave at the camera, chaps. There we go. Excellent. See? It's like Wimbledon, just less strawberries. Anyway, let's wander down here, see who we can find. Right. So, this is the road-going production class area. We just spoke to the owner of the Citroen Saxo VTS, who's been going very well today. And let's see who else we've got. Oh, I'm going to have a word. Can I say hello on the stream? How are you doing, all right?
Very well, thank you, Billy. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you getting on with the Elise?
Well, not too bad. We haven't fallen in love with it yet, but it's completely different to the Peugeot. It's a completely different thing to drive, but it is quicker. So we've both gone a second and a half quicker everywhere in this. So yeah, it's good.
Who's quicker at the moment?
That's a very good question, and I'm quicker at the moment, but I don't think it'll last for long. So
is that why it's a good question?
That's a good question, yes. Because normally Rob, I would expect Rob to be quicker than me, but this year, because it's such a change from the Peugeot, it's taken Rob a little bit longer to get used to it than I have. But yeah, I fully expect to be beaten. It's 50-50 at the moment, so that's good.
Yeah.
Good.
And close to the top of the class today? I haven't seen where you are in class, actually.
I was second. Rob was fourth. There's John Langmead, car next to us, broke Sarah's record this morning.
Oh, right.
So he took half a tenth or a tenth off the old record.
Oh, brilliant.
So yeah, that's the target this afternoon, is to beat that again.
Fantastic. Well, go well this afternoon.
Thank you, Billy. Cheers.
Cheers, Dave. Thank you. Dave and Robert Wilson there, been sharing this car. I think a congratulations is in order for a new record. Congratulations.
Can't believe it. Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Yeah.
You must be pleased with that.
I was over the moon, yeah. Just to get in the 32s would have been fantastic, but that was a big surprise, really. But
what was the time?
32.6 something, 6.5, 6.3 or something, yeah.
So well into the 32s then.
Yep, so yeah, I couldn't believe it, dear thing, because the clutch went last week, so we've had a terrible week trying to get it sorted. You know, it's not a nice job on these.
No, but it's worth it when you have a run like that.
Yes, yeah, it is. It's good. So fingers crossed. We'll just keep it going this afternoon. Something similar would be great.
Well, the tracks continue to rubber in. We've had all these nice single seaters warm it up for you.
Yeah, no, it's been really good. So yeah, I mean it's super weather, super venue, isn't it? So yeah, really good fun.
Well, go well. Congratulations on the record, and hopefully, let's see, it may lower even more.
Well, yeah, because I think we got. The clutch I got came off Sarah Bosworth, so it had something to do with it beating her records.
And it was her record, wasn't it?
It was her record, yeah. So
oh, brilliant. Well, go well. Cheers. Thank you. There you go. That's great, isn't it? A record has fallen. I think there was 2 records have fallen today, but I don't know who wrote the second one, so I probably can't talk to them. But it is an absolutely ram paddock here today. It's great. I haven't seen so many people at Shelsley for a long time, which is really good to see. And why not? The weather is absolutely beautiful. Let me see if I can quickly. He's just checking his windows work. I was going to see if I could stick a microphone under his top. Your car? Can we come and have a word? How are you getting on? Now, you're in the GTS, right?
Yes.
Well, you're embarrassing all the GT4s.
Well, they just need to go faster.
So I saw you're not far from the class record, are you?
Well, I think I took it that.
Did you?
Yes, I think it was 4/10 under.
Wow.
Yes, so quite pleased with that. Good day, very good day.
Yeah. And the car going well, clearly.
Yeah, it's remarkable. It's going very well. So very pleased with it.
Also, if I may say, very brave to drive a lovely car like this up such a narrow hill.
Well, yeah, it has been said.
And do you think there's maybe a bit more time in it this afternoon?
Well, no, no, I don't think so. I doubt it. I hope not.
You never know.
Well, it's possible, but that was a very committed run. So we'll see.
Yeah. Bang the record, and
that's what I'm hoping. Maybe come back and try and break it again next time in August.
Fantastic. Well done. Thanks ever so much for talking to us. Excellent. I thought 2 records had gone. I managed to find both. That's brilliant. Let's also go down into the 1600cc category area and the 2-litre cars area, or the scooter engine cars, as some of the people driving them call them. What can we see? Who can we see? Let's have a look at that, by the way. Let's have a look at this Predator. It's a shame that Jonathan's not here to talk to, but absolutely beautiful. I love this car. Absolutely stunning. 2-litre V8 in the back, made by the Davises, who have the orange Force just down there. Basically a common V8 block with 2 Yamaha motorbike engines on the top. 2 litres, loads of power. Fantastic soundtrack, so it's really nice. But I'm guessing they're probably off having their lunch and keeping cool somewhere, because it's a little while until these cars run again. Is that Dave? Yes, it is. Dave Warburton, I'm sure, will have a quick word. Dave, you got a sec? He's just coming out and he's just tightening up wheels. Hello, Kathy, how are you? Good to see you. We're on the stream. No, you can wave. Yeah, that's Dave's mum, very important team member.
It's my mum, very important team member.
Well done, it was good.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it did feel good. It was one of those, I had sort of lights flashing at me that shouldn't have been flashing at the beginning, and then realised when they didn't mean anything. Made some mistakes round Kennel, and then from then it was just collect yourself and go, and it was fine. And then a nice exit out of top S that then gave me the same time that I qualified on, so it all ended up all right. And then others made a couple of mistakes behind me. 200th's the right way for me, and I come away with a couple of points. Very happy with that.
Is it 8th or 9th?
9th place.
And I think there was 3 of you within 200ths.
Yeah, it was. So there was me, then there was Zach Zammit and Graham Wynn on exactly the same time.
Amazing.
Yeah, it worked out for me. Great.
Yep. And this will be your penultimate Shelsley before quite a big day in your personal life later in the year.
Well, yes, after the next Shell.
We're live streaming.
Oh, well, of course, why not live stream my wedding?
Yeah, why not? Yeah. It's sponsored now by, it ups the subscribers for Rich.
Oh, well, if someone is definitely sponsoring my wedding, I'll take that.
Right. Go well this afternoon.
Thank you, Billy.
Cheers, mate, thank you. So yeah, that's, there's the difference between 8th and 10th. 2/100ths of a second. That's how close we were earlier. What else have we got going on here? A good run from Rich Spedding. Great to see Rich back in the runoff. I don't think he quite managed to get a point, unfortunately, but hey, it's that close that it's just so close. So I'm sure he'll go again this afternoon. And I always think with a runoff like that that's so close, and everybody's in the 24s, you do feel sorry for the 2 people that don't manage to get a point, but them's the rules, and that is the competition. So actually, let's see if we can get away with Mr. Pick Senior. Have you got a second for the stream? Can I ask you a quick question? How are you getting on, all right?
Yeah, we're getting on fine. We seem to be competitive with the Caterhams today, so we're not usually about a second and a half behind, but we're up in amongst them today, so that's quite interesting.
Brilliant. And for those that may recognise this car, and you from the Masters, of course.
Yes, well, we've done the Masters twice now. We did the original one, we did Gubbio, and then we did Braga, and we had a brilliant time there. The hills are so quick, etc. It's just so much good fun, yeah.
And Harry, your son, obviously now in
little boy.
Yes, your little
6'3" little boy. Yeah, 6'4". Yeah.
And he's in the OMS with the XD in the back. How's he getting on?
Mr. Druitt was due to do the afternoon sessions from up there.
Druitt or
sorry,
Ponsford?
Mr. Ponsford was due. Was Lloyd making his calls from down with you, or was he making his housekeeping calls over London?
Good afternoon.
Hello, Chris.
Good day. I've just switched it on up here. Actually, it was switched off. The great Lloyd, Mr. Hackett, switched it off. But luckily, I've sussed out how to switch the button on. Now that's pretty good for me.
Well done. Well done.
We're away.
Michael Thompson.
You said, Chris, you said good day. Does that mean you're speaking from Adelaide?
I am. I'm a big fan. Oh, my goodness me. We started off the afternoon with Michael Thompson going into the Rector cell in Zoe Shearman's Exige. She won't be best happy about that.
Well, it looks completely undamaged, thanks to Rector cell, but might...
I don't know, but she will be not happy. Zoe... What can I say? But look, I'm sure Michael's all right in there. The marshals are just having a chat with him at the moment. It's just a little bit exuberant going into bottom S. So yeah, that's a bit of a slow start to the afternoon proceedings.
Hurry up and stand still. Yes.
That's a shame, but fortunately, apparently no harm to driver and very little harm to the car. There might be a slight. No, I think the fiberglass at the bottom right is okay, and certainly the front tracking is okay, but marshals have to check just in case on the way up to the rest of the hill it suddenly turns right, or a wheel comes off or something.
The proof will be in a minute when he's now going to drive up towards the top of the hill. He's taking it steady. He's coming up towards me now. Is he going to? Yeah, has he got steering? He's got steering. Michael won't be best happy, but it didn't look like it was made to damage. The fact he can drive it to the top, couldn't see any fluids coming out of it, suggests that maybe it might be okay.
We are watching Class A1 road cars, serious production up to 2 litres. And we've got Lotus Exige, Lotus Elise, Renault Clio, MG ZR, Citroen Saxo. So a nice mixed bunch. And these guys are, if they're not registered for the British Hillclimb Championship, they are fighting for points in the Midlands Championship, which your times and your results in the class runs count towards points in the Midlands Championship. Which means that it isn't always the very fast car that wins the championship. It can be a Citroen Saxo if it's done well in its class all through the season. We've got another car, and it's another Lotus on the line. It will be Robert Wilson over from Ludlow in his Elise. Elise, is it the Mark 1 or the Mark 2? Mark 1 has a prettier body, but was deliberately very light because they thought it would only sell as a track day car, but then they found thousands were being bought just as a regular road car, and they had to add a certain amount of sorting out, which added weight to the car, whereas the S2 with the later body is a good 100 kilos heavier than this one, but lots of people prefer the body shape of this that reminds them of the Lotus 23.
He's safely through and into bottom S for you, Chris.
And he's safely around bottom S. He's come into top S. Yeah, that's looking good so far. Yeah, end up towards the straight. No dramas on this one. So, yeah, we'll get a finisher on this one, and you can shout the time, Chris.
I certainly can. He's over the line, and his time is 33.95. He's followed by Mark Lawrence, car number 731, which is a Porsche.
Yes, we're trying to find where Mark is.
He's on page 20.
Next class A2.
2.5 litre turbo. Does that mean it's the 4-cylinder?
I think it does.
Cayman.
Yep. 33.83.
Is that a shared drive one then, if he's coming up?
Yep, he's sharing with Rob Birrell.
Well, that's a very, very rapid car. That's got about 500 brake.
On the hill at the moment is Joy Hoyle sharing the Raymond Law car, the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. They've shared for a few years, although she used to drive her own car, which was lurid pink and blue. but she's a extremely skillful driver and goes up at 33.56, followed by Richard Weaver. I'm not sure what's wrong with their single-seater, but it's done a whoopsie, and so they brought the Citroen Saxo instead. These are the double drivers in the first three classes, which is
a big off yesterday.
Oh, did they?
Well, they had a breakage yesterday.
The Empire went thunk.
Okay.
Yeah, here comes, that's right. So they're sharing this, try and get a few points. To be fair, this is normally Lizzie drives this car, but Lizzie's here today but not driving.
So Richard, who's doing well in the single-seater as well, 38.68, having fun in the Saxo. So these three cars are the double-driven cars in the next three classes, so they go up out of sequence, if you like, so that their co-driver can jump in when his or her class take their runs. See the Exige at the front of the queue, or if you're looking at the screen, and you know an Exige from its fixed roof, you can't take that roof off, so it gets pretty warm inside. And this one has the Toyota four-cylinder engine, I think, rather than the Toyota V6. The early Elises used the Rover K series engine, which got a terrible reputation, but actually is a brilliant engine, brilliantly designed, and can be tuned to produce prodigious amounts of power, something like 250 horsepower when supercharged or turbocharged. And the Elise is a fun car. I swapped my Formula 2 March for an Elise, thinking it would be fun to drive to the meeting, compete on the hill and drive home. It didn't work out like that. The Elise after the March felt very slow and sloppy.
So these cars are just coming back down to you, Chris, as the end of this little batch. There's some dual-driven cars, as you know, and the clerk of the course is following them behind.
Correct. There was lots of criticism of that four-cylinder version of the Porsche Boxster and Cayman, mostly because of the noise it made, which sounded like a hot Impreza, whereas the sweet tune of the flat six engine was more to people's liking. There's the courtyard with the big screen in the background, and it's great to see A, the quality of the picture and the sound coming from that, and B, the number of people who are enjoying sitting, licking an ice cream and watching the action on the hill in comfort. It's been a great discovery how effective the big screen is. I think this is only the second time we've had it.
By the way, Chris, just a quickie, it could be the Nürburgring is cancelled because they've had mega floods in Germany.
Well, they certainly postponed it overnight, and they were due to start again at 7 o'clock this morning, but as you say, they've had torrential rain, so they might have ended up cancelling it. What I wondered was, while the guys were sitting twiddling their thumbs, waiting to get back into action, whether they were watching Shelsley on the big screen. I must find out. But do you remember that message from a Danish guy? Said, I'm watching at the Nürburgring. So we'll check it out. HillClimb.TV asked, did anyone say ice cream? Gosh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? I have to talk nicely to Kevin or Mrs. Kevin. They do a brilliant job, both the top of the car park and in the paddock. We've got another car coming to the line. It's number 758. That means another double-driven car, and it's Graham Manton in the Westfield F1, who's sharing with his daughter Becky, who at the moment is ahead of him on time. So Graham's going to have to do the washing up. But it's a very pretty car. Westfield FW.
Through Kennel, nice and swiftly. Dials in perfectly well through the kink and gets over, drifts nicely to the right hand side for braking and into bottom. Yes.
Yeah, got him now. This is in a small class of 3, ordinary conventional car engine in this one, rather than the Caterham of Phil Goff, which will be up later, which should win the class.
Mike West goes through in that lovely Golf liveried machine. Car 61.
Team Valley Racing, Golf, livery, yeah, that's right. They've got it responsible for a few cars in the paddock today. And yeah, they're sharing this car. This is a new car from this season. They're loving it.
With the time of 34.52, here's a famous hill climb car, the Paddock Mark 20, driven today by Sam Nicholson. Is Sam Robinson? I don't know.
Mike West, time of 34.52.
Okay, yes, I've just Sam, yeah, that's right. So he is the son and the father and son combination.
Great.
And yeah, beautiful turned out car, isn't it, Chris?
It is, with a great history. 29.7 for Samuel. To get a Paddock Mark 20 into the 20s is quite an achievement. We used to have a big class of Clubman's cars, but it gradually dwindled away, rather like the 600cc racing car class. There's Kevin. No, that's not Kevin. Kevin's at the top of the car park, but ice cream is available in a number of places. So do enjoy the afternoon.
Bottom S, you've got Bob there, haven't you? So he's selling ice cream there today, plus there's the burger van next door, I think.
Here comes Tom Weaver. This is Dad. Richard, we've just seen in this car just now. Tom, you'll remember doing a brilliant job with the flatbed truck, scooping bent cars up onto the back of it, and doing it in double quick time, rather in contrast to another of our hill climbs where it took forever to get cars out of the kitty litter and out of the way. Here comes Tom, 2.64 for the first 64 feet. And if anybody at the start line doesn't know why we've got a timing beam at 64 feet, please raise your left hand and I will explain, but luckily everybody seems to know, so that's okay.
Here comes young Tom, yeah, that's right. He told me earlier he loves driving this little car. It's and he bangs the bank on the exit.
He does.
Top end. Very spectacular young man.
What will his sister say about that?
She won't be happy.
First of our Clios up through crossing. Takes the kink, flat chat, and hard on the brakes for bottom S.
This is a Lloyd Hackett special, isn't it? The little Clio tin top.
Did you see it lifting its inside rear wheel?
Yes, always they love that, don't they?
They do. This is Andrew Feekins, and he's finishing with a 36.03. Richard Pates in the MG ZR 160. This is a hot little hatch, and they used to be as cheap as chips. But Guy, you were saying the price is
anything with an MG on it now that is still intact is going through the roof.
Is that right? How interesting.
Yeah, they are actually good money now, aren't they? But they're actually a well-sorted little K-Series engine in there. Good handling little car, actually. So, yeah, off up towards the finish.
And he's followed by Zoe Shearman in the Exige.
You can't miss this one, can you?
Is this the one that went into the wrector cell?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's going okay. Richard Pates. Oh, I've lost his time. There it is.
43.06.
43.06. Zoe is nearing. Well, she's up towards the finish. And the time will be a 34.78. Followed by Bruce Aitken, and Bruce is in the Saxo. Another little car, great way of starting hill climbing. If you're a parent and your offspring wants, Dad, I want to go hill climbing, well, tell them to get a Saxo or a Renault or an MG.
Trying hard too, yeah, to be fair. It is a cheap way of going hill climbing. Saxos, as you say, you still pick these up for 3 or 4 grand, perhaps.
I think so, yes. Stuart Hook in a Renault Clio. Where's Lloyd Hackett when you need him? He'll tell us all about this car.
He's probably not far away from Guy's box. He was going to have a picnic with his mum and dad.
Oh, that's good.
Stuart Hook looks particularly like an MX-5.
It's certainly got that look about a late MX-5, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. I'll go with that.
Yep. Depends what you put on your entry form.
Yes, and what would start when you left
this
home.
morning. Anyway, Stuart's done a 40.6 in the MX-5. He's followed by another Elise, a 135R, so 135 horsepower from this early-ish Elise.
I think we're looking at David Wilson, aren't we? He's off up towards the finish.
David Wilson in
Oh,
the
yes,
release,
you're right. Yeah.
And Jonathan Langmead bringing us up with the more powerful Lees 135R. Now past me.
Time for David Wilson, 33.03.
Yeah, here comes Jonathan Langmead, quick competitor. It's a very nicely sorted car. See quite a lot on this one. Already on his way up towards the finish now. Yes.
It'll be nice and warm inside with the hard top up.
33.32. That's
a good time.
It's their second time run, so that should give the class to David Wilson.
Now we've got an M3. These are quick cars, aren't they?
They surely are. Straight out of the box, the M Sport Series, starting with the M1.
Oh no, I think this was the one yesterday. It was a very, very rapid machine indeed. That big burbling V8 in the front of that one. So yeah, extremely rapid car. Or was I confusing it with the Audi? There was an Audi RS.
There was an RS6.
Yeah, that was really quick, wasn't it?
Does the M3 have a V8 or is it a straight 6?
Some of them, I think, had the V8, didn't they? But Tony Adams is going by us in another Lotus.
It's an 8.
The voice of wisdom, Lloyd Haggett.
Ah, Master Lloyd, yes.
Yeah, he's tapped me on the shoulder and said, it's an 8.
It's an 8. There you go. I thought it would be. And Lloyd is the master of these things.
I might, if any more Clios come, I'll hand the headsets to Lloyd.
Looks like we're into some Porsches now. Car 25, that's Simon Tarling. He doesn't come far away. He's a regular Porsche competitor. They've all got between 350 and 500 horsepower, those Porsches we've got here today.
Steve Atkins, a 35.03. Tony Adams, a 33.96. And Duncan Andrews has just crossed the beam with a 32.16 in the first of this gag of Porsches.
Yeah, he's leading the Porsche charge at the moment. Here's another pretty one. What's this?
This was Simon Tarling that's just raised the bank going out of top S.
A bit of a rerun.
Yeah, I miscalled it. Duncan Andrews was the previous one, yeah.
Should have a go. I'm going to hand over to Lloyd, give him a taste of Vaux Villa.
Yeah, he hasn't had Vaux Villa yet.
No, it's a real challenge. You have to be extremely good. Hang on a second. I'll pass you over to Lloyd.
28, David Meek past me in the bright yellow VX220 Turbo from Buckingham.
Yeah, locks it up going into top S, bottom S there, but actually these are beautifully I love these little VX220s. I prefer them to the Elise. I must admit they've got a bit more grunt as well, haven't they?
They certainly have. Wow, look at this. Vaux Villa, who'd have thought it?
Vaux Villa, Lloyd, you're going up in the world,
going up in the world. What a pleasure to take a mic over from Mr. Druitt.
You've arrived.
As a 981 Series GT4 leaves the line, that'll be Richard Snow, I think. It will indeed.
Have you wiped the headset and microphone, having taken it over from Mr. Druitt?
No, I need to absorb it. Maybe some knowledge in there I can absorb into my
DNA. Richard Snow over to the right hand side. Confidence dabs on the brakes and in he goes.
Yes, looking good. I do enjoy these Porsches. They're all very rapid. They're very close racing amongst them normally, isn't there?
Absolutely, and especially between Richard Snow and Robert Lancaster Gay, they're really quite well matched in terms of driving. A 33.38 there for Richard Snow. As we have launch controlling off the line here, Robert Lancaster Gay in his later generation GT4 with a PDK gearbox.
As former class record holder until August last year. He's still not fully got to grips with this. I feel there's more to come from this combination. But very, very, very smooth indeed.
He's in a very hot class too, because we've got Robbie Birrell and Rodney Isles to come. He's going very well indeed, but I fancy young... Robbie's been getting the money, hasn't he?
He's been going very well. I think he's bagged himself a class record earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Did he really? Wow.
And interestingly, it's a GTS edition, which means it's got 2 less cylinders than the GT4s, but he's boosted the hell out of that turbo, which is perfect for hill climbing, so he's going very, very well indeed.
Blasting up towards the finish, he's going to finish it in a time of 31.27.
I think he may have just beat his own record.
Goodness me.
He has indeed. Good call.
Away from the line, Rodney Isles fires away in this fruity little Alfa Romeo.
You almost said fruitful, didn't you?
Yeah, nearly, yes.
Well, I'd go with that. It's such a good-looking car, and normally quite a small sports car, but on this circuit, this track, it looks broad, it looks wide.
And it's very well sorted, it's very light, he's a very, very good driver, it's got a very potent little engine in it. Can he take that class record back from, he's going to go at 32.16, so Robbie Birrell, class record.
Yep, first of all, the brace of Yarai. Stocks.
Indeed, developed by Toyota Gazoo Racing, which was led by Tommy Mäkinen and Jari-Matti Latvala. As you'll know, that's a hell of a CV to have on all cars.
Very effective little cars too, aren't they, actually? That they're about 270 brake horsepower four-wheel drive out of a 1600, aren't they?
Indeed, 3-cylinder turbo, but they feel fantastic. Have you ever driven one?
No, never.
Fantastic, real whizzy engine, fantastic. But we've got just the other one on the line. We've got Alan Mansfield held on line. I think we've got the green light to go now. So you're going to see this car go from 0 to 6, just boxed down slightly, but gets off the line in the end. And he's heading towards Kennel very rapidly.
Certainly is. These cars made their UK competition debut in February 2018 at the Vintage Sports Car Club's Pomeroy Trophy meeting. And I was down to drive one of them, but I was told by my then employers, the VSCC, I was more used to them in the commentary box, annoyingly. Would have been a little footnote to Toyota history.
Well, here he comes now, actually. Yes, they are. I didn't realise, Lloyd, they are a 3-cylinder engine. That's quite an interesting bit of kit, isn't it?
They are, absolutely. But away from the line, we've got Robert Brodie in this frantic Fisher Fury.
It's 37.51 for Alan Mansfield.
Just a couple of times, so James Stocks and Alan Mansfield separated by only 0.2 of a second in the GR Yaris battle.
Yeah, this little Fisher, I hadn't seen this one before, a little bike engine car, but they're very effective, very pretty, and very, very quick.
37, Richard Young's Caterham. Through and clear, down from Chipping Camden, fairly local.
Yeah, it's coming through us now. Yeah, it looks very nice. There must be so much fun to drive, actually. I've never driven one, but I think the one would be a car I'd love to drive.
Absolutely. Towards you guys should already be the Caterham of Malcolm Hickey.
Through me, through the kink already, and on the brakes and downshifting into bottom airs.
Oh, rapid car, takes a good line through the S's now. Power goes down. Sounds great. Normal, I think it's a K-series engine in the back of that, front of that one, isn't it?
Good, well, in thick and fast. We're getting through them. We've got John Pick with his fantastic AMS Mutara on the line, and he's away, probably already with you, Guy.
And through Mutara, Subaru Impreza in a funny frock, basically.
Yeah, they are. It's the only one I've ever seen, actually, so I don't know how available they actually are. They're not necessarily the prettiest thing, but they're pretty effective. And of course, if it's wet, that four-wheel drive's incredibly useful.
Yes. John Pick, 32.70. Goes fastest in class thus far, but I don't think the bar will remain at that height for long.
No, we have a few serious Caterhams coming off the line and up the hill for you guys.
Rob Lloyd heading to the finish.
He will do a 34.44. Jerry Neary on the hill currently. Steve Garner on the line.
Jerry up. One big heavy stamp on the brakes, almost brings the car to a halt. Outbraked himself after that.
Jerry Neary's been racing for years, to be fair. Young Steve Garner probably has a very good chance of winning the class to come.
Indeed, Jerry Neary trips the beam at 37.08 when he's Westfield. Steve Garner heading through. Looks like this is already in a very serious danger.
Very good indeed. Steve Garner heading up towards the finish. What sort of time he's going to head up? You've got Richard Price following. 31.75 for Steve Garner.
Takes the lead of the class. Rich Price now. He's pure Caterham 7 from Newcastle under line.
Yeah, a little lock up of the brakes as you'd expect with these cars. Beautifully turned that car actually. Can he pip Richard? Can he beat Steve Garner? Richard Price heading up towards the line.
No, Richard Price sets the beam at a 33.27. We've got Raymond Law on the hill in this fantastic Caterham.
Yeah, it's for Raymond to decide the destination of the class honour. Steve Garner fast at the moment with a 31.75.
Yeah, Professor Raymond, he's the Emirates Professor, visiting Professor of Mechanical Engineering.
And he tips the beam, 32.41 at 97 miles an hour. That's a quick time.
Takes the class.
Brilliant. Well, that's the end of the batch. And I just want to say thank you I only popped in just to poke my head through and say hello to Chris, but
I think Steve Garner took the class.
Yes, that's the class. Steve Garner, the class winner.
Yeah, absolutely. But his cars were sending back down. But no, I just wanted to say thank you so much to Chris Drew. I wasn't expecting to commentate on Vauxville today, but I've ticked a little life box because
You're going.
This is where Murray Walker started, and I'm honoured and privileged to sit in the same place that he did. So
I'm sure you'll be there again.
I shall pass over to Chris Drewitt. Thank you, chaps.
Well, that was a bit of entertainment, wasn't it?
It was.
Enjoyed those. They were always good to see, aren't they? So so Steve Garner takes that class again. He's a regular class winner, isn't he, in that immaculately turned out car?
Yep.
So what have we got next then, Guy?
I don't know, because I'm not sat down at that end. We've had our shared drives. I'll consult the running order and see what it thinks.
I think we've got a bit of single seaters, but with a mixture of saloons and all sorts. It's a bit of shared drives.
3 shared drives first, and then the historic saloons. Cooper S, the Hillman, Imp. Fiat X19 is not here, and then the Ginetta G15. So a smattering of historics.
And then we'll be into a whole bunch of single seaters, won't we?
Yep.
We will. Something else to say about Imps, which managed to almost kill the Roots Group, was a brilliant idea by a minister of the Labour government called Wedgwood Ben, who decided it was a good idea that they should be built not in Coventry but up in Scotland. And so the result was they had a factory up in Scotland full of people who hadn't actually built cars before. They had trains running up and down from Coventry to Linwood, that's right, with components and bodywork, and the result was a complete muddle and enormous cost to the Roots Group, and purely for the politics of saying this car is made in Scotland. And the result was it got a terrible reputation for unreliability to begin with. It had some funny design quirks. The throttle pedal pressed on a rubber bulb which pushed air down a rubber tube towards the back of the car, towards the carburetor, where there was another rubber bubble that when you pushed on the throttle pedal, it expanded this second rubber bubble, and was meant to accelerate the car. But within weeks, the thing was springing leaks, and it was a disaster. They had to go back to a conventional cable linkage. And you wonder why the hell they didn't do that to begin with.
What could go wrong with double rubble bubbles?
Exactly. And
I never knew that too, Chris. Thank you.
And they were determined, because it was rear-engined, they were determined that it shouldn't oversteer. So they deliberately gave it a swing axle front suspension, which made it understeer like crazy. So if you went too fast on a wet road into a corner and turned the steering wheel, not much happened. You went straight on into the hedge. So that was another brilliant idea. If you wanted to go quickly in your Imp, you put a cement bag in the bonnet at the front, and that made the handling sort of semi-respectable. But
they did have decent competition careers, didn't they?
They did, yes. They had a good rally career.
Good Works rally career. Rosemary Smith won the Tulip in one.
Yep.
And people like the Fraser Hartwell Syndicate and Roger Nathan made them go very, very well in the British Saloon Car Championship.
But it was the death of the Roots Group pretty well.
Yes, because
brilliant.
They say that BMC / British Leyland never made a penny on any Mini they sold. I'm pretty sure the Roots brothers lost a packet on every Imp that staggered out of the production line.
Yeah, when the Mini first came out, Ford Motor Company bought one, stripped it down and costed it, and said there's no way they're losing £100 on every single one.
Yeah. Which allegedly, and if you buy my latest book, Oiling the Cogs, about Reg Bishop, who was the PR director of Nuffield Group, they did it because neither Leonard Lord nor Lord Nuffield had any faith in Isagonis's Mini at all. They gave him the green light to make him make a fool of himself so they could get rid of him.
Amazing. Here's Ben Hamer in the OMS28, built by Steve and Lynn Owen up in Yorkshire. Terrific success. They're building a lot of cars. exporting quite a number as well.
Yes, when does a cottage industry become a growth industry?
Yeah, into my sight now. This is the Kawasaki turbocharged 750 unit. Very, very rapid indeed. They're two brothers, these two that drive this. Wilco and Ben Hamer.
Tim Thompson in 781, another OMS 28. I think this is still the latest version from OMS. I don't think they've gone on to a 29 or a 30.
Ben Hamer, a 27.95. He's drifted slightly for his first time.
Tim Thompson just your way up towards the finish. He's sharing this car with Jonathan Flesher.
28.13. He's done massively better than his earlier time, because that was a 48.10.
This is Steve Morgan, who's sharing the car with, is it his son or his father?
His son. Son is Tom. Yeah, and Steve's got the black helmet. It's a brand new car last season.
Which of them is quickest?
The young man.
Oh, right, that's not fair, is it?
It's predictable though, isn't it?
It is the way of nature.
I'm trying to remember what other car we've seen Chris Bentley-Jones in, not this Mini Cooper S. Although it's nice to see this very early Mini Cooper Est, if you get my meaning.
Yes, slidey windows. I wonder if he's got the pudding, stirrer, gear lever and floor start.
Yes, my mum had one of those. There weren't many with the floor start.
The magic wand. This is Class C1, for those of you keeping up in your programmes, on page 21. Modified Cars Series production up to 1400, with the aforementioned wonderful imp. It's impressive how well it goes.
It really is.
And it holds the class record.
And the engine in the back was a Coventry Climax design.
This one's got a turbo in it though, which is totally unlike any that were produced. This one's properly sorted, a regular class winner, and off to the finish.
33.01 for Eric. Andrew Russell in the well-known Ginetta, always immaculately prepared and presented, and driven by Andrew.
Yes. He's of the old school of lean your head over into the bends.
Yeah,
a little coupe there.
And Ginetta are doing really well nowadays with their various race series, particularly Ginetta Juniors, which is very popular.
They own their own race circuit.
Is that right?
Like Park, yes.
Oh, wow.
Ginetta own like.
Andrew followed by Tony Feekins in the 205 GTI. Voted by many the best. Ooh, ouch! The best hot hatch. He scraped along the arm cone.
He grazed right beneath my feet. Yes.
He did. You were tucking your toes in there.
He's always a trier, young Tony. He comes round top S. He gets round successfully. He owns two of these 205s. The other one's got a broken engine at the moment, but this is one he bought last season.
And this has got a broken door handle, I think.
2VR time.
Yeah, isn't it nice? Stephen Mogg, well-known car, 5-litre Rover in this Griffith. Many people regard the Griffith as the prettiest of the Rover-powered TVRs.
Sounds absolutely tremendous. Got a lot of power there. A little bit of smoke coming out the back, but it growls its way off up to the finish.
Followed by well-known Porsche, Jonathan Williamson's car. Time for Steve, 32.71. Here comes Jonathan.
Yeah, it often happens. First runs after lunch, the early runs, are slower than their morning runs.
It's the beer effect.
I think it is, yeah.
Jonathan's got a new rebuilt engine in it recently. He said it's a lot quicker than it used to be. And yeah, he's heading up towards the finish. I think he's thoroughly enjoying that new engine.
Well, yeah, it's a good time. Now, Andrew Norris tends to be a couple of seconds quicker than Jonathan. This car, turbocharged or supercharged?
Supercharged.
Unusual supercharged Porsche in this 911. Again, this has been around a long time. It's got about a 3.3-litre engine in the back of it. Sounds amazing. Local couple, Helen Fox Evans.
And Jeff Temlow up from Cornwall in his well-known Impreza. He's been developing this car for a long time. We've got a time for Andrew Norris, 32.63.
He's gone faster than his earlier time today.
Yeah, but Jonathan's time is a good one as well, 33.75. Yep. What can Jeffrey do in the Impreza?
Nicely sorted car, comes up from Cornwall, to be fair. He hasn't enjoyed the best of health of late, so he's still competing. And the engine's had a little tickle by Stephen Darley over the winter.
34.27.
Interesting colour scheme on this Porsche.
Yes. You're not going to miss it, are you?
You're not. Paul Howells into bottom S.
Brute of a car. This one actually, the new green on it is a wrap actually rather than paint. It comes from the Forest and Dean, and he helped Mr. Penrose mend his VW this week.
Forest and Dean is plagued by wild boar, isn't it?
There's plenty down there.
Yeah, they're being a nuisance.
BOAR or BORE?
A bit of both, I think.
32.47 for Paul Howells.
Nigel Elliott's done a lot of work on the TR7 V8. Had a fairly nasty accident. He did a lot of fettling, and he hasn't stopped. It was just a frozen frame, but he's heading for the finish and records a 34.41. Now, hold on to your hats. Damien in the Subaru Legacy has got something like 800 horsepower to help him up the hill.
Sure has.
Now, is the record in his class under threat?
He'd have to find the 2.5 seconds.
Here comes Damien, yes, this brute of a car. It's had a new colour scheme on it this year. Blasted off up there. Normally he's quicker when Stephen Darley is driving as well, because it spurs him on.
29.75. No, he's still nearly 2 seconds away from his own record.
Stephen Darley's record.
Stephen Darley's record, yeah. In this car.
Yeah.
Becky Manton, after whom the Westfield was called FW.
Locks it up into, it's the rector-cell gently. So she went straight into the rector-cell, but gently. So the marshals are going to her now. She's okay in the car.
Yeah, she's just crossed.
Yeah, the marshals missed the car that's on the hill at Kennel. He's finally been caught here at crossing.
But Becky went in so gently there's minimal damage just to her personal pride.
That rector-cell is doing a brilliant job, you know.
It really is, isn't it?
The cars are not getting the damage on them, or the drivers that they would have got before.
It's a very simple idea, but enormously effective, as these things often are. John Fitch, the American Grand Prix driver of the 50s, invented a system for highway use, which was barrels filled with water.
He also invented or designed a protective cover for the end of the Armco, didn't he?
Yes, because people were becoming impaled far too easily. He was like Gatsonides. Everyone derides the Gatso, but the whole idea of Gatso speed camera was road safety, not revenue generation. But amusingly and in some way ironically, the first person ever to be caught by a Gatso camera, Gatso himself.
Okay, she started it up. She's now proceeding towards me now, so she's going to head up towards the finish.
Phil's coming back down. He's been turned at the kink. He will be given another opportunity almost immediately, I would hope. Might need some more juice.
We've had a rerun of the 205 GTI brushing the Armco. I think it took a bit of paint off, but
there was no clonk and no deformation of the Armco, but it was, if it wasn't actually scraping, it was a gnat's whisker away.
It was the touch of the Monaco Grand Prix, wasn't it?
I'm sure he'll say it was deliberate. He was just using all the available tarmac.
There we are. We get another view on the big screen.
His laundry bill may say otherwise.
Can't see.
No, it was a bit beyond the line of view of that camera.
Things came flying out.
Yeah. There's a lot of dried leaves behind the back of the Armco there, so it may have sucked those out, the vortex behind him.
Could be.
But an exciting climb, no matter what. To a very, very good 34.35.
Yeah. Next up, another hot Caterham 7, car number 50. Is it 50?
If it's 59, it's Phil Goff.
It's 59, I think.
Who's just come back down, having been.
Oh, was he turned around?
He got the flag after Becky's rector-cell moment.
All right, and he's followed by the Ford that isn't a Fiesta.
Yes, quite. The Ford that has nothing whatsoever to do with Project Bobcat.
No. It's a Faster, not a Fiesta. And watch it off the line. It is sensational. Being an ex-rallycross car, four-wheel drive, plenty of power.
Love the chirpy noise from it as well.
Yeah.
And into the S's for you.
Yes, indeed, young Phil Goff. This is Hayabusa engine car, very rapid indeed. Comes from Maghull in Liverpool, and he's also one of the officials that I see at Loden Park.
31.67. He's improved. The weight didn't dull his skills at all. This Fiesta 4x4 thing.
2.01 off the line, so he's obviously taking it easy.
He's got a 35.19 to beat. He's the only car in class.
Yeah, it's exciting looking thing, isn't it? It's got loads and loads of power. It's a four-wheel drive. Puts the power down. Yeah, loads of power there, heading off up towards the finish.
33.14. Found a couple of seconds.
Yeah, we're in radical territory at the moment.
Says class record, chaps.
Oh, wow.
It does. Yes, 14.43.
What was it? What did he do?
He did 33.14.
Gee, that's shattered a record.
Wow, that's amazing news. Mike West has gone by up towards the finish in the radical, and he'll be followed by Stephen King.
He's beaten his own record this morning. His first time run was 35.19.
So what record did he break? Which was it, a 4x4?
He broke his own Sports Libra Saloon car record.
Right. Brilliant.
Good stuff.
Stephen King in my sight now in another pretty little radical Hayabusa engine job, which most of them are. Perfect little racing cars, these. The loads made, and there's the one make championships, isn't there, for the circuits.
He's followed by Andrew Burt in this very rare rear-engined, streamlined Mallock Mark 22. They made, I believe, 7 of these.
32.
32, I beg his pardon.
Yes, but it is a rare model, this one, isn't it? It's a little sports car Mallock, really all enclosed bodywork, very rapid little thing.
And I'm not sure what engine it is. I think it might be a Lotus Twin Cam. Matthew Price going really well in his SR3.
Surely is. He was 29.19. He was leading the class on times.
Matthew Price has got about 270 brake horsepower in that one. He nearly waxed the bank on the way out of top S. He's certainly trying over the finish.
That's a good run, 29.25. Brilliant. David Bickley, what can he do? He's in an older radical, the SR1.
He was a second and a half behind Matthew on this morning's time.
Yes, this one's actually only got about 190 brake horsepower, but Stuart Bickley's dad, of course, so young Stuart will be up in that fluorescent force in a bit.
And here comes Robin Nicholson in one of the most historic cars in hill climbing. This is the Mark 20 Mallock.
Who else has owned it, Chris?
Yeah, it'll come back.
Pink calls on your claim there, sir.
But here he comes into my sight, yeah. Clubman's car runs 1700 cross-flow Ford engine, which most of them did, but it just looks the part. It goes extremely well, and it's beautifully turned out.
I saw a Clubman's race at Castle Combe a couple of years ago, and it was good, big grids and very competitive, and some brilliant driving. Here is what we believe is the unique Ford SR4, the only, in inverted commas, sports car they built, but we may be wrong, and the Fords may have built more than this one. Red flags arrived, which means, I think, end of batch.
End of batch, yes, they're not out up the hill, or they are moving up the hill. He's got 29.63 for his first time, Alan McDonald.
Very quick driver, ex-TT racer on motorbikes, comes all the way from Scotland. Wow. Yeah, very accomplished driver. Do you remember he had the Mini with the Mitsubishi running gear?
Yes, I do. That's right. Yes, I do.
29.19. He goes faster still.
It had a mini door handle, I think.
It wasn't the prettiest car, that's being polite, but it was very effective.
It was. If Billy Grace is within earshot and would like to have a go, he's very welcome.
Taking the class from Matthew Price.
KPKP, HillClimb.TV, big ups on the live stream from Vancouver, Canada. Lucky you, Vancouver's a lovely city. Who else? KPKP again, love watching this while I'm at work. What are you doing at work? Doing nothing? Oh, right. Well, that's normal, isn't it? Keep the messages coming. We love them. Drone Geeks, fantastic day out today, and my son's very first hill climb. It was great to meet you, HillClimbing.TV. I'm sure I'll see you again. Yes, well done, Drone. Cars leave the top paddock, which we haven't often seen on the live stream screen. So it's good to see more of Shelsley.
Chris, could I just do a little quick name check, a shout out for Andy Carter and his son Sam. They're at their first hill climb. Actually, Sharon Sarker sent them along today. I think they bought them a birthday present of some tickets. So welcome to Andy Carter and son Sam. We hope you're here and I hope you're enjoying it.
Another one from Drone Geeks. Been brilliant today. The peek behind the scenes of how it all operates was brilliant. Certainly is a bit warm in there, though. Talking about Vaux Villa, I think. We really appreciate everything we do. Well, thank you, Drone. We enjoy it just as much as you, I think. Bud Yeddy, HillClimb.TV. I'm in America, but I'd love to visit one day. Well, you must. It's a delightful part of the world. The countryside is beautiful. And on a day like this, well, it's the best of British.
Is there a finer sight than Shelsley on a sunny day in June watching the British? I don't think so. It's the most glorious place. If you've walked up the hill, then you'll know all about it. We've got lovely trees up the top here.
It's a lightning rod says it's a little known factoid that Shelsley Walsh dwarfs Goodwood, but only the cool people know about it. Well, we're all cool. We're so cool here.
Well, that's a big claim, isn't it, Chris?
It is.
It's a big claim.
In terms of a hill climb, yes, it does. Because this climbs a heck of a lot more than the Goodwood climb does.
It does. But
in terms of event size,
no, we're not quite matching it yet.
And thank goodness for it.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to hand over to Billy. He's been doing great work interviewing people around the paddock. I hope he did the winner of the first runoff, Mr. Summers, and we'll get that on YouTube tonight, I guess. But that was a brilliant run. I'll talk to you later.
Cheers, Chris.
Well,
welcome back, Billy.
Oh, welcome back, Billy. Yes, he's not really been away for long, but I watched the runoff live up at Top S here, and Lloyd was commentating up here. It was an incredible event, wasn't it? I think Alex Summers was absolutely on his A game to beat Matt Ryder on that runoff. Don't you agree?
He was. They were pushed. They were all pushing really hard. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we've seen 4, 5 class records tumble today. I wouldn't be surprised to see the hill record go this afternoon. Wouldn't be surprised.
Do you know what? Yes, it has been amazing to see some of the records go as they have, and this is often a meeting where it can happen. I mean, the track hasn't been relayed for a long time, but nevertheless, the pace those boys were going at was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we tend to associate the hot summer, the August, September meetings with record smashing.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Billy.
Afternoon. By the way, we just had a message on the stream from a chap having to revise for his uni exams whilst watching it. I am sorry.
Well, we're not making him watch it.
No. Yes, that's true. Yeah. So it's good that the revision is a welcome distraction. It's from Jordan Bevington, and he wish he was there. And we wish you were here. But get those exams done. Get a degree, become a doctor, and then earn lots of money and come hill climbing. So there we go.
We need doctors. So yes, if you are becoming a doctor, we thoroughly approve of that.
We don't know what he's studying. He might be doing
we need
drama for all I know.
But as well.
Yeah. Yes.
It could be media studies or something like that.
Yeah.
That's popular.
Commentating. It could be studying.
Commentating. No money in that, though, is there?
That's probably the most useless
or talent
going.
Anyway, hello everybody. How are we all doing?
We're doing very well, thank you. The sun has ceased to beat down mercilessly upon the box here at Crossing, so I've got both sides open, a nice cool breeze blowing across my back. It's very pleasant.
I have the same up here, and I have the best view in the house. I've got the S's, I've got the view to the finish, I've got dappled light through the trees, lots of green, beautiful, stunning, fantastic. And a big crowd.
Yeah.
Lovely to see you all.
Did I see Steve Mundy took a class record just then?
You did.
In the Ford Fiesta.
The Ford Fiesta, yes.
The rallycross one.
Do you know what was also impressive? You know the gentleman whose name's gone completely out of my head in the 2.5 litre Cayman that took the class record.
Robbie Birrell.
Thank you, Robbie. I spoke to him on the lunch break. He took 3/10 off it this morning and said, "Oh well, that was about as much as I can. I'm not going to try hard and take it again this afternoon. I'm happy with that. That was an everything run." And he took another 3/10 of it. Now he was lying to me on the stream. Anyway, here we go. We're off and running. We've got Paul Harris on the hill in the Van Diemen, so into the Formula Fords. He's with you.
I do like this class.
It's lovely, isn't it?
This was the single-seater racing that I reached my pinnacle of contemporary in this sort of Formula Ford 1600. Brilliant little cars, and so well suited hill climbing as well, because you can wring their necks.
Yes, indeed.
Keep them on the cam.
Yes, it is such quality little cars. They're all pretty much the same, even if they're older versions. There's not much difference in the performance, so they're all running the same engines, pretty much the same tyres, pretty much the same suspension, so that makes it all good.
So, time for Paul Harris, who's just crossed the line, 35.44, so within a 100th of this morning, exactly. Kirsten Deld now on the hill. Let's see if she can better her 36.60. She's with you.
Smoothly through, gets the pedal down. She's flat chat in top, and it's bleeding speed thanks to the effects of gravity and the steepness of the hill.
Here comes Kirsten, actually, I think. Kirsten is Matt Ryder's fiancée, so a bit of a racing pedigree there. So, yeah, she's off to the finish now, and I think she's in the car with Carolyn Ryder this weekend.
She is indeed. Whilst we've got a time for her 35.46, much better than this morning, which is great. We've got Paul Jones on the hill with you.
It's found over a second. Paul Jones is through me and away already.
Yes, he's sharing with Darren Gumbly this year. I think Darren owns this car, and they're both local men, both rapidly local drivers.
Let's see what time he can do. 28.02. Oh, Paul, you're almost into the 27s. That'll be a target for August, I'm sure. Right, Andy Green on the hill. This will be spectacular. He's past me. He disappears through Kennel.
He's up through Kennel, brushes the bank on the right-hand side, tightening through. Sparks everywhere they dropped it. It's much lower than it was, much lower to the ground and into the S's.
Young Green comes into my view, but he's trying hard. They always try hard, but that just touches the exit of top S up towards the finish.
This is going to be quick. What is it? It's a 20. Oh, it's almost into the 24s. 25.10. 25.10. That's, wow. What did he do this morning? Let me just look it up.
25.39.
So found 3/10. So they had the back of the car up over the lunch break, so it's worked.
That explains it, because he was much looser, but not striking as many sparks.
No. Liam Cooper on the hill now in the force. They go so well in this car. He's already with you.
He's after a 27.37 to improve on his time this morning. Very, very well threaded and into the S's.
Who's going to win the battle between him and his wife Olivia? Beautifully turned out little force. They come from Exeter, down in the West Country. But what's he going to do?
He's across the line now, 27.19. 27.19, so that is
well, the
about 2/10 quicker, but not quite as quick as Olivia.
Yeah, that's the answer. Olivia is.
Yes.
Has won.
Yeah. Now we've got Alan Warburton leaving the line. He almost qualified for the runoff this morning. Let's see what he can do this afternoon. He's with you.
Yep, here he comes through now. It doesn't look that fast. I have to say, he doesn't look to be on it.
Now, I think, something happened between Kennel and Crossing?
Yeah. He's not going perhaps as quick as I normally see him go. There's something up with the car. It's not picking up very cleanly. It is sort of off to the finish. Not going to be a great time.
That's a shame. Crosses the line, 28.50. There was an issue between Kennel and Crossing, I think. Anyway, Jonathan Evans now on the hill in Pilbeam with you.
Jonathan now
close to Kennel Bank.
So close to Rexel on the outside of Kennel. But he's got it all sorted. This looks like nothing else but a
spat him over to the right hand side and he hit the sleepers. So we await a clear up.
Yes, they'll be dealing with that. That was quite an impact, and he just nudged the bank exiting top S, and unfortunately that nudged him across the track, and he hit the others on the other right-hand side. So there will be a stoppage at the moment. We're sort of well into the single-seaters now, aren't we? Sort of trying to qualify for runoffs and the like.
First man in Class K1, Jonathan was. So yes, we're getting through them. We're getting through them. So what's next in the calendar, gents? What can we look forward to here at Shelsley?
Oh, we've got so much to look forward to here at Shelsley this year. We have, we do this all again in August, which will be fantastic. But before that, we have Classic Nostalgia. That's coming up very soon. That is the historic meeting here at Shelsley. That's an absolutely fantastic event that takes place.
We've got the VSCC at the end of this month, the end of June, haven't we? They've moved forward from their usual July date this year.
Yes, so we've got the bike bonanza on the 29th of June. We've got the VSCC vintage meeting on the 30th of June. Then we've got Classic Nostalgia in July, 20 and 21st of July, which is great, before returning here for the Championship Challenge in August. We then have in September, we've got the Harvest Festival, which is the sort of traditional final meeting of the year, and we've got breakfast clubs coming up and driving schools, loads of stuff coming up, and a Members' Day at the end of September as well, which will be brilliant. So how do you become a member, I hear you say? Well, I'll answer that question for you now. All you need to do is visit the MAC tent, which is situated between Kennel and Crossing, which is and you'll be able to speak to the lovely people in the stand who can talk to you all about being a member of the MAC. If you were to sign up now, it's still worthwhile because you get discounts for tickets to all the events, which means that actually you'll get your money back, which is fantastic. And you would get your you get your money back if you came to those events, which would be brilliant. You also are helping support this fantastic venue, which we hope to be with us for another 118, 119 years. So do go and speak to the team at the MAC tent, or the hut that's between Kennel and Crossing, so you can inquire as to how you become a member.
How do you become a marshal, Billy?
How do you become a marshal? That is a good question. So firstly, what I would recommend, it's a great way to get really close to the action, and without the marshalling community, we do not have hill climbing, we do not have motorsport, so it's a fantastic thing to do. I would recommend speaking to any of our Orange Army that you see here today. They're all a very friendly lot, and they're always happy to give advice about how to become a member. How to become a member of the marshalling community. Also, you can obviously search it online as well, and
there's
you can join your local marshalling group.
Active National British Motorsport Marshals Association, isn't there? Who have a very clear progression. You can specialise within marshalling with your particular favourite activity.
Did you mention about the age? Because I think you can be basically from about age 15 onwards. You can't go trackside here, say, till you're 18, but you can do a myriad of jobs around the paddock, can't you? And other essential
roles. You can indeed. Yep, you can run the assembly area from I think with the VSCC it's from 14.
Yeah.
So certain clubs will let you have hands-on experience from early teens onwards.
Can I just suggest we might just mention some of our sponsors here, actually, that the courtyard where we all go for a beer afterwards, you can venue hire that, in fact use it for corporate days and event launches, team buildings, weddings and private functions and meetings. And as we all know, what a lovely facility it is, great caterers as well.
And big shout out to Tim's Magic Bar Service.
Magic Bar
for those
Service.
of us who sit and have a pint afterwards.
Yeah, and if you look on page 34 of our programme, this is where 34 and 35, we've got lots of sponsors who actually basically Vanity Hall, which is Will Hall's lot, they support Class F. And then Equinox, they're an IT company, they support Class H, and in fact that's Graves Equinox Gould, isn't it?
Yep.
I see Force Racing, of course. They're based. Is it
Lichfield?
Lichfield, yes, that's right. Well, there's quite a few Forces here today. Force Racing cars.
Ian Dayson was here yesterday.
Oh, brilliant! Well, they're Class H, And Cottrell Civil Engineering, of course, Jack Cottrell and his mum and dad, they're civil engineers, and they do a lot of tarmacking and all sorts of civil engineering. Thank you for their support, Class J. Varley Red Top support Class J, and they're the best batteries, I believe. They're pretty unique things, aren't they?
Yes. Can I just quickly jump in as a quick update? I should say that the driver, Jonathan Evans, is out of the car and is perfectly all right. I think that's really important for everyone to know. I can see him on the stream, actually walking back down the track to pick up a rear wing end plate that he's now walking back towards his car with. So the good news is the car did a fantastic job, as did the barrier, of looking after him, and he's perfectly all right. Looks like the barrier's done a good job and hopefully is intact. It looks like
those are wooden barriers.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty strong.
But they've done a good job. The recovery truck is reversing up the hill to get the car because there are no wheels on the right-hand side. So it was quite a whack. So it took out the front right and rear right suspension. But importantly, I will repeat, Jonathan Evans looks perfectly all right, which is great to see. He's as I said, he was walking down the track to pick up a piece of car. So that's really good to see. Really good to see that he's all right, because that was quite a big hit.
Yeah, Jonathan, lovely chap, and he's co-driving with Kevin Creven. That car, actually, which is a sad sight to see, obviously, when it's been whacked, but that was the ex-Bill Morris car, I believe, which, if I'm right in saying...
Lord Nuffield?
No, Bill Morris, the Pembrokeshire farmer that unfortunately left us recently. But Bill used to campaign this car and a march before it. And
he went very well in them, didn't he?
Very well in this little car. And I'm really sorry to see that car. But main thing is that, Jonathan's okay. Yeah. That's the main thing. He did have a good impact. These things happen in racing. They're trying hard, aren't they?
Yes, and it's one of those... Sorry, you were going to say, Guy?
Yeah, just echoing what Chris was saying. Motorsport is dangerous. It says that everywhere, and we admire and discuss the skill of these drivers, but it's such a narrow margin. They are on the razor's edge, aren't they?
They are indeed, but good to see he's all right. He's sat on the barrier as the truck comes down. He went quite a long way up the finishing straight on two wheels. I've got it says here a speed of 18, so I don't know if the car technically crossed the finishing speed trap at 18 miles an hour whilst grinding to a halt.
It's only halfway up the straight there. So
could have been a pheasant.
Could have been a wheel.
Could have been a wheel, actually. That's true.
He whacked that right-hand barrier after he'd hit the left-hand bank, only just above the recticel. So. But anyway, yes, the main thing, he's good, and that's the main thing. The car can be repaired. Yeah, unfortunate, really bad. But
you didn't feel a Brockbank moment coming on then, Chris, that he might have been coming up to join you in the box?
Well, I know Jonathan, he's a lovely chap, actually, and it would have been a very scary moment for him, because they're nipping along there, aren't they? They're really trying. They're trying hard today. They're we're seeing class records, and but it is what it is. By the way, I see we've got the Midland Championship is sponsored by Johnson Property Consultants from Redditch. They do Class N. Darren Gumbly, Darren is with Paul Jones today. He's actually a carpenter and joiner, and he's got his own company. So if you need a bit of carpentry, Darren Gumbly's your man. He supports Class K2. And then we've got Class M is Brand Engineering. Is that Richard Brand, do you think? Or is it somebody totally different? But it says you need to talk to Brian or Tom Richardson. So they're Brand Engineering. They do bespoke spline, drive shafts, half shafts, clutch shafts, and all that sort of thing. Wynn Developments, of course. Graham Wynn, proud to support the British and Hillclimb Championship. So Graham is a very well-known businessman, very quick driver, and he does an immense amount of work for charity as well. We've also got the Avon BMTR Motorsport tyres, supplying championship winning tyres for over 35 years. Proud sponsors of the Midland Hillclimb Championship. So let's give those a little shout out. We've got one or two others, no doubt, but that'll do for starters.
Yep, if people are interested in the overall championship sponsorship package, look at page 14 of your programme, where the BARC have a full page thanking all of the 2024 class sponsors. And opposite that is, of course, the opportunity that you can come and stay here at Shelsley Walsh. Those two black and white buildings by the start line. with the very characteristic names of Campbell and Seagrave. Grade 2 listed, and you can come and enjoy a week. If you get in early, I'm sure you could enjoy a weekend at the end of your week of hill climbing, or if you wanted to hear the noise of the schools going on. So links are available.
We're just getting a quick replay of the incident now. We know that Jonathan is perfectly all right, so I'm just getting it on the screen now. So came very nicely into bottom S, right over to the left, alternating top S, and it just clipped the bank on the exit of top S on the left, which then as it came back down to earth, and it was only a small clip of the bank, and it was right at the end of the bank, so it didn't ride up the bank. And that spat it back over to the right-hand side and into the wall, and there was, you wouldn't have caught that. That was a half a second, split-second moment. So, and then the car carried on up the track and came to a halt in the middle of the road. But yes, as we said, Jonathan perfectly all right, which is good. And hopefully, I'm sure the car will be fixable. Not for today, of course, but there is some radioing and discussioning going on with the Clerk of the Course team up there looking at the wooden sleepers. Hopefully it hasn't moved them. So we're just getting a look now. In fact, they are having a look. Yes, so they've taken a bit of a whack, but doesn't look like it's actually moved them, which is good. There's some splinters to be removed and stuff, so hopefully.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing, actually, to be fair. Those are pretty strong, and usually when you hit wood things, they're pretty unforgiving, aren't they? Particularly trees and the like. So they look relatively good. It's not for me to judge, obviously, but the Clerk of the Course is having a look now. Just looking over the back of them, actually, at the moment, looking head over. So hopefully he'll say that we're all good to go shortly, and they'll recover that vehicle, and we'll be back in the game. But the marshals are doing their usual sterling job. It's one way of getting very close to the action. I was on the marshal post at Top S for the runoff, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was an exclusive view.
It's a great view, isn't it?
It is. So yeah, become a marshal. A lot of them stay overnight. Some of them have got caravans. Some of them get in local hotels. Some get in tents. Who knows? But they have great bonhomie. They have regular barbecues and stuff, don't they? They are a team, aren't they? That's what they do.
Yes.
They are a team, and I think they do a magnificent job. And yeah, become a marshal. That's big.
It's a great way to help out, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So how's your crowds down there at the moment?
It's brilliant down here in the paddock.
Yeah, what about you, Guy?
So
what about
busy.
you?
Yeah, the grandstand bench seating here at Crossing is still packed. Now that everyone's out of the sun, there's a lot of relaxed people post-lunch enjoying. It's standing room only at the back, people leaning over the barriers and looking out at the car park. Some spaces are appearing, but it's still largely full down in the car park, and people are still arriving, which is gratifying.
It's great to see also quite
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menzies driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy Race Car Series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
think the wishbones have absorbed most of that, and it's probably far cheaper fixed than
As long as it's not done tub damage, yes.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I think that's how they design them, really, to sort of, they go first rather than the tub. And the tub has obviously had the driver in it and contained him, and that's fine.
Yeah.
So good news on that front.
Yep.
They're still having a little inspection up here with the clerks, a couple of marshals and safety people.
Yeah.
So we're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, the car is coming back past me. God, it's had a good old whack, hasn't it? It's but as you say, it did its job and it protected its driver, which is brilliant. Shall I carry on through the class results?
Yeah, please do. Sorry, Billy.
That's all right, not at all. So Robbie Birrell took the class record, I should say. Actually took it twice to bring it down to a 31.27, with second being a 32.14 for Duncan Andrews, and third place Rodney Ailes on a 32.16. So 2/100ths of a second separating second and the third place in that class. Duncan in the Porsche GT4 and Rodney in the Alfa Romeo 4C. Then we've got Class A3 for Road Cars Series Production. Is one of you listening to music? I can hear music coming through Astro.
Oh, not guilty, my lad.
There seems to be some music coming from,
No,
DJ Guy. I think. Me?
DJ Loveridge.
Yeah.
My reputation. DJ Silly Boy Guy.
That's it. MC Loveridge in the house. Anyway, so Class A3, which is for four-wheel drive cars of any engine capacity, was won by James Stocks on a 37.33. That's in the GR Yaris, followed by Alan Mansfield in another Yaris. Guess what time he did? The 37.34. So 1/100th of a second between the two of them, with James Stocks just taking it by 1/100th of a second after his second run. Class B, this is for specialist production cars, so this is your Caterhams and the like. By the way, we're actually getting a replay on the stream of Alex Summers' runoff winning run, so I might talk you through that in just a second, because what a run it was. So I'll pause the class results just to talk through this, but yes, it was a brilliant run. Bear in mind, you've just seen Matt Ryder go into a 22. He sets off from the line, fantastic start, 1.88 seconds I think, and carried so much speed through Kennel into crossing, very smooth, used all the road on exit, absolutely flat chat through the kink. And as he came into bottom S, very neat and tidy, a bit of a wiggle through the S's, but nothing to worry about. Slight wiggle on the exit of top S, and then just got the hammer down and stopped the clock at what was it? 30. It was 22.50. That was it. So absolutely brilliant. Anyway, so by the way, just so you know, we've got a pickup truck with some wood in it being sent to the barrier. So there is a bit of a delay here whilst we fix this barrier. So there's a pickup truck heading up the hill. Anyway, so where was I in classes? Yes, Class B. So Class B won by Steve Garner on a 31.75. Steve is driving the Westfield, one of the many Westfields. Richard Price in second on a 32.20 in another Westfield, I believe. Oh, in a Caterham, sorry. And then Ray Lure third on a 32.41 again in a Caterham. Class C for modified series production cars, up to 1400cc. This was won by Eric Maury in that lovely little Hillman Imp, which is a quick car. He did a 33.01. He was almost into the 32s.
Turbocharged Imp, though, it's going to be rapid, isn't it?
It is, yes.
I mean, it's got about 200 brake horsepower.
And he is the class record holder.
Apart from that, though, yes. Well, it's still a good time.
Very good time.
And he was into the 32s for his class record. So, still 4/10 off his record, which is 8 or so years old now. Then we've got second is Andrew Russell on a 35.68 in the lovely little Ginetta, and third Chris Bentley Jones on a 46.39 in the Mini. We've got car being pushed back down to the return to the paddock actually here. So because Aaron Colborne, or I think it was Aaron that came to the line, they're pushing him back down to the paddock because there's going to be a bit of a wait here and the car will need to be cooled and can be back in the paddock. So
the woodman's arrived up here. He's just carrying copious amounts of large planks up towards the affected area. So whether there's going to be a bit of a patch-up job at the back, it's at the back of the barrier rather than the front of it. So yeah, nearest to the field. So I don't know what the plan of action is there, but there's plenty of bodies there. So I'm sure they won't be long before they're getting... What would they do? I don't know what they'll do. Probably drill them and support them behind the barrier.
Yes, I'd expect so. Yeah, try and drill some strengthening beams to the back of them, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
We've got a load of cars in top paddock as well, so...
oh, gosh, have we? I've forgotten that.
Yeah, there's about 6 or 7 cars up there, so we know you're there and we haven't forgotten you. And
yeah, well, I've actually, such as the slowness now, I've broken out a bar of chocolate that I've been taking to me for about 20 hill clubs.
Oh, wow.
And it's all gone white inside, but every now and again my missus chucks it back in the fridge. But I thought, do you know what? I think now is the time. Yes. Now is the time to enjoy it. And it's actually pretty good. I must admit, it's a dairy milk, good old dairy milk, eh?
You can't beat it, can you?
We love it.
So, Class C2 was with the next one that I was going to take you through, which only has one entry, Tony Feekins. So he won his class with a 34.35 in that lovely Peugeot 205 GTI, which is a very popular hill climb car and goes very well indeed. Class C3, this is for modified...
2 1 2.
Yes, I can hear you, whoever that was.
2 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, that's working. Class C3, so that's for modified cars over 2 litres, was won by Damien Bradley, which unsurprisingly, given how fast that Subaru is, on a 29.59. So still a good second and a half off the record that was set. So a bit of... but a good time more than less to be under 30 seconds. Second was Paul Howells in the Porsche on a 32.29, and third Stephen Mogg on a 32.57. Stephen driving the TVR Griffith. Next class, have we finished Class D? We have. So won by Phil Goff on a 31.67, driving the Caterham Hayabusa. Second place was Becky Manton on a 34.86, and third place Graham Manton on a 36.54, them both sharing a Westfield. Have we finished? Well, we've got one runner in Sports Libra Saloon Cars, that's Steve Mundy. He did a 33.14, which is great, and is it's lowered the record massively. It says it here that it was a 40-second record. So anyway, that's come down substantially if that's the case. And then we've got Class F. Class F for Sports Libra cars up to 2 litres, won by Matthew Price. Matthew is driving the Radical SR3, so he's been getting quicker and quicker all weekend, so 29.19. In fact, Matthew Price did a 29.19. Alan McDonald also did a 29.19, so joint winners of that class. Third place, it's Samuel Nickerson in the Mallock on a 29.61, followed by Andrew Burt on a 31.02. Andrew in one of the, also in the Mallock, in the Mark 32, the sports car. And we haven't had second runners for Class G yet, so that's as far as I can take you at the moment. So I just saw, Chris, there was the pickup truck. One of them was reversing back up towards the finish line. So is that what's happening? Has the wood been attached, or what's going on up there? Chris has gone to help, I think, so we'll have to come back to him. Do remember, if you're watching the stream, do send through your comments and your questions. Happy to answer any questions you have. They've just put up on the screen that Matthew Ryder's fastest time of the year was a 22.57. That was from last year. Not far off that then, was he, in the runoff, which was great to see. So we'll see how they go this afternoon. So the runoff, we'll wait for the second runoff this afternoon. Waiting for a lot of cars to qualify at the moment. I wonder if, like earlier, you'll have to be in the 24s to get in. I suspect so. Guy, are you still with me in crossing, or have I lost you? I think I've lost everybody. It's just me. Well, I can talk to myself. Do it at home anyway. First sign of madness. But yes, so looking forward to the second runoff later.
Yeah, we've still got a bit of work to do up here, I think. Hopefully they'll get it all sorted. There's plenty of bodies on hand to deal with it, but at the moment the ambulance has come back up. I guess that's going to park itself up the top eventually. But there's 2 other cars on the track, which you can probably see on your live stream. So yeah, bit of a do, but it is what it is. It was stunning first runoff, wasn't it?
Absolutely brilliant.
I honestly thought Matt had that all over once he did that 22.9, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I thought, that's it, game over. But no, Alex has absolutely...
It's a brilliant run.
With Andy Smith and that team from DJ, they've really got that car dialed in. Alex is in brilliant form, as was young Matt. And Will was in good form. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get that second runoff later. And that could be very exciting, couldn't it?
Yes, so I was just checking the time, so it was a 22.78, wasn't it? So from Alex. So only 13/100ths of a second ahead of Matthew on the 22.91, but those two have been on it all weekend, which has been brilliant to see.
In fact, when I was watching Matt, he was probably just a tad more ragged. Alex wasn't ragged. He was extremely rapid, and it's usually the smoothest, fastest drive, isn't it? You know, sometimes. It was interesting with Robbie Birrell. Perhaps he broke the class record earlier, and then he thought, well, I'll just have a little cruise up, and then he just relaxed and just absolutely blew it away again.
Yes, he said, I'm not going to try again. That would be silly. And then he went and took another 3/10 off it. So clearly, I think being interviewed by me over his lunch break is what's needed.
You have given him that little pep talk.
Yes.
Not going to have a cruise. No, you got to go for it, son. You got to go for it. You know.
Yes, I think so.
But it's an interesting one because those 4-cylinder Porsches with the turbos, particularly Robbie's, a very rapid thing. He bought it because he was telling me actually that he's also got a big single-seater Gould, haven't they? Which he shares. But he's got a bike engine Gould. But they've had a few problems with that, so he bought this Porsche because he thought it could be a class winner, and that 4-cylinder engine actually, despite all the sort of folk like myself thinking, oh, you've got to have a 6-cylinder, that 4-cylinder is incredibly effective.
So Chris, it looks like people returning to vehicles, which is a good sign up there, isn't it?
Yes, I am seeing that now. To be fair, the Clark seems to be back in his official vehicle. They have returned. Yeah, there's an ambulance that's in the way at the moment, a portable chicane, and that one's going to be moving shortly, I'm sure. Yes, I've got one reversing back up towards the finish. I think we could be back in action fairly soon, because I don't think these vehicles would be going unless it was they were happy. That they won't. So the sun's still out.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Who sang that song originally, Chris?
I'm trying to think.
You two?
Come on, who's that?
You two?
No, we weren't both singing it. It was just Chris.
Well, I was attempting.
Oh, you meant you two, the band?
You two, the band.
You.
Just so happens I've passed by crossing, and I thought I'd say.
Oh, hang on a minute. We've got Mr. Interloper. We can't make up his mind where he's going to be, but he's here, there, and everywhere.
I am.
It's the travelling commentator.
You are the travelling commentator.
I'm like the Fernando Alonso of commentators. I just go. I love to go anywhere.
You just go with the flow, don't you?
Yeah, I'll go to whoever highest bidder.
Well, a fair dues. It's lovely to have you back, Lloyd. Have you back.
Just a bit of a part-time while Guy has a bit of a break. It does get hot in this crossing box, so Guy's gone for a little freshener. He'll be back.
I'm going to have a quick freshener myself and hand over to Mr. Druitt for a little bit of chat, and I'll be back in a bit.
Wow, fantastic. This is it. It's the whole time has let me out. I've plumped just to do the top box this afternoon. You did it down here all morning, didn't you, Lloyd?
Yeah.
So I've got an easy job this afternoon, whereas you guys are in and out like Jack in the boxes.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Although I have to say, as lovely as it is to commentate and a privilege to commentate, I do also love just being a spectator, because at the end of the day, we're all fans of it, aren't we? We wouldn't be here if we weren't. So we are fans of it, so I'm perfectly happy to sit and watch you boys do your thing and watch the drivers do theirs.
Well, I was watching you do your thing while I was watching the runoff, and I mean, that was scintillating. I can only say it was scintillating. Now, I've watched a few runoffs here at Shelsley. There was no records broken, but goodness me, that was a good one.
It was indeed. Well, I thought because it looked like Matthew had been struggling with the car a little bit this weekend. I mean, I hope you wouldn't mind me saying, it just looked a bit wayward on the entrance to, I think it's been wobbling a little bit through crossing. I'm sure it's all under control, but from the outside it looks terrifying, frankly.
I can tell you something.
He really straightened it out for that runoff and got that 22.9 in, and I thought, well, Alex has got it all to do. And Alex even said down in the paddock a second ago, he said, it's kind of on the limits of what's doable, but he did it.
I know things have returned to normal, because right opposite me is Jim and Nicky Points in their hand. Everything is good. Yeah, all is good with the world. Jim is leaning on the barrier. Yeah, that's it, Jim. You chill out, boy. You chill out, eh? Anyway, they got some friends with them today. I didn't know they had any, but they got some friends, I think. So, no, they don't know them really. So, good afternoon to you. Hope you're enjoying your afternoon. So, yeah, actually, we're not quite out of the woods up here at the moment. We've got, well, people sort of around vehicles. Maybe there'll be a little bit more work to do here yet.
Is there a bit of barrier repair going on, is there?
Well, I can't quite see because I've got this mobile chicane called an ambulance that's getting in the way. But apart from that, but yeah, I'm pretty confident they'll sort it out.
Hi, Chris, and is that Doug still on?
No, it is Lloyd in the box.
All right. Well, it applies to both of you. Remember the form to fill in down in the barn if you want to get any expenses. And it's on the table down there. Fill it in, give it to, if you're the last one to fill it in, give it to Sarah.
Okie dokies.
And you'll get a nice treat.
Nice treat? Well, oh, good. That sounds good. I love a nice treat.
It's not very nice. Well, it's nice. It's better than nothing.
But anyway, listen, we're going to have a beer afterwards. That'll be a nice treat, won't it?
Well, I've got my... I was going to say my ball and chain, but my lovely wife is here today, and she is usually quite keen to...
You never told me Mrs. Druitt was here today. Good afternoon, Mrs. Druitt. Hope you're having a lovely time.
She told me she was taking a walk up the hill.
Did she?
Which won't help.
Well, good for her.
Her poorly knee. But don't forget to fill the form in.
All these hardy spectators up here have all done the walk of death up the hill. My goodness me, fair play to you. But there's good facilities up here, nice ice cream van. The burger shop seems to have shut now. But the ice cream man's still doing good, so Bob's still doing good trade. The sun's still out.
Still plenty of nice cars I can see in the car park. Should we play what can I see in the car park from here? I can see a Guards Red 991 GT3. I can see a Mark 1 Capri 3100S by the look of it. Ooh, spicy. I can see an MGB.
Only you, Billy, Lloyd, would know it was a Guards red one. Anyone else would just be a red one, wouldn't it?
Yes.
We were next door to a nice blue Cerberus yesterday.
Or like a Cerberus.
Yeah.
How fast they are.
As long as you don't own it and have to repair it.
No, they're frighteningly quick Cerberus, aren't they? Because they're based on a Chimera, but then they got that the TVR's own straight six, which was a rocket of an engine, wasn't it?
Well, they started with a 4.2 V8 and then a 4.5 V8. And then, as you say, they put the straight six in.
Yes, that was it, because it was their own V8, wasn't it? It was only an 8-valve head, wasn't it? It wasn't a 60. But it was a massively powerful revvy thing, wasn't it?
I think they developed it from that Tuscan race series, didn't they?
Yes, I think you're right there.
And there was the Tuscan road car. Was it a Tuscan that had it as well?
It could have been, yeah.
I love TVRs. He was a crafty devil, Mr. Wheeler.
Yeah.
He found a naive young Russian guy with lots of money, not a lot of sense, and said, well, why don't you buy my car company?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I will do that.
Yes, absolutely. But
and what was the outcome of it, though? Because he bought the company, but they're not trading anymore, are they?
It very quickly went into the ground. I think he even visited the factory.
But what was this? What's this latest? They released a new Griffith. What kind of happened to that? Is it just a stillborn situation?
That was launched 3 years ago at Goodwood, and I had a long talk with the guy behind it, and it was a nice car with a Mustang engine, I think, and they had great plans for building it down at St Athan in Wales, and then the Welsh went all funny and started making difficulty giving them authority to do it.
That's a shame.
And it took year after year, and I think eventually they just gave up and it fizzled out.
What a great shame, because it was a great looking car, that Griffith.
I
think it said something to do with Cosworth as well. I think you're right in the sense they were given a Mustang engine, the Coyote engine potentially, and then they gave it to Cosworth and said, right, go on, then do your worst.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But what a shame! What a shame.
They're actually some of the older TVRs are now making strong money, aren't they? To be fair, the little Vixens are making 16 to 20 grand. Just a little 1600 Ford engine.
Yeah, I'm always quite partial to a Cigaris personally. I think it's a very cool car. And
I think you're into sort of the later, more exotic models there,
late 2000s. Yeah, sort of late 2000s. But the thing for me is that they were still up to it back in the day, because I remember I was watching Top Gear, and they had those kind of like axe slashes that were meant to be like sort of vents and help with aero. But essentially, what was actually happening is that it was just purely flicking gravel through those vents straight onto the windscreen, smashing windscreens. So instead of do something different, they just went, forget about it, and just filled them in.
Yeah.
And that was that.
When they were designing the Chimera, they built a body buck out of not fiberglass, no foam stuff. And Peter Wheeler wasn't very happy with the shape of it. Then his dog came along and took a great chunk out of the front of the car, and he said, that's it, that's what we want fog lights in there. And so the dog was responsible for improving the quality of the...
That's amazing. That's an amazing story, Chris. Anyway, Chris, I know that you are a big Italian man, aren't you?
It wasn't me, I never touched it.
Yeah, you're the Italian man, but just lately you've become rather German, haven't you?
Deutsch.
Your fleet.
Deutschland. Well, I was sitting feeling sorry for myself just before I had my ankle done, and I said, what I need is a toy. And I was passing this garage halfway between home and Coventry Hospital. I saw this showroom with this little SLK Merc in a colour that I had never seen before and have never seen since, which it's bothered. People either love it or hate it. It's a very, very pale ice green metallic. I think it's fabulous. It's called Pre-Night Green, and I didn't know that Pre-Night is a jewel of some sort, obviously very pale green. Anyway, I went in and discussed it, and it had been owned by one woman who was meticulous about having it properly serviced, so it's got a service history an inch thick.
More incredible run from Alex to manage to get first place. So he looks hot. He looks very hot.
And what a run. That was fantastic. Are you going to come have a word? Give me a hug. Wow, brilliant. That was fantastic.
Thanks, mate. Yeah. Didn't think that was on when I saw the 22. I've been saying all weekend I didn't think 22s were there, but yeah. You know, put your best tyres on. You just find that little bit, you know, at Shelsley, you just dig a bit deeper and, yeah.
It looks on rails.
Didn't feel it. No, the bottom was all right. Do a nice scrub set of fronts, brand new set of rears, 4 big burnouts, job done. And I felt that kick off the line, that sort of sub 2 second. I thought, yeah, okay, this is maybe doable. But then I pulled a few paddles down. I downshifted quite late for bottom S, and I was sort of like, oh god, here we go. It's a bit rally style, but it's a fabulous car. I mean, the DJ's always been superb at high speed, and I think the last couple of years here I've perhaps not been as quick as I'd like to have been. We struggled to change from Pirelli to Avons, but I feel like we've worked out how to warm the tyres up, how to prep them, what they want, what pressures they want and stuff. So, you know, amazing for Avon. I really didn't think there was a mid-22 there, so really pleased and really great for DJ and obviously the family and everything like that. Andy, who comes and helps us down back at the factory, and everyone else, so really, really pleased. Yeah.
Mate, well done. And the atmosphere here, I don't know if you can tell, but the tension, you can feel it in the paddock as the times were getting quicker and quicker. It was a proper Shelsley atmosphere, wasn't it?
As it should be, mate. It's why we love it. It's why we keep coming back. It's why, you know, sometimes it's not so easy to do this sport with a bit of sacrifice, but being here, being at Shelsley with all the friends, the club, marshals, organisers, you guys, everyone like that, it just make it so special. And you know, everyone wants to win here. Every single driver, when they build a car, buy a car, whatever, they dream of that sub 30 at Shelsley. And I think it's no different. It never stops being amazing, and it's you know, it's really, really nice. But eyes on the afternoon now. Have a glass of water and a sandwich and try and chill out a bit. But no, it's brilliant. I mean, Matt's driving so well this year. I mean, superb. All that pressure, you know, being at the front, leading the championship's hell on earth. It is horrendous, and you've only looked one way, you know. Whereas when you're behind, you can kind of take a few more risks and so on. So he's doing brilliant. You know, he's definitely a future champion, and it's nice to be, you know, running him close. And it's good to see Wallace getting in the 24s again. That was really special as well.
Yeah, it was a close runoff. Everyone was within hundreds of seconds.
Yeah. Well, Dave Furen is always a really good litmus test here, and he you know, banged in a good 23. And I thought, okay, track's warmed up, tyres, you know, rubbers have gone down on the track. And you see those people you trust, and you think, okay, well, if they can do that, I can do that. And I saw Matt do a 22. I thought, oh god,
I've got to do one of those.
2023 all over again. But that's the sport. That's what's lovely about it. And I dare say he'll get the one this afternoon. But I'm happy with the 22.7. I haven't done one of those in a long, long time, since Pirelli days. So. You know, really, really good for Avon, Nova, really good for DJ, really good for sport. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, mate, congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing what you do this afternoon.
Cheers, buddy. All the best.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Wow, it wasn't that great. More incredible run from Alex.
So it won't be long before we get underway again, and we've got cars lined up coming to the start line, and they will be, let me just see where Jonathan was, 8:01.
Jonathan was dual driving with Kevin Creven.
Yes, he was. So next up, I think is it Nicola Cottrell in the MP82? Not sure.
There'll be a few people at the top of the hill. I would have thought that. Who have we got at the top currently? I think we've got Paul Harris, Kirsten Dodd, Paul Jones, Andy Green, and Liam Cooper and Alan Warburton all at the top, having a sun session, weren't they?
They'll probably be keen to get back down into the paddock.
I would have thought so. Yes.
Yeah, we got a bit of a mixed batch here, haven't we? Which is shared drives, but then we're into the whole bunch of single-seaters, but one or two cars like the Volkswagen Superbug. But I'm hearing whistles.
Flags are in a kennel.
Yeah, things are going to happen. Start getting excited. Who's going to come to the line?
So when I left the paddock earlier, I believe we had Andrew Colborne was in the kind of holding area, and Tricia Davis was sat on the start line waiting to warm tyres, so I would imagine it'd be one of the two.
Yeah, I think it's the Colborne car first and Tricia's just behind. Here we go. Andrew, car number 804.
Indeed, into my sight through kennel nicely. Is he going to hold it flat through crossing? Just a slight lift through crossing, but back on the power. And we're flat through the kink, a little lift through the kink, but nicely apexed and into bottom S.
Indeed, this is the Formula Island Van Diemen, isn't it? Got a Ford engine in that one. Going off up to the finish, always a bit awkward for the first guy up after a big shunt. So anyway, off up to the finish.
And it's a 30.67. Tricia's on the line. I don't think Terry's driving this car. Yes, he is. He's down to drive it. Sharing with his wife Tricia. She's a busy girl. She looks after the spares at Bugatti Owners Club. Does all sorts of marshalling, driving. Now, why has she stopped? Has the engine stopped? Well, if so, the guy who's run up to look after it should know how to start it because he built it, if that is Terry. I once stopped at bottom S, the engine just cut out, and I heard an ominous tick, 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 tick from behind. I said, I've got fuel pump problems. And I did, because I didn't have any petrol. Forgotten to put any in.
Not so good.
Not so good.
Simplify, add. I bet it was very quick until that point, though, wasn't it?
Oh yes, it would have topped the 2 litre class, definitely.
Simplify, add lightness, except for petrol.
Yeah.
Well, your best car was that March, wasn't it, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, the March 761?
782.
782.
Yeah.
Very
Except
nice.
It wasn't really.
That confuses me.
It was built up from the remains of a 783 after the 78 season by the Hart brothers, and they did a good job, but it had small brakes and not much power, but it looked the part, and it did really well.
Did it have a Hart engine in it?
No, it had a BDG.
BDG, yeah.
That was fine. On carburetors, rally spec, it was fine.
Lovely.
Who've we got? We got Nicola Dearden. 2.52, slightly hesitant start.
Yeah, with me through kennel, this very distinctive narrow-bodied Formula car, and with this kind of double-stacked air filter. Very unique-looking car, very pretty. Through crossing in kennel, no problem through the kink, and over to you, Chris, at bottom S.
Yeah, running a potent Vauxhall engine in the back of that one. Nicola sharing the car with Andrew Henson, and it's an unusual car. It is, as you say, very narrow, but pretty effective car.
On the line, Wayne Penrose, who's entertained us all day with this extraordinary Australian Volkswagen centre seat like a McLaren F1. Lots of pops and bangs, very quick off the line. 2.18. It's actually a single seater underneath all that.
Absolutely. I think he may have turned the boost up as well because it's popping and banging. Wow, he just brushes the verge just before the entrance to crossing, but he's through crossing, no problem at all, into the kink. Just a slight lift, understandably. He's very new to the course and over to bottom S.
Welcome Wayne Penrose. He's been a great entertainer. He was a hairwind the other day, 500 odd brake horsepower at the back wheels, very rapid indeed. He's never been here before. He's loving it. Well done to you, Wayne.
31.56, 109 over the line. Graham Lokes in this lovely Lola with its flat six Porsche.
Fantastic,
engine.
absolutely. Anything with Martini livery is good for me. Lots of commitment through crossing and just lightly lifts off the throttle through kink and hard on the brakes for S's.
Yeah, fabulous looking thing, isn't it? Sounds absolutely tremendous. It's absolutely looks the part, but what a fabulous little racing car that is. Proper little sports car.
31.83 for Graham, and here's the Norma. Only one in the country, hugely successful in European hill climbing. This one with a turbocharged Honda engine.
Absolutely, watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Very close to the bank there at crossing. God, he wouldn't want to be any closer. Sparks as he goes through kink with lots of aero, pushing the car to the ground.
Big car too, look at that, slides it out of the S's. Oh, you beauty, lots of power. Of course, he's one of the main spanner men with Wallace Mingus.
26.87, that's a brilliant run by Duncan. Gary Warren
with me now, and he's absolutely flat to the boards through crossing. Loads of commitment. He almost touched the barrier, if not touched it. Flat through kink, nevertheless. Hard on the brakes.
Oh my goodness me! He loses it into top S. Oh, bottom S rather. Spins it.
I think he'll be okay. He ended up in the red cell, so I think he's going to be okay.
Now, did that rear suspension fail before he spun?
No, I would have said he probably just went in a bit hot. Lots of commitment. He was flat through crossing, flat through the kink. Sparks on the ground slightly, but I think it was just he span, and it looks like he's just gone sort of backwards.
He's out of the car, folks. He's out of the car. He was trying incredibly hard. He's travelled down from Scotland. He's a very quick driver. But nevertheless, the main thing is he is out of the car. The car is in the Rector cell. It'll be another recovery job, I'm afraid, or they might push it to one side into bottom S. Either way, there will be a slight delay, unfortunately. But he's okay.
I think looking at it, I don't think he went into the rest cell particularly quickly, from what I could see. It looked like he scrubbed a couple of spins and he scrubbed the speed off, Chris, by the looks of it. So
I agree with you.
Fairly tamely. So hopefully he's not ripped any wheels off.
The back wheel is very askew on the
do you think it would
offside.
Do you think it would roll into the little pen area there at bottom S?
It might need a bit of assistance because the back wheel is at about 45-50 degrees. On the offside. The near side I can't see because it's into the Rector cell. So yeah, unfortunate to say the least, obviously. But he's okay, which is more important.
Yeah, absolutely. But well, I think we'll be quite quick. I know the rest cell's been doing its job this weekend already, so I think it's been quite good at getting it going quite quickly. To be fair, the truck's already raising its arm, ready to go, so that the lorry can just head straight up the hill, pick it up, plonk it on the back, take it where it needs to take it, and in the meantime the rest cell will be put back into place and we'll be away. So I don't think, doesn't feel like it'll be a long stoppage. Chris, what do you think?
If you're brave, it's a great place to watch behind the Rector cell, because to have racing cars coming straight towards you at 136 miles an hour concentrates the mind a bit. Luckily, there's a big new fence there to stop any debris escaping.
Of course, I just wanted to say, Chris, there's two Chris's, you see. So when Lloyd was on about Chris, well, who would have known which Chris he was on about? So if I interrupt, it's not because it's just Chris.
It's the one that's talking sense rather than the other one.
Indeed. Well, that's unfortunate stoppage, isn't it, chaps? We had young Wayne Penrose go up there. He's going to have a little sit around up the top of the paddock. So those cars, are there still half a dozen cars up there then?
Paul Jones's town will be even. It'll be even. Sorry, I should just put my microphone in front of my face. Paul Jones will be sat up there tanning himself. He'll be even more tan than he normally is.
Yeah, he will be, won't he? Yes, and Darren will be having a cup of tea down the paddock waiting.
They need a beer tent up there.
I think they'll be gasping, won't they?
They will indeed. Well, this, of course, is where our Paul Marshals are really earning their keep, because this is what makes the day a longer day. We appreciate you staying, all you lovely spectators. We want these runoffs to take place, and obviously these little delays don't help us in that respect.
We had a lovely competitor whose name escapes me. He died a few years ago, but in the 90s, every meeting he would contribute a stack of cans of fizzy drinks up there, and I think he would put a little gazebo up. And it was lovely to get to the top, climb out, and grab a cold drink. It was very kind of him.
Good shout, actually.
Phillips was his name. I think he ended up driving a Porsche 205.
Yeah, it's not much progress being made on the car at the moment. I've not seen any lorry.
The lorry's just leaving now. So it's been extending its arm, ready to go, so that it can just be a simple case of turn up, handbrake on, lifter on, get it out of the way, and then the rest. I mean, the marshal's doing the reticell repairs as we speak.
No, they can't get to it at the moment, and.
Okay.
At this rate, Richard Weaver will be buying his old recovery truck back, and he's going to be on the game again the way he's going.
Done a few miles, hasn't it, the truck today?
Well, I've never seen it do so many miles, to be fair.
Ambulance back in the paddock. I don't know if it's carrying Gary down, but
I don't feel like this will be a long stoppage, ladies and gentlemen. I think once the car's lifted, I think we'll be back up and running fairly soon.
Yeah, the driver's still with the car, and he's just watching as they're sort of retrieving bits of bodywork and bits and pieces. But it did stuff itself into that recticell rather than bounce directly off, which the other cars have gone straight in. This one went in much more sideways, so it sort of buried itself in the recticell.
It almost looked like it failed at doing what Darren Gumley saved yesterday, if that makes sense. Almost like it just sort of pitched the rear end in and lost, on the brakes, perhaps on the entrance. Is that what happened, Chris? I couldn't really see it.
Yeah, what happened was he locked up. He was coming into Bottomless very, very hot indeed. He started to spin, and then basically he sort of spun his way into the recticell and hit it sort of backways, sideways, if you like.
Right.
Rather than all the other ones we've seen so far have more or less been nose first, and the cars have literally bounced out. But on this occasion, he's just sort of absorbed him. So, and it obviously did its job very well with this hands device that they wear now for their helmets, don't they? Which has been a brilliant addition to safety.
Indeed.
We've got some. A marshal's been beckoned to go down there, so maybe they're going to physically try and pull it out a little bit. I don't know. I'll keep you posted anyway. My man here is on the camera here, so he's recording it for the live stream. So we've got a group of marshals walking down very stoutly, and stoutly in their oranged up. The Orange Army are stoutly walking towards it.
Neil Lacey ended up, unfortunately, in the reticell yesterday in that green Impreza, didn't he? Which you may have seen in the paddock, looking a little bit sorry for itself. It didn't look that bad on the sort of on the face of it. Was there a chassis damage or suspension damage? Do we know?
Just a bit of bent bodywork. It wasn't too bad.
Is there a reason he's not running today, or is he just not in a class today?
I had a look at the car. I had a word with Neil yesterday. There is damage to the front. There's damage to the wings. There's damage to the front driver's door. So it did push back quite hard. But at the moment we have got the crane. The crane is lifting into position now over the car. It'll probably pick up on the roll cage perhaps. And they're very clever at what they do, aren't they?
I think we've also got a medical emergency down in the paddock because an ambulance has appeared and someone has been hoisted aboard. I'm afraid it might be a fall or a heart problem, but someone is going to be transported, presumably to Worcester. Whether that leaves us short of an ambulance, I don't know.
Well, we had that problem last year, and if I remember rightly, somebody collapsed, and they literally revived them about 5 times, and they did ultimately survive, but they saved their lives by having such. Now the car is now being lifted; it's on the crane, so that recovery bit won't take long to hoist that on. I think there could be a series of books here about recovery truckman. What can we call him? In fact, does it say on the front? Does it say Mags Recovery or something? So, yeah, it could be.
That looks to me an easy wishbone repair and not much damage, which is fortunate.
Certainly plenty on the back there, Chris, on the back wheel.
Just the offside rear wheel.
Offside rear wheel.
Bent wishbone maybe, but the great thing about these cars is that they look serious damage, but that's absorbing all the energy, meaning that it's much safer for the driver.
It's interesting, isn't it? How exactly? I was just about to say, Chris, exactly what you've just said there. It can look quite bad when you knock a corner off a single seater, but actually, when you realise it's about 6 bolts holding it all together.
That's right.
With a new assembly, it can go straight back on and away you go. I mean, Nicola's car, Nicola car yesterday. I thought that was going to be that put back in the trailer for the weekend, but they've done a great job to get that back together, and yeah, I think these guys are prepared to repair them if they crash them.
The rector cell has been physically pushed back into position. I tell you, this is quality stuff, isn't it, this rector cell? This is what's actually underneath those sheets then?
Air,
blocks of rubber,
sponge and rubber and air. Yeah.
I wish I could remember the name of the guy who contributed the rector cell to Shelsley. He was a delightful character. He drove sort of Dino Ferraris and hot Lancias for about 15 years ago. So we have a lot to be grateful for to him. They're heavy things to shift, though. Rector cell.
Yeah, they've got all the whole gang down there at the moment. Two bunches of marshals. The lorry is just reversing in. It's going to be on its way back towards you shortly. In fact, it's on its way now. So I'm guessing the driver's probably, is he sat in the truck or has he gone in another vehicle? Either way, they've pushed the rector cell back into position, so that's brilliant stuff. I'm a big fan of that.
Well, let's just hope the rest of the meeting continues without pause. We've had enough drama.
Yeah, we've been getting a bit, haven't we, to be fair? Yeah. Sun's still out, though, isn't it? It's still warm. We've still got quite a lot of spectators up the top here. One or two probably making their way slowly down the hill, maybe to some of the spectator positions. But thank you for your patience, everyone. You're doing a brilliant job staying. Thank you.
But it's 4:30 now. It'll be, what, an hour and a half before we get to the second runoff. Could be. There may be people going home, competitors going home saying, I need to get home.
Well,
we'll see.
I think a lot of them know that the best is yet to come. So it's either sit in your garden in the sun.
I've got marshals walking along the track like Clint Eastwood, like 4 gunmen walking up the track here now. Don't mess with these guys. Hey, so they're on their way, stoutly walking.
We've got a replay on the big screen now. Is that of the ES? That was a fairly gentle spin, which often happens if you're going in very quick. Put the brakes on hard, a wheel locks and it tips you into a spin. Unfortunate, but no harm done to the driver. That's the important thing.
Yeah, just a final inspection of the track up here, but it's looking good. I think we're going to be back in action pretty soon. There's only the one marshal now, and I think he's going to say, he's okay. He's okay? He's going to give me the thumbs up? He's okay? That's all good, he says. Yes, we're back in action.
So as I was saying, I think it's you can either spend the evening in your garden, or you can spend the evening in our courtyard bar with a couple of beers, watching the big screen, watching the runoff, still in the sun. So thank you everybody for staying with us, and you will continue to do so, I'm sure, and have a great time here.
If you were transported back to Shelsley 1980, 1970, you would be horrified by how primitive it was compared with today. We didn't have the courtyard. That was just a mess of ruined buildings and brambles. We didn't have the restaurant. It was all pretty primitive stuff. And gradually, over the last 20 or 30 years, there have been such improvements at Shells. It's made such a difference, while leaving the original 1905 structure of the place pretty much intact.
Indeed, and I think a massive improvement has been we've got guardrail now on the left-hand side where we had tyres before. I think the plan is to, if I'm not mistaken, to replace the whole course with guardrail, because the cars can kind of slide up them if there is an issue rather than kind of dig into them.
Yeah,
Chris, you would know better than me, but back in the day, obviously the courtyard area, back in the 70s, would it have been there's not much left of it.
Well, we didn't have a lease on it.
Right.
The lease ran out in 2005 after 100 years, which enabled the club to negotiate with the owner of the freehold to include the courtyard area in the lease, and graciously he gave permission for that to happen. And then it took a long time to clear it, repair the buildings, build the restaurant, and so on. And then a year or two later we had the bar the other side, the office, and it's just revolutionary how it's changed. What needs to happen now is that the buildings in the farmyard, at the back of the farmyard, are structurally fairly unsafe, and we're not allowed to park in the farmyard anymore because that is now supported by scaffolding. And I don't think it's been decided, the plan for the buildings at the back of the courtyard. They are, they're not derelict, they're still standing, but they're not used for anything, I don't think. So that may be the next phase of development, I don't know.
Also, the water wheel, that's the Dibners, isn't it? That build that. Now, actually, I remember from commentary yesterday, I think it's this weekend, they've got, this weekend coming, they've got an open weekend. There was some notes in there where it's free entry to see the water wheel and get guided tours around.
Yep, the 8th and 9th of June.
Brilliant.
Yep, 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Guided tours, demonstrations, refreshments, mostly water, I think, period vehicles, free admission, donations requested, and free parking. The only working water-powered corn mill in Worcestershire. All donations will be used in the ongoing restoration, because they've had to spend a lot of money recently repairing one of the gear wheels in the mill, which was, well, 100-year-old wood was beginning to collapse a bit. So a lot of money has been spent, but it's delightful to go inside the watermill and see the process of grinding corn, and then you can buy, well, no you can't, you can get given a bag of flour.
Oh, you get given rather than you can buy?
Yeah, we're not allowed to sell.
Oh, right.
But we can give it, and if someone is gracious enough to donate the cost of a bag of flour, well, that's great.
Ah, indeed.
But they don't have to. But of course, everybody does.
Well, of course, yes. It would only be decent stuff to do, wouldn't it?
How are we getting on at the top there, Chris? Are we all repaired?
We're fine. I believe there's a little problem in the paddock they're dealing with, which is a matter of urgency. So, so there might be a delay on that front. I'm actually seeing one of the ambulances starting to move from Bottom S going down towards the paddock. Because I don't know how many are attending today. How many ambulances do we normally have? Two?
Two, I think.
Two. Well, we've got one that's at Bottom S here.
One in the paddock.
One in the paddock. And obviously if somebody's needing assistance, they might have to lose an ambulance. I guess as long as we've still got one ambulance, we're okay. Is that correct?
I have a feeling this one is about to move out of... At the moment, it's at the front of the paddock, so it's stopping any competing car coming to the start line. Whether they're trying to do resuscitation before moving or just waiting to go off to maybe Worcester Hospital. There's another ambulance just coming down the car park. So that's two down the bottom of the hill.
Yes, unfortunately, hot weather and, Well,
there have been occasions when the helicopter has been summoned.
Really?
But
I didn't see the red arrows, by the way, at lunchtime. Did anyone see the red arrows?
No. Were they meant to be flying over?
Well, there was a chance they could be coming. Jeff Robinson was telling me that between 1 and 1:45, but they were coming through Worcestershire, but I mean, it's quite a big county, and they were probably designated to go elsewhere. So, but we have had, of course, Spitfires. I believe, is it Classic Nostalgia, Chris? We've got a Hurricane. Is it that event?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that'll be exciting, won't it?
Yeah, we've fairly frequently had Spitfire overhead and doing laps around Shelsley.
We had Lancaster last year, didn't we?
Did we?
Yeah, I remember a Lancaster.
When was that?
Yeah.
I think it was after I stopped coming.
Possibly, yes. I'm pretty sure I was down there and it was a designated flyby, and I'm pretty sure it was a Lancaster we had a couple of times. But Yeah, so it's all looking good. We've got a beautiful butterfly we're just looking at out of the top here. We're just going to film that one. Do you think it's a tortoiseshell or a red admiral or something similar to that? Ivanchi, of course, he's pitched, and of course he's closed his wings up, hasn't he? He's sulking now, isn't he? But yeah, lovely to see a few butterflies out anyway.
It is. One of the amateurs just reversed past me at Vaux Villa, going into presumably the slot at Kennels. Do we know why that corner is called Kennel?
Do you know, it's a very good point, and I was rather hoping somebody with your knowledge, Chris, would know that one.
I do.
Yeah, go for it then.
It used to be where the hunt kept their hounds in their kennels. And in early days at Shelsley, you were allowed to cross over the track and walk up the other side of the hill. You can't do that anymore. But that's why it's called Kennel Corner. And quick cars are going around there at about 100 miles an hour nowadays, which is crazy fast. But it's amazing how little Shelsley has changed since pre-war days.
Tell me, Chris, I know that you were racing here back in the day with your March and stuff. What was the car you started with?
A Lotus 18 Formula Junior.
Now, we've had Lotus 18 recently, haven't we?
Little square boxy thing.
David Rose has got one, is it?
I think so. Little square boxy thing with a Ford Anglia engine, and I bought it with my brother-in-law for 350 quid in 1963. When was that dreadful winter? That was 62, 63. We bought it in October. We couldn't test it till April, when the weather finally gave way. Took it down to Brands Hatch and did a few laps there. Came here. Well, no, the first hill climb we did was Brunton. Oh, yeah. Brunton hill climb was on the edge of Salisbury Plain and ran for 20 years or so. And we came second in class, which was pretty good for a first run. Then we came here, and it poured with rain all weekend. But that was my introduction to Shelsley.
Tell me something about the time when there was it 70s? There was quite a lot of ex-Formula One cars being used on the hills, wasn't there?
There was one, and it was never. Well, there were one or two in the days of when F1 cars didn't have ground effect, and so people would drive a Cooper Climax or that era of 70s, 60s, and 70s Grand Prix cars. But soon, hill climb cars became very specialised. They were smaller, they were narrower, the suspension was different, and somebody bought a Jordan F1 car, thinking they would clean up because surely this will beat everybody. And on his first run up the hill, he had a massive accident at just before bottom S and ended up down on the giant rhubarb down in the bottom of the valley there, and hurt his shoulder, and the car was a wreck. So
there was, now if I'm right, there was definitely, I think, a Tyrrell six-wheeler took to the hills. I believe Roy Lane had a Formula 5000 McLaren.
Roy had a March six-wheeler with six wheels at the back.
Right, six wheels at the back.
Yeah,
6 wheels at the back.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. 4 wheels.
4 wheels at the back.
4 wheels at the back.
Yeah, wow.
Interestingly, the idea was that all 4 would be driven, but that was too complicated. So 2 of them were just they trailer wheels. They just rotated and kept the floor of the.
So that wasn't a great success. But
that wasn't a success.
It wasn't bad in F1 though, was it? They had Jody Scheckter won in that car, didn't he?
No, that was in the Tyrrell.
The Tyrrell, but then the Tyrrell he won.
He won the Swedish.
Yeah.
Was it the Swedish? And then everybody protested, of course.
So going back amongst the hill climb champions back in the day, the likes of Chris Kramer and co, he had a March, didn't he?
Chris Kramer had a March 782, and then along came Pilbeam.
Ah, that was the era when it all started.
And that's when the first real specialised hill climb cars were seriously produced. Mike Pilbeam came along with, first of all, with a modified Brabham, then he designed and built his own car, and in the days of David Grace, who's here today, the MP58 Pilbeam with a 2.5 litre Hart engine in the back was the car to have. And then they discovered the Cosworth DFV V8 Formula One engine, and some hill climb cars had that And so the era of Pilbeam lasted quite a long time. Roy Lane drove Pilbeam, he drove March, he drove all sorts of things. He drove the McRae that he built himself. And gradually it's become, to have a winning car, you've got to go to one of these new manufacturers, Empire, with the Wraith, DJ, Firestorm, and get yourself a dedicated hill climb car.
Or even a little Gould. They work quite well, don't they?
They're okay, yes.
They're really good. Yeah, no, I do find that fascinating because I was very much of that era of F1, of the DFVs, you know, and the Lotus 49s and stuff like that, which is probably still my favourite ever F1 car.
Gentlemen, I think we have 2 ambulances back on the hill now. Sorry to interrupt. We've got an ambulance parking back up, and I think the course car's just gone back up the hill, so I feel like we may be getting going soon.
But in my day, in 1988, they formed the 2-litre class. Previously, it had been 1.1, 1.6, and then unlimited. And the 2-litre class attracted a lot of ex-Formula 2 cars, of which I had one, and it was known as the gentleman's class. Don't know why, we weren't gentlemen at all, but it was very competitive. A guy called Rob Welsh, do you remember him?
I do, yes. So how competitive were those 2-litre cars against, well, what would have been the big bangers of the sort of FDFVs and things?
Oh, well, I mean, my best time up here was a 28-something, and at the time they were doing 25s, 26s, so...
They were far off the pace, though, Chris, to be fair.
It was okay.
Yeah, pretty close.
Despite the fact of only having 240 horses or so.
Yeah.
But it was a lovely car to drive. It handled like a dream. I loved it.
Has the track changed much? You know, I know it probably fundamentally doesn't look much different, but is there been many changes to the track?
No, just a new surface. When was the last time? Last time it had a new surface was when the record got broken. Years ago. We need a new surface, really. It's time. And then the funny thing is, suddenly you get a whole lot of records which last for 12 years or so.
Yeah, I remember though, do you remember the runoff, which wasn't that long ago, when Martin Grove's record went, which had stood from 2008, and then there was about 5 cars beat it in one runoff just before lunch, didn't they?
Yeah, but the year Martin Groves first broke that record was the year when we had a new surface in the car. I've got an important visitor to the Vox Villa. April the 14th, 2007, the fount of all knowledge tells me when Martin Groves broke the record. Or was that was when the new track was laid? No, that's true. And the next one, Al Rayner is just organising the next resurfacing is going to take place at his expense. No, he says there's loads of wear left at it. It's actually not too bad.
Well, they're certainly setting times in the 22, so it can't be that bad, can it? It certainly doesn't look like the average British potholed road, does it?
We had red flags brought in, we had a car almost coming to the line, then it went back, and now it's all gone quiet again, so I'm not sure what has stopped the action. We're just about to get going on the hill.
I'm hearing lots of back chat in your earphones, Chris. Sounds like you've got visitors still. Did they bring you a cup of tea or anything?
No, I make no criticism because he's the guy who gets the sound system working.
Well, anyway, you haven't had Annie, who must be obeyed this afternoon.
Annie is just staring at me. I've done something wrong. I'm in real trouble. Hang on a sec.
Are you there, Guy? No, who's that?
Me and Guy just sat.
Yeah, you sat there, right?
Yeah, I just popped up to sort of say hello and do a quick. I delivered the ice cream and then we have disruptions. So I was only going to do a batch, but this batch has taken about an hour.
Yeah. Message from Annie: it's a hot day. Please don't get dehydrated. Lots of taps around. Fill your water bottle.
Well, they're not getting dehydrated opposite me. They got lovely glasses of cider and beer and stuff like that. Very nice too.
Good. Now, we've got a car on the line. It's number 76. It's a shared car, and it is, I think, will occur in the OMS 28. So we've got action at last on the hill. keep your fingers crossed that we keep going till the end of the day.
Absolutely, yeah. Will into my sight now. Straight away, hugely committed, flat through crossing, pops another gear, the bottom just scrapes through the kink, and hard on the brakes.
Oh, I do love this little car. It's got a wrap on it, this one, Little Creek. Will Kerr and Ben Hamer co-drive this car. 750 Kawasaki turbocharged engine through to the finish.
Incredible. 27.52 is a brilliant time. 106 over the line, 107 into bottom S, and coming to the line is car number 79, which to me looks like Gavin McLaren in another OMS slightly earlier than the 28. This is the 2000M with a 1070cc bike engine in the back. He's from Starbridge, which is not far away. Nice tidy start of 2.12.
Yeah, into my sight now, that yellow paintwork flashing into view. I think we're going to stay flat through crossing, we certainly are. And we're going up another gear, through the kink, flat, and no problem at all there with commitment.
Yes, he's nicely into bottom S. Now the track is getting quite shady up here now in parts, as dappled light. They're all taking a wide exit out of top S, quite close to the old bank. But luckily he got around that.
And records a time of 29.79. He'll be pleased to be at the 20s.
And Guy tells me that timekeeper tells me that's exactly the same time that he set this morning, 29.79.
Wow.
Consistent.
Who will be next to the start line? Probably Richard Walker, is it? I think it's car number 80, Richard Walker in the OMS CF04, CF standing for carbon fibre. So whether this was one of OMS's first carbon fibre tubs, I'm not sure. But they've developed it through the years, and the OMS 28 has been a huge success. Yep, Richard Walker, 2.15 off the line.
Absolutely, yeah, and a screaming interview. Nice line through kennel, nice line through crossing, slight lift, but we're back on the power. Might pop another gear, we do indeed, as we head through kink. Hard on the brakes.
Yeah, this is a nicely turned out little OMS. I think he bought this car as a retirement present. Anyway, he's been going very well in it all year. Obviously, he's against some right young hotshots in this class, but he's doing good.
29.78. Here's the car that holds the record in this class in the hands of Robert Kenrick. It's the Raptor 2 with its little BMW engine.
Absolutely, and going really well. The engine sounding really, really strong in this car. Lots of power, pops through the gears. Another committed run from Richard.
Yeah, here comes Richard now. The engine has just been rebuilt by Robert. Actually, Robert is here today, so shout out to Robert Kenrick, who was brilliant when he was racing this car. Anyway, Matosian is through to the finish.
Good time, 28.4. That's good. Okay. Nowhere near Robert's 24.58, but he's getting there. 110 over the line, 95 into bottom S. A good run. He'll be pleased with that. Here comes Jonathan Flesher with another OMS 28 with a 1 litre engine.
Absolutely rapid, beautiful colour scheme, nice and tight, beautiful line. It gets very close to the barrier on the right-hand side. Lots of commitment, hard on the brakes.
Yeah, he is trying hard. His son Dylan has emigrated to Australia recently. He was co-driving it last year. I think Tim Wilson's with him this year, and it's a beautifully turned out car, and off to the finish.
26.97 is a really good time. 108 finishing line, 109 bottom S, and on the line car number 82, Nigel Pitt, has stalled the car, but luckily his rear wheels have not crossed the line, so it's not a failed run. Does he need help with a battery, or has he got an onboard battery? I think
they've usually got onboard batteries
nowadays, because modern batteries are so small and light.
Yeah, a little lithium job, isn't it?
Yeah. So no, his engine's running. Nigel will be on his way very soon. Lots of revs. And a 1.99, which is an extremely good time, more than 1G.
It is indeed, yeah, and Nigel's not short of commitment. He's just a very slight lift through crossing, but he's flat through the kink, no doubt about it. 104 through the speed trap.
Yeah, Nigel, very good. Shoestring racing, he calls himself, but this is a well-developed little car. It's a carbon job built in about 2020.
and it records a time of 27.5.106.
Fortunately, guys. Yeah, he's just sat currently rested. The front of the car's just resting on top of a piece of a reticel. So yeah, just sat sort of 45 degrees to the sky. So yeah, a bit of a sudden stop, but nothing to worry about. I can see him moving about in the car. Obviously, he's just having a moment to collect his thoughts and no doubt cursing himself. He's a big boy, Richard. I think he'll be okay. He'll just be very annoyed with himself. That's all. So yeah, again, a bit of sweeping, bit of recticel moving,
and a pain in the wallet.
And a pain in the wallet, yeah, no doubt. But yeah, I say it should be okay. But yes, sudden stop. We're I don't know whether it's something to do with maybe do we sit around a little bit and maybe we just drop off the adrenaline and lose a bit of focus. Who knows? But he's going to be annoyed, I'm sure.
Are people driving straight into the sun between Kennel and Crossing?
That's a good shout, actually, because it is in the sun. Yeah, I'll have to get. Well, I'll catch up with Richard when he's out of the car, and I'll catch up with him a bit later. Maybe we'll buy him a beer, make him feel a bit better. But yeah, he's certainly going to be annoyed. But it went in front on.
Right.
So hopefully in the rectal, hopefully it's just maybe a bit of front suspension, a front nose cone. I would say it is sat on the rear. It is sat on the rear end, but whether it's sat on a kind of a lift point, like a jacking point, he might be okay. But yeah, it all happened rather quickly. But he's okay. He's okay. It's just a bit of an awkward one to get him out of because, say, the front edge of the car is sat on top of a piece of recticel. So, but he's the right way up. Obviously, he's not turned over or anything like that. But it was just yeah, just a bit of a sudden impact. But he's out the car. I can see him stood up, just getting himself out the car.
Oh yeah, I can see.
So he's okay.
This is why
jumping out.
This is why our people applying for a job of marshal get excellent training, because just for events like this, in the past, in the bad old days, when there wasn't much training, drivers who were injured in their car got hauled out, and I'm afraid marshals did more damage than the crash on occasions. So a vital part of training is how to get the driver out of the car.
Indeed.
Gently.
Indeed.
Without doing any more damage.
Indeed. And no doubt as well, the cars are getting safer. They're made out of more exotic stuff. I mean, I'm not sure what the
carbon fibre tub is difficult to bend or break, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And as I say, the recticel did its job perfectly there. I mean, that was a perfect advertisement for recticel. I mean, if you do get a replay, you will see the recticel did its job perfectly. So it sounded like a bit of a thud, but I think it's just all the air collapsing within the reticel that sounds a lot more dramatic. So if you heard it but didn't see it, I must admit it probably sounded worse than it looks. It just looks a bit dramatic because it's just resting on the recticel.
Sure, it wasn't all the air in the driver's lungs going oof.
I think
or accompanied by words that start with F and B.
Yes, I think he's.
Do you think
is what it is?
Do you think that because obviously they've got recticel in various places, and a lot of it is still the wooden or the Armco, isn't there? But the way that the recticel has worked this weekend, it has been very, very effective, hasn't it?
It has. It's done its job.
I wonder if, is there, I don't know anything about these things, but, could you replace the Armco with recticel, for example?
No.
No.
Well, only on the corners.
Oh, right. Okay.
No, there's no point. It's hugely heavy and hugely expensive.
What, the recticel is?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's very expensive, is it?
Very.
Is
very,
it?
Very.
Is it?
Worth every penny, though. I think we'll all agree.
Yeah, very much so.
So it sounds like we'll have a slight delay. The medical emergency being sorted in the paddock, I hope.
I have to say, I think it looks worse than it is. That's what I'll say. I think let's say if we just get the rector cell pushed back into place, get a few of the boys down there pushing, and ladies I should say, pushing the rector cell back in place. There's a bit of sweeping going on frantically.
Is the recovery truck picking the car up?
Not yet, but it's kind of happened exactly in front of where the recovery truck would normally live.
Yeah, is it there at the moment?
No, it's not. I think it's still delivering the orange car back of who was it? It was
that was the Scottish
Gary
driver.
Warren. Yeah, so I think it's probably just dropping that back off, but certainly earning its keep today, unfortunately.
So, Chris, tell me a bit more about the old days. I'm fascinated with the old stuff, and back in the day. I mean, obviously, we know that. I mean, more recent times, Scott Moran's won the championship 6 times. Wallace has now won it 4 times. But Billy Grace's dad is here, isn't he? He won it several times, didn't he? David Grace. Oh, is Chris there? Perhaps he's been called away.
Sorry,
yes, no, I didn't know if Chris was still in his box or not.
Do you know what? I don't know. I'm sat here with Guy.
I'm guessing he's gone away. No, I was just chatting to him. I wanted to talk to him about the old days. But
gotcha. Well, good news. Live scenes. We have the recovery truck. Lights are flashing. So that he's going to pick this green car up, plonk it back on. I think we should be up and running again within 5 minutes.
Really? Well, that's
it shouldn't take long, folks. I'll probably stay where you are for a little while. It's
Lloyd has spoken. Lloyd has spoken. He says 5 minutes.
Well, there's just a lot of people down there doing.
I love your optimism, Lloyd. You're a great bloke.
I don't think we'll be too long.
Good man.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Billy.
Hello, Billy.
So,
my goodness, are you back in Mr. Voxvilla?
Well, because when we had that stoppage before this stoppage, and Chris came to relieve me, and I thought he'll do a quick batch and then I'll come and take over. And that was an hour and 20 minutes ago, so we've not quite got to the end of that batch yet.
That's exactly what I did with Guy. Guy's just been sat next to me, keeping time and drinking tea, and I thought, I'll just jump in for a quick batch while he goes and answer the call-in-nator and get a drink, and here we are 2 days later.
So there are some people in the top paddock who have been there for quite some time.
They'll be needing a cup of tea, won't they?
Paul Jones is good at sitting in the sun, I reckon, so I think he'll be okay.
He's gone
gone
for a nap at the Durling.
Yes.
You
probably would. Yeah, you'd have a knock on that.
I think Mrs. Durling drove down after one of the long stoppages. Has she got a Morris Cooper mini thing?
No, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. I'm not sure, but. Billy, I was just saying about people that have won the championship. Your dad's here today, isn't he?
He is, yeah, he's in the farmyard now.
He's in the farmyard. Now, how many times did he win it?
5.
5? Just 5 times?
Just the 5. 93,
Tell me about your dad winning the championship. What was he winning it in? And when was it?
So, 93, 94 was in an MP58. I heard Chris talking about Pilbeams earlier, and he had an MP58. Well, he actually bought the MP58 from Martin Griffiths, who had won the championship a couple of times in it, and it had a DFR in the back. And that was 93, 94, and then sort of 96 and 7, he took the DFR and put it in the back of what was then Richard Brown's Route chassis, with Gould building it all, and it became the Gould Route and the Gould GR37. So still with the DFR, but with... in the Gould, the Gould routes, that was 98, 99, 2000.
When you say a DFR, isn't it, as opposed to a DFV?
Correct. So a later version of the DFV.
Later version, right.
Pretty much the latest version. So I think Benetton had them, and I can't remember who else did. And I think, in terms of championships, it's actually the winningest engine, because Dad won 5, and I think Martin Griffiths won 2 or 3, and I can't remember which, with that engine. The second one being the Nicholson McLaren in the back of Scott Moran's Gould, which has won 7 championships, 1 for Alex Summers and 6 for Scott, to this one's 8. Or they could be tied on 7, and I can't quite remember. But yes, so that was
Did you used to, were you a young man accompanying Dad to the meetings?
Oh, yes.
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 So what age did he start taking you to the meetings?
As long as I can remember. I mean,
Really?
I've got a picture of him being as a babe in arms here and at a meeting. So as long as I can remember, I've been coming and
So this is where
tyre cleaner in chief.
Your encyclopedic knowledge of such matters is stemming from basically doing it all your life.
It does help. Yeah, it does
Amazing.
help.
And have you driven any of Dad's cars?
Well, he went circuit racing when I was 10, and he had a Healy. And I drove that, which was brilliant. Drove that around Silverstone, which was great fun, and Austin Ely 3000, which was great. It was about 280 horsepower and just under 1,000 kilos.
Yeah.
But on cross-ply old tyres, because you have to run it to the old spec. So that was good fun. Spun it at Stowe actually, because it was damp, and yes, I had to pit for a change of underwear. But apart from that, it was really good fun indeed. Yeah, very good.
But have you yourself ever felt the urge to get into single-seaters and have a go yourself? And
I don't know if I'm brave enough, Chris.
No, but I mean, Dad was an exceptional driver, and it's great that he's in the paddock with you today.
He is, yeah.
So that's fantastic. But I do think that era, like all these eras, you sort of get people sort of dominating, but they dominate for a reason, and I'm guessing that era, that it was a more even playing field, would you say?
It's a good question. I'd say there was slightly more cars in the big class, but I might be wrong on that. But yes, I mean, it was just very competitive. It was, Roy Lane and Roger Moran and Andy Prio came and did a championship, and then went off to become World Touring Car Champion.
Ray Rowan was one.
Ray Rowan and Tim Mason and Rob Turnbull and lots of fantastic drivers.
Chris Merrick.
Derek Young is here today.
Yeah, Chris Merrick.
Chris, it was brilliant. And lots that I've forgotten, who will come and wave at me now, saying, "Why didn't you just say me?" So, yes, it was great. It was good fun. Great paddocks to grow up in as a kid and spend weekends in.
I find it epic watching some of the runoffs on YouTube. From back in the day when Martin Griffiths was breaking hill records and Chris Kramer and co. And I love that old footage because it's just great to see, isn't it? Because the excitement was exactly the same then as it is now, isn't it? The runoffs have never changed, have they?
No, but as Chris said, that, I mean, if you come look at Shelsley, the facility that we have here now compared to, I mean, the farmyard, as he said, was derelict until after the lease was redone in 2004, and the restaurant used to be full of chickens and the stuff that comes out the back of chickens, not eggs, and it's just such an incredible facility we have here now, and we're very lucky. But yes, it was very exciting, really exciting, and there were manuals, 4-speed, so Dad had a 4-speed manual, but often you put the ratios, you could put like third and second in the other way around here, so you go first off the line and then into third in until bottom S, and then second through the S's, and then second to fourth as you go over the finish, but you'd actually swap the ratios around, so you just go straight up the box.
Wow, that's really interesting. I mean, that courtyard, I was there at lunchtime today, and I mean, with the big screen, there was
none of that.
There was none of that, but also the excitement in that paddock. I wasn't there for the runoff because I was up here, but it must have been incredible.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Really, really good, and the screen just is another massive benefit. But
quick update for you, chaps.
How are we getting on?
We've got a car loaded on the back of the truck, which is reversing back down the hill. We've had the ambulance reverse back up to its holding pen at top S. I must say, some world-class reversing there from the ambulance driver. So fair play to you. We've got a few heads being scratched about the recticel, which looks largely back in place, I must say. So I think we're probably just having a little bit of a meeting about, is it where it's supposed to be? Is it all reinflated? Which it looks from this angle like it should be.
I've got Richard Brandt's Force with me on the back of the lorry, actually at eye level, and bless it, it's looking a little bit sad.
Yeah, it looks like right hand side
and left front corner, and the diffuser. I think the left rear corner's okay, but it clouted the front nose cone's done, front wing.
Well,
oh dear. Luckily, he's perfectly all right, and the car looked after him well.
There's only one thing for Richard to do at this point, and that's to go down the pub,
to the bar,
go to the pub, and wait for all this to blow over.
Yeah. But yes, that looked like quite a hit. I think he hit the bank as he turned in early, did he? And it
He clapped.
Yeah, so it looked like it was almost like because the car was riding quite low. It just clipped the front wing, and it was kind of like the front wing just sort of folded underneath the front left, and obviously you can picture what happened next. So passenger moment, skated into the recticel, which, as I said, it was a very loud thud. So if you heard it and went, "Good grief, that sounds like a big one," it was a big.
Recticel is fantastic stuff.
It is. It was just all the air imploding inside the recticel, doing its job. As I say, we were talking about this with Chris, a second ago about Gary Warren's car. Sometimes they can look worse than they are. You'll whip a few bolts out, take the suspension off, and
was that the Pilbeam or the Empire?
It was the Empire.
Oh yeah. Well, what happened? Did you see he touched the Armco on the exit of crossing?
Did he? It looked like it did. It looked like he did.
Yeah.
So was it a failure? Was it then?
Well, if you class that as a failure, but he touched the barrier, which I think did some rear suspension damage. And when he properly hit the brake, he was fine through the kink, but properly hit the brake into bottom S.
And the alignment was out or something.
And it might have been broken. I think.
Yeah,
but,
that makes sense.
So
it looked very close.
Yes, I think he touched the barrier.
Yes, I thought it might.
Another question for you, Billy.
Sure.
Yeah. So when you were travelling around, I mean, now everyone's got these fancy motorhomes, haven't they? Or seems that way.
Yeah, we had a tent.
Do you know
we had
what?
a tent.
This is the point, isn't it? I mean, it was probably a lot more basic, wasn't it?
Well, lots of people had.
And you were leading contenders.
Yeah,
you were winning championships, so you were basically going and camping out for the weekend.
Yeah, we had a tent. It was great. Apart from the one time at Gersten when I was probably about 6.
Yeah.
And I did ask Dad, is it supposed to be wet on the inside of the tent? Because it started leaking.
Yeah.
So we had to go and sleep in the trailer. Or did we sleep on Jim Robinson's motorhome floor? I can't remember. One of the two.
So there were some motorhomes around.
Oh, yeah, there were quite a lot. But we used to have the tent and a trailer breakfast.
Did you?
On a Primus stove where Dad would do a whole fry up on one Primus.
Oh, wow.
Like the Leaning Tower of Pisa of pots and pans.
So Dad was not just sort of chief leading driver, but he was a chef as well, was he?
Chief breakfast.
Did he have to wash up as well?
No, that was my job.
That was your job, was it?
Yeah.
I think that's great, to be honest.
Yeah, we camped. It's great.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, I take it the bonhomie amongst the drivers was just the same then. Yeah.
It was great. Everyone very friendly and very the camaraderie that you still see today was very much a big thing then too. It was great.
Quick update, chaps. Just looking, we've had some recticel, a whole block just dragged into place by the marshals. I think with the final piece of the puzzle is in place. I think the marshals have certainly earned their beers today.
Yes,
so we'll look forward to having a beer with them later. But I think we're just shoving the final one back in place.
And then we're good to go.
And then we're good to go. So
I think the commentators have earned their beers today.
Oh, look, do you think we'll ever get that beer? This beer is a long way away at the moment, isn't it?
A nighttime ale.
The nighttime ale, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, of course, poor old guy, he's got to drive back to Yorkshire or something.
I must admit again, I feel for Paul Jones who sat at the top. I know that he would have been thinking, well, this is my final run. Once I've done this, I can have a beer then. And I know he's been sat there and
for a good hour and a half.
Just thinking about it. Paul, if you can hear me, not long now, and you'll get your beer.
If you can hear us, Paul, they're looking very nice, fresh and cold, the beers. So
has Darren Gumbley had his run?
No, he goes next.
So he got a go. So he's been waiting, champion at the bit down the bottom, hasn't he?
He has. So where are we? We're in batch 5, are we?
We're just at the end of batch 4. So we've got Tom Morgan, Clive Austin, Dave Tatham and Stuart Bickley to go. And I must admit, I got here at 3:30 to just say to guys, you fancy an ice, I brought him an ice cream because I'm just a legend like that. And took him an ice cream. So he went for a little walk and a little refresh, and suddenly it's 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
you've been up and down this hill like a yo-yo today, haven't you, Lloyd? You're like one of them little French hot hatches today.
Earning the beers. Earning the beers.
You've got that little Renault engine going like a good one, eh?
Yeah. 8,000 RPM.
But this is why you have a recticel, and this is why it's important that the time is taken to put it back correctly, because it's got to do its job again. Or hopefully it won't today, but it's got to be ready to. So
I have never seen the recticel so recticeled.
Yes,
it's properly whacked today, isn't it?
Billy, quick one for you. Question for Billy's question time. So you obviously spoke to David Wren earlier about Nicola's car. What was the parts list then for that car? I'm fascinated. I don't actually know yet.
I didn't ask, but wishbones mainly, I think, and a bit of rear floor. But did you see, by the way, on the stream, I asked him about, because it looked a lot better in the runoff than it had all day.
Yes.
He came up with a highly technical adjustment.
Go on.
He'd lowered the tyre pressures.
Oh.
And it made a massive difference.
Because it was looking a little bit, because I think Guy was
nervous.
noticing it was looking nervous, yes. And I wonder if Matthew had the same thing, as it was looking a little nervous for Matthew, but maybe Matthew's just driving at 10 tenths.
But yeah, so he said it made a massive difference, so that's great. But I don't know the exact part of this, but just some wishbones, I think, and rear floor.
Even in our more sort of taciturn road cars, just changing tyre pressures can make a massive difference. And I imagine in a precision racing car, it's a job to know where you're going to be until you actually try it, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I'm seeing Marshall's. I've just seen a Marshall.
So the course car's heading back up to Top S now. Right. Marshall's returning to the post. They're just walking back up to the Marshall's post, just in front of the commentary box at crossing. Hopefully, we'll get these next few cars out of the way without incident. Touch wood, and then.
Let's not do the commentators' curse.
Yes, but once these marshals are back to their post, I'm sure flags will come in and we shall get going again.
Thanks for everybody who's sticking with us here today at the track. Thanks also for everybody that's watching on the stream. It's great to have you all on board. I can just see marshals approaching the apex of crossing on this lovely line through there by the first marshal, just kissing the bank with his left foot. Brilliant line. We've had a comment on the stream. John JB Beckett, thoroughly enjoyed the coverage, chaps. Watched all day as I sit and recuperate. Best regards, John. Well, thanks for your message, John, and you're recuperating, so hopefully that's whatever you're recuperating from, you're fit and well. But thanks for the comment.
Yes, so Billy's gone quiet because I think the return of Mr. Druitt, I heard, of dulcet tones. But nevertheless, it does look like we're going to be back in action very soon. We're still getting towards the end of the 1100 class, aren't we?
We are indeed. I'm just going to pass back to Chris very briefly as he's going to sign off for the day. So I'll just pass you back to him.
Hi, everybody. Well, luckily Billy Grace is happy. I'm not sure if happy is the right word, but prepared to commentate right to the end of the day. And Jenny is here, so she's quite anxious to be homeward bound. So I think we'll probably make tracks. Thank you both. Thank you all for brilliant commentary up the hill. Thank you, visitors who may be starting to go home, but we hope you've had a really enjoyable day. We've got a second runoff to run eventually. I've asked Alex if he's got headlights on his car, and I think they're rapidly going to Halfords to find some. But I'm afraid we have been terribly delayed by these accidents, so we're running a bit late. But best of British it certainly has been, and Coventry team, do remember the form to fill in that's on the table down under the barn.
Will do, Chris. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Chris, you're a star as ever. Lovely.
Thank you
and
very
regards
much
to Mrs. Druitt.
Thank you, and we'll talk again. I've got Prescott next weekend, and we're back here for Classic Nostalgia, which is a brilliant event. Back to Billy.
So, hello everybody.
Hello.
Flags in. It's car engine. I can hear an engine, which has started. We got through 6 cars last time, so we have 4 to go before the end of the batch. And I have a car on the line. It's an Empire. It is sort of the blue Empire with the fluorescent pink numbers, which is great. This will be, I believe, the 84 of Tom Morgan, lined up driver's side right of the start line. Currently sitting down in 7th in class on a 27.57. Not far at all away from the 2 cars in front. Let's see how he gets on. He's off the line. It's a good start, 2.20, and he's to Kennel. Turns into Kennel now. Nice and neat and tidy to you.
Absolutely, yeah. Kick of dust where it's brought some dust on from Richard's accident, but he's absolutely flat through crossing, flat to the boards, through the kink. Little spark as he gets pushed to the ground on the brakes.
Yeah, Tom Morgan, one of our young drivers now. He's only about 18 years old. This is a new car last season. Beautifully turned out Bill Chaplin Empire. Goes off to the finish.
Let's see how he does. What's the time? It's a 27.83. 27.83. So about 3 tenths down on his morning time. 2.5 tenths down on his morning time. Good time nonetheless. Next car we're expecting is going to be... It's going to be Dave Tatham. So I don't... Oh no, it's Clive Austin. that is that a Wraith? That looks like a...
Clive Austin should be due.
It should be, but I can't work out if that is a Wraith or a DJ. It is a Empire Wraith, so it is Clive Austin. He's on the line now in the number 85, driver's side left of the start line, so slightly different positioning to the last car. He's on the start line now, just waiting for the light. Visor down, builds up the revs, drop the clutch, off we go. Here comes Clive Austin. Good start. It is a 2-second flat start, so pulls 1G in acceleration to you.
Absolutely screams into view using all of that aero. He's flat through crossing, no doubt. Another pop of gears, he goes through the kink, and he's doing 106 as he approaches the S's.
Here comes one of our most local residents, Clive Austin. He's got a lovely collection of cars too. He's out in this single-seater. Didn't use it much last year, had problems, but anyway, he's back on the pace this year.
He's off towards the finishes into the 27s. Yes, 27.65. Found a second and a half from this morning to jump up to 8th in class. Great run from Clive there. He should be very happy with that. Now, on the line, I've got one of the two contenders for class victory. It's Dave Tatham in the DJ. This is going to be impressive. It's a 1.96 second start as he rockets through Kennel.
He's so quick through Kennel. Is he going to keep it flat through crossing? Of course he is. Gets very close to the barrier. That would have come at him quick. He's flat to the boards through the kink. He's doing 110 through on S approach.
David Tatham, a fabulous driver. You could write a book about the history of the Tatham brothers. They can tell you so much. They're amazing folk. They've won so much in their time. Anyway, straight to the finish.
What's it going to be? It's a 26.52, so about 3/4 second slower than his morning time, which means Stuart Bickley, who leaves the line now, has already won the class, but can he lower his time even more? It's a 2.09 second start.
Stuart Bickley, one of the runs of the day for me in his last run before Christmas. Sounds like the engine's a bit fluffy though. He's going to be hurt by that, I think. Let's see, 121 through the S's tells me otherwise.
Yeah, he's looking very good through the top S here, and he's away to the finish. Nearly hits the back, but he's away. The fluorescent car, the little fours, flying to the finish.
Looking good. It's going to be a 26.90. Doesn't matter though, he's already won the class. That brings the end of the batch.
We got an end of a batch?
That's the end of
That's
batch
a novelty,
4.
isn't it?
And if you can hear the Paul Harris, Kirsten Dodd and Paul Jones from the top of the hill
Paul
rejoicing because they've been up there a long time.
Can he come home? Can he come back and have a cup of tea?
Oh, they've already set off back down. I think
Yes,
they've already...
if they can hear me in the paddock, somebody be prepared to get Paul Jones a drink immediately.
Yeah, stat.
Well, not just Paul. I mean, there's been others waiting.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah,
everybody.
We got a load of Formula Fords.
Yes.
I see. We got all sorts anyway.
Let's be lining up. Let's be lining up with drinks for these guys.
They'll be very glad to make the paddock.
Right. Well, chaps, I'm going to sign off for the day and hand back to Guy because my short cover for Guy has turned into an hour and a half. So you've had your money's worth out of me today.
Yeah, an hour and a half and about 8 cars.
Well, let's hope there's no more French hatches to come because we will be stumped.
Oh, I'll be straight back, by the way.
Yeah,
good back. But no, thank you. Pleasure as always, guys. Signing off. I'm Lloyd Hackett, and I will leave you with Guy Loveridge.
Okay.
Cheers, chaps.
Going. Got a message on the stream from Martin Curtis. Glad that everyone is okay listening in as I potter in the garden. Thanks for the message, Martin. And yes, everyone is all right, which is great to hear. And just a little bit of a delay to proceedings, but let's hope we can rattle through the last of these batches. So I can give you some results whilst we wait. Class G for Sports Libra cars over 2 litres was won by Duncan Barnes, who did a 26.53. That's further lowering his PB. Wayne Penrose was second, all the way from Australia in the Bug. Oh, 31.06.
Good for Wayne. Well done, Wayne.
31.06. He was wondering if he could get into the 30s.
Brilliant.
600ths off. Do you know what that means? He'll have to come back.
We want him back.
That's what I mean. To get into the 30s,
get
he'll have
Wayne
to come back.
Tell him to leave the car here.
Oh, I've already
fly
told
back
him.
to Oz,
Yes.
and then he can come back when he's ready.
Yes. And then third for Graham Lokes in the class on a 31.18. Racing cars up to 1100. The class you just saw, class was won by Stuart Bickley on a 25.81. That's his run from this morning. Second was Dave Tatham on a 25.86. So 5/100ths of a second separating those two drivers. And third, great result for Jonathan Flesher on a 26.92. So into the 26s, which was great to see. So that's your top 3 in Class I. Then we've got Class J2, the Formula Fords. I can't give you times for yet because they will be coming up soon. So that's up to date. That's all the cars I can give you for now. Next batch that we see is batch 5, which is your 1600cc. Well, first it will be the dual-driven cars from the forced induction up to 2 litre class and the unlimited class. Then we'll have the
We'll have the Formula Fords, and then we'll have the 1600cc class and the 2 litre class, all to come in the next batch.
It's a big batch, isn't it?
It's quite a big batch, isn't it? Yes. In terms of cars, hopefully not time.
Yes, it's getting good though, isn't it? Those that stay, and it's great to see you all here still.
Have we got
we've got a fantastic runoff to come, hopefully later on.
A good question about the curfew guy. I don't know. The only good thing about that is you can't have anybody that said, well, I moved here before they started racing up Shelsley.
This is very true.
Because it'd have to be 120.
Yes.
So that helps. But yes, we've got another message on the stream from Roberto Denise. Hi from Italy. Ciao. Ciao, Roberto. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for sticking with us on the stream as well. They've got fast forward, though, if they want to come back to it, which is good. Mark Tucker, how would a WRC car do at hill climbing? It would be great off the line, I think, to answer that question. It would be one of the quickest cars to 60. They are a bit big and a bit heavy. These cars you're seeing now, the 1100 class cars, the quickest of those are about 300 kilos.
Well, don't forget Roger Moran's got his R5s. He's got two.
He does.
The Skodas.
They do well in their class.
They do
very well in their
brilliantly.
class.
Closed car record is 27.89, held by a Metro 6R4.
Yeah, but it's a turbocharged one. Anyway, we're off again. Zach Zammit, 2.11 second start is with you.
He is. Nice and loose. He's really letting it flow, letting the car dictate where he goes as he brakes hard into bottom S.
Yeah, all the way from Malta, a regular competitor. He was in the runoff earlier. Very quick driver, beautifully turned out. That is the Works Empire race, I believe.
It is. Is it into the 24s again? Yes, it is. 24.66. So only 4/100ths of a second slower than he went this morning. So that's a quick time. That will probably be in the runoff. Paul Alexander on the line now. They seem to have had a few issues with this car this weekend. Let's hope they've sorted them. Off goes Paul. Good start. 2.10 seconds. To you.
Yep, he's through into the bottom of crossing. Keeps it in the middle of the road, right on the island. Compressions, no sparks, and braking for bottom S.
Yes, this is an immaculately turned out car too. I don't think he'll make the runoff, but it's a nicely driven car. Nearly through the finish.
Sounds good up the finishing straight. 28.21. Next off the line below me, 2.29 seconds for James Chalmers in the route. He's to you.
Yeah, Paul Alexander will be pleased. He's found 2 seconds. James Chalmers now. Apex clipping at the bottom of crossing, and again at the kink. Late on the brakes for the S's.
Yes, this is his first season in this big car. In fairness, it's got huge amounts of power. They've turned the turbo down a little bit on it, but it's still a very, very rapid car.
He did a 29.35 this morning. What can he do now into the 28s? Yes, well done, James. 28.65. Found another second. Really, really good going. Right, we've got Bernie Kevil on the hill in the OMS. To you.
Bernie's with me now. Engine a bit waffly, a bit missing, I think. He's not going to improve, I shouldn't think, on his 28.09.
Yeah, it's got a little V8 in the back of that one. He's sharing that with Simon Andrews. Yes, it doesn't sound quite on its normal form, that car.
Let's see how he does over the line. It's a 28.32, so only about 2.5 tenths down on this morning's time for Bernard, and he's across the line. Next on the hill, we're going to have Lynn Owen on the start line in the OMS 28. The M is Michael, by the way. Steve Owen's middle name. I found that out today because I couldn't remember. Lynn Owen off the line and into Kennel to you.
Yep, she's through Kennel and guides the car, leans her head over into the left-hand bend, and again, very, very tight in on the left for the kink and up into the S's.
Latest spec OMS, actually, yeah, Lynn's obviously co-driving that with her husband who builds these cars. He's built hundreds of these cars now.
Lynn's off towards the finish, off the line in front of me. Sandra Tomlin with you already in the pill beam.
Yeah, Sandra following that central crest of the road line for the single-seaters, wings and slicks. She stays wide at the kink though, into the bottom S now.
Yeah, she owns this car. Oliver Tomlin, her son, will be driving this in a bit. This is one of the best turned-out Pilgrims you'll ever see. Big chug V8 in the back of it. That is one lovely old racing car.
She's across the line, 29.99, 29.99. Lino into 30.49. Lindsay Summers now off the start line, 2.05 second start. Great start for Lindsay. She's with you.
She is, keeps it wide, and late apexes at both of the left-handers. She barely makes the apex at all, in fact.
Yeah, this is the car that won the runoff earlier in the hands of her son Alex. Very rapid. The engine, listen to the sound of that. That sounds amazing, doesn't it? That big Cosworth V8.
26.98. Indeed, good time. 26.98.
That's good, isn't it?
Only a tenth shy of what she did this morning. Next on the line, Sean Gould. This is one of the cars we expect to see in the runoff. Let's see how Sean does. Can he get into the 24s in the... now I think he'll need to qualify. Let's see, 2.10 second start. Sean's with you.
He is, keeps it on the right-hand side of the track as he drives it. Late apexing at crossing, late apexing at the kink, and then heavy braking and gear changing into the S's.
He can still real pedal this car. He builds these cars. He's still a great driver. My goodness me, the power of that Gould is immense over the finish.
What is it? It's in the 25s, 25.19, 25.19.
Might be good enough.
We'll see. It may be. I think times are a little slower this afternoon. Nicola Cottrell now on the hill. We're into the Formula Ford class. Nicola, with you.
Yep, look back to page 28. Nicola is clean and tidy and nicely into the S's. No issues.
Yeah, currently the Pilbeam's got a gearbox issue, so they brought this car out. They hadn't run it for about 3 years, and John was telling me they really had to do nothing to it. They just got it out the garage, fired it up,
turned it on. Yes. Great to see that. Nicola on the hill. She's done a 36.15. Jimmy Harris is now on the hill. He's currently, I think, leading the class.
He was indeed, and I suspect still will be into the S's.
And he's driving it very well indeed, actually. Yeah, that's I can see why he's leading that class. Very committed.
His first weekend here.
Amazing result.
Doing very well. Is he going to go even lower? Is he into the 32s? He is. 32.93. Fantastic. Well done, Jimmy. On the hill next, Mike Gallery.
Fairly local, just from Droitwich, just up the road, is Van Diemen Formula Ford.
Yeah, not quite the same pace, but nevertheless, I don't know if he's been here too much in the past. I think I saw him on a driver's school recently.
Well, it's a great way to learn, and we wait for a time from Mike. We've got David Owen on the hill.
David's travelled a fair old way, but down from Kenilworth, up in Warwickshire there. Very clean and tidy into the S's for him. And Mike Gallery, a 35.75.
Yeah, this car, this is David's car. It looks quite an old spec one, but pretty little car actually. Very nice indeed.
Meanwhile, as David heads off towards the finish, Les Buck is on the hill in the Pringgett Mistral. Is we already with you at crossing?
He is indeed. 35.8087 rather for David Owen. Les Buck going very, very well.
Les Buck always goes well. He's a perennial for Les Buck. This car looks beautiful. There was one exclusive car. I think only about 18 or 19 of these were made, and this is a lovely, lovely example.
Sarah Bosworth on the hill now. She's got to try hard to beat Jimmy Harris, and it bogged down off the line slightly, but she's with you now and she's motoring.
She is, and she's already into the S's.
Yeah, she usually has a fantastic battle with Caroline Ryder. Sometimes, well, it goes either way, that battle. Anyway, she's a gents hairdresser from Sheffield.
Is she going to be into the 32s? I don't think she is. It's going to be a 33.57. Quick enough to pop into second in class by 2/100ths of a second from Caroline Ryder. So Caroline needs to find 2/100ths of a second to take that place back. Caroline on the line now, visor down. She's off the line. Good start from Caroline. She's past me. 2.35 second start. Takes a gear and arrives into Kennel, into your view.
Yep, nicely round Kennel in the wide line that's favoured of these Formula Fords. Gets it clean and tidy through the kink without even noticing, just a flick of the wrist there and into bottom S.
Caroline Ryder, of course, Matt Ryder's mother, one of our instructors here. She was on the driver's school I attended recently as a photographer. She certainly knows her way up the hill. What can she do?
Is she going to be into 32s? Let's see. 34.24. 34.24. She stays in third place. Mark Schlanker on the hill going very quickly.
Yeah, Mark Schlanker. This is Einan Price's old car. This is he's got a wrap on it to change the colour on it, and the Mark Schlanker car of last year was FTD in the smaller classes.
Yesterday it was indeed. 26.95 for Mark. Stephen Potter with you.
Yep, through. He's gone and into the S's.
Nicely turned out car, isn't it? That, the black and the red. Oh, a bit of an exit there, but he's okay. He's on the finish, on the finishing straight, nearly done.
Heads towards the finish. It's going to be a 26.88. 26.88. Just over a tenth quicker than he went this morning. Off the line in front of me, it's Darren Guffley. He's on his way to you, popping and banging as he appears into Kennel and to you.
He has pulled straight off at Kennel to the marshals. Red flag.
Ah. Well,
He's just pulled left, so that's a shame. They might just turn him around. They might just keep him there to the end of the batch, but clearly he could tell there was an issue. Very sensibly, no point carrying a big issue all the way up the hill, so he pulls off to the left-hand side into the service area at Kennel, and he's jumping out of the car.
He's out of the car. They'll want to push that either further in or his helmet's off.
I'm just watching the replay, second, third, fourth, and then it just seemed to die as he got to Kennel and thought, no, this isn't working, I'll turn left.
He didn't
Very
post
sensible.
either. He got on the brakes, so he definitely knew there was an issue. Very sensible driving.
Yeah. So I don't know if they'll just leave him there. I suspect
I think they will. They pushed him right into the back of the marshal's area now.
Yeah, we've got. Hopefully that means we'll have flags in momentarily. They've left Andy Greenan. Is it Andy or is it Adam? It's Adam Greenan on the line. They've left him there in the car. Not bother wheeling it back. Let's hope that we get going any second. Flag is still out.
Was that a mechanical issue then for Darren?
Oh yes. Yeah. He didn't touch anything. It just stopped.
Stopped. Yeah.
And he clearly saw something on the dash or anything, but he just pulled straight left into the service area.
Flags back in at Kennel now, and the whistle's blown.
So we've got flags in. We have a Greenan on the line of an Adam variety.
This could be spectacular.
It will be spectacular. He's got the engine fired. He selects a gear.
Adam's an Isle of Wight resident. Where's Great Bedwin, where Andy lives?
That's in Wiltshire. So sort of slightly further west to Newbury. Yeah. He's off the line, Adam Greenan, and he's to you and disappears through Kennel.
Yep. Slides wide at Kennel, but catches it up. They do like this car loose, they really do, but it's been lowered as we noted at lunchtime, and he's pretty quick.
Well, so far so good. Yes, he's got it around the S's, and he's powering away on the straight, so that's a good sign. What's he going to do?
Let's see what the time is. Is it into the 25s? Not quite. It's a 26.50. 26.50. About half a second slower than he went this morning. Next on the line, we've got Robert Capper in the beautiful 1600cc Empire Wraith, awaiting a light, which I'm sure he will get very soon indeed, so that he can set off.
Interestingly, Darren Gumbley he's got his hand on the gear lever, he's rocking the car in gear, he's rocking back and forward, he's trying to work out.
Well, remember they replaced part of the gear linkage this morning, so maybe there's been an issue there. Anyway, we've got Robert Capper off the line, 2.11 second start, he's to you.
He's nice and cleanly through Kennel. Slots it with a late apex at the bottom half of crossing, a later apex at the kick, but cleanly into the S's.
Yeah, beautifully turned out car, this one. Robert comes from London, he's in the law game. I'm wondering if the track is a little slower now, if the heat's going out of it.
Yes, maybe, but the start line's still got lots of grip. I think Jason Tunnicliffe just bogged down there a bit in the Empire Evo, but he's to you now.
27.13 for Robert Capper, a second. Almost a second out. Lots and lots of sparks from Oliver Cooper here.
What, he's screaming. Oh my goodness, he gets it round. Jason Tunnicliffe, I didn't realise, I thought, because last year he was in Zach Zammit's car, wasn't he?
Yes, there was a slight puff of smoke as well, I thought, as I saw him disappear through Kennel. But anyway, he's over the line, 28.87. 28.87. Two more cars to go in the 1600 class. We have Richard Spedding off the line in front of me now. It's a good start from Richard, and he's into Kennel.
He is, nice and cleanly through. Very quick. Max attack on this run.
Yes, first time he's driven the car this year. He's been very busy at work, but anyway, it's a typical Spedding run. He's really trying hard. He's won runoffs in the past, through the finish.
Is it into the 24s? Not quite. 25.14. 25.14. Keeps in second in class. May qualifying for a runoff.
Sean was round about that,
he was indeed. David Walton's on the line now in the Gould GR59. He's already got the class win in the bag. He needs to get another runoff qualification in the bag. He's already up to Kennel and disappears out of my sight now.
Through it clean. Very, very sparse movements on the steering wheel. A quick rack in this car, and he's in and up to the S's.
It's a good run though, this is. He's really neat through here now. He's already through the finish. No dramas there. That suggests it could be rather quick.
This is going to be quick. Is it in the 24s again? Not quite. 25.18. 25.18. So 4/100ths slower than Richard Spedding, but still has the class win from his morning run. Right, next on the hill, we've got Anime Furnace. We're in the 2 litre class now. Anime
now with you.
We are, and she's through in the Swallow. Pretty car this, and left into the S's.
Yes, she went sub 30 actually on her previous run, which Ollie was telling was the best time she's ever done. First time under 30. Well done, Anna. Through to the finish.
Anna's heading off towards the finish. She does a 31.49. Next on the hill, Ian Tucker in the OMS 28.
Ian's been having a good day in this car today, and nicely tight in the S's.
Yeah, comes up from Cornwall, a regular competitor, travels miles to compete. Lovely to see him here again in this beautifully turned out OMS with the bike engine in the back.
Heads towards the finish, crosses the line now, 30.01. Aaron Colburn now off the line in the Van Diemen. He's been going well in this car this weekend. He's with you.
He has slides his way around Kennel. And again, lots and lots of wheel action. He's fighting this car over much, I would say.
It's great to watch though, isn't it?
Oh, it's fabulous.
Yeah. I love it. This car looks brilliant. Oh, you little tinker. Just taps the bank on his exit up top S, gets away with it through to the finish.
27.24, 3/100ths of a second slower than this morning to keep third in class. Andy Bagour off the line. Big wheel spin as he headed off the line. 2.12 second start. He's with you.
Yep. The wide line at bottom of crossing, then through the kink, gets up to the right hand side, brakes, a little bit of wobble under braking, but all good.
Yeah, all good for Andy. Travels over from the Channel Islands for all his visits. Usually comes quite early in the week because you've got to catch the ferries. Anyway, through to the finish.
Heads across the line now. What is it? It's a 26.95. Well done, Andy. Into the 26s. He'll be pleased with that, or he should be very pleased with that. Yeah, Mike Tregoning now on the line in the Pilbeam. This being the MP88. Leaves the line now. It's 2. What is it? Just waiting for the time. Said 13.15. I think there's a slight timing issue here with Mike's run, but we shall see.
Yeah. Well, he's not on it. Put it that way. He's not back.
Right, we've got the time now. Sorry. So it was he's just coming into S's at 19.03.
Yeah. Millington engine to that car. Michael travels up from near Newquay, regular competitor, through to the finish.
Home safely, 29.53. Next off the line, Andrew Henson. He goes very well in this car, currently sitting down in 4th in class. Can he find half a second to catch Aaron Colburn? He's with you.
Seems to be going nicely, smoothly, threading his way through. Big sparks, the full spark marks. He hit them all.
Well, yeah, it is a pretty little thing over the drain cover, and a bit of a slide going out of the top S there, but he gets it through, and he's on the straight finishing.
This looks like a good time. What's it going to be? 27.01, 27.01. He found 7/10 compared to this morning, which is a great run from Andrew. He may be a little disappointed he didn't just dip into the 26s, but enough to take third in class. So the winner for the day in class is Jonathan Varley's, but can he better his 25.23 from this morning? Let's see. He's with you.
He is indeed. Centre of the track. Oh, drifts a little wide in the middle of crossing, but nothing to worry about. Into the S's.
Jonathan in the stunning Predator. It just looks magnificent. He drives it so well too. It's got the Terry Davis V8 in the back of it. It's had a great year so far.
This is quick. This is very quick. 25.22, 100ths of a second quicker than he went this morning to solidify his place in first in the class, but also to make quite a convincing case for a run-off position this afternoon.
You've got several in the very low 25s, haven't you?
Well, would you like to hear about that?
I'd love to hear
That's exactly what I was about to... it is really close. It's absolutely brilliant. Andy Greenan's on the 25.10. Richard Spedding's on 25.14. Dave Warburton on a 25.18. Sean Gould on a 25.19. Jonathan Varley on a 25.22. So Jonathan Varley is 4 places behind Andy Greenan, but that's 1/10, or 12/100ths to be exact, which is incredible, really, isn't it?
I tell you what, impressive. It's stunning. I could hear him, as obviously we've been calling him out as we go in, and I'm thinking, so given there's a lot of big cars set to come, do we still think you're going to need a 24 to get in the runoff?
I don't know. I think it will be a 25, low 25. But where's the cutoff going to be in that lot?
Yes. Exactly right. Yeah.
Wallace, Matthew, Alex, Will, Trevor, David, Oliver.
Yeah.
They can all be there.
Jack Cottrell as well, who will be hungry to qualify after this morning.
Yep.
Paul Hames.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
I know. So we shall see. Anyway,
Graham Wynn was a 24.51 this morning.
Graham Wynn, yeah. So the batch is coming back down towards us. That was a quick batch, wasn't it? That was nice.
They behaved themselves, didn't they?
Sorry, Lloyd.
they behaved themselves. Now Lloyd and Chris have gone home. He's all hopefully going to go around nice and smooth.
Lloyd hasn't gone home.
Lloyd hasn't gone home. Oh, I thought
he'll be in the bar. He'll be in the courtyard.
Will he really?
Oh, yeah,
I thought Mrs. Lloyd had called him back, you know.
No, I'm sure he'll be in the courtyard. Lifting a cool one already.
Got a message on the screen from the stream. Watching in Hershey, Pennsylvania today. Awesome coverage.
Ooh.
Thank you. Thank you, Oracle Guitars. Very nice to hear from you.
Home of chocolate bars and a great auto jumper.
What? Pennsylvania?
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Is it really?
Yeah, the Hershey bar.
The Hershey bars. I've got to tell you, my lad now lives in Australia, America, Kentucky he lives, and he's not a fan of American chocolate. No, I think he likes the fried chicken. Yeah, delivering fried chicken.
We've also got a message from Jeff ZE, sailing on the Thames through Windsor, watching this feed. Well, that is a lovely way. If the weather is like this down there, that's a high quality evening.
Are we talking sailing on the Thames, or are we talking motorboating on the Thames in a rather nice yacht?
Julian Grimwade of the VSCC, who has won classes here and at many other hills with the Norris Special, which he's just parted with, he has a gentleman's electric motor launch that he keeps on the River Wey.
Lovely.
And after the Brooklyn Sprint one year, he invited myself and the commentary team to a barbecue, and we were treated to while the coals are warming up, let's go up and down the river for an hour with bottles of fizz. It was so civilised.
It does sound rather good. You are selling it to me rather well there.
Yeah,
I could stand that.
We've got another message from Victor Klinker. Greetings from Germany, stopping for rest after Nürburgring 24 hours.
Now hang on. That's Victor Klinker, who is one of our marshals. Do you remember Victor? He's about 7 foot tall.
Well, he only marshals on 24 hours or 24 seconds. Those are his choices. Those are what he does.
Well, I'm sure it's the same guy.
Yes,
I think
it probably is.
Yeah, the giant Victor. He's a very tall lad, but he's a lovely, lovely lad.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he's a sound bloke. Bloke.
Max B watching from Maryland. So it's because all the Americans have woken up. Of course, it's the late morning, early afternoon there. So. Blimey, this is the only live TV I watch. Lol, been watching since 5:30 a.m. this morning. Virginia, US here. Well, Outlaw 1 or I, depending on how I read that. Thank you very much for sticking with us. I know it's been a little bit of a slow afternoon, but thank you very much for staying with us. Anyway, cars are coming back down towards us.
Yeah,
someone's message. Billy Grace doing a cracking job in Vauxville at SRW48. Do you know what? That's not even my girlfriend who's written that, so I thought it might be, but it could be my mum, I suppose. But thank you, whoever you are. It's very kind.
I have exciting news. Bob the Ice Cream Man is actually setting off down now from Top Airs, so he's had enough. He's heading back towards the Paddock or Worcester, or I think he comes from Starport actually. So we've had Mrs. Durling come by us in her Mini just now. She's been shopping. So before long, we should be having some more racing cars, shouldn't we?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yes.
Yeah, well, we've got the ice cream van coming down the hill now.
I thought I'd lost everyone then. I thought you'd all gone and left me.
No, sorry, we're still here.
Still here.
I just got a message. That was SRW, Steve Wilkinson. Steve, great to have you on board.
Is that Steve Wilkinson from Southport, the commentator?
The commentator, Steve.
Ah, well, I'll tell him I'll see him at Harewood next weekend.
Well, you just told him.
Well, I've just told you, Steve. There you go. I'll see you next weekend, mate. Get me a bacon buddy, mate, and thank you very much.
Yep. Prescott next weekend, is that a British round 2? No, that's a Midland round, I believe, of the championship. That's a question from
No,
Ross
I think
Page.
it's Lowton Park, isn't it?
No, but there is a Prescott next weekend.
But I don't think it's a Midland, is it?
No. We next go to Doon in Scotland on the 15th and 16th of June. Then Harewood in July, followed by the summer holiday for the championship to Booty Bay and Val d'Terre, so Jersey and Guernsey. Wiscombe at the end of July, down in Somerset. Devon. Sorry.
East Devon, old boy.
My bad. And then back here on the 10th to 11th of August, a double header at Prescott. So 17th of 18th of August and 7th and 8th of September we're at Prescott. Then we've got Doon again in September, and then finishing out the championship at the end of September at Lowton. So it's quite a packed schedule.
I wonder whether it'll go all the way to the wire, all the way to Lowton. What do you think?
Judging by today, I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
Next on the line, we've got flags in, by the way. We've got a car on the line. We've got Amanda George in the beautiful Chevron B19. I think Guy and I agree this is our favourite car aesthetically here this weekend. It's to you.
Yes, indeed. It's the car I would willingly shell out to put in my garage. Beautiful car, and Amanda has its measure so well. With you now, Chris.
Yeah, I offered to take it home last night and put it on my drive so it was nice and safe, but they said no, not on this occasion. But it is actually, it's so beautiful. It's priceless in my book. They stay locally in a local pub when they come down. Richard comes from Kent and she comes from London.
Brilliant. And she's across the line, 32.83, so quicker than this morning. Well done, Amanda. She's second in class as it stands. Now, Joseph Mackel on the hill in the little Tiga, with you already.
Yeah, it's a beautifully turned out little car, this. Tiga. Puffing and blowing to make its way through the kink and into the S's now.
Yes, indeed. It seems to get quicker and quicker every time I see it. They drive it very well. It's very pretty, and I believe Howden Ganley, who I met at Prescott last weekend, had a hand in designing this.
It's a quick car. It's over the line. It's 32.62. Talking about quick cars, William Luffridge blasts off the line in the Empire, the Works Empire, already with you.
William Luffridge is indeed here now. Oof, you can hear him. There he goes. Fast driver, fast car. And yes, Howden Ganley is the GA of Tiga. Tim Schenken was the T.
Right, okay. Well, anyway, William is away to the finish. Comes from Northern Ireland, and I think he won the Irish HillClimb Championship in the past.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, he's done a good time there. 26.55, about half a second third than this morning, but fourth in class as it stands. Pete Tatham on the line did a 25.67 this morning. If he can find some more time, he might qualify for a runoff. Let's see. Pete Tatham leaves the line through Kennel to you.
Nicely through it, and this is Lloyd's Merlot red car. Up it comes. Yep, flat chapped through the kink over to the right hand side and on the brakes for the S's.
23 at the bottom. That's incredible.
Extremely talented driver too. The Tatham brothers, always a good battle between them. Anyway, through to the finish. Go on, qualify for a runoff.
It's not going to be far. 25.67. Identical time to the time he did this morning, to the 100th of a second. That could qualify. You just don't know. That puts him in about 6th or 7th at the moment. But he could qualify, I think, Guy.
Yeah, it's tight. It's tight. As it's a top 12 runoff, I think he'll be in. I'll put my money on where my mouth is. I think he'll be in.
Love to see him in. What did Dave do, by the way?
Tatham, 26.52. No, he didn't. What am I talking about? That was this morning. He did a... oh, yes, he did. Pete Tatham, did a 25.67. Dave Tatham did a 26.52. Sorry, they're next to each other in the top 12 at the moment. Right. I thought I was going mad. John Chalmers off the line, 2.04 seconds start. That's good. He's with you.
He is indeed. In the Rold, clips the apex on the left-hand side at the bottom. Big boom as he changes up and gets down on the brakes into the S's.
I love it. Looks like a mini Mercedes Formula 1 car, doesn't it? Got that big turbo boost on it, blasts it away to the finish. Very powerful high booster turbo engine in that one.
This is going to be a quick time. It's going to be a 27.20. Well done, John. Good time there. Next on the line, we've got Paul Hames. Now, he's got the class win in the bag already. Can he match his 24.09 from this morning? Can he get into the 23s? I don't know if there's quite as much grip in the track, but if he can do a 24, he'll be nice and safely into the runoff. Let's see how he gets on. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. He's off. He's past me. Good start. 2.19 seconds to you.
Definitely a 23 in this car and driver combination, but as you say, Billy, perhaps not this afternoon. But don't tell him that. He's pushing really hard. 130 into S's.
It looks quick to me. Good lines through there. Top S here. Oh yeah, that's a cracking line. Come on.
Let's see how he does. It could be into the 24s. I think it will be. It's looking quick. 24.33. 24.33. So slightly slower than this morning's qualifying time, but by quickest so far. So he is most definitely in. Next off the line, we've got Harry Pick, still getting to grips with the big XD Paradigm MS28. He had a wiggle as he came up to Kennel, but he's with you now.
He did. full dab of massive oppo as he came out of the left-hander at the bottom, but he's okay into the S's.
Yes, he's pretty sideways through here, but my goodness me, he's trying really hard. He's a big lad in a big car, and what can he do?
It's, what is it? It's 26.29, 26.29. Ever so slightly slower this morning, but still a very good time.
He'll have a big grin on under that helmet the way he was hurling it around. That'll be, he'll have loved that climb.
Yes. Next, we should have Richard Summers coming to the line in the family-built AFS P40. They are rocking the car, and it's as if it's stuck in gear, but Richard seems to be signalling no good. Yeah, no. He said he's not going to run. There seems to be a problem. He's just, let's see. Yes, it seems to be stuck in gear. But it's not on, I don't think. So there seems to be a slight gear issue. By the way, I can see Lloyd, and the beer is in hand and is being raised aloft towards me in Vauxhall right now. But
cheers,
yes.
Lloyd.
Yeah,
you're teasing us, Lloyd, aren't you? Hey?
You don't have to down it, Lloyd. You can just sip it.
He's bought me a tea and an ice cream. What's the logical progression, Lloyd? Come on now. Come on.
Jaeger bomb? No?
That'll do.
Yes,
That'll
exactly.
do. Yeah.
Right, well, they seem to have coaxed the AFS P40 into life, which is great to see. So we've got it on the line. Richard Summers on the line in the car.
And it's a P4T.
No,
not
it's
a
not.
P40.
It's a P4. It is, but it said P40. Because I asked Alex.
Yeah, it's pronounced P40.
Yes, but it's spelled P4.
But it's a P40.
Yeah. It is. Right, off the line in front of me goes Richard Summers. It's a good start, 2.24 seconds. He's already through Keno and to you.
He is. Pushing nicely. Climbing the revs. Looks very smooth. Not hugely fast.
I love the lines of this car though. It's so low to the ground.
It looks magnificent. Sounds brilliant with that V6 engine in it. I mean, how clever is Alex to build his own car, be competitive, and getting runoffs in this car last year?
Absolutely brilliant. 28.08 for Richard. Paul Crute, he's fixed his car. Whatever the problem was this morning, he's with you.
Yeah, clearly not a problem at all. He had the ceasing to proceed moment in the Jaguar powered device.
He certainly did in the old Jackie Stewart colours, wasn't it? Stewart Racing colours. Anyway, Jag V6 in the bag, comes from Cornwall on his way.
He's across the line, 29.35, 29.35. Good to get a time on the board. Next on the line, we've got Graham Wynne. Went really well this morning. Best I've seen him drive that car this morning. Let's see what time he can do. Can he get back into the 24s and get in the runoff once again? He's off the line. It bogs slightly, but he's away now, 2.21 seconds. He's already up into Kennel. Turns through to you.
Yep, and takes it wide. Just gives the Recticel a wobble with the vortices, but nice and clean and into bottom S.
Very quick car and driver, big sponsor of the event. Won the Midland runoff recently here. So what can he do now?
Did in the 25s, I think so. Yes, 25.37, 25.37. That might be in. Simon Andrews on the hill now in the OMS 28.
Yeah, Simon, big number 120 on his front left wing. Through he goes into the S's, clean and tidy.
Yeah, nicely turned out OMS that he shares with Bernie Cavill. Yamaha derived basic V8 in the back of that one. Don't think he'll qualify.
No, not quite. 28.39, good time for Simon, but he's across the line and he is safely home for the day. Next on the line, it's Steve Owen in the OMS 28. Still got a bit of sort of mud on the left-hand side of the tyre where he kissed the bank at top S this morning.
Yes, a battle scar.
Yes, patina.
Yeah, very kicked a few sparks there as he comes through the kinks, but all good.
Well, he's quite all over the place, his young Steve.
It's great to watch though.
He's really been trying this weekend.
He is across the line, he's done a 27.05. Paul Alexander back on the hill, I think running slightly out of sequence, but he's with you.
Yep, he is. Through goes Paul. Car 112, we drop back into K2 class, and into the S's he goes.
Yes, doesn't look the quickest of runs, I've seen him go quicker, but anyway, the car's beautifully turned out, he's off to the finish.
Next on the line, whilst we wait for a time for Paul, what is it? It's going to be a 31.27. Now we've got Jack Cottrell on the hill. Issue with the steering column this morning for his first run, so he didn't take it. But he's fixed it, he's back. It's a 2.1 second start. Let's see, can he do a 25?
Nicely clean. Through the bottom of crossing. and he's up to the kink and smoothly.
And the engine is absolutely howling. Jack is going very well indeed. A talented driver, a bit of onset look coming out of the top.
Big little wiggle, wasn't it?
Yeah, we can call it a wiggle, yeah. We can call it a wiggle.
Wow, that's a good time. 24.48. Well done, Jack. That is brilliant time. That puts him second overall as we stand. Oliver Tomlin with you now.
Oliver is indeed, and Jack, the Soldalara mounted runner in this class, which is great to see, mixing it all up.
Wow, that's such a beautiful car though, isn't it? It's Sandra's pride and joy, and Oliver driving it. What can he do?
This is a quick time. Let's see, 25, yes, 25.90. Well done, Oliver. Good time. Next on the hill, we've got Davey Wren. He's off the line in front of me. He drops the clutch. It's a 2.08 second start. He's with you through Kennel now.
He is, and Jack, look how much, he's 3/10 faster than Davey Duren's time this morning. That is impressive. Did you know the track's gone off a bit?
Let's see how Dave gets on.
Well, he's doing a very smooth, straight, easy run, so this could well be quick. It didn't look particularly quick, but everything looked right.
That's going to be quick. I think it's a 23. It's a 23.93. Wow. Quick time. Well done, Dave.
Smooth is good.
23.93. Shows there's still some pace in this track, doesn't it?
Is Sean Gould in danger of not making a top 12?
I don't think so, but let's see. It's going to be close. Next on the hill is Trevor Willis, already with you.
Yep, through, takes the far right, brushing the barrier, flirting with disaster, but keeps it nice and straight and tidy.
Well, he's driving it like the pro he is. Look at that, fantastic in the OMS. This is the most successful OMS ever. Trevor's won the championship in this car.
He's across the line, 24.12, 24.12.
Faster.
2/10 quicker than he went this morning. Nobody told Trevor that the track was slow, did they?
No, they didn't. He's obviously not listening.
No. Let's see what Will Hall can do. He's off the line, 1.99 second start. He's already through Kennel.
Jabbing at the throttle, keeping it on cam. Red change light, flashing.
Come on, young Will, let's see what you got. He's looking good, good lines. Hour's already down on straight now. Oh, very straight.
Could be a 23. I think it will be. It's a quick. Yes, it is. 23.50.
Sure is.
23.50.
Well done, Will Hall.
4/10 quicker than he went this morning. Solidifies his third in place in class.
Well, the quick runs have been very neat, very straight.
That one was massively. Here we go. Alex Summers, run-off winner this morning. 1.96 second start, already through Kennel.
Yep. Tight, neat, just weaves a little bit, but fully committed.
Yeah, he's driving it very smoothly. He wants to qualify. That's his job. That's what he needs to do. Then try and win the run-up. I think he'll do that.
He will indeed. This is going to be a 23. It is 23.49, 23.49. Interestingly now, Matthew Ryder and Alex Summers are on. Oh no, sorry, Alex did a 23 this morning. That's identical to what what Matthew did to qualify this morning, just out of interest. But anyway, so he's fastest qualifier so far, a 23.49. Just given that Will Hall did a 23.50, so there's 1/100th between them. What can Matthew Ryder do? Championship leader, second in the run-off this morning. It's off the line, 2.07, so
lots of sparks, then hit the Armco by the marshal's post. Luckily that scrubbed an awful lot of speed off, and then he went straight on into the rector cell.
Okay, we're going to be out of action for a bit here, folks.
Keep us out updated on.
I will, but at the moment, obviously,
car,
we've got to sort Matthew out. Yeah, he's just taking his helmet off.
Excellent. That's good to
so
hear.
he's getting all the proper attention.
Yeah, the Armco did its job wonderfully well. We've been praising the rector cell, but the Armco scrubbed 40, 50, 60 miles an hour off that car as it scrubbed along.
Did he hit it on the left?
He hit it on the right.
Hit on the right, and I mean that was unusual because obviously he was trying hard, but he hit that barrier quite well down, didn't he?
He made impact with the barrier before the marshal's post at the kink. Lots of sparks, that's why I think something gave way, because the back of the car dropped. Huge show of sparks, a loud bang when he hit the Armco, carried straight on into the barrier beyond the marshal's post, and then scraped all the way up following the right hand side of the track until he went into the rector cell.
The Recticel did its job.
Matthews out of the car, he's walking away. Okay, so his parents looking down in the paddock, he's fine, he's walking away. There's quite a bit of damage to the car. They'll sort that out in due course, but the main thing is, Matthew, you're okay, mate. He's going into the ambulance just to be checked over.
But he's out the car.
He's walked away, yeah, he's out the car. Obviously the hands device, the Recticel, has done its job. They'll have an inquest as to what happened afterwards. That's irrelevant now. So main thing is, he's okay.
Marshals are examining the Armco, the second section after the kink. I think there may be some bolt strengthening, refixing needed to do. They're having a good look at that. He gave it a hell of a clout, has to be said.
But as just to repeat for those in the paddock, if you can't hear me, he's out the car and he's okay.
Yeah, he was doing 161 miles an hour. I don't know where the speed trap is, but his accident started before the speed trap.
The speed trap is up above the middle crossing, the Marshal's middle Marshal's post, and it's only about 100 yards above there, isn't it?
Yeah, so he'd already started to have his accident, and he was still doing 161.
And I'm just looking at this. What's odd is the offside rear wheel is collapsed, still on.
That's where he made its first impact.
Right,
was the right-hand rear.
Okay.
I'm just going to step away, folks. I'll be back in just a second.
Okay, guys. So, yeah, well, as you know...
The truck is rolling already. It's on its way up.
Yeah, it's rolling. Matthews had gone into the ambulance, but he did walk there unassisted. He was fine, helmet off. Yeah. He's obviously taken a heavy impact, but he's a young man, he's strong, and I'm sure that everything, all the safety on there,
couple of lungfuls of oxygen and just get rid of that shock.
Yeah, and he was trying his best to qualify for the runoff. I just think it was a bit odd that...
I think something broke, I really do, because he didn't veer off into the side, didn't run wide. There was an obvious drop in the car stance and loads of sparks came out the back, and then it went into the right-hand side.
Yeah, this is going to take a bit of work to put this one right, because it looks to be quite heavy damage on that car. But anyway, we've only got a couple of runners and riders to go, haven't we?
It's another very obvious reminder of how flipping strong the Goulds are.
Yeah.
Aren't they well put together? Wallace will attest to that.
Well, I've got to tell you, Guy, I watched it happen, and that was quite a scary one.
Yes.
And the fact that he impacted very hard, but again, that Recticel, although it's all out of shape now, has done an amazing job of bracing some of that impact. You know?
Oh, it has. And as I say, I watched it all from behind, and it was striking sparks continually. It wasn't the spark points. It was, as soon as it dropped, it was running on the ground, and I think that's what took over. It may have been a puncture, it may have been a wheel failure, but it was draggy on the ground from 110 yards beyond me.
Yeah, I think he was just a passenger towards the end of it, really. There wasn't much he could do about that.
No, except close his eyes and then gratefully get out once it had all stopped.
Yeah, well, we've had quite an afternoon here today, haven't we? But nevertheless... how many we've got to go? Is it Wallace,
Robin Johnson, Roger Deans?
Yeah, but I mean in the big contenders, just Wallace basically.
Just Wallace to come.
Yeah.
And as I was just saying, if Matthew had got into the 23s or 24s, and if Wallace had done the same, that would have pushed Sean out of the top 12, because he is in 11th place currently.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was the quickest I have ever seen anybody coming into bottom S there.
161 having scraped
unbelievable.
Speed off. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Because I was told that when they go through the speed trap, they're actually still accelerating.
Yes.
So, and then obviously they've got to jam the brakes on. And the brakes are brilliant on these modern cars. But nevertheless, well, listen, it's only conjecture. We don't know what happened. But either way, I think Matthew would have been going quick enough to qualify. He wouldn't be trying to break.
Oh, for sure.
I'm back, by the way.
Yeah,
Billy. Yeah, he I say again, I reckon he scrubbed 20 miles an hour off before his impact, minimum.
Well, from looking at some of the footage, he touched the barrier on the exit of Kennel on the right.
Have they shown it online?
No, they won't.
No.
I was just talking to some of the team, but touched the barrier, just glanced the barrier on the right on the exit of Kennel.
Just before the Recticel.
Right, the car has been lifted.
Sorry, crossing.
Crossing, yeah. He definitely touched the barrier on the right crossing.
The car has been lifted on.
Yep.
There is a lot of damage on that car, but but I have seen, I'm sure I saw Matthew behind it just now. I think he's come out of the ambulance. So, but either way, I know he walked into that ambulance absolutely
That's
okay.
good to hear.
So
But,
thank God for that.
Yeah. So that broke something on the right rear, I think, and then after the kink, he was a passenger, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
he was lucky that he went that way, really, to the outside. Centripetal forces forced him out as he was turning left. Well, it did scrub some speed off.
He'd been a bank not very long ago.
Well, yeah.
Obviously, so it's good that its arm coat did its job, as did the Recticell. Recticell's earned its money today, isn't it?
I tell you what, that Recticell has earned its money big time.
Yes.
I think the MAC should buy shares in Recticell.
It is, I have to say though, it is currently split, that Recticell, so there's going to have to be some sort of repairs there.
A new chunk of?
Maybe.
How does it come? By the yard? By the bundle?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. And how's it held together?
Magic.
I don't know. Yeah, so it's big foam blocks.
Yeah, but each individual block, presumably, is it tied together? Is it?
I don't know how the blocks are held. That's a very good question. Not sure, but
see, we've learnt a lot about Recticell this weekend. We don't know all the answers yet.
No, we don't.
More homework required, gents.
Yeah. I'll just quickly take you through some class results, shall I?
Please, Billy.
Whilst
Thank
we're
you.
waiting. So if I look at the Formula Ford class, which I don't think I gave earlier, we had Jimmy Harris took the win on a 32.93. Brilliant time from Jimmy. First time here. He did a 40-second run on his first run in practice, and now he's down into the 32s, which is absolutely brilliant. Second was Sarah Bosworth on 33.57. With third, Caroline Ryder on a 33.59. So the 2/100ths of a second is separating them for second and third. Then we've got the 1600cc class, which is a win for David Warburton. I'm just going to pause there because they're showing on the stream the car. Yes, it's got quite a lot of damage on the right-hand side, hasn't it? And no rear wing, front and rear suspension damage, side pod damage. But crucially, the tub where Matthew was sat has done a fantastic job and is intact. Credit to everybody at Gould, David and Sean and the whole team for building a really strong car. I mean, I'm looking at it on the truck. The front wing's gone, but the nose cone is on the car and intact. It's staggering, the strength, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. So
well done to Sean Gould for building a brilliant car.
And David and the team, anyway, we hope that the damage is superficial, relatively speaking, wings and suspension and stuff, and that we can see.
I think there's a fair bit of work there.
Yeah.
Listen, it's not for me. I can see young Matthew.
Yes, I can
Matthew's
too.
got his helmet in his hand. He's having a quick look at the car now. He's waving his hand. So listen, the young man's okay. Matthew, we are really pleased to see you're okay.
Yeah, that's a strong car. That's a very strong car.
Oh, yes.
So. Yes, he's if you can hear us in the paddock, if you're part of Team Ryder, yeah, Matthew is walking around the truck and surveying the damage. So that's the sign that the driver is all right.
Oh, he's actually going to jump in the recovery truck, have a lift back down. Yeah.
So I can see tyre marks on the track. I can't see the Recticell itself, but you can't you, from top box?
I can. And at the moment, the Recticell is split in half. So we've got the long section I can see, which is curving away round towards the track, and then the section beyond that is out. So and it looks high, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So. But listen, they've got all the right folk down there to try and deal with it. Fingers crossed they can get young Matthew back down.
Yep, he's coming down in the truck.
Yep, he's going to come down in the truck. And then the Clarks will do what they do.
Yeah. The good news is hopefully, I'm sure Sean and the team will get straight up to work fixing the car, which would be great. But he's had a brilliant first start to the season. Long may that continue. He's driven absolutely fantastically so far. They're actually going to go to the top of the hill, I think, just because there's so many marshals.
They're just going by me now.
Yeah, there's a lot of the team working on the bottom. Yeah, we're getting a close-up now. And what's amazing is the nose cone is pretty much intact.
Do you know what? That is remarkable.
Isn't it incredible?
The two front wheels are slightly askew, like going out. So probably a bit of wishbone damage, but at the back. But actually, it's
honestly,
remarkably intact.
That nose cone, it's not got a wing on it, but the nose cone is intact.
That is incredible.
Very strong.
So hopefully it'll get back to Newbury. Sean will do his magic.
And let's hopefully we see that out.
They'll be back in action.
Yeah.
And hopefully the engine hasn't sustained any damage.
I mean, it shouldn't have, because it went in forwards, which the good news is the engine and gearbox being all at the back, they were pretty protected. But
now there's some work going on here. So on the rector cell, I can now see they've removed a piece of it, and there's some tyres, I think either behind it or underneath it. So they're now pushing the rector cell back into position. There is a line of tyres immediately behind it. So I guess they hit the rector cell, then the tyres then do their job. So it's quite clever, isn't it? So I think, looking at...
there's loads of tyres behind the rector cell.
There is, isn't there? Yeah.
Hopefully they'll have...
I think the rector cell's pretty much back in position. They're out sweeping the track now. Well, put it this way, if you're a marshal, you are doing a fantastic job today, as are the clerks of the courses.
They are indeed.
And all the medical staff have had a very busy day. Thank you for your services. Fantastic effort.
The irony is there that with Matthew failing to finish, Sean Gould will qualify for the runoff, but I don't think he'll be running, given he shares that car.
I suspect a certain Scotsman will be...
Yes, but the point is, Sean is definitely in because he's 11th.
Is he?
So he'll be in.
But he won't be in. What can he drive?
Well, that's what I said.
Oh, of course. Yes. Sorry.
That's all right. It's been a long day.
Stupid me.
It's a long day for commentators.
Lizzie Weaver's Saxo or something like that.
Yes, possibly. Max B. Marshall's definitely earn a free pint or two after this stunning performance. They do indeed. It's been a really hot day here today.
Yep, and I've got Richard Young, cameraman here. He's been doing an amazing job here at Top S. He's been here all day. I think he's earned himself a beer afterwards too.
Yes, definitely.
I offered him some of Ponce's famous chocolate earlier, but he turned it down. Perhaps I told him when it had been around for so long, he didn't fancy it then. But you know, it's like chocolate when it turns to white. And my old mate, he was a golf pro, and he used to get he was insulin. He had to have insulin stuff. What do they call that? Flipping diabetes. Anyway, we went out one night and he had an attack, and the only thing I had around was an old Mars bar in my golf bag that had been in there for months, and it had turned totally white. But nevertheless, it brought him round. So Pond saved his bacon with a Mars bar.
I just saw a comment on the stream. The new Armco and catch fencing at Bottom S are a very welcome addition, and I couldn't agree more. And that incident showed exactly why that was there. All of the safety features doing their job of the hill there, keeping the car contained on the track. And
did we have rector cell there last year?
Oh yes, we've had it for years.
Oh, have we? Okay.
But the difference was we've only recently had Armco on the right, and only from now had Armco on the left. And the problem was, if you therefore had an accident on the right and it's back you left, you hit the tyres and bank and all not nice. So it's much better now that it keeps the car contained within the confines of the hill.
That's important.
And the thing that then stops you is the rector cell, which is what it's designed to do. It just did brilliantly.
It was done several times this weekend.
So I think the tow truck, is the tow truck still at the top?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. Yes, they haven't come back yet. Whether they're going to stay up there till Wallace has done his run, I don't know.
Possibly.
Maybe. Was that a song title? Possibly.
Definitely maybe.
Definitely maybe.
It was an album, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
Is that an Oasis
Possibly,
album?
definitely,
yes,
maybe.
Yes, it is indeed.
We talk some rubbish, don't we? Well, I do.
Well, we've run out of sensible things to say.
It's been a long day, hasn't it? Yeah, that's true.
Remember me saying, gosh, we've got another 6 hours of this to look forward to. Make that 8 hours.
Been here before. We've done this before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. But nevertheless, it is what it is.
By the way, just got a text from Tim Thompson, who said, spoke to Gary Warren, who was the chap that unfortunately had the incident into Bottom S in the Empire, and the suspension top link failed, so he did very well to hold on to that.
Gary, who was driving that, was it an Empire?
Yes, that tapped the rector cell, but had the suspension
failure right rear.
We've had several failures this weekend, actually nothing to do with the drivers, and it's just happened. So Tom Weaver's one was a failure, wasn't it?
Yesterday, yes, but there was no incident there. Actually, they didn't hit anything. It was I think it was Richard driving at the time and managed to bring it under control and get it to the top. But yes, I mean the cars are put under some serious aero load here, especially through the kink. They're hitting the ground. They're going very quickly. They're under severe aero load. Hello to everybody in the farmyard, by the way. Thanks for sticking with us. It's nice to see you all there in the sunshine, drinking some beers and relaxing. Hope you're having a good time.
Like a desert up here, I can tell you. It's like the Gobi Desert. Yeah? Come on. Come on, guys. Get your act together. Get this runoff together. We can come down and have a beer. Poor old Marshall's up here. They're dying up here. Come on.
Well, we'll be, we'll be done shortly, I hope.
They had an ice cream at lunchtime. They were able to get an ice cream, but since then it's barren. It's barren up here.
So, what I'm not sure about is, unfortunately, I feel a bit sorry, bless him, for Jonathan Varley, because it looks like he's not going to qualify for the runoff.
He's the last one who will be punted out.
By 3/100ths, and then the driver that stays in will be Sean, and Sean can't run, obviously. So
does that mean he gets a run then, Jonathan?
No, because he hasn't qualified.
How could he?
He doesn't qualify.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a bit of bad luck, isn't it?
By 3/100ths of a second.
That is a bit of bad luck.
It's very unlucky.
But will he be allowed to stay in as Sean can't?
I don't think so, because he hasn't qualified.
Do they need 12? Don't they substitute? They have to substitute, surely, don't they? The next runner.
No, I think. Well, we'll find out. But I think it will be because it's in effect a do not start from Sean.
So it'll be a top 11 runoff.
Yes.
Looks like here comes the recovery truck. So they're just coming back down now. So just coming by me now.
Is Matthew in the car in the truck?
No, his helmet's in there, so I guess he might.
Oh yeah, I thought I saw his face.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just give him a round of applause. It's great to see that he's all right. Do give him a round of applause as he comes past. Really, really good to see he's okay. Fantastic driver, currently leading our championship. Had a fantastic start to the season, and I'm sure we'll see him back on the hills very soon. Just stopped again. Oh, I see what they've done. They've found a spare rector cell from the top of the hill,
and they brought it down to replace.
Oh my goodness,
yes,
how good is that?
Because that's why they sent the truck up to get the piece of rector cell.
Goodness me, this rector
beats
cell.
rolling it down, doesn't it?
Yes, it does indeed.
Rector cell me up, Scotty.
So I heard a whistle, which is, I'm guessing, above you.
It is,
Chris.
it is. My boys here, they're in this barren land up here of no drink and no ice creams. So.
But the whistles are in, the flags are in with you, are they?
In fact, my man down there was telling me that his lunch he had sandwiches today from the co-op, which he bought on Friday, right? But he says what he does, he goes into the co-op and then he has to shuffle the sandwiches to try and get the longest date ones.
Yeah. Give them a round of applause as they come past, ladies and gentlemen. Do give Matthew a round of applause. Yep. He's had a fantastic day, and it's good to see that he's all right. And guess what? Lloyd has just brought me
a pint.
It is.
Yes, I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
Okay,
come on.
Melted ice cream.
Talk about rubbing it in, or what? Never mind. I'll sort of kind of get down eventually.
Car that's just gone. It doesn't look hugely badly damaged, given what I saw it do.
Honestly, I was amazed. I mean, the front nose cone is intact. It's not got a front wing on it, but it's intact. I mean, that is the strength in that's absolutely brilliant. So it's
phenomenal.
It's rear wing definitely, and it's hopefully it's wheels, wings, and wishbones.
Yes,
which is actually what the www at the start of the internet stands for.
But the absorption factor of that rector cell,
brilliant.
If it had just been tyres or arm coat, you'd have been talking a different story.
The car would have flipped up in the air.
It's not worth thinking about.
Yeah.
It's
I think this stuff. I think I'm going to go to bed tonight dreaming about rector cell.
You dirty old.
I know. You dirty old bed.
Yeah.
Rector cell. That's the stuff you want, boys.
And the flags are in. Whistles blown.
Excellent. Yes.
Wallace
is just about to climb aboard. I think. They got that all sorted a bit quicker, I think, than people were expecting. So Wallace is just going to have to put his helmet back on.
Yeah.
Problem is, when you don't know how long the stoppage is, with cars like these, you have to get them in their operating temperature window.
Put them into pre-launch again.
So he's got to warm it up, get everything ready. So it may be a couple of two or 3 minutes till we see him run. But hopefully we will be going. Flags are all in, which is great. And actually, if you're up the hill, let's take this moment of quiet just to give a big round of applause to the marshals. Please do. If you're on the grandstands, please give a big round of applause to the marshals. They've had a massive day, a huge afternoon, especially at bottom S and putting the rector cell back. So well done, chaps. And chapesses.
And ladies.
Chapesses, yeah.
Chapesses.
You know we can't go racing without you. We can't do it without you. It's not possible. Today's shown why. Thank you ever so much for all your help and time.
And also the medical staff. I'm telling you, the clerks, the courses. I've never seen them have such busy days, all of them. Amazing. But luckily, everyone's been okay.
This beer is rubbish, by the way. You wouldn't like it.
Oh, no, I'd hate it. I'd absolutely hate it.
No, it's terrible.
I think anyway, you're drinking on duty, so that's not allowed.
No, I had the microphone off when I was drinking. It's absolutely fine.
So you've been caught out, young Billy. But anyway, we've got that young Flying Scotsman near the line, haven't we, somewhere?
Not quite yet. So he's just, as I said, climbing back aboard, strapping back in, safety equipment being applied, helmet on, gloves on. Tom New just strapping him in. And the car, as I said, will need to be started and make sure it's still in its operating window because it's been sat there for about 20 minutes. Sorry, go ahead, Guy.
No, I've just had a non-Shelsley update from my son who's feeling very smug. You know, I mentioned his TikTok of his non-functioning electric vehicle.
Yes.
It's now had 330,000 views in 8 hours.
Of his non-functioning
EV. Of his non-functioning electric vehicle not functioning.
Ah, okay.
330,000 views
336,000
non-functioning
views.
Electric vehicle. Well, the world's gone mad, hasn't it? It has officially gone mad.
It's him holding up the key fob and going, look, it won't open. This is how you break in. You pry the plastic trim off, put the key from the key fob in, get in, take this cover off. I put my jump pack on it. I know, look, it tells me it's got 77% charge, but will it start? No, it won't. So then he plugs it in the wall. Look, 77% charge. Will it start? No, it won't. Unplugs it and it's dead again. And that's his TikTok.
Wow. Well, I think we've got a lot more exciting stuff going on here because we have a Gould, which, unlike the electric car, is making a noise.
Yeehaw.
So it is fired up. They'll just be warming up the 3.3 litre Cosworth V8, so the stretched version of the engine that's in the back of Alex's car.
Big shadow, by the way, up here now, so it's going to be quite difficult because as he comes out of bottom S, it comes into light, then it goes into shadow.
A good luck fist bump from Tom New to Wallace. 1 burnout, 2 burnouts. He usually does 4. He's going to just do 3 now. 1 big burnout, the 3rd burnout to the end. He's got it on the start line, plumb in the middle, really, of the road. Adjusting his visor, checking his helmet. He will lower his visor before he goes. Looks like he's got a tinted visor, which is very handy at this time of the day. So visor down, in the launch control, popping and banging off the line. Good start. What is it going to be? 1.98. It's very quick. It's already into Kennel, and he's to you.
He is centre line again. You could draw a plumb line down the middle of the track, and that's where Wallace will be. Nice and clean and clear. Down, 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 breaking into the S's.
Okay, he's coming through. All right, no problem at all. Yeah, he's on the straight, heading up towards the finish. Good, clean run.
Puts the power down, he's across the line, 24.70, 24.70. He's getting quicker and quicker all day. That is just 1/100th of a second slower than he went this morning, but he's well in the runoff with that. That brings the end to the batch.
Yeah, we still have another 16 odd cars to run before the runoff, don't we?
Yes, but the runoff, that won't delay us at all because the cars need time to be prepared for the runoff. So that takes 20 minutes or so anyway. So I will take through the runners and riders. I will get the official order in a minute, but I will take you through as what I believe to be the second runoff of the day, which is fastest is Alex Summers on a 23.49. Second is Will Hall on a 23.50, 1/100th of a second splitting them. Third, Dave Uren, brilliant drive, 23.93 after having to fix the car yesterday. Fourth, Trevor Willis, 24.12. Fifth, Paul Hames, continuing on his strong weekend with a 24.33. Sixth, Jack Cottrell, brilliant run there, 24.48. I'm going to ask him later, it can't be far off a PB that. And after having to replace the steering rack earlier today, or the steering column, that is brilliant. Well, that was 6th, wasn't it? 7th, Zach Zammit, 24.66. 8th, Wallace Mingus, 24.70. 9th, Andy Greenan. Great to see Andy in the runoff on a 25.10.
10th, Richard Spedding on a 25.14. 11th will be David Warburton on a 25.18, and Sean Gould qualified 12th on a 25.19, but he, of course, will not run. What I don't know is I don't believe Jonathan Varley will be in, because in effect, Sean has qualified, he just won't be able to start. No different to the car breaking down the start line, technically before his run. So I think we're going to have a top 11 runoff. It's very close indeed. And I must say, big up to Jonathan Varley missing out by 3/100ths, which is a real shame. Missing out by the thinnest of margins, 3/100ths of a second. And in fact, I can see his cars being jacked up in the paddock, so I think he's putting it away for the day. So cars will come back down the hill as they are doing now, and will be prepped in the paddock. Meanwhile, we have one more batch of historics that will run whilst the drivers get them ready. I don't think there's any dual-driven cars in. In fact, there isn't.
There aren't. Who was between Andy Greenan and Mr. Spedding?
Nobody. So it will go in terms of running order. Dave Warburton will run first, then Richard Spedding, then Andy Greenan, then Wallace, then Zach Zammit, then Jack Cottrell, Paul Hames, Trevor Willis, Dave Uren, Will Hall and Alex Summers. And the 12th fastest qualifier was Sean, but of course he won't run.
Yep, I missed out Trevor Willis. That's why I had a big gap in my running order.
I see, okay. Well, yeah, Trev's qualified 4th, and another really strong qualification from Paul Hames in 5th in, as he calls it, the scooter engine with the hairdryer attached. And he just doesn't have the torque or the sort of the rotational mass really of the big engines to get it off the line, which is why it struggles a bit.
We've got, for some reason, the cars have stopped on the way down, which is not great.
I don't know what's happened. So
a lot of people are just coasting down dead engine. Obviously, they're trying to overtake.
Well, something's happened to the AFS P40 where it's stopped, and he's tried to come across to the left-hand side to get out of the way, but do you remember how it was getting stuck in gear? Do you know what was happening? They were having a brake binding issue. Maybe that's come back.
Wow, and his brakes have seized on, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars behind him, so the 11 now with the course car, there's no way the recovery truck can get to him.
No, well, hopefully they'll get it out of gear and they'll shove it, even if they can just get final forward to let everybody pass. But there's a load of marshals coming up to assist.
They kind of need to pick it up and move it across, really. Could be a top 10 run-up after all.
Well,
you never know.
We haven't quite.
Oh, well, no, this is the AFS. It's the P40. It's not Alex.
Oh, right.
It's the AFS. So
Richard, yeah.
Honestly, it's carry on Shelsley this afternoon, isn't it?
It jolly well is.
Everything that's
We're not having a lot of luck, are we? Just when we thought we might be getting somewhere. We were looking forward to some nice old historic cars to coming up a little play for sort of finish off before the runoff. But bizarre. I think it sounds quite bizarre. Sounds like you have got pole position guide to see this.
Well, yeah, I have a bird's eye view of what's going on. There's 3, 4 marshals, some trying to push, some trying to reach in and change things and grab things, and they're walking away covering their eyes, squinting into the sun now, trying to get the other cars past.
Yes, they've got in just enough width to get them past, so they are letting the other cars past, which means that we can at least start prepping runoff cars whilst we sort this out. Of course, the problem is if it needs picking up, the lorry is currently dropping off the Ryder car.
Exactly my point, yes. It won't get to it.
Yes, by the way, I can see just behind me in the paddock, Richard Brandt walking around. Richard, great to see that you're okay, mate. Good to see you after his little off at the first corner. So great that he's up and about, which is great to see. Cars are being brought past the AFS. I wonder if Alex will jump out to help. He's got to go and get ready for a runoff.
Yeah.
Yes. Interesting. I've never seen this before.
No.
Have you? I've never seen a car grind to a halt on the way down. In fact, Alex is coming straight back to the paddock. Sensible decision. He's got to mentally prepare for the runoff, to be honest.
Yeah. I have seen cars stop on slowing down laps, but that's usually a fuel issue.
Yeah, but this car seems to have run out of gravity.
Yeah, quite.
Which is odd. You don't see that. But anyway, all the other cars are coming past.
Wallace
just
being
enough space.
waved past now.
And Wallace being waved past, and I just saw Richard sort of wave his arms, sort of raise his arms in that kind of, I don't know what's happened here.
Don't blame me, Governor.
So also I can see some assistants coming from the start line. They're actually saying, they've just walked up to the start to see what's going on. It's like it's stuck in gear, but what a strange thing to happen.
Yeah, as it was coasting down for it to suddenly...
Bizarre. I mean, it was struggling off the line. I've got Lloyd next to me. Apparently he was struggling off the line a bit, and it did, as I said, it took them ages to get it to the line, because it was like it was Sam on the start line. Was it stuck in gear before the start? No. What was it, brakes? Oh, starter. So starter. So it's like the starter's almost jamming something.
Bendix problem.
Yeah, the starter's jammed. So I'm
Give it
getting
a whack with a hammer. That usually works, doesn't it? Eh?
I'm getting more French arms at me, like, je ne sais pas, qu'est-ce que c'est? Quel dommage. So anyway.
Yeah, proper Marshall stuff now, rolling the tyres.
Yeah, it's moving glacially.
Glacially? Would it be sideways or forward?
very, very slowly.
As in like a glacier.
Oh, like a glacier.
The pace of a glacier.
Ah, right. Hey, I just thought, Billy, your young lady's been with you this weekend. Is she waiting for you to eventually turn up?
Emma is I believe she's still here, actually. Yes, I hope so. She's got the car keys, so otherwise it's a bus ride home for me. But
check your text messages, mate.
Yes, bless her.
Check your WhatsApp, mate.
This is her first hill climb, and it's been a fantastic day. But I did say we'd probably done about 5-ish.
Yeah.
And we're not.
Yeah.
Her first and her last.
Well, it's been what a beautiful day of weather to have. At least
I'll tell you
it's
what,
been
thank
sunny,
goodness for that. That's all I can say to that one.
Yes, I could have said, do you know what, let's go on holiday to Northern Ireland a couple of weeks ago to watch the HillClimb at Crigantha. That would have been
I have an update for you, Billy.
Go on.
Emma is sat here.
Oh, is she up with you?
Waving at me.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Emma, I promise you we'll be done soon.
Yeah, she doesn't look like she believes you.
Don't make rash promises, Billy. Don't make rash promises. Tell it to them straight. Say this could take a while.
Yeah.
So,
7 o'clock
we were
curfew,
pushing. Well, there was some pushing, and now it's stopped again, and now there's some standing. So I am concerned that if it doesn't move, we have to wait for the truck
to work its way back the return road to lift it away.
Yeah, but the truck is currently depositing a Gould, not quite GR59.
Gould.
Yeah, Gould about 42.
If only. I mean, they're literally. If they can get it another couple hundred metres, but then they block the return road, and then we have a problem in the next batch time.
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't know. It's a pickle. Richard's in the car.
I have news. Brakes have seized on.
No, it's apparently it's starter.
Well, I'm told brakes. I have good info up here.
Oh.
My men in orange are telling me stuff.
Well, it's better info than the driver who sat in the car.
Well,
they've got it going.
Is it rolling? Rolling?
They've got it going. It's into the return area.
Wow.
So they're just, by the way, as the truck got back, but we don't need it now. So
it can go back up to inside of Kennel.
Goodness me. So we've got some nice historics to come, haven't we?
We do. We've got basically the class that allows everybody to get ready for the runoff. But good news is they've already had an extra 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, what about the poor old recovery truck? He's going to need more diesel, isn't he? The way he's been going up and down this hill.
Yeah, I'm glad he's got a big tank.
Yeah.
Same with the course car, actually. I don't think the sponsorship garage that's kindly lent us the car was expecting quite so many miles to be put on it.
I had a ride up here. I was taken up here at a good speed. I can tell you, the quickest I've ever been up here. I've got to tell you, in the course car at lunchtime, and it went very well indeed. And I wasn't sure whether it was a battery car or a petrol car. So is it a battery car or a petrol? Because I couldn't really hear the engine too well.
I think that's a petrol. It doesn't have a green stripe on its number.
No, it is a petrol, and I don't even know what it was. It was some sort of. Was it Sanyang that?
It used to be. Last year it was a Sanyang.
They changed the name, didn't they?
Yeah. I call those green stripes show-off stripes on those number plates.
Yeah. I think they're go faster stripes, aren't they?
Smug stripes.
I've got an electric car, so I get a green number plate.
Okay.
I haven't got an electric car.
Yes, you get a red number plate.
Yes,
bad.
I get bad. I get speeding tickets. I do. I'm a great fan of this speed awareness course. I think that gives you brownie points if you've been on there.
Once every 3 years.
Well, yeah, I try to get on as often as I can, but you know.
We're not condoning that.
No, of course not. We never. I have this drive I do to Harewood, and I'm always terrified because there's so many variable speed limits because of all this road works and endless 50 mile an hour and this and that and the other. I genuinely don't know how fast I'm going half the time because it's just confusing my old state,
Where do you live, Chris?
I live in Worcester, but
so you're all the way up the M1 and M42, M1.
Various motorways, smart motorways, and all that rubbish.
Yeah.
Not very smart.
Ironic motorways.
They are ironic, actually.
By the way, we've got flags in, so we've got a car firing. Well done yet again to the marshals for getting Richard out the way.
Will it be Mr. Druitt's favourite, the Orspa?
No.
Oh, he was telling us about the Orspa.
It's not.
It was the development car for the Cosworth DFV or something.
That's it, but unfortunately it didn't sound healthy on its last run, and it has not appeared now.
So it's Lotus.
It is. It's a lovely Lotus Cortina. I love these cars.
He comes from Scotland, doesn't he?
He does indeed, and they are fantastic cars. This will be John Mackenzie in the Ford Cortina. Or the Ford Lotus Cortina. I love these cars.
It's a Crossflow.
It's it's not a GT or a Lotus. It's a
just Cortina. Wow. Well, he's off the line here. He's passed me. They're great cars when you watch these circuit race, aren't they? Anyway, he's off the line. 3.3 seconds to 60. Nice and steadily through the first turn into the shadows.
Yep. He's hanging it in second gear. Don't think he's going to make the change up. He's just going to be happy and enjoy his run in the shade.
It's a hanging second gear, but yeah, the car is a little section here. It comes into the sun, then into dark, and it looks amazing. It'd be a fantastic photograph. We've got no photographers up here.
Yeah, they've all gone home.
They've all gone home. They've had enough, haven't they?
Meanwhile,
I know. It'd be a camera phone shot for me.
We've got Jan Nitsch on the hill and the Mallet Mark III's with you.
The Lotus, the Cortina, got me at it now. It's 41.21.
Here comes Jan. This is beautiful. This old school Mallet, isn't that just lovely? Love seeing that car.
So Ray Mallock of RML and also Mallock family circuit races, one of those.
Yes, he does. 39.70 for Jan.
Simon Taylor now on the hill in the Stovebolt Special, but would you believe it? He's stopped.
He's still moving forward, but he's pulling into the to the grass bank. He's rolling backwards now.
Yeah, that was, I think, well, he's just stopped, but it was more of a...
Oh, he's going forward again now. He's restarted.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's just stopping to thank the marshals. Anyway, he's off and again, which is good. Hopefully he'll make it to the top.
It's a good job he's got a fully blacked out visor, because I hate to think I could lip read what's going through Simon's mind at the moment.
His line through crossing was still lovely. He was still very close to the Armco on the outside.
Yeah.
Well, here he comes now. He drives this from London. He says trailers are for wimps. He stays locally in the Team Valley. That big V8 engine will no doubt drive him back down the motorway later on tonight.
Let's hope.
Well, yeah, there is that.
Otherwise, I'd change the word wimps for intelligent people.
62.69. Could I borrow one of your intelligent people's trailers, please?
Yes. By the way, I'm just going to read this out. Debbie Moran's written in, well done, Rich, and my boy Ollie. So Ollie Moran's helping on the stream this weekend on a great stream, cutting where needed. Considering the drivers are friends, Rich, you have done well, and I agree entirely. There's been some incidents which we really didn't want to show until we knew everybody was all right.
Yep.
Well said, Debbie. Lots of love to you. Hopefully see you here in August. Great to see your comment and great to see that you're online. And yes,
Rich has run a brilliant stream because he's been on his own, but he has been getting this help, which
he's got Ollie Moran with him
because the lovely Eleanor has been looking after the dog.
And do you know what the dog's name is?
They got a new dog. No, I don't.
Senna.
Love it.
As in pod. That's it, yes. Right, we're back underway. We've got Atiga off the line. Robin Johnson, 2.27 second start. He's with you.
Up into Class N again. Robin goes very slowly between kennel and crossing. Just taking it very easily.
I'll tell you what, if you don't have a darkened visor, this is not an easy time of day to drive up this hill.
No, this lower part will throw you off. The sun, the shadow is exactly where you don't want it, just where you're committing yourself to kennel.
It's going to make it quite difficult for the runoff as the Tiga goes through the light and the shade up to the middle.
34.75.
Good time there for Robin, 34.75. Only about a second or so slower than this morning. Ross McDonald on the hill now in the 911 Carrera. Lovely car, 2.7 litre flat 6, howling away in the back.
There it goes. claims to be a replica, but it would fool most of the people most of the time, I am sure. Tight into the left at the kink, lots of brake, down in 2 gears and into the S's.
Definitely one car you'd want to take home, isn't it? Doesn't it look pretty? Sounds absolutely beautiful. Yeah, very envious of that one.
It's a lovely car. It's up the finishing straight. By the way, this is the end of the batch.
Lots of people choosing not to.
Yes, I think quite a few people have gone home. So Ross McDonald crosses the line in a 36.81. That is the batch. Yes, I think quite a few cars have decided not to run again, understandably, or have gone home. And I think we actually lost. Was it the Brabham or the Chevron that went bang as it left the line?
The Brabham went bang as it went. Andrew Tippett in the Brabham.
What happened? Was it a water problem that just hose broke or something?
Water. I'm being told here by Lloyd it was water, so hopefully it wasn't a major issue.
No, the engine was all right. It just literally just went pop and a load of water came out of it, and I suspect it was hose or radiator type thing.
Yes. So that's the end of the batch. Those cars are coming back down the hill.
Only 5 of them in the batch, so we should be into the runoff territory fairly soon.
We're now into the runoff, so I can see cars being prepped in the paddock. As I said, I cannot see a blue Predator, which makes me think that, as I thought, Sean Gould is qualified but won't run, and in fact I can see Dave Warburton climbing aboard his GR59 as the 11th fastest runner, or qualifier should I say. He will run first. Qualified on a 25.18, so still a very good time indeed. It was still a low 25 that you needed to do to get into this runoff, even at this time of day.
Came 8th in the runoff this morning.
He did. So let's see how he gets on. We know he can go quicker, but
he does another 24.75.
Yes,
very impressive.
It's not the optimal time of day. The track temperature has changed. The lighting has changed. Remember, actually, a lot of these drivers, Dave included, probably went up the hill best part of an hour ago with the stoppage we had for Matthews. So David climbing aboard. We await an engine firing. It's still red flags here. Flags coming in now at the return road entrance and at the start line. So I'm expecting to hear the sound of a 1600cc motorbike engine.
You make a very good point there, Lloyd. Richard Spedding, when he qualified for the top 10 from Class J2,
it was ages ago.
Was an hour and 3/4 ago.
Yes, it was. Lloyd, it was actually Billy that made that point. Lloyd's just here drinking beer, but yeah. It's me on the box.
Yeah, but I refer it to him. We decided this earlier. I refer it to him, and he then asks you, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, that's true. Yes, I'll pass that. Thank you. I'll get him to pass that on. But yes, I forgot about that. So yes, it's been a while since they last went up the hill, and the lighting has changed.
It's changed dramatically up here because it's.
Who's got the wind chimes?
Oh, someone's just at home for Lloyd.
Oh my goodness!
His ring doorbell is letting him know.
Yes, exactly.
The burglars have arrived.
It's totally in the shade as you come into Bar S, and then there's a little section between bottom and top S where there's a bit of light, and then it's dark again round top S, and then there's half and half up the straight.
Yeah, you're light into Kennel, and then you're into the shadow before you get to crossing. So
the shadows are lengthening. The hedge on the right hand side of the last 20 yards of Kennel approach, its shadow is almost all the way across the track now.
Yes,
so
it is.
It will be daylight, darkness, flash of daylight as you're turning in to make your apex, and then gloom all the way up until you hit Chris's big burst of sunlight after the S.
I'm a little ray of sunlight up here, I can tell you. I can see young Tom Gay there, tipping his hat. As you should, young Tom, as you should. I hope you've got some nice pictures.
Deferential.
Yeah, Tom, I told you about the light down there. You can see that lovely patch of light, can't you? That's lovely, isn't it? Now, I'm expecting great things from young Tom Gay. Very good photographer. And he's got a very fetching straw hat on today. He's looking very festive, actually.
Is it a Panama or
it's a Panama type thing.
Christie's, I hope.
So he's very stylish, his young Tom.
Gentlemen, I'm glad to report a car is appearing in front of me for a runoff, which is brilliant. 4 burnouts for Dave Warburton in the 1600cc Hayabusa-powered Gould GR59. He's lined up on the left-hand side of the start line. He's got a pretty good reflective visor, so that's going to help. He's activating the launch control. He's got the thumbs up from the marshal. I believe he's just waiting on a green light, and we should be good to go any second. He builds up the revs. He's getting the launch control ready. Yes, as I said, he's got one of those, what are they called, visors on for sun?
Tinted?
Tinted, that's the word. I had known that 4 hours ago. Tinted visors on. So he lines up on the left-hand side of the start line in the launch control. He's off the start. He's away, and here we go. 2.16 second start into Kennel, flashes through, turns in brilliantly into Kennel to you.
Yeah, perfect turn in at Kennel. Lovely positioning of this car. Dave's on it. He really is pushing hard, pushing into bottom S, down through the box, and into you, Chris.
I tell you what, beautiful line through here, lovely through that sunlight area, off up to the finish. It's going to be a good time, you know.
It is indeed. He came out the top S about 20 seconds. Let's see, is it into the 24s? It might be a 25. 25.20, 25.20. So ever so slightly, 200ths down on his qualifying time. That is the benchmark, obviously quickest at the moment. Only one driver that is running will not score a point because Sean is obviously not running. The next up is Richard Spedding. This is the little 1600cc battle that's taking place within the runoff. 1600cc GWR Raptor lines up slightly more central position than we had from David. Again, another tinted visor on his helmet to help with the sun. You get, I saw a thumb up from the marshal, so he's lined up. He's in the launch control. He's off the start in the GWR Raptor. What's he do? 2.08 second start, and he's away, and he's through Kennel. He's up by 800 at the moment.
He is smooth as you like. Creams on the power. A little bit of a lift, maybe into the S's.
Yeah, lovely lines through the S's at the moment. That's a good clean run, puts the power down onto the finish. Will he beat that 25 seconds?
He was 400ths down when he came into S's, and he's gone slightly slower, 25.26, slots into second place by just 6/100ths of a second.
Where did he lose it? In the S's?
Well, he was a quarter of a second up as he came through Kennel, but between Kennel and the bottom S, he lost about... he lost a couple of tenths, which is where the Gould is the strongest. That's where it really excels, those high-speed corners.
It was 0.25 up at crossing.
Yes, and he lost it to the bottom S.
Crossing to bottom S. Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't think we have got the S's approach speeds.
We don't, but we've got Andy Greenan on the hill in the Empire Evo, the third of the 1600cc cars. 2.12 seconds off the start. He's to you.
We've got tail happy there. That's cost him. And again, he's really hanging the tail out. Really tail happy as ever. Lots of opposite lock into the S's.
Well, he's a bit tinier through the top S here. Okay, so he's made it up a bit there.
He's 3.5 tenths down at bottom S. Let's see how he does. What's he going to do? 25.43. 25.43. Slots into third place so far. 2.5 tenths behind Andy Greenan. That car was sparking a lot as it came into bottom S, wasn't it?
An awful lot, all the way up from crossing to the kink.
Absolutely, it's nip and tuck. Next up, we've got Wallace Mingus. He's been dialing the car in this weekend after an incredible rebuild by the team, by Tommy New and his team after the Crigant incident. Dialing the car back in, or back down. What did he qualify on? He qualified on a 24.70, so back down into the 24s, and it's been getting quicker and quicker all weekend. He also has a tinted visor, slap bang in the middle of the road. Car ticking over here at the moment, just adjusting his visor. Will then activate launch control, which he's done now. Drops the clutch off the line. Here we go. 1.94 second start. That's quick. He's already into Kennel.
He's clear through Kennel nicely. As I say, he makes his car look like a Skeletric slot car. He always follows exactly the same line everywhere.
Car looks amazing as he comes through that bit of sunlight. Oh yes, he's on his way up towards the finish. Power of that big bull. What's he going to do?
It's going to be in the 24s maybe. Yes, 24.61. 24.61 takes the lead of the runoff from Dave Warburton. 0.6 of a second quicker. Most of that was from top S to the finish as that power of the big 3.3 litre V8 really started to tell, because he was only about a tenth or so up when he came to top S, but then made up a load of time between the S's and the finish to take the lead in the runoff, 24.61, which I think is his fastest time of the weekend as well.
24.19 in the runoff this morning.
Oh, did he? Did 24.19, did he? But he was slightly quicker than his qualifying time, which is interesting.
He was, yeah.
Next on the hill, we've got Zach Zammit, in the boosted Empire Wraith 1300cc. He's going very well this weekend. He goes very quickly in this car. He qualified on a 24.66. He needs to find about a tenth of a second to take the lead if he wants to. It's a 2.08 second start. He's to you.
He is nicely through Kennel and clips the bank on the left side of crossing one. Lots of sparks as he's in the kink and down through the box into the S's.
Looks good so far. Zach, our Maltese Falcon, he's on his way to the finish. Off he goes, Zach.
Sounds slightly funny on the TV, but it may just be the car. No, it's a 25.37, 25.37. I think there's a slight engine gremlin in there. It didn't sound. Oh, it's overboost. Toby Moody stood here. It's having an overboost issues at the moment, but 25.37 slots into 4th place in the runoff so far. Who have we got next? We have a bright orange DJ Delara of Jack Cottrell, who qualified on a 24.48 after having to change the steering column in the car earlier today. If he can do a 24.48 again, he will take the lead in the runoff. Current fastest time, Wallace Mingus, 24.61. Jack is on the start line, revving the engine in the car, lines up driver's side right of the start line as he settles in, prepares himself for what he's about to have to do. He's in the launch control, popping and banging, he's off the line. It sounds great as it rockets past me. 2.04 second start, he's to you.
Clearly, he took a bit of a kick out of the tail at Kennel, gets it nice and straight through into crossing now and back through the box down into the S's.
6/100ths up to the S's. How's he doing in the S's?
He's doing very well indeed. He's through the S's now. That Cosy V8 sounded terrific. Go on, Jack.
Let's see what he can do. This is going to be quick. This is going to be really close. 24.54. 24.54 takes the lead of the runoff, 7/100ths of a second quicker than Wallace. That is a very good time indeed. Well done, Jack. He should be very pleased with that. Pretty close there to his qualifying time actually of 24.48, which, given that the hill has changed conditions since then, is very good indeed. Who have we got next? We've got Paul Haynes. He's having a really strong weekend in this car. He qualified on a 24.33. He's lined up driver's side right of the start line. He was doing 140 miles an hour plus over the finish earlier on today. Let's see what he can do. He selects a gear. He'll have to build up the boost on the turbocharged 1.3 litre N Gould. He's off the line. He drops the clutch. He comes past me. 2.13 second start. That's not bad at all. He's already into Kennel.
He is completely through. He's taking the Wallace line right in the middle of the circuit. Very, very smoothly in and down the box into bottom S.
It's it's good run. I tell you what, it does, because he's going so smoothly. Come on, it could be quick.
He's up the finishing straight. It's going to be really close. It's going to be nip and tuck. What is it? 24.91. 24.91 slots into 3rd place in the runoff, just behind Wallace, leaving Jack Cottrell still in the lead and on for what I'm happy to be corrected, but I believe will be his best point scoring runoff yet. If it's not, it's very close indeed, because we only have 4 cars to run and he currently leads the runoff, meaning he will finish no worse than 5th. Next on the line we have Trevor Willis to driver's side left of the start line in the RPE engine OMS 28. He's off the line, rockets past me. 1.88 second start. That's quick. He's to you.
Into Kennel wide in, brushing the recticel. Tight apex, striking sparks everywhere. This car, it's so low sec and into the S's.
Beautiful lines. Trevor is so smooth through here. He knows how to drive this car. He's going to do well.
Yes, he was 6.5 tenths up as he got to the S's. What is it across the line? 23.76. 23.76. That is quick. Takes the lead of the runoff by just over 3/4 of a second. That's a Trev special is what that is. Brilliant run. He looks so quick past you both. Up the top of the hill. Absolutely brilliant. Who have we got next? We've got Dave Uren. Qualified on a 23.93, so he's going to have to find about 0.2 of a second from his qualifying time to take the lead. He sits driver's side left of the start line. He lowers his visor, a bit of a clearer visor than he's running. He's off the line, drops the clutch. Here we go, 2.01 second start, and he's into kennel to you.
Yep, through kennel, nice and clean. Apex to apex, clipping point to clipping point, very smooth into the S's.
Front crash car into the runoff. I'll tell you what, this is a good run. Oh my, yet to back right off in there, coming out of top S. This is not going to be that.
Yes, he had a massive moment, but he caught it. Could still be in the 24s. It's still good enough for second. 24.30. 24.30.
That's incredible. He had a huge moment.
He had a tank slabber coming out of top S. Kissed the bank. We're getting a replay on the stream. Came through the S's. Turned in quite early to top S. It went wide. He just clipped the bank. Had a massive wiggle that he had to catch and then got the power down, and he still did a 24.3. Absolutely brilliant. Next on the hill, we've got Will Hall. We've got 2 runners left. They qualified 1/100th of a second apart. Will qualified on a 23.50. If he can replicate that now, he will take the lead of the runoff. 2 runners to go. Will first in the big 4-litre Gould. He's off the line, rockets past me, feeds it the gears. 1.94 second start, and he's to you.
He is. Neatly. Bit of a lift there. Power pouring the coals on into bottom S's now.
Has Will got a run-off win in him? He's looking good so far. Anyway, he's around top S. He's on the way to the finish. The big goal. What can he do?
He was 4/10 down at the S's. What's he going to be at the finish? It's a 23.75. 23.75 takes the lead by 1/100th of a second from Trevor Willis. That was all from the S's to the finish as the big 4-litre V8 powered him to the finish, and you can tell Will Hall crossed the finish line at 155 miles an hour.
Wow.
Absolutely brilliant. So that's a 23.75. Alex Summers on the line now, qualified on a 23.49. If he can replicate that, he will take the win. But it's easier said than done. He's off the line already. This is going to be a good start. It is 1.91 as the car roars past me and into kennel.
Yep, clean, takes the right-hand line. Apexes, gets his head down literally as he comes into the S's. This is quick.
The firestorm, the engine screaming, beautiful lines, bit of smoke as he exits. He's on the way to the finish. This is going to be good, folks.
He's a 1/10.5 up as he gets to the S's. What's the final time? It's going to be 23.33. Takes the win. 23.33 seconds. Alex Summers takes his second win of the day on a 23.33, up by just over 4/10 of a second on a brilliant final run of the day. Absolutely fantastic. Let me take you through how we ended up. All the drivers at the top of the hill you can see walking over to congratulate Alex and to climb back aboard their cars to head back down the hill. Job well done by all. So, the final result from that runoff, it's a win for Alex Summers on a 23.33. Second, Will Hall on a 23.75. Third, Trevor Willis on a 23.76. Fourth, Dave Uren, despite the little moment he had at top S on a 24.30. Fifth, Jack Cottrell on a 24.54. I believe that's his best runoff result yet. Sixth, Wallace Mingus on a 24.61. Seventh, Paul Hames, 24.91. He's had a great weekend. Eighth, David Warburton gets another 3 points, which is brilliant in the 1600cc Gould on a 25.20. Ninth, Richard Spedding on a 25.26. 10th, Zach Zammit on a 25.37, and sadly just missing out in 11th on a point is Andy Greenan on a 25.43. That brings, finally, the end of the day here at Shelsley Walsh. It's been quite an afternoon. Before I sign off, I'll say thank you to the 2 commentators that I've been sharing this with. We're just having a replay of Alex Summers' fantastic run on the stream. But Chris, start with you. Sign off for the day.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful day. The marshals have been amazing, the medics, all the rest of it. We've got to the end of the meeting. We've had 2 incredible runoffs. I have so enjoyed it. I'll be walking back down and I'll sign off. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you very much, Chris and Guy.
Thank you, Billy. What a wonderful weekend of hill climbing it's been. Yesterday and today, excitement. Offs that we don't like, but we're delighted to thank the Lord of Rexacel. the floor, saving much more damage and any injury. Safe drive home, everybody, and I'm also going to head to the courtyard for a pint. Cheery bye.
Oh, we've run out of those, but thank you very much, Guy, and thanks ever so much to you both. Thanks also to Chris Druitt and to Lloyd Hackett for all their fantastic commentary, and thanks most of all to the marshals and the medical team and the organisers here who have had quite an afternoon to deal with today. Ladies and gentlemen, the drivers are coming back down the hill. Do give them a round of applause. I know you're heading to your cars to head home, but if you can stop at a fence side to give them a round of applause as they come past, please do so. Thank you ever so much for coming. What a brilliant day we've had here. We do it all again here in August. It would be great to have you back for that event, as well as the other fantastic events that we have here throughout the year, including Best of British, Bike Bonanza, Best of British this weekend, Bike Bonanza, the Vintage Meeting, Classic Nostalgia, and then the Championship Challenge back here in August, and then the final meeting in September is the Harvest Festival. So, thank you ever so much. This is Billy Grace signing off for the day. Brilliant day of hill climbing. Safe journey home, everybody.
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menzies driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy Race Car Series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
Incredible run from Alex to manage to get first place. So he looks hot. He looks very hot. And what a run. That was fantastic. Are you going to come have a word? Give me a hug. Wow. Right, brilliant. That was fantastic.
Thanks, mate. Yeah. Didn't think that was on when I saw the 22. I've been saying all weekend I didn't think 22s were there. But yeah, you know, you put your best tyres on. You just find that little bit, you know, at Shelsley, you just dig a bit deeper, and yeah.
It looks on rails.
Didn't feel it. No, the bottom was all right. Do a nice scrub set of fronts, brand new set of rears, 4 big burnouts, job done. And I felt that kick off the line, that sort of sub 2 second. I thought, yeah, okay, this is maybe doable. But then I pulled a few paddles down. I downshifted quite late for bottom S, and it was sort of like, oh god, here we go. This is a bit rally style, but it's a fabulous car. I mean, the DJ's always been superb at high speed, and I think the last couple of years here, I've perhaps not been as quick as I'd like to have been. Yeah. We struggled to change from Pirelli to Avons, but I feel like we've worked out how to warm the tyres up, how to prep them, what they want, what pressures they want and stuff. So, you know, amazing for Avon. I really didn't think there was a mid-22 there, so really pleased and really great for DJ and obviously the family and everything like that. Andy, who comes and helps us, Dell, back at the factory, and everyone else. So really, really pleased. Yeah,
mate, well done. And the atmosphere here, I don't know if you can tell, but the tension, you can feel it in the paddock as the times were getting quicker and quicker. It was a proper Shelsley atmosphere, wasn't it?
As it should be, mate. It's why we love it. It's why we keep coming back. It's why, you know, sometimes it's not so easy to do this sport with a bit of sacrifice, but being here, being at Shelsley with all the friends, the club, marshals, organisers, you guys, everyone like that, it just make it so special. And, you know, everyone wants to win here. Every single driver, when they build a car, buy a car, whatever, they dream of that sub 30 at Shelsley. And I think it's no different. It never stops being amazing, and it's you know, it's really, really nice. But eyes on the afternoon now. Have a glass of water and a sandwich and try and chill out a bit. But no, it's brilliant. I mean, Matt's driving so well this year. I mean, superb. All that pressure, you know, being at the front, leading the championship's hell on earth. It is horrendous, and you're only looking one way, you know. Whereas when you're behind, you can kind of take a few more risks and so on. So he's doing brilliant. You know, he's definitely a future champion, and it's nice to be, you know, running him close. And it's good to see Wallace getting into 24s again. That was really special as well.
Yeah, it was a close run-off. Everyone was within hundredths of seconds.
Yeah. Well, Dave Furen is always a really good litmus test here, and he you know, banged in a good 23. And I thought, okay, track's warmed up, tyres, you know, rubbers have gone down on the track, and you see those people you trust, and you think, okay, well, if they can do that, I can do that. And I saw Matt do a 22, and I thought, oh god,
I've got to do one of those.
2023 all over again. But that's the sport. That's what's lovely about it. And I dare say he'll get the one this afternoon. But I'm happy with the 22.7. I haven't done one of those in a long, long time, since Pirelli days. So, you know, really, really good for Avon, Nova, really good for DJ, really good for sport. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, mate, congratulations, and we're looking forward to seeing what you do this afternoon.
Cheers, buddy. All the best.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Wow, it wasn't that great. You just